been working hard, you've been preparing. There's going to be no pressure on you. You know, it's going to be going out there and just playing the game. And if you're playing the game at a high level like every day, it's going to be a lot easier here. There's just really no pressure to you. There's no fans. You know, it's just clean Siege at its finest on LAN. It's amazing.
Almost like you're playing just from your bedroom. It's all about the mindset here for our teams. We can start talking about Chiefs, as they are one of our 2 O's representatives, coming in as second representation from that country there. Now, speaking about 2 players in particular, speaking about Relays and Player that were at EWC last year, right? They have that experience. It's just a shame that they were eliminated by Furia, didn't win against an IP, they didn't win a single map last year at the Esports World Cup. So anything for that roster here would be an improvement.
Yeah, you can't really go much worse than not winning a single map. So certainly Chiefs will have higher expectations this year around. I think they've got a nice core as well, right? Obviously, Enterprise is the squad from Australia that most people will be looking at, but I really think that this Chiefs roster has a lot of spirit behind them. They're a really fun team, and they're going to surprise some folks at EWC.
No, for sure. And I feel like that too, that underdog factor, you know, teams, they might not respect you as much if they're not as good with just making sure each opponent is no different than the other opponent. So making sure that if you are underestimated, you're coming in with that confidence and just with that ability to know you can win. And watching them walk in right now, you're seeing them dancing. That's what you need to look for, that spirit, that bring that flair to this event to make sure you can actually put the pressure on your opponents.
Nice to see Chiefs as well coming through here with some moves, you know, with a lot to prove. I mean, and you mentioned it, right? Like 3 rookies coming into this team with a couple of those old Enterprise players. There's a really young roster coming out from OCE where it feels like Enterprise have kind of gone the other way and picked up some old heads, having Mag as their coach. Chiefs have kind of gone the other way, bringing some brand new players to the international stage.
I feel like it's been a long time coming though, right? We talk about 3 new players on this roster, but for a player like Jekena, he's had competitive records going all the way back to 5 years ago, right? So it's been a long time coming for the player. We're experiencing the vibe from the players as well, as we see that on the player videos earlier with the vibes, with the dancing and stuff. But then for their opponents, they're going up against a team we already saw it earlier, right? A team from CNL can bring out a lot of surprises in a matchup like this. Tyloo for themselves as well, but then there is a player on that roster that has a lot of experience, right? We're talking about Jackie Wu. He's gone to 6 Invitational, he's gone to Majors before. That would be a big pillar for that roster to rely upon.
Yeah, certainly. Jackie Wu was a part of that 2022 Direwolves roster that found so much success back in the earlier days of Siege, and he certainly has been to a lot of these tournaments. He'll know what the pressure is like to play on a big international stage like this. He comes in with 4 players who have not really had that same experience. Of course, Jackie Wu used to play in the Southeast Asia League. He's now come over to CNL, and I remember back in the day, like when he went through his first SI in 2023, he was getting pictures with people. He was saying how excited he was to be there. He was like excited to meet Canadian and these fellow pro players. I was like, Jackie, you're playing, like you're competing, you're equals with these guys. And I remember just having a conversation where he was like, yeah, but I still just feel like a fan. And I'm like, well, keep grinding, one day you won't. And I think he's finally reached that point back at an international level, supporting his teammates.
You know, for me, Jesse, that's called idols to rivals. You know, you have to be able to idolize these players to make sure you want to reach that level. But then also when you get to that level, you cannot give them any more respect you would give to another player. So you have to make sure you really level that out and just come and attack them. And even if they are that big name, maybe even attack them even harder. Really let them know who you are.
And even a player like Jovoker has played NA Tier 3, right? So he has an experience competing on the other side as well. So far, I guess stats-wise, not having the greatest of time in CNL. I think the player that we need to look to that has the better stats is Songla. With 104 EPS, currently the best rated player on that roster.
Yeah, Song, a lot of history playing alongside Jackie Wu as well. Not necessarily at some of those big international events, but we've seen him have some really big moments online in other leagues, and certainly this year in CNL too. So it's nice seeing some of those veterans coming in and being able to guide those younger talents. CNL is still such a fresh region with so much to explore, so many big names that we haven't really gotten to know yet, that it's nice seeing some of that mix of the old and the new.
I mean, that's really the best, because I feel like the old, you've been in so many different situations, you've seen so many different rounds that when you're in these games, your mind can just be, oh, I've seen this strat before, we can do this, this, and this to stop it. Oh, I've seen this strat before, we can do this, this, and this. So it's, the old heads give you that ability, but then the new heads really allow the rounds just to be opened up and just to create those gaps that just aren't there.
And speaking of the CNL representation in general, we're getting 4 teams every single event, right? So the fact that this is great improvement from the side of Tyloo to actually make it to their first international event. They'll be playing their first best of 1 here, and they'll be headed to Fortress.
Okay, a map that both these teams know pretty well. Chiefs certainly like this map. They've played it 3 times this season. The only time they lost it was a close 7-5 versus Enterprise, the best team in their region. So certainly one where they're comfortable. Tyloo, plenty of plays too. 4 wins, 4 losses.
I feel like Fort 2 is a map where I'd say if you have a good attacking scheme, it can become very attacker-sided. But if the defenders are able to use their... either if they're playing into wall and now to play the layer game to slow you down, or if they're playing very trap-heavy extensions and eating map space, it can be very hard to get that foothold into the map. So really you have to see what style they want to go for. There's a lot of variation. I feel like it's one of the best maps out right now. There's a verticality, there's not verticality, there's great gunfights, and honestly too, you have to have very good util play, and honestly too, with the rotations, because the map is very counting heavy, because if you get stacked onto the wrong side of the map, you can cut very easily.
Right.
Cut the map very easily.
Looking at the players on the side of Tyloo as well, I mean, it is a big thing for them, right? Going to this first international event. I mean, we're looking at a player like Doa. He only has like competition registered on his Wikipedia page since June this year, and he's already made it to his first international event. And getting to play on a stage like this against Chiefs is a pretty serious deal, I would say. But our second best of 1 here on the B stream is ready. It's all yours.
Thank you so much, and this is going to be a fun one. Chiefs and Tyloo going head-to-head. We just saw the debut of a CNL team in our last game with King Zero Esports, and while they didn't walk away with the W, they came so close versus MIBR Los. Tyloo are going to be hoping to do what King Zero could not and get that victory home for CNL as a region. Chiefs are another roster that we've talked about being a little bit inexperienced, a little bit younger as a squad, but I think they will be the favorites for players coming in just because they've got a little bit more of that familiarity. If you're Tyloo, you're starting on the defense on Fortress, what do you think their key to victory is going to be in this game?
Set the intensity round 1. Let them know that if we're getting in the map, we're going to be met with bullets, with utility, with team play, and that's the key thing on defense, is making sure that you're in sync with your teammates, because a lot of the time these attacks, it's very split heavy on Fort, so there's going to be a lot of isolation for the attackers. On the defensive side, it's going to be making sure you're picking who's isolated and who you're taking the 2v1s on. We saw that in our first game on the B stream with Nighthaven Labs, making sure that you're in sync when you're going for these power plays.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that was so important to our last series in the best of 1. It was really the team with the better coordination that was coming out on top. Early, that was King Zero Esports. Late, that was certainly Los on some of their pushes.
Yes.
And I'll be interested to see if this one does also lean more attacker-sided. Chiefs have been a really good attacking team throughout this stage. 57% offense win rate overall in their region. Of course, they play against some lower level teams in OCE, but also some good teams like Enterprise. Tyloo have definitely been a little bit more defender-sided, and I think sometimes you look at some of these younger teams, you expect the defense to be the stronger side. That's certainly been the case with Tyloo, almost a 20-point difference between their offense and defense sides. So I really want to see them rack up the scoreboard here. They're starting on the defensive side, even on a map like Fortress, which can lean to the attackers. I want to see them get out to a strong lead early.
I feel like that's very important too, just for their confidence, their first tournament, making sure you can establish a few rounds in. That's going to give you more confidence going into the attacking half, because sometimes the catch-22 with starting defense on sometimes a strong defender side of map is that pressure to actually stack those rounds up, so you give yourself a chance in the attacking phase to win rounds.
Certainly, certainly. While Chiefs and Tyloo is about to get underway, of course, this is still the opening game for these two teams.
How beautiful that is.
Just a fantastic format that we've got here. The keys being set up in front of the players. No keys will be crushed as a result of this game, because no matter what happens here, the losers will remain in the tournament. But it is a scary day, Dave, because by the end of the day, we will have 2 teams going home. We'll have some crushed dreams for sure. So it's going to be scary with the way that things do play out between Tyloo and Chiefs. They're going to have to play some really intense BO3s if they don't walk away with this victory.
Yes. And I feel like the key crushing, that's a nice mental aspect that wasn't in there before, because now you're giving teams something that they value, something that you want to continue the tournament with. And if you put your hopes and pressure on that, you lose and you see you get crushed.
Yep.
It's like your dreams are getting crushed right in front of you. It's heartbreaking.
The winner of this matchup will later today play up against the winner of Shopify Rebellion versus Al Ula Club. And of course, the losers of these two games will face off against each other as well later today. We'll have the lower games here on the B stream, so you can follow us along if you want to see which team is getting knocked out. The winner games will be over on the A streams continuing through the day. And that Shopify Rebellion versus Al Ula game is going on right now on the A stream. So if you want to make sure you've got all the action, make sure you're running 2 monitors and you can catch all of these games, because there is so much Rainbow Six action happening over the next couple of weeks here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I was over there too. Pretty sure the Maps Cafe.
Okay,
I was
okay.
talking to their assistant coach, Thesis, call him the doctor. You know, he said they're feeling good, feeling ready. Team's been good. So
Good.
Talking to Valentino too, another longtime player from Falcons. He's feeling ready, feeling confident. So
Yeah, so
excited to see that.
Shopify Rebellion looking like the heavy favorites in Group A. They were in the first phase back at Salt Lake City too, don't forget, and they managed to make the entire run all the way to the grand finals, falling just at the final moment to Dark Zero. So there's no doubt that SR will be heavy favorites in this group stage. And for this matchup as well, I mean, it kind of gives you that opportunity, like, hey, we can go prove that we are the best. We can play up against Shopify Rebellion, and that will be a tense best of 3, but even still, if you can bring it against one of the best teams in the entire world, that's a huge statement to make just after this first phase.
Of course. And to Shopify Rebellion's point is that they started in phase 1 too. So they show they're not afraid of competition. They're not afraid to play games. They're not afraid to grind it out. And at the end, if they're the last one standing, hopefully they can be there again in that grand final like they just were. But let's see, it starts today.
Certainly, the road does begin today here at the Esports World Cup, at least for Rainbow Six Siege. The tournament's been going on for quite a few weeks already, Dave. I mean, we see it.
Been burning.
Yeah, we see it all around us, the different games going on, the booths that they have set up. I mean, it's if you have the opportunity to come down here to Paris and see the event, it's really an amazing show that they've been putting on all around the venue. There's so much to see and do. I wish we had more time, because I feel like we've been so locked into Siege.
When we walked in, I saw stuff I had never seen before, and I'm like, I was just wandering around like a kid in the candy shop.
Literally. It's been great seeing all the support and all the events that they've had set up here at the Esports World Cup. Rainbow Six will have our grand finals next weekend. Of course, that'll be, 15th of August for the grand finals, and all weekend long will be on the big stage. So there's going to be so much action. If you want to come out, support your favorite teams, that'll be huge to be able to watch these games.
And two, when we were starting our first game, I heard people banging the drum.
Yeah.
It was getting loud. So I can't even imagine with it fully filled up. It's going to be an amazing atmosphere inside the arena.
Well, folks, we appreciate your patience. The game is getting underway now. Tai Lu and Chiefs for the opening game here on the B stream when it comes to Group A. Both teams new-ish to international competition. There's a couple of veterans between these two squads, but with 7 rookies on the field, this is going to be a battle of who can keep their mental composed. Getting into the op bans on Fortress, Dave, what do you want to see?
Smoke's a great ban because a lot of the time you see shields on the attacking side. On the old tower or on the top white side, the shield is usually the first point of contact. So getting rid of Smoke, usually getting rid of maybe a Tachanka, a Goyo, you usually see one of those being gone, so you can actually take initial space into the map.
Yep.
The Ying's a good ban too. Ying's very strong on this map, being able to Ying outside of force, Ying on the connector drop on the con side, and then especially on the old tower side too, the Ying's very good. The Ace is a little bit iffy for me. I feel like it's not the best because this map is a big layer game. You know, you're reinforcing off a lot of walls, so you need to make sure you have enough breaching for the full round. Right. And the Ace isn't always the strongest op for that.
I like the targeting going on here as well, coming through from Chiefs. They've clearly been doing their homework. You mentioned that Thorn ban. That is a staple for Jackie Wu. It's his favorite operator to play here on Fortress. We see him on it all the time. Looks like he'll switch things up over to the Goyo this time around, so not something that we've seen before from him in recent times from Tai Lu. That Smoke ban as well, going to be targeting straight onto Doha, who usually will play this operator or the Mira. He's changed things up too, going over to the Warden side instead. So it definitely feels like we're seeing a bit of a new strategy come out from Tai Lu. When we look back to that previous game, King Zero Esports weren't innovating a whole lot on what we'd seen from them previously in CNL. Tai Lu are bringing a whole different lineup.
Now that's the big thing about Fortress is when stuff you use gets banned, you have to be able to make sure you add into your defense to cover the gaps. You know, the Glass is still up, they have the Monty up, so you have to make sure you have the Goyo Ella to stop that. The the Rooney's a great trap operator on the courtyard side. Just make sure you're stalling gaps. And then the Mute's very good because the info game is huge on this map. The Snake is extremely good. The Deimos is extremely good. All of those operators are extremely good at just taking that space and having the Mute kind of just in there in the micro points, especially too with the ace band. So the Mute becomes even stronger.
Yep.
It's really nice.
Yeah, it's good seeing these Mute Jammers being set up. It does look like we're going to have a quick rehost here on the stream. So again, we appreciate your patience. Something going on with the Chiefs lineup, so we'll get that sorted and we'll get back into the game. I also want to say a big thank you to all the Australian fans who are likely here supporting the Chiefs in the chat. I know it's late down in Australia, approaching midnight at this point, but they're willing to stay up and do the late night shift to watch their team as they always do.
I think those are the best games, though, when you stay up to support, or you have to wake up extremely early to watch something. It's, you know, part of you's not there, but then all of you gets in it.
Right.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it definitely, after a long day of work, too, like if you've been having a long day, you come home, it might be midnight, but now you get to just start your siege time and watch your favorite team go up against an international opponent. Can absolutely be the perfect end to a long day and to get your squad back on top. So it's going to be excellent to see what Chiefs can do for the fans here, of course, for Tyloo as well. They'll likely have some fans watching. We do have a multi-language broadcast going on right now. I know the CN broadcasters are going live with this game. We've got French broadcasters. I mean, so many different languages that are covering these matches at the Esports World Cup. So there's always going to be ways to support your favorite team and your favorite lineup and your favorite language. And it's just a pleasure to be here as part of the English team for sure.
Yeah. And looking at both teams, just looking at them, their body language, both look calm, both look relaxed. That's especially important, too, when you get tech pauses, making sure you can kind of take your foot off the gas, relax, just let your body breathe, you know, because a lot of the time you have to remember in these games, your nervous system plays so much into it, making sure you can control your nervous system, knowing how to use your breath work to calm yourself down, because the Siege itself is a very intensive game. It really pulls you in. There's so much explosiveness, there's so much sound happening, and on top of that, you have to be communicating and solving the problems the opponent throws at you. So you have to make sure you're fully able to see the full picture.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing them laugh about it, right? Like, this is clearly a team that's not too stressed, at least not yet. That will come later, but I feel like that's such an under-discussed aspect of the game, right? Like, keeping yourself calm in the lead-up to it. It's something that we don't talk about too much in the broadcast, but I mean, at what point in your career did you kind of like clock how important that was? Because for a lot of these rookies, I feel like that's not going to be front of mind. Like, how do I keep myself calm before a game?
I think it was mainly when we got call out on Astralis, and we made that shift. Instead of thinking like, you know, I'm preparing for this game, it's like, how are we going to prepare for this game? And we started to develop systems. You know, you have your brain dump where you're journaling before the game. You have 5 minutes of meditation, 5 minutes of mindfulness, making sure, you know, you're leaving whatever you need to leave at the door, so you can just enter in and play Siege, not to what you need to do to the best of your ability, but what your team needs from you. And how can I give myself to my team? How can I play the best for my team? And it might not be getting all the kills, but if I'm communicating, if I'm getting info, if I'm uplifting my teammates, it's all the full picture, especially at these tournaments, because these tournaments, we used to call it, it's a war of attrition. It's who can last the longest, who can mentally stay in it, who won't break.
Yeah. I mean, that's so important, especially for these teams starting in the play-ins, right? Because a lot of the competition, a lot of the best teams in the world
not here yet.
Aren't even here. They're not even in Paris at this point, or maybe they are and they're scrimming, but their competition doesn't start for a couple of days still. For squads like Chiefs and Tyloo, they've really got to run the gauntlet. It's such a long road to become EWC champion, and even longer when you start down here in Phase 1. But, I mean, keeping that gas going, making sure that you do last for the whole thing is so critical to come through. I'm glad you mentioned call out as well, of course. Has put that mentality, I think, on the map. Has really been defining things and is now a major champion because of that mindset. They'll be playing later this week, of course. #1 seed coming into the tournament for Group A.
And I can't believe, too, you know, I feel like that's, again, we talk about Siege and just how it connects, that they finally got that championship under the banner that we, like, that beat us for it with Nick, too. And that team too has been longtime friends, longtime teammates,
Right.
more or less a family for me. So I'm extremely happy for them, and I'm extremely happy to see what they do this tournament.
Well, that's the mentality that needs to be held on to in a match like this, where things do start a little bit slow, but it looks like we are getting back into the game. So again, we appreciate you guys sticking with us. Tyloo and Chiefs, this is the opening game here on the B stream for Group A. We just saw a match earlier where MIBR Los took down King Zero Esports. This is looking to be revenge for the CNL region, as Tyloo, in their very first international appearance, are going up against the Chiefs.
So we're seeing from that setup from Tyloo that we're going to go a little bit of a soft game extension. Usually you see teams open up this glow wall that they flexed off, but because they banned the ace, they're making sure that they have to actually bring verticality to get rid of the mute jammer, or pocket EMPs to breach that open to clear the game's extension. So there's adding another layer into the strategy off of the bans, and that's what Siege is all about. How can we play with our guns, but then also how can we play with the strategy too?
Well, I like the lineup coming out from Tyloo. They are allowed to change operators around. I'm not seeing much of a change. I think Songla on the Azami is new. I don't remember seeing that previous before the rehost, so I'm excited to see what Songla can do with this powerful operator. It is...
This strategy with the ace ban is nice too, because a lot of teams don't run the Habano, so you can double reinforce off the dorms, like the inner games wall.
Yep.
And that often allows you to hard zone games harder, especially too with the Azami. You can foam up, create a fort in there.
So a good switch coming through from Songla. This is the most played operator here on this map, as the map starts to get entered by Chiefs. Neptune, the first one in. At the same time, Jkenna is starting to push in through Old Tower. So we're seeing a lot of different dimensions to this push early from Chiefs. The Zofia down below is something you talked about back on Nighthaven. It's not something we saw too much, but in the current meta, it can be so powerful to get that Zofia down below. 3 of those concussions can be devastating to anybody above.
It's just great vertical pressure too, because it's an instant. It's a ping and it's boom, 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 boom. They're dead. So you really have to be on your feet, light, and just making sure you're not staying in the same spot after being spotted. But it's even harder when you don't know there's a drone on you, because at this pro level, they're so good with their inactive drones in the prep phase, making sure they get good information and it's not exposed to be shot.
Well, Abe is going to be the first person into a bit of an engagement. He pops that Goyo canister and deals good damage onto Jkenna. He'll then back off to play around with the shotgun. So really good layering, Iconic. That's what we've been talking about all day long, about making sure that you can rotate back here on a map like Fortress. They've done a good job of that so far, almost at that halfway point through the map. Early damage onto player, early damage onto Jake. They really want to take this space, but it's been difficult so far with the Monty.
Pretty much going to come through. He's in the hearts. I don't think they know he's here right now.
Oh boy.
Bad timing though. Oh my gosh.
Wow, freebie from Abe. He does take down the Monty, and a second straight on the lunchbox. Oh no.
That's Looney Tunes right there.
Joviker does go down, but still this mute full HP finally overswings, and relays will shut him down, but the damage has been done from the mute player. They start to pick up Joviker. This could be a really big trap. They get the finish off. There's still the Warden close. Good Azami will
great team play. Pop the Goyo too.
Cover that retreat so he can get back towards his teammates. That's 60 seconds left on the clock, and Tyloo still sit with the man advantage. Now, Doha has not been able to get out fully. He still sits inside a briefing as his teammates are falling back towards the site, but it doesn't look like he's going to be punished, Iconic, because they are all rotating over towards Horse.
Yeah, not the best play they had right there. Kind of full doom stacking it across. Not much droning either. You know, you take a few seconds, you get that control for free, no death. Here in a 2v3, they don't have much util besides a Grim B, a smoke, and an EMP. They need to try to isolate one kill. Maybe use the smoke, isolate bathroom door, walk Horse Hall here. They've already used the Grim. They have a nice crossfire right now too.
Great weaponry on the attack, though. Hold on. They've got some opportunities. The Azami of Songla wants to go for a swing, and he will find the right timing. Takes down relays with a great headshot. So now player in the 1v3. He's a great player himself, but this is a tall task. He's got the defuse kit, but he needs to find someone to break through. Songla's creeping up on his left, but it's Doha close on the right side with the shotgun, which will shut things down. Tyloo off to an early lead.
And I think the key thing from Tyloo isn't the rat play, but it's the play to get the player out. You know, the Azami, the pop, the Goyo. I'm already seeing that teamwork just being incrementally shown. And it's very nice, and that's the key thing that's going to win you the close rounds.
Not going to be an easy matchup for Chiefs, despite the fact they're going up against an inexperienced opponent. This is a Tyloo team that have really proven themselves throughout CNL. Abe, of course, the key star player, getting those 2 early frags on the mute. You mentioned it, of course, it was that team play that gets them back, but even still, it's those early frags that are going to be able to start things off on the right foot for Tyloo. This is just a best of 1, don't forget, so these early advantages can spiral out of control very quickly.
Yes, and Jesse, I think Chiefs do need to lean into more of the info game right now. You have Snake, you have Deimos, and you have Dokkaebi up. At least one of those needs to be in the lineup, if not 2.
Yeah, I mean, we've even seen teams run all 3, right?
Yeah.
Just go crazy with the intel, try to clear out those roamers. Definitely something that was missing a little bit, but it looks like they want to lean more into the shield play. We're seeing Jake jump on the Monty here. He is the typical shield player that you'll see from this team.
Echo.
Goes over to the Blackbeard now, so still rocking that shield. It'll either be Jake or Lunchbox that generally play the shield on this team. They both have around a 30 or 40% pick rate on those shields, and oh god.
Tower.
You know, this strat shows up a lot in my Copper ranked games, Dave.
I feel like it's very nice though because it just makes him have to deal with something.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the time, like this person might think it's just a fake. He might just drop down, but then a lot of the time, so you can stay up here and just cause a problem.
It's going to be really annoying to try to clear him out with this position. If they did have a Deimos or something too, he's got the mute jammer. Not that it's being brought. You might be able to use some of those Grim Bees to ping him out, but it's really awkward to try to clear this player because you never know how aggressive he's going to be. He could have already left for all you know.
Echo drone too for that's beautiful right now.
Oh wow.
Wow, that's that's great team play. Echo drone going through the roof and they're peeking up top. And when do you ever in a pro ever talk about having to clear this guy out?
Right? Like, this is so unexpected to come through from Chiefs. They lose that first gunfight. It's perfect information from the Echo, and Abe is able to get another opening pick. Now things start to scramble on the side of Chiefs. They're really not so focused on clearing him out of that spot. They already lost one. They don't want to bleed more bodies, so...
Their info game's lacking, Jesse.
Yeah, they're entering in through the north. They're slowly trying to clear these angles with Jake on the shield. And again, I like this, but...
They're all gone. You know,
Yeah.
it's a ghost town.
Everybody's already retreated from these positions, so now Jake's just kind of taking the spot that's already been given up free for them. They're again trying to take this old tower, but
because he muted the door too, so you have to put the drone from the top. So it's just it's pure deception. Siege is a game of deception too, making them think you're somewhere where you're not.
really
The drone's still hopping.
they're wasting out this time too. So now it's down to 90 seconds. They're starting to just get in towards briefing. They'll have this space, but with 5 players on site, you're gonna have yokai cams, you're gonna have mute jammers, you're gonna have Kiba barriers. I mean, there's so much util you have to burn through, and you're doing it with a man down.
Just, yeah, I'm just not making much sense for me right now. The Habana's going on the wall with the thermite. Usually you want the Habana on the opposite side, getting the dorms wall open. But he has no pellets left here. The split's going to be hard. Yeah, they have no real direct pressure. Right here, you should be looking for a mattress end with the shield.
The yokai's so annoying. Just gets right through the Aurora door, starts pinging out this Blackbeard. It makes Jake's life really difficult up against those yokai cams, so he's going to have to find some way to get impact. 40 seconds here on the clock. Songla ratting inside the site. They have no idea. You could have seen him, but he's blocked by the reticle. There's relays. Equalizes things now with 30 seconds to go in a 4v4.
The bomb's still on the Blackbeard, though. They can power him. This is around.
Abe's got to do so much work close with the shotgun. They don't have a good way to force him back. They've already used the frag grenades from Jake, so they've got to find some other way to get through. Jackie, a great shot into Neptune, but the smoke grenade does come through. Will that enable some kind of a plant? Probably not, because Jake is still over towards briefing. Finds the gap, though. There's a trade onto Jackie, and now things get messy. Yovaker with 1v1 versus Lunchbox with 5 seconds to go. Lunchbox does not have the defuse kit, so he's got to just go for it. Shotgun in hand, but it's too long of a range. Running around the door, and that'll do it for Tyloo. A 1v1, 1 out on the time, and they'll start with a 2-0 lead.
Big last coming out from Tyloo. That's really good, too, to make sure you're just staying light and energetic in these games. Because sometimes you can just allow your body, your mind to get too tight, and that's not good for you. You have to stay loose. My boxing coach always reminds me, you got to stay loose so you can react.
No, it's been nice to see this team. They've been so creative through just 2 rounds.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at the way that they've played on some of these roam games. They're not afraid, despite the fact that this is their opening engagement. They're willing to take risks, like with Abe going up in that old tower, finding good opportunities to get kills. It's a great shot from Jackie Wu, and then again, this 1v1 from Yovaker, just really nicely played. He knew that the time was low. Chiefs sold out so much on that briefing side. barely does he survive. The NAT3 legend coming over to CNL finds value for his team.
And I think, too, they were a little bit desynced in that execute. The bomb was completely alone. If they had the bomb on the match store, I guarantee the Blackbeard gets in there.
Yeah.
The nuke's nowhere near for the C4. The Habana has it caught on the breach. Sometimes it's not always about being as fast, but in the end round, you're always going to have a chance to win, especially on Fort, when they give you those positions, when they give you that layer, because the cuts become extremely hard to hold. And it's just, you just have to make sure you put the right person in the right position, and that's the round right there.
Well, it's not the start the Chiefs were looking for, but they are on the attack, and Tyloo have done a great job of playing some of these top floor bomb sites. So now as we go into the tertiary, you've got to imagine this will be the best opportunity for Chiefs to get themselves up on the board. A 2-0 deficit from this position isn't the end of the world, but they have to be able to keep their mental up. They've only got 6 frags through those first 2 rounds, so they're looking to be able to answer back with a little bit more firepower. Abe, of course, is going on to that top floor. He's roaming alongside Yovaker and Jackie Wu. So some of the stars that we've already talked about in this game extending towards that top floor. You don't see this all the time on this site,
You see
Dave.
a Hori extension on this one. This site's one of the best tertiary sites, too. Honestly, it could be a main site for teams.
Some
It's a
teams
very
play it as a
difficult
main.
site.
Absolutely, it can be super popular for teams to come here. So the 3-0 is on the table for Tyloo. How do you want to see Chiefs break this open with such a heavy roam game up above?
Such a heavy roam game above. I would look to just split the gaps up top right now, because they're probably going to be playing the win con if you go Hori from the vert, from the hatch, just to shut that down. So either like having a play in the top and then having a horizontal lurk, because the people on the lower floor are going to be trying to help up, so you can have a lurk going in through sight while you clear it here.
Jackie Wu, the first one to fall. Relays
Yeah.
will get that one, and it's a great shot from Lunchbox as well to take down a base. That's the 2
Shields in.
kind of star players coming down from Tyloo.
Nice.
Another one from Lunchbox. We are swinging on the side of Tyloo, trying to get that man count back, but it is not coming up for their way. Now Songla and Doha are going to have to do everything in the 2v5, trying to rotate back up those old tower stairs to support their teammates, but the Goyo canisters start to work against them, and this is just not going to be an opportunity where they can flank up. So a 2v5 hold with 75 seconds, that's a tough ask.
Yes. Let's see how they end this round. It looks like Chiefs is a big fan of just kind of 5-man stacking together. They don't have much counter pressure, so it should be a simple execute from them. Maybe a little hatch drop here. Great vertical play. Last player's in med.
Yeah, Songla's got so much to worry about. Many different angles coming his way. He'll spot the player over towards cafeteria, but there's a guy on his hatch too. Finds this angle. It's 1 on the Neptune. 4 more to find, and it won't be his day. Player shuts him down in the 1v4. A great push coming through from Chiefs, and they are on the board after a successful top clear.
Yeah, so if I'm Tyloo, I try to recognize just there's no counter pressure, so you need to be able to just kill their info going into the initial zone, get out of that initial zone, and then retake space around the map, because they just don't have enough time in the round to actually like take their time with their 5-man clear. If they don't get any kills, they're going to have expended all of their utility, all of their time, all of their drones on those zones for nothing.
Been a close first quarter coming through from Tyloo and Chiefs, pretty much as close as you can get. We'll get the Blitz band to come through from Tyloo and the Azami. We haven't really seen a Blitz so far today.
I do feel like Blitz is one of the better shields, especially with just creating the space and just running it down, because if for these teams who like to front, the Blitz is a very good spearhead to just put kind of in the middle of your push to kind of make sure you can get in and then move the defenders into the cutting position. So it really gets rid of that initial spearhead. Whereas the Monty is kind of like, you're going to drop him, you're going to shield up, and you're going to walk at people. The Blitz is like, you're hopping him in somewhere and you're running it. You're running around, flashing, opening up the round for your team.
Been a great start from Lunchbox. He was a huge player in terms of the winning that 3rd round. One of the rookies that we talk about coming onto this team and playing at his very first international event. He's a player that, I'm told by the OCE casters, loves to get up out of his seat. After every single round win in OCE or round loss, he would get up and do a quick lap. Not able to do that as much here on LAN, unfortunately. So we were worried if that might tilt his mental a little bit, but I think Lunchbox has been great to start the day here, 6-1.
Seen a Jaeger shotgun coming out too. I'm interested to see where Jackie Wu's going to play.
He's currently over by, what is that, New Tower on the north side?
He's playing a connector.
I see.
This is a nice, because honestly, too, Jesse, you have to be very mobile in your defense, knowing if they want to go dorms over, if they want to go white over. If they want to go white, you kind of have to contest that initial entry spots a lot harder here. Neptune with the same vertical entry with the Zofia below. They're bringing out the snake with the info. This should be nice.
Yeah, they've got the tools that they need this time on the side of Chiefs. I like seeing Relays jumping onto this Snake. It's an operator that he can pilot extremely well. We often see Player jumping in on the Snake as well, but they've got a couple of different players who can run this op, so the options are there for them. Here on the extension, once again, we saw they go for a huge two-piece to start the game last time on this roam, but this time plays a little bit more passive. He's got the mirror window to support him on this roam, which is kind of cool.
They switched the flex wall too. The last time they had the flex wall on the far left, here they have it on the far right side so they can't get cut. So they are making adjustments into their strategy. It's a good thing to see from Tyler.
Going for that mirror window, I believe Player was just trying to pop it open, but he doesn't quite make it there in time. So the Twitch drone does get shot, and now they're going to have to find another way through that mirror position being held just towards briefing.
No Hibana. They shouldn't waste a can on this wall. They just need to walk the Blackbeard at the mirror and get rid of the mirror. Just punch it.
Yeah, there's nobody inside of dorms right now, so walking through, I mean, it does get your Blackbeard in, but you said it, like, this is wasting so much time. They're trying to do what you asked for, but unsupported. The Blackbeard's just getting his toes shot out. Jake down to half HP from that play. Here comes the support from back behind the mirror. The window's finally gone, but that took over half the round, and they're easily able to layer things back, get the reinforcement off. That's great from Tyler.
I just see they're not working well together right now, Chiefs. Zophia's below alone. They have these two people clearing. They might go for a little horse clear right now with the Blackbeard. Yeah, they're going to triple impact below here.
Just a little bit off the mark. Songla is low, so we really only need to land one or two of these charges from the Zofia, but doesn't have exact position. Songla deeper in towards the site. They spot him on the drone right there, and Neptune's in for the frag. That's the opening pick they needed. Now less than 60 seconds. They're going to start to work the position over towards Horse. Abe takes a lot of damage swinging out from Bathroom, so he's got to get back in and play towards his teammates. Here's a big swing coming in from Doha as well. He takes the secondary shotgun out, playing close range. It does win the day. It comes back down to the primary, and he finds that headshot straight to Lunchbox. So now we're down to the 4v4. That was the side pressure coming in from Chiefs. Most of these players still focusing over on this Horse side of the map to try to get in and get that space for their teammates, but they're so worried about this flank. Doha's got to be careful. He's being held from this position. Finally goes for the swing, but it's a miss from Jake. He's not able to hit the head. Here comes Chaos as Neptune gets his second of the round inside of Horse, looking for more inside the site. The time, the real big problem for Chiefs here, Dave. 10 seconds left, and it's a 2v2. Abe and Doha still inside the site, locking things down. It's a big frag 1v1 now for Neptune, but with 3 seconds, it's going to be another win on time if he can't find his frag, but yes, he does. Neptune at the last possible moment finds it with the pistol, and that's Chiefs on the board for 2.
Oh, what a round. I feel like right now, Chiefs can be a little bit more faster in their mid-round. You know, right there, they see Grim's being powered. They need to be faster to take the space forward. So if he needs to be faster to walk up right, I need to see him using his stuns more, because you can just see clear positions and then use the Blackbeard to really create the space and actually isolate these fights. So because the key on the attacking side is making sure you're going into the zones where you have the man advantage.
Right. Love seeing that from Neptune, of course, playing down below. Got that initial pick with that Zofia utility. Ends up being a quad kill from him there in the end. Just a huge pop-off, and deserved from a guy who's been grinding inside of OCE for so long. Of course, this is his international debut, but he started playing back in Pro League for 2023. Wow. So it's been a couple of years now, and he's just gotten on better and better OCE teams over the years. Finally, he gets on the Chiefs. No doubt the best team that he's played on his pro career. And now here internationally, he's doing what people knew he was capable of for so long down under.
And sometimes in your career, it takes time to reach the events, but at any point in your career, whenever you reach that next level, you know, it's meant to be, you know, you can't really force the qualification. It happens. You guys have to work for it and just keep pushing.
So what you're telling me is that Karn's time is coming?
Possibly.
Okay.
There is a world in where Karn will make it.
Okay.
But Karn is one of the people I've seen. He's been going at it for so long now.
He's got to hold the record.
Yes. So he just has to keep holding it down for the people. And if he keeps going, you know, I'm hoping a world where he'll make it.
Well, if we've seen success stories like Neptune coming through, maybe there's hope for Karn as well to make it to the big stage one day. But for these two teams, I mean, what a crazy game we've had so far here, Dave. 2-2 apiece. Could easily be 3-1 for Ty Lu if not for the heroics that we just witnessed from Neptune. A little bit of a tech pause here, getting things sorted out just briefly for us. But I mean, what do you want to see from adaptations on the side of Chief coming into these last 2 rounds on the attack? Because it does feel like Ty Lu have played the better game so far.
Yes. For Chiefs, I think it just needs to make sure that in their opening round, whether it's in the phase where they're leading to clear up the mirror, having an extra person with them, so it just speeds it up. you're maybe not taking at least a whole minute and a half to get that mirror hit.
Yeah.
And you're transitioning into your actual play faster. And then when Ty Lue is making these power plays back against you and they're leaving gaps in their strategy, you're making sure you're ready to take them. And I think that's just unawareness on their part because of their info game, not knowing where they are, where the gaps are actually being placed. Because a lot of the time, say like I'm coming into a game and attacking, and you know I'm going to put pressure on white side, I'm going to put pressure on the old tower side, I'm going to put pressure horse, I'm going to make sure they layer this. You can kind of theorize the positioning of where they're going to be and how the reaction is going to happen. So like if you hear from the Grim that two people are powering briefing, there's going to either be a gap horse or going to be a gap white or going to be a gap con. Like they cannot hold everything just due to the amount of bodies. So being an IGL, it's able to recognize that. And a lot of the time you can just call people and just you kind of don't know it's clean, but you know it's clean, and you just kind of have to just take the risk and go for it.
It's been interesting as well because we've seen like so much adaptation and flexibility coming out from Ty Lue. Like through 4 rounds, they've really shown 4 kind of different strategies. Even when they repeated the same bomb site, they had a very different look to that primary bomb site with the mirror coming in that second time. So it always keeps Chiefs on their toes. It's not like you can read into the last round and say, oh, well, this time they had this rat play that we can now punish. It's like it completely changes every single round. And it's going to make things difficult for this young Australian team who don't have that experience at an international level, who maybe haven't had as much experience going up against this many different strats in a single game. Obviously, it happens down in OCE as well, but it's a different level here on land versus international opponents.
Of course. And that's the thing about Siege is beautiful now with so many different operators that there's so much variation you can throw out.
Right.
There's so much that you can do with your lineup and what you want to give and what you want to play for. And it's just about making sure on the attacking side, you're trying to recognize what they're going for, what their win con is, and also to what their Mukugi is. And Mukugi, it's the weak point on a samurai sword. There's a weak point in every piece of strategy. There's a gap in every piece of strategy. So making sure that you're able to identify that and actually tap into that. Because if you go for a weak point in the strat, a lot of the times the defense they know where it's going to be, usually the good team. So you can force them into reacting. And if you know kind of how they're going to react, you kind of get into that game of ARC, you call it arcing, where your action, their reaction, and how you're going to counter their reaction. So you're thinking like 3 levels deep. So in chess, if you move your pawn, they move their knight, you're moving boom, 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 and you already know what's happening. And that comes down to just the teams being in sync with knowing their strategy fully, and also as a player, taking that next level and getting really deep into the strategy. We hear Wildcard say it a lot, that all of their players are really intentful in the strat book. And when they're in the strat book and when they're in the plays and X's and O's, knowing the movements, it makes it so much easier on the IGLs being able to call that. Because if you know like, okay, this is happening, and he's calling, it's just like, okay, I'm here. Like, I'm doing it. Instead of like, you're just kind of sitting there and he has to fully say it, then you take a few seconds like, oh, okay, let's do it. But the gap is instant.
Right.
You know, it's a few seconds you get in each round to make it. So you really have to be able to identify it and go for it and not be afraid.
And I feel like what you're describing right now is really like what the highest level of Siege is all about, right? It's about who can find that gap, who can read their opponent's reactions better, who can think one level deeper, right? And we certainly see that in the grand finals of the biggest tournaments in the world. When you've got 2 younger teams like Ty Lue and Chiefs, how common do you think it is to go that deep with it? Like, is this something that you expect the players of and coaching staff of Chiefs and Ty Lue to be like actively talking about and thinking about? Or do you find that more so comes in at the higher levels of Tier 1?
I mean, I'm already seeing that they're trying to adjust that strategy. So I feel like it just comes down to the team, how well they're actually playing Siege. But with Ty Lue, you saw it with their mirror adjustment. You know, the guy, he got stuck in there. The next round, they flexed the wall on the other side. They have the mirror there just so it's a safer layer extension. But with Chiefs, I'm not really seeing the X's and O's of like, okay, they're making this reaction, let's do this off of that. You know, this is more or less they called, we're going to hit this mirror, we're going to clear horse, and then they kind of just do the horse clear and end the round. They don't really let the defense influence too much of their reaction.
Sure.
Because there's a catch. Like, you have to make sure you're not overreacting, but then you have to make sure you're actually reacting, because if you're not reacting, you're not going to have a gap anymore. You're just going to be sitting there.
Of course, yeah. Well, it's certainly going to be interesting, like, to see how this continues to go down. I love your breakdown so far, Dave. This is our second time casting together after earlier today. It's been very fun to have you on the mic, I gotta say. It's been great hearing all of your insights and the deeper level that we don't always get on the broadcast, right, about how some of these mind games go at the highest level. It's been really nice to listen to you.
No, because it's really 360 with the teams. You know, it's from the point when you wake up how you're treating your body, the fueling you're doing, and then obviously just how well your team is preparing mentally, individually, and that adds in because it's a cohesive unit on stage. You know, it's kind of like Pacific Rim where you're in the kaiju and you need that syncrasy to be fighting. Like if one of your teammates is feeling a bit weak, you're not going to be playing as well. So you have to make sure you're able to recognize your teammates' cues. And we would spend constant time, like especially when you're in real life with your teammates, being able to identify. So like basically when I was playing a lot, like Call It would know, like if my fist bumps would go kind of limp, he would know I would be in my head just over analyzing things. If foe would start to ruffle his jersey, he would know. So like the coach would have different triggers to be able to pull players back into the moment, and that's all important just to be able to actually keep producing a consistent product.
It's crazy to hear all the impact the coach can have as well inside a game, right? Like you just hear the talk timeouts really for these squads, but the coach does so much in terms of setting up the strategies, of course, but reading the body language of their players, knowing what they need, right? Sometimes players need to be told, hey, you're doing this wrong. Fix it in this way. Sometimes they already know that, and the coach needs to come in and maybe just fix the mental a little bit. That might be part of the job of Nate, of course, head coach here for Chiefs. He's a player a coach that's been in the OCE region for quite a bit of time now, through 2024, 2025, 2026, and even way back in the day. We saw him coaching on some teams like Okami. Was a coach back at the Montreal Major as well when Chiefs qualified to that in 2024. So it's not his very first LAN experience, but of course that major not super successful for Chiefs, going out in the Swiss phase a little bit earlier than they might have hoped. So this is another opportunity for not just the players, but the coaches to gain that experience, to get back into the game and to level up their own play style as well. Yeah,
and I feel like too, it's very important to not kind of put too much pressure on one major, because there was plenty of times in my career where you would come into a major and you wouldn't have that success, but it's always about being able to understand what went wrong and how you can improve for the next time. So if you're looking to do that, and if you're looking to improve incrementally every day, because in all honesty, you have to think about it, throughout this whole year, all these teams are competing not just today, but they're competing every day against each other to make sure, you know, they're not working overly hard or not taking it too easily, but they're having that consistent growth each day to actually make sure they're improving as a team and as individuals inside and outside of the game.
Well, again, I'll go over the stakes for this matchup, Dave, as we do have an A stream going on alongside our B stream. That A stream has Shopify Rebellion versus Al Ula Club going on right now as we speak. So if you're looking for something else to bide your time as we load into this matchup, certainly go ahead and check out that matchup. The winner of Chiefs versus Tyloo will play the winner of that game, and the loser of this game will play the loser of that matchup. So no matter who you're supporting, there will be a future opponent in the other game. But for now, it looks like we're all set up once again. Round 5 of Fortress is being loaded into as we speak, so we'll get you guys back into the game. Again, we really do appreciate your patience here in this matchup. It's critical that everything works as intended for this game, because there's so much on the line. These two teams desperate to get their first win in the tournament.
I mean, it's a big best of one, because I feel like a lot of the time, like, you have to think about it. These teams who don't come into boot camp before, a lot of the phase 1 teams aren't boot camping. Maybe Shopify, who have like a bigger budget. But you're coming in after a long travel day, having to get your mental right and actually be able to perform on this game day. And if you do lose, like you said, you're going into an elimination game really fast.
No, it can be really scary. Things can spiral out of control very quickly. We saw it from Falcons last year even, Dave, where they were out on, I believe, the first day of competition, and sometimes one bad day is all you need here at the Esports World Cup. You have to be ready to show up at every possible moment. So,
and there's ways, too, with your performance coach, like you plan for that, especially like when we went into our Gamers 8. We would know, like, if we had a game in the morning and we won, making sure you know good protocols to make sure you can reset yourself to come back for another best of 3 later that day. So it's all in the details.
Well, we'll load back into round 5. The defense have chosen their ops. We're ready, and we're locking and loading with the attackers. Songwa on the Clash. This is an interesting one, I feel, for this bomb site. How do you feel about it, Dave?
The Clash is really good, especially when the smoke's down, because you can stall the old tower side. Especially with the shield being up and the glass play, you can really sit back and hard zone this vending position, and as you see, it becomes very strong because you can shut down the wall and you can shut down the old tower lane. So that's 2 gaps that the Clash can cover it. You can plant that shield deep, and it becomes very hard to clear, especially now they don't have a Capital, they don't have the Zofia, they have no true displacement for this Clash. No Warden though, so the glass is extremely strong right now.
They've got Neptune down below, but of course, as long as you're in this hallway, that whole floor is hard, so you're not going to be able to do much with the Buck down there. If he does get back into sight, there might be an opportunity, and that's where we see Neptune already trying to find this value. A little bit of early damage on a Doha, but not quite enough to be able to get that frag. Instead, it's these magnets coming through from the Wamai. This operator buffed just recently, and we're seeing so much Wamai play because of that buff that come through. Already with that, the Flores drone, he'll get the magnet
time.
And of course the Goyo canister as well. So the util clear so far has been really strong from the Chiefs, doing a good job of clearing out this utility, not so worried about anybody inside sight, but they've got to start working on some of these picks as well. They haven't really committed to that north side roam clear.
Yeah, they're going slow right now with the milk.
Let's try something else.
I think they're going to do a common play we've been seeing is the glass pushing through this main breach. But the Clash is going to shut this down. They're going to flash the Clash out here. Going to allow the glass to walk. They're going to split Old Tower too. I think Grim's in the gap. Grim, go, 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 go.
Oh man, this is going to be close. Doha finds the first pick straight onto the Flores, and then Lunchbox dies as well. The coordination not what it needed to be. Player will get one back straight onto Jackie Wu, but this is getting messy. Neptune's got to come up to try to support his teammates here in the main push. It's chaos on the vending window, but Player comes out on top, stopping that aggression to come through. 2v2 now at the bottom of small tower, trying to make their way inside the site. Neptune left alone in the 1v2, and as Abe takes down Player, that's the Glad's going to be taken off the board. Neptune could maybe threaten to plant, but not when he's in the grave. Abe, really nice final frag there, and it's going to be another round for Tai Lu.
Great crossfire right there. They had the Clash being able to be posted. They had the Wamai protecting, the Goyo playing close breach, and also to the Goyo playing on the briefing door to stop the Old Tower cross. It was a very, very nice play. Because a lot of the times on that extension, you have to make sure you can either play it aggressively, glow side with the smoke, because that actually gives you the assault potential. But like you said, with the Clash being up, you can kind of back the zone up and make them really have to clear deep into the hallway because the shield gets a lot weaker. A lot of the times, if you spot a Clash, it's nice to bring Monty EMP so you can just EMP and walk at the Clash yourself. But without that, the Monty becomes very weak against the Clash.
Yeah, they really had no good answers for the Clash. Like, I know eventually they did end up going down, but like no EMPs, as you said. There was no nades or anything to force them to pick up the shield and play a little bit more passive. Instead, that shield was just down, dealing damage and causing some chaos throughout the whole round.
We saw Clash getting outside too, getting active.
Yeah. You'll love to see it coming out. Now, we'll be seeing in our sixth and final round here, the final defense for Tai Lu at the very least. Of course, the bomb site has to change up, and they choose to go downstairs. They could have gone back to office and bathroom, but they choose to play this tertiary site instead. You already said you like this bomb site. Do you agree with this choice from Tai Lu?
Yes, of course. I just think their strat was a little bit weak. You know, the top floor. The main good thing about this strat is being able to layer and play horizontal. And you kind of have like a 4-man horizontal scheme. You have the med hard zone, you have the floater in between, you have the dining hard zone, and you have the hammam hard zone. And you usually have like maybe a soulless solo roamer above who can create that pressure if they don't clear him. But then if they do clear him, can create a problem and get out and get that ghost effect to not know, is there someone up top or not? You know, it creates this level of deception that we love about Siege.
Doha, 2 castle barricades in his pocket. He will put one there on the laundry door after starting with the top floor roam and then falling off of it quite early. I kind of like that, right? You're able to layer this and make your way down the hatch, and once you put that castle barricade back up, you know nobody's following you down that hatch because there's a castle barricade right in front of them, even if they do. So kind of a nice play from Doha.
Been seeing a lot of pro teams experiment with that too in NA and scrims with double castles. Like you clear a castle, they wait for you to go away. They have the other castle in the pocket.
Okay. Well, he's used that second castle barricade as well, so there won't be any way to try to pressure him out of that position. This is ratty from Jackie Wu, the most experienced player on Tai Lu, and he will just sit inside the bathtub. They have no idea that he's taken this position. It's a free pick. Oh, but did they just see him? Yes, they did. Relays spots him on the timing. Unlucky for Jackie Wu. He was sitting on the mute jammer too, but gets hard punished by Relays, and that's a man advantage coming through for the Chiefs.
Going for a top take, the Sins, Thatcher. They're probably going to clear through med after this. Fuse is good, clears any Goyos, any traps beneath the hatch. Straight and kill. Oh, they ran. They're messing the site up right now.
Oh boy, this vert has been so devastating. Even with the fuse charges from Jake, they've got some really creative ways to cause havoc. Upstairs, of course, the Ram doing some damage too. This is going to be really difficult for Tai Lu with a lot of their site positions really being forced away from them. They still have infirmary control. Doha's been moving back there, of course, on that castle, but you've got these Sens walls to try to block off some of those angles. So going for a plant here could find success from the Chiefs.
Looks like they want to just go walk down laundry and plant on the door with those Senses, not doing meta clear. That could get a little weak because because you're kind of giving yourself not too much space to work with.
Sure.
I feel like right now with the hatch control, you can just flash the guy in med, do a little reverse clear from med with a few shield hopping the window. But let's see how they want to end this.
Neptune with the defuse kit, going to want to make his way in towards the site. Still going for some breaches. These castle barricades have been so annoying for them.
Central walk's very good right now.
30 seconds. Here's the push coming through from the Chiefs, trying to make their way in towards the site. In now, past the fire. They're surviving through it. The chunk of fire doesn't deal a lot of damage, so they just power their way in. But Abe takes down Jay, gets Songlo with another one. They deny that plant to go for the verticality, not working out for the Chiefs, and they've now lost their most important asset. The defuse kit hits the ground. 10 seconds to go here. Songlo holding the door. They're trying to make their way in through Medbay, but it's still being held by Doha. They each get one apiece, leaving Lunchbox in the 1v3. A difficult position, and Doha finds the final frag with a super shorty. A beautiful defense to end the half from Tai Lu.
Yeah, very good. Very clean. I feel like it was just, again, a weak execute from Chiefs. They didn't use their map control to the best of their ability.
Right.
Even the Sins too, because what's strong about the med player is the people deep oven and deep sight have the full line of sight to help the med player.
Yeah.
But with the Sin, you can cut all of that off and actually just be able to isolate the medical player. And if you isolate that guy, you have just so much more plant potential. You can actually plant underneath the hash, you can plant closer to the bomb, or you can plant where they tried to plant. But instead, they only put the Sins there.
Yeah.
They put them there right, not even on execute, but a few seconds before they execute, so they're already telegraphing where they want to end. And you see that Tai Lu, they're pinging the plant spot, they're flaming the plant spot. They know exactly what they want to do.
It felt like the early round from Chiefs was often quite strong. They were able to get some good map control, but a lot of those executes maybe leaving a bit to be desired. Had some really low time rounds, one of which they even won. I mean, this could be a 5-1 if we didn't see that massive clutch from Neptune. So a scary spot to be in. At the silver lining here, Chiefs will move on to the defense side, and they can be a quite formidable defensive team. Tai Lu struggled with just a 45% offensive win rate in CNL this stage, so it has been the weaker side for them. But here in a map like Fortress, you have to imagine, I mean, 3 attacks, that's doable for the CNL squad.
Of course. 2 fort, it becomes, there's 2 different styles of fort, because you either have a team who's playing extremely passive on you, and you kind of have to take the space. You kind of let them simmer. You can take the space, and then it becomes very strong at the end of the round, because you have it's a very lane heavy. You know, if you get one cut, you can kind of cut a bunch of people being able to rotate and help stop the plant. So it's just very important on the attacking side to be able to recognize the different positions, the different combinations you can go for at the end of the round. But then if it's a much faster paced game, there's a lot more extensions. You have to make sure you're kind of pulling them apart, and then you're creating the gaps in the middle with either destroying the traps on like the loaf window for the hop into briefing, or on the courtyard door is a really big gap on especially the top sites. So it's just making sure you're able to see which win con the defense wants to go for, and you're really playing into that on your attacking side.
We're almost done here. This is the halftime timeout, of course, between the 2 halves, where teams get 2 minutes to talk with their coaches about how they want to play this second half coming through to things. It's good to see Abe as well, kind of stepping up as the main fragger for Tai Lu. I believe he was 9-4 after that first half. It doesn't feel like he's been the only player popping off and single-handedly carrying. Like, there's been a real team effort from Tai Lu to be able to come through and win a lot of these rounds, but it's nice to see your fraggers fragging, of course. Operator Man's coming through. We've got the Kaid and the Ying to start things off. Are we going to see Kaid Bandits? No. How do you feel about these bans?
It's nice. The Clash, it's a good op. I feel like if you want to play a lot of shields, it helps you, so like you don't have to worry about that at all. And also, Clash is one of the best defenders at just having to make sure if they're hiding it, you know. And then if you don't know, you kind of sometimes have to make sure you have utility just to deal with it. And also, too, it's just a big stall. It really eats up a lot of time having to clear through that, and you can rotate the Clash around so much easier now because it's so mobile. You can plant your shield, you can sprint, you can plant your shield again, you can be everywhere at once really with the Clash. You can be very fluid. Denari, Mira, Mew, Azami. Nice line coming out.
Denari not running the Scorpion. I don't know if you see that there.
Yeah.
How do you feel with this gun?
I feel like the FMG's good, but the Scorpion is just one of the best guns in the game.
Yeah.
Like I feel like if you're not running it, it's kind of a troll.
Fair enough. Well, listen, player, he's a very experienced player himself, and he should know what he's doing here, so I'll trust him. I'll trust him to play his gun. We won't judge before we see it in his hands. His first ever debut LAN was actually the Esports World Cup last year, along with his teammate Relays on Enterprise. And of course, as we mentioned in the pregame, didn't win a map back during the last Esports World Cup. Certainly the Australian fans hoping for a little bit more success here now with two representatives, both EP and the Chiefs, playing here at the Esports World Cup. So there will be more opportunities to make deep runs, but you have to be able to win these early games against weaker opponents. It's only going to get tougher after this match versus Ty Lue. So Chiefs hoping to bounce back on the defense now.
Let's see, they're going to be doing the games layer. They don't have the wall open. Blast, the Deimos, they have good verticality with the Deimos and the Zofia.
Right.
It'll be extremely annoying to play horse. The Striker's also good too because you get these nades to clear the traps off. They might put the glass through courtyard looking to eye up right now. It's going to be an awkward split to deal with.
That nade also doesn't find what it's looking for with that Denari tripwire. That one will, so it takes off the one angle, but even still, the other part of this L-shaped hallway is going to be still trapped up with those Denari wires, so you've got to be careful about what map control you're really able to take here on the side of Ty Lue. You mentioned it, I mean, this pressure has been kind of coming into the old tower side on the south, but now they've got a lot of players kind of focusing on this main north side too, so a lot of different pressure.
Great attack start. They're really putting pressure all around the map, clearing util.
Surface secured.
So you still don't know where they're going to end. They gave this side. They're taking this map space.
Great Flores drone. They just get the timing on that with Jake not watching at the last moment. Here comes a nade as well. Might try to clear out some more of these Kiba barriers. He could go for the reinforcements here. They still have one left in pocket, but he's wasting so much time before he does. And now I think with those flashes, it's just too dangerous. So Jake's going to have to back off. 75 seconds on the clock and all 10 still alive.
One thing they did, though, is they had him run away with the Deimos, and they refilled the position with a new player, no track. So misinformation game coming out. Chiefs.
Here comes player on a difficult angle. He's got too many things to look at, and Dohawk finds the first frag here at the second half. Takes down the player on Chiefs that's been so devastating so far through this stage. Now Jake hoping to get one back, playing behind his teammate on this mirror window. The smoke makes it awkward. Jackie Wu here with the glass, hoping to find a free pick as they get in through horse, but the magnets have caught it, and Jackie just gets slammed by Jake. So that's going to put us back down to the 4v4. Hoping to find some success. Does walks his way in through horses. They know the player is close. Neptune just around the corner. I don't think they have information on this. They might not even need it as Jake is frying. There's the info they don't have. Neptune takes down Songla in a 2v4. This is so much to ask for. Trade back on a Neptune, but 20 seconds and Yovakur's gone down. Leaves it all on the Bay. He's been so good today, but not quite enough in round 7. Chiefs take the first round of the second half.
Big round from Jake. Good to see him get in the game. He's off the shield, so he's shooting.
Jake, an old school veteran of the OCE scene. I won't quote who it was, but one of the members of the Australian community said, "I'm honestly surprised he's made it here after after grinding for so long," which I thought was a bit disrespectful. But listen, the OCE community is one of the most fun ones that we have in Rainbow Six. So
you have to have the will for competition. So.
Absolutely, and proven himself on the biggest stage, despite what his doubters might be saying about him. I mean, again, it just felt like all around on this defense, the final execute just not being good enough for the attacking team. We saw it on that first half with Chiefs, again here in the second half. Ty Lue not able to make things work despite that horse push coming in their way. The Glass play especially not really finding much value.
He got ripped off the angle by Jake, so it just, all of that pressure got snapped away from you right then and there.
Well, we should be loading here in towards the second round of the second half, and again with Ty Lue versus Chiefs. Loser of this is not out of the tournament, but they will move to that lower bracket where they will be playing later today for their lives. This one just a best of 1. Every match after this will be that best of 3, so you've got a couple of good opportunities to try to pull things back. There will, in Phase 2, be a couple more best of 1s that we'll have to play through, but at least in terms of narrowing this field of 8 down to just 2, you'll have best of 3s the rest of the way forward. So, lots to play for, lots to be worried about. How much do you think, just as we pause for a brief moment here, Dave, how much do you think the LAN experience of playing CNL in person on LAN is going to affect things for not just Ty Lue, but the other CNL teams here at this event?
I feel like it just gets you very comfortable with the game because LAN is obviously it's LAN. There's no delay. It's very live. The game really it works extremely proper.
Right.
There's no fluff. And there's not a lot of jiggling. You know, online you can really jiggle, you can manipulate with the swings, but on LAN it's a very clean game, so it's really just about sticking with it and just going with the gap and with the flow. and you can't really worry about too much. So I feel like it really gives them a little bit of edge, just knowing, how some of the gunfights work, how some of the mechanics work, how you have to take the angles, because a lot of the time you kind of use more of your gun barrel with your peaks more or less than actually being able to fully see someone, because online you can kind of jiggle the corner and see someone, but in the game on land, if you jiggle and give them that time to see your head, you're dead.
Right.
But you have to really use your gun barrel to bait the shots out, and then that's really the main mechanic that kind of goes away. It's just a jiggle peeking. But kind of Hashan peeking has kind of changed the game in that sense, being able to just a different way to collect that info without exposing yourself fully.
It's interesting as well because Tyloo, they've got that LAN experience. They've been able to play throughout stage 1 in the kickoff on LAN for CNL. And then you look at Chiefs, they're from the OCE region. And not only are they not playing on LAN, but a lot of times they're scrimming people on 150, 200 ping, like doing the best they can against some of the other APAC teams. Like, it can be really tough sometimes to find that LAN experience as an Australian squad in particular, even more so than maybe NA or EU teams coming through. So score there 4-3 in this matchup as Tyloo have a very small lead. They've kind of been in control of this game since the beginning, right? It feels like
it was a good round though from Chiefs right there.
It was.
I feel like right there, Tyloo weren't really doing much to actually like clear through the space. They smoke an ISO the mirror, but there wasn't any breaching on the mirror. They didn't push anyone back off the mirror. It was just a smoke and that was it. So making sure that you're actually not kind of giving them the round, because I felt like player was in too much of an aggressive position for what they were doing. They weren't really putting enough pressure to actually give away that kill. So making sure if you do give away kills, it's making sure it's at a crucial point in the round and they're actually having to work for it and clear through and not outside the map, because they didn't really get their foothold in and they were going for that horseplay. But I feel like the horseplay is a little bit stronger with like a Blackbeard maybe coming up the hall like we saw with the impact below. They were just kind of desynced with the top white player too, because they had great pressure, but the actual taking of the map space was a little bit weak from them.
Well, round 8 is about to begin. We can see the players loading on in and choosing their operator. So let's jump back into the matchup. A question before we get too deep into it. Could you argue that Chiefs are maybe even in the better position? Because yes, they're down by a round, but that last attack from Tyloo wasn't super confidence-inspiring, and we know from the stats that the attacking side has been their biggest problem throughout the stage.
Yes, I feel like especially too with the K Clash ban, you're going to have so much up. You're going to have the Wamai, you're going to have the mirror, you're going to have all the traps up, you're going to have a zombie up, so there's so much variation in your strats you could run, and it's going to be extremely hard just playing up against all the best operators, really.
Well, we'll see what this defense looks like coming through from Chiefs now. Up against Tyloo, of course, we got to see in that first half a lot of pushes from Chiefs that went somewhat direct onto this site, not maybe taking as much map control, but you can go either way with it, just based on this defensive lineup that you're looking at. Do you want to see Tyloo clear the full top floor, or do you want to see them go more direct?
Ready for action.
This line, they're going to be playing Hori, 2 C4, 3 C4s actually. The Lamar's probably going to be playing Med. Med is going to be hard. Probably go for a lobby clean right now. And then you're going to be able to have a guy lurking above. They have no vert for it though, but you can have that guy just take the pressure. So I feel like they should do a lobby sweep right now. Get the opening kill, and then off of that, you can really look to execute site, or you can go into a Med clear. The Med clear is always a bit iffy just because it's just, it's the main point of the defense. If you go for Med, they're going to stop you. If you go for Hammam, they're not going to fully rotate to fight you. You're going to be able to get a kill and get out with your rank out.
Bomb site up above here too, so we're going to have to see them try to work some angle up on the second floor.
I thought it was waiting, actually.
That's okay. Hammam maybe less important on this bomb site.
No, then for this, I mean, they're looking for a sweep right now. That's what they're set for. Yeah, outside of horse, they're going to walk the Monty through Con, clear across right now. I honestly feel like, though, with the glass up and no ward in play, I feel like the old tower could have been a good play. Let's see how they use this shield to create the space right now.
This extension is looking really tough to break through on the side of Chiefs. I mean, they've got this really good setup from the sentry inside of Office. Now Neptune locking things down over towards Horse. They're playing really well as a duo, Relays and Neptune, hoping to be able to close things out, install this Monty. It's very difficult for Doha, but he's starting to make his way through the hallway now. Mirror window is open. He's got the Nitrocell in hand, but here's Lunchbox, crept his way up through the hallway and finds Yoviker not looking. Here's another fight from Songlo. The F2 comes out on top on this one, and now against the Monty, things get really difficult for Neptune. He falls to the pistol, and it's a man advantage for Ty Lue. This has all come their way. Lunchbox, the only player with a kill so far on the side of Chiefs. He will have to retreat back down through the hallway, get towards his site players, Jake and Player, but the damage has been done. Ty Lue a really good early clear.
You know, just a sweep across right now, keeping the bodies together. They're just walking off the Monty, played great off the shield, got 2 opening kills from it. Now it's just about picking the right execute, making sure you're not walking into a stack, into a play that they're creating. I try to power. Yeah,
Wow,
that's nice.
That's really important from
Through the
Player.
flames.
Equalizes the man count, drops the diffuser, takes out the Monty, probably the most important pick he could have gotten, and nobody is there to cover him, so a little bit disconnected on the side of Ty Lue. A mistake taken advantage of by Chiefs, and with that play, this whole round is just turned on its head. Now Chiefs are going to have to, Ty Lue, I should say, are going to have to find some other advantage inside this round. Here comes the play. Abake just goes down in the breach, not able to find the frag on a lunchbox that he was hoping for. Jackie Wu with the diffuse kit playing next to Songla. They're just trying to work their way in the site, but they don't know about Player's position. Close on the door, hits the shots that he needs to, and Player with a massive round to tie the game for Chiefs.
Yeah. Amazing end round from Chiefs. I feel like 2 Chiefs recognizing their play. They killed the horse guy walk in. That's the main cut. Stopping their fallback. So recognizing that and saying, okay, the Wamai can actually get out with his life. So they're not really having any lurk pressure. So making sure you can actually fall back without giving those picks can be a nice little thing you can go into in the second half to really throw off your opponent.
The execute continues to be the big issue for both of these teams, really, in the late round. Despite, again, some early successes, they're not able to convert that advantage. I really think Player swinging out and getting that pick into the Monty was just devastating for the push to come through without that spearhead. But listen, that's the game you got to be ready for. Those are the swings you need to be expecting on the side of Ty Lue. They weren't ready for it, and so it's good punish to come through. Now on this tertiary site, this is where we saw Chiefs finally get on the board on their attacking half. If Ty Lue don't win this, I really start to fear for their chances.
Yeah, I'm doing a top extend right now. Solus. The Moosey's Knight too for the side. The Warden's great.
10 seconds to go.
So they triple reinforcement off dining side. They're going to give this side. They're going to board off lower central. So it's going to be a very hard top extension. Maybe Solus one calling from above. Let's see.
Attackers are heading out to the
I like the Solus. I feel like we don't see this too often in North America, playing above.
Could be a little med ISO right now with the glass, the cap, and the gridlock.
Moved the glass over. It was Jackie Wu who played it the last time they tried to attack on that primary bomb site. Now they're giving it over to Yovaker instead. You don't see too much glass play coming out from this team on this bomb site, but they're always willing to change things up, always willing to give something another go. We'll see what this extension looks like again with Jake up on this top floor. He doesn't really play the Solus on this site, so this is something that they might not be expecting on the side of Ty Lue.
And I feel like the Solus too is really strong in this meta because there's just a lot of info game you have to be going for. So you're seeing the live drones, what's spotting you, what's not spotting you. Especially too, you get to see just the entropy of the round shape with the Solus scanner. You get to see where they're looking to take info in, seeing what they're looking at, where they're on cams droning. You get to see so much, and as an IGL, it helps you really shape what they want to do so you can counter it just purely from the scanner's sense.
LeBay has made his way into Laundry. He's holding the hatchet. They do want to use that as an escape route to get back towards the site. That might be a sneaky play that they're not ready for, but Chiefs, they show no signs of wanting to leave, and as this rotate starts to come through, it's the staircase instead that makes it happen. Doha dies jumping out of that med window, so he should get picked up. Yeah, the Thorn Trap should be fine. There's nobody to really capitalize on that, but it's more time waste coming out from Ty Lue. It's going to take a little bit of time for them to rotate someone all the way over. Lunchbox eyeing up this hatch as well. He's got to be careful. It was a Bay that was holding it, but I believe he's left the building, so no longer is this angle being held by the attackers.
Get the opening kill.
Good start. I like this impact. The Lion scans finding a lot of players' positions, but that's not going to matter too much. Here's a pick from Jackie Wu now. 2-man lead for Ty Lue. This is going to be tough to battle back from for the Chiefs. They've got to find some way back into it, but Lunchbox goes down as well. It's one player on the site, one player up above, and even Neptune not really on the site. He's a little bit farther. Oh, Jake, he's got the perfect opportunity, but he's watching the doorway. He doesn't see him, and he escapes right back out. If he gets the plant, then it'll all be worth it, though. 1v5, and this is winnable. Stops the defuse from going down, but now he's being held. They get that defuse kit out of dodge, and no longer can you hold it from the vert play. Jake will have position on where it's being going going down, but just misses it on the time. Doesn't quite have the opportunity to stop that plant. A 1v5 that almost looked doable for Jake will now turn into an impossible task. They know exactly where he's at. They've got one player top floor to make sure he doesn't walk down those stairs. Otherwise, they can just wait for this hatch drop. There's nothing Jake will be able to do as he falls down this hatch. Here he comes, and there he goes. Doha finds that final frag. A good attack from Tai Lu.
A little bit of desync there coming out from Chiefs. Relays went for that hop out. His teammate wasn't peeking off of him. Maybe if they get that trade, it becomes a lot more winnable. But it's very difficult. It was just a very slow clear coming out from Tai Lu. They didn't really give them many chances to get opening kills on them. They were really just going for that med clear. Honestly, Chiefs just need to read into that, say that if they're going to front up again, we just need to make sure we're not giving them those kills. And if we are making plays, really making sure they're in sync, because that's the key thing, making sure you're going for the trade actually. Right then and there, they made an aggressive play, but they didn't have any trade potential with it. It's just a solo play. It's a hero play. You have to make sure you're going for the win con, especially too, if Jake is still above with the Solus, the play doesn't even need to be made until he's actually in a spot where he can't deny the plan.
Right. Yeah, I felt like the positioning was so good for Jake there. If he has slightly different timing, I mean, even in the 1v5, that was potential.
If he gets those, because he had a chance for 3.
Yeah.
The bomb, the glass, and the gridlock.
Exactly.
If he gets those 3, it's winnable.
Well, that's attack timeout used by Chiefs. Head coach Nate is likely telling the players exactly what you were just mentioning about finding those opportunities, playing together. If they're going to make aggressive plays like that, they know that this Tai Lu team has not had the most success when going for the executes. So that's got to be the game plan for Chiefs. Force them into those executes rather than giving them those early gunfights and giving them that big man advantage. That might be the goal coming forward through these last 3 rounds. Chiefs will have to win all of them if they want a regulation victory. Otherwise, overtime will be their only way out. Not that it matters here in this format. Overtime win and a regulation win are just as good, but you always want to be able to close things out, especially when you know you have another best of 3 after this.
Seeing the bandit come out too.
Meeting
I'd say it's probably going to be a Dorm's layer here, or they might fight hard with the bandit on the wall.
Okay.
Have the Wamai come play Mattress Hall here.
Starting, of course, on the south side over towards Dorms, so it definitely feels like they can use that for the layering. They've still got this Wamai as well, which we've been talking about all day long, how good Wamai has been since his buffs. Seeing so many more Wamai picks coming through in this meta, and now it's going to be really on Tai Lu to break through some of this utility. They've got the Zofia coming out from Yovakur. They've continued to run so much of this Flores. Now Doha picking up this operator, and even the Maverick from Jackie Wu, an operator that we do see from time to time. Remember, Wildcard used to run a lot of this operator back when this map first came in the pool.
Yeah, let's see. No bandits down yet, so he's probably not playing for a Dorms trick. Let's just see how well they play the layer game, if they give kills away or not. It's going to be crucial too. The floor is going to be pressuring outside Horse. This site's really important to make sure you just apply that split pressure, not able to telegraph what side you want to go for.
Right.
Because you kind of keep them guessing, keep them trying to make sure like they don't know exactly, okay, we're going old tower side, okay, they're going white ice, so... Little repel here, just cheeky.
Abe hoping to get a freebie. 11-6. He leads the lobby right now for most frags, but a lot of that came back in the first half when he was really on a tear on the defensive side. Had some really nice aggressive roams. Hasn't found as much success here on the attack, but can certainly find his moments. Waiting for Neptune to overswing, forcing him out with this Flores drone from Doha. He's not taking the bait. He's not making these swings, so instead, Abe's just going to have to find some other angle to try to work a pick. Neptune seems like he hears this repel. I don't think he's going to be playing over aggressive in this spot.
Especially if they're going for white side, having this smoke and con, it's going to be a huge thorn in their side. Mav in the back.
Jackie Wu alone here. This is my question. Inside of Dorms, it looks like he might be kind of being this solo pressure coming from the back, so he'll have to duel with Lunchbox, but as the Maverick, he's got a great counter to this utility. He can still make angles in that wall and make life very difficult for the Bandits all by himself. Still got to be playing really careful, though. You don't want to go down as a solo player.
No contact with RC. Device activated.
Tai Lu taking it slow right now. Gotta go for a horse clear.
Neptune's
Walk in the hall.
great in this position so far. He knows that Jackie Wu could be coming in through the hallway. He's got these magnets to catch the flashbangs. He's tossing out just another one, but he sees the push up, and Jackie Wu gets the frag. Songla, another one, so it's a two-man lead coming through from Tai Lu. Match point, just 3 kills away for them inside the site. Chiefs are trying to lock this one down. They're having to answer phone calls as 40 seconds are left on the clock. Somebody's got to step up and make a play here, Dave. Lunchbox looks like it could be him, but does he expect the swing? Yes, he does. There's the head of Songla blown off, and now all of a sudden it's a 3v3. Another one goes down. Joviker finds a pick onto the smoke. That makes this really awkward as player and Lunchbox are the last 2 alive. They don't necessarily know about Lunchbox's position, nor do they know about player. It's a great shot into a bait to equalize the man count one more time. 20 seconds. The time is so low. They've got to play close in the doorway, trying to make their way through. It's just going to be player alone, and he can't do it. Joviker, a massive round to come through from him, and it'll be match point for Tai Lu.
Great patience on the horse player, able to pull, have his teammate create the push element of that. Beautiful round. Really, you see just the map, how you can take space, you can rotate around, and making sure to actually take horse. You have a guy walking the hole, you have a guy in the horse door, and then after that it becomes very strong to take top white control. It's just it's a beautiful map. I love Fortress, honestly.
And that is a brutal round, probably the most devastating one to lose from Chiefs, because it's immediately after your coach's tack timeout, so you've already burned that resource, and it also comes at a time where your opponents are getting match point, and it's your primary site on defense. I mean, all of the worst case scenarios coming through now for Chiefs. They're going to have to win back-to-back rounds just to force that overtime. It'll be up to them if they want to run all 3 sites once again, if they want to go back down to that bottom floor for round number 12. That's assuming they even get to round 12, because they've got to survive this one first.
Attackers have discovered the location.
How do you stay calm in the mental? That's my biggest worry for a young team like Chiefs. Like, I'm so concerned about them just falling apart at this point. They have to be strong.
Round by round. Honestly, too, as a player, I liked being at the edge of that limit of, if you lose, you're out, because I feel like that pressure, it's on both sides, you have to remember. So you have to remember that your enemy's feeling the same emotions you're feeling. So it kind of gives you an advantage that if you're at peace with that, you're just out there playing, you're having fun, and there's no pressure.
Right.
There's no expectation.
Tai Lu, they know that this pressure is going to be on to close the game. If this one slips away to overtime, then that momentum is going to be solidly in the hands of Chiefs, but certainly you'd like to be the team up on match point here. They're going to go for the attack, and it looks like it's going to be a full top floor clear as they've got a lot of pressure over on this new tower side. Any tricks that you're seeing on Tai Lu that you're expecting to pop off here? Because they've got some fun operators.
Yeah, Glass, Blitz, Doke, Lion. It's going to be a quick one. Wow. I expect maybe a little main wall split with the old tower side. No ward in here. Sophia's probably going to pull on this other side. Yeah. They're going to use the impact to get through the dorms wall.
Right.
Going to be quick, fast and furious.
They've got lots of opportunities to explode in towards the site, and a lot of these roamers in the defense too are quite far from the bomb site. I mean, we see Neptune somewhat inside of Horse here. He's going to be in a position where he might not be the fastest to get back towards site. Jackie Wu can walk up these main stairs, so these defenders are going to have to react really quickly when this push does come on through. The Lion charge will likely signal when we first start to see that push.
Impact goes off, or they have the smoke to stall it. Might have to cancel their play. A great smoke.
They cancel, or do you think they just wait this one through? They still seem like they want to go fishing.
Yeah. They might hop vending here.
Jackie Wu starting to make his way up the floorboards. They saw the arm of the smoke, but that's not quite going to be enough. There's Jackie for the opening frag. Now he gets traded out. There's a good frag back from Lunchbox, but there's a blitz in the site. This is going to be misery unless Lunchbox hits a shot like that. Still in this matchup, Chiefs battling back with player frag on a Doha. Jake and relays the last 2 as well, and Chiefs hold on for an aggressive push.
Yeah, I think once they smoke that, you need to cancel that play. That was a great round from Chiefs to hold out, though. Big play from Lunchbox. The first is expected, but the second on the blitz was kind of flashed too early. Went for the ADS play. Brilliant.
And this will be a tactical timeout coming through from Tai Lu. So both teams burning their timeouts late in this game. This comes back to the pressure you're talking about, Dave. Certainly it's on Chiefs here playing with their backs against the wall, but Tai Lu know that they need to close this one out, and they have to cook up a good strategy for this final round. They know it won't be the Dorms bomb site, but every other bomb site is unlocked. If you're Tai Lu here, how much do you talk about specifics versus the general coming into this, given you don't necessarily know what site they're going to choose?
I think specifics. You usually, the main play for that was they went fast and they didn't really give themselves time to put pressure and for Chiefs to react to the chance if they can do this and they can do that.
Right.
Really, Tyloo, they said, okay, we're coming into this round and we're going to do this once you impact that wall. Most of the time, like in your earlier rounds, if you've impacted that wall as part of your strategy, then it's not as telegraphed. But if that's the thing that you're doing in this round and you're dropping 3 people to the wall and you're getting counter smoked and then you're throwing more smokes back, it's like you're kind of telling them you're going to go through the wall. So you just need to make sure you kind of add that level of deception that they don't know really where you are, because like we saw on that round where they were doing their med ISO, their med front, you know, they really did know where they were, but they still didn't really make the right decisions. So it's just a combination.
Well, tertiary bomb site comes through. This is where Tyloo found success back in round number 9. They have experience attacking on this bomb site. They just need to do it one more time and replicate that success, and this match will be over. A 7-5 victory for the CNL squad, but it's so much more difficult in practice than it is on paper. Everybody in this game has been playing really, really well. It feels like everybody from top frag to bottom frag have had their moments.
Same strat coming out too here.
Yeah. Very similar. You've once again got the Solus up above. You've got a lot of this drone denial as well. There's the relays playing on this mute, so it might make things a little bit awkward to find some of these positions, even though there's a lot of information on Tyloo with the Lion and the Twitch.
Of course, we're seeing 2 here. They have the same med ISO lineup from Tyloo. You have the Capital, the Glass, the Gridlock. Gridlock was shutting down the med hall.
Right.
But you need to look for the variation in the play. What can they change to throw Chiefs off?
I believe that's Thorn Trap that did get it down the last time they were pushing onto that site. Wasted a good bit of time coming through from Chiefs, so they've put it back up on the window. They'll have that ability to stall things out if they do try to make this fast hop in from Doha. You can deal with this. He seems aware of that Thorn Trap. He was looking for it on the left side, but
to ask Jackie for a nade or Happy for a nade.
Gonna get a little bit more coordination before they hop in for this one. He's got the Firebolt as well. Who's playing inside this position? I don't believe there's anybody currently here, as it's such a heavy extension to the top floor. And Medbay just fully under their control. This is a little concerning.
Yeah. They're really playing off the Solus right now. But if they go deep, the Solus can't really deny any plants inside the oven.
Right. Opportunity here, but they have to get past the Solus first. The hatch is opened up. Some of those floorboards as well can be ripped apart. They've got those impacts still being held by Jake, so plenty of opportunities to tear up these floorboards and make this push difficult. Tyloo, a different approach, but it'll be Yovaker the first one to die. Player gets that first frag inside the site. The Glasgow's peeking, but loses to the Warden. Now they've got to find a way to make this push work without top floor control. This has to be something that goes deep. You were calling for it, Dave. Plenty of time to work with, but the utility is burning down. The Firebolt applies pressure over to Board's player, so he's got to get more aggressive, but that's exactly what he wants. Hits the second shot and lining things up for a third. Plays a bit more passive, almost slams Jackie Wu, but isn't able to get that final frag. Repositions inside the site with 2 players down, 3 players down. As Relays gets the pick on Jackie, that might be all for this regulation. We could be headed straight towards overtime. Player for a third, why not? And a Bay in a 1v5, an impossible situation. The Chiefs rally back and force us into overtime.
Yeah, just not very good from Tyloo right there, not solving. They really, like, you saw that Chiefs, they made a great adaptation giving them med and knowing that, okay, it's a 5-man front, we're not going to give them many kills, and they played with the space that they were able to hold very well. They had the Solus, they had the holes on the hatch, they had everything covered so the Warden player could just eat up inside the site. Very good.
Well, 2 games deep here on the B stream, and we've got 2 overtimes to show for it. Exactly what you'd hope for on the opening day of the Esports World Cup. This has been such a close contest between Tyloo and Chiefs, and it really feels like it's come down to a lot of those late round executes where some teams have found some struggles. There have been some nice pushes as well to come through from these 2 teams. Tyloo on the attack, Chiefs starting on the defense. Which squad would you rather be right now, Iconic?
I would say you'd rather be on a defense start here.
Okay.
Because I feel like Tyloo, I haven't really seen the best attacks and the best variation inside the execute of just knowing, okay, if they're going to give us, like, they're going to give us the hat, they're going to be playing on the hatch, they're going to play Solus One Con. You have to find an avenue into the site that's safe from all of that. Right. And you have to be able to analyze that in the moment. So it's just, that's the main thing with this attacking side. With this defensive lineup from Chiefs, they're hiding a Warden. They're going to be able to stop if they want to bring in the glass play because they've been running that. So that's a nice counter. But the smoke was really nice too, just to delay their push.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Well, here we go. Dorms is the bomb site, and we still got the blitz being played by Joviker. Last time this was a rush that did not go their way, got countered out by that smoke really nicely from Chiefs. So this time they're going to play things a little bit differently. The blitz still an important piece of this execute, but maybe not going to be a similar rush. Hoping to get a little bit more map control before they go for this one. What do you think?
They're looking to sweep again, and if I'm Chiefs, you need to recognize right now that they're running like not any breaching, only the MAV. So if you're playing these layer walls on briefing, you're going to be burning so much time. Because especially with their bathroom setup, when they have these double walls reinforced, you have to expend MAV torch on that, then you have to expend MAV torch on breaching, and then you have to extend it on the inner briefing wall too. And that all takes mass amounts of time. And most of all too, there's going to be no rotate in those walls, so they have to funnel through doorways, making the execute a lot worse. And I think that's when they can play these late game flanks up central, up con, and play for some real late round deep state win cons.
Well, here's this first map torch that you were talking about. Again, they're going to have a lot of layering to get through on the side of Tai Lu, but they're starting to make this space now. Nobody really up here to contest them early on this roam game. A lot of them have already fallen back. Of course, minute 45 on the clock.
Right now.
Is there another tub player? Oh, it's Neptune, but he will get out at this point. Didn't go so well for Jackie Wu when he gave it a try, so Neptune will have to fall back as well. His phone ringing a little bit there. He'll let it explode as he doesn't have to worry about those dope calls anymore. That's 90 seconds deep. All players alive and full top floor, this north side extension cleared out by Tai Lu. Not a terrible position for either team here.
Yeah. They need to make sure they layer off. They layered off the wall, and now it's about the late flank here.
Right.
Making sure that you're not fully stacked onto the site. They have player below, so it's great. Let's see.
That's going to be player down there who could cause some chaos late into the round. He's not going to get into gunfight early. There's not really vert pressure being played by Tai Lu, but even still, if he can find a pick on this hatch, he's currently holding the doorway. That could be massive for his teammates to be able to get that man count advantage. Here comes the Maverick from Doha as well. He's going to make it really awkward to play inside both of these sites. They've got good information onto what might be lurking on the other side of this, but you're always worried about a swing out as well. That's what punished them the last time they were trying to push in here with the Monty. Eights go through the map hole, and it's Doha who finds the first frag on the lunchbox. It gets traded back. That might have been through the hatch, actually. Jake gets the final finish off regardless, and the Blitz is in the site. Plant is started from a bay. The Blitz will just sit and protect his toes. The Warden doesn't see the plant going down, and he dies midway through the execute. The plant goes down, and this is a disaster for Chiefs. They've got to find some way to get back into it now in the man disadvantage. They're going to aggressive out the window, hoping for some hop-outs, trying to find their plays, but Jackie's holding the angle. Neptune only so much he can do, and Jake in the 1v3, desperate to get his team back into things, but this is an impossible situation. They're playing so passive on the side of Tai Lu, just holding their angles, protecting this defuse kit as it's down. Jake's got to answer a phone call in the midst of this clutch. I mean, it's so awkward to come through from the Ella. Out with the pistol, but can't find the frag. It'll be Tai Lu that take the advantage early in overtime.
I think it was just tough on Jackie. He had a great play to down the person, but in the end round, you need to make sure you flank central, because if you flank central, it causes just that chaos, just because they can't deny through the wall and the site push at the same time. So you flank central, you create the pinch, you create the chaos that allows your teammates in the site to actually double up on the person on the breach and through mattress side. So it just creates that different layer of defense.
Well, for the third time this game, Tai Lu will approach match points, one round away from sending Chiefs down to the lower bracket. The only difference, this time they get to defend to try to secure this victory. Both times that they were on match point previously, it was Chiefs on the defense. They won both of them. Now it's going to be a bit of a different story. We saw how bad Chiefs were at attacking in that first half. They had some moments for sure, but all in all, those executes were not really up to the standard that you'd hope to see. So Dave, what do Chiefs need to change? How can they find an entry point to take down Tai Lu and force us into 15?
Right now what I'm seeing is they have stall with the Goyo. They have the Ella for the shield. So you need to make sure on the old tower side, I will make sure to clear the utility, clear the Ella mines, clear the Goyo traps, and use the Monty through there, because the Clash is not up right now.
Right.
So you're going to be able to actually push the Monty deep. You're not going to be able to play vending window, because one nade from a guy outside the side will displace that guy, so you can play that OPK. And then they're going to be inside, congested in B site. You're going to have the buck below. You're going to have a split pressure, probably from the snake. So I would look to do an old tower ISO here. I think it's the strongest take right now.
Well, Old Tower is the call from Iconic. We'll see if it's a call from Chiefs as well, as this push is going to be everything for the team from down under, hoping to find their way in towards this side of the map. We do have a lot of pressure Old Tower side early, but there's a lot of players here on the defense trying to lock things down as well. Doha, the main point of contact here in Old Towers, is going to be trying to lock things down with these Wamai magnets, with the Goyos and the Wamais. I mean, we've seen this from Ty Lue before. They're really good at stalling things out and playing with their utility. And this time, there's no Flores to come through on the side of Chiefs. They don't have a Twitch drone to try to pop some of those Goyo canisters, so they're really just going to have to rely on their nades, rely on their ways to clear out this utility that don't involve standard methods. This might be a little bit awkward trying to get into the site.
Yeah. I think that's why I'm such a big fan of the Striker. It just brings so much utility to help clear through, because like with the Twitch drone, you're pinning a lot on your Twitch player to get the Goyo flames, but the nades, they just clean them right then and there, and you get just a bunch of utility extra, whether you want smokes, whether you want flashes, whether you want cans, EMPs, it just helps a lot here.
Jake, the only one in the building at the moment. He's just entered the top floor on Old Tower, so he's not really even in. There he goes for a drop down to try to support his teammates. Neptune inside of Medbay too, trying to work a pick through the hatch, just similar to what we saw him doing in the previous round, with that hatch going both ways, of course, for the attackers and the defenders. This gets awkward for Jake. He can't get as aggressive. He's worried about the Nitro. He drops for it, but he's going to have to waste some time, give up that position to avoid being blown up by the C4, and they didn't even actually pop it. There it goes. Finally going to be an issue that gets avoided, but this time it's just ticking down, Dave, and I'm really worried about the clock for Chiefs.
But it's okay right now, because they have to wait for the stall. Okay. It's a quick execute, because all you need to do is make sure you clean the mute and the mirror, and once that's happened, the Monty can cross to the plant spot.
Great flash, forces Doha back. They've got some space here with the Bay being inside sight as well. But a lot of these players are trying to get aggressive and try to work one of these frags from down below. You see Neptune inside a cafeteria hoping to find an angle, but it's actually going to be the reverse. Doha gets that pick and Songless straight under Lunchbox. Now things get messy. Here's the hop in from player hoping to make some magic. He gets one and relays with another. This goes back towards even. 3v3 to looking towards the site. Player with the gun up, but he doesn't find the frag. Yovaker takes him down. Relays and Jake. The Monty goes down. It's just going to be the snake of relays to keep his team alive in this game, but he can't walk in the site, and it's a Bay. The player that was devastating in that first half, who comes alive again in overtime and ends it for Ty Lue.
Who thought they won? Oh, wait, they didn't. Okay.
8-6 is the final scoreline, favoring our CNL squad. And for the first match that they've ever played against international opponents, Ty Lue will be winners.
I mean, that was a great game, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, I really like the call, but I think I just need more from Jake there with the Monty. You know, I feel like he was a little bit timid. He could have took some more space inside the briefing side for his team. But that was a really good game. Hard fought from Ty Lue, honestly.
No doubt about it. One to go down in the history books. It's crazy how close the games have been already in the first day.
I thought we were still going. I was ready to keep going. Wow.
We could have had infinite overtime. You know, we could have maybe kept going and played a best of three.
Sit them back down, guys.
Well, they got a lot of Siege still to play today, so maybe we'll let them rest before their best of three coming up next.
Yeah, what an incredible game. I do agree. 2 overtimes already in our first best of ones from the day. But we do see the CNL club with Ty Lue taking up the victory here. I mean, if we look at this whole match, right, we talked about them getting on map point multiple times. This would have been faster if it even wasn't for the clutch, the really important clutch that Neptune got, that 1v2 that got him so excited that his headset just fell off there. But a good performance from a CNL team. And then if you think about it, right, Chiefs coming in as the second representative from O's, and Ty Lue is only coming in as the third representative from CNL, given that they finished in third with that whole bracket. So that's really impressive and a good thing to see from this region.
Yeah.
Really nice from the newest region, Rainbow Six, to already be taking out some of their APAC rivals. Maybe not upsetting for a top region spot just yet, but certainly showing some prominence, getting better every single event, and that's what we wanted to see.
I feel like it was an amazing game just from both CNL teams. You know, they came out, they really showed great showings, and this one was great from Ty Lue. I feel like Chiefs, they had some great takeaways. They made some good improvements. There were some things they lacked in, and obviously I'm hoping that they can improve on that and play better in this next elimination game coming up for them.
Do you feel like we need to consider this as an upset, or do you think this was kind of the way we expected this game to go? I mean, I think given the experience and given the players that we have on Chiefs, we might have given them the upper hand in this matchup.
Yeah, I'd agree. I would have picked Chiefs if I had to pick one. Again, you've got two lesser experienced teams, so it's always going to be more of a toss-up who's going to come out on top. But yeah, I would call this an upset, ultimately. Ty Lue have never played a game internationally before.
I feel like for me, it could go either way, you know, just depending on how Chiefs show up. It was a fairly won't say new roster, but new to just land. So obviously, like both teams have that chance to gain from the experience, even if some players have been playing in the scene for longer, but still, it was just both first time for each of them. So I feel like it was a very even foot match.
It was, yeah. We get to speak to the players very soon, of course. After this big victory, we want to hear from them to see how they experience this game, because they still have another game to play, right? It doesn't end here. This is the best of one. They're playing a best of 3 after this for a chance at the play-ins playoffs. So that's just one game away from making it to groups.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much on the line here at the Esports World Cup. It's constant games. It's a heavy schedule, but that's what it takes to be the best, right? Yeah. You've got to be able to win these back-to-back matches. You were talking about, Dave, how sometimes as a team, you've got to go through these mental rituals between the matches to make sure you keep your energy up. They're going to have to be important in these big moments so that they can keep the energy for sure.
Yes.
Well, I'm excited to know that Lexing is standing by with Tai Lu for a quick chat.
Thank you, Anne. I'm here with Jackie Wu. Congratulations on the win. Much needed win, especially with this group stage, only 2 teams being able to qualify. You now find yourself in the best 3. How's the team feeling?
I think we're feeling good, but for me, myself, I need to get more better.
Hey, listen, we all have our games right there. I mean, that's the whole point of being on a team, is that these guys are able to support you, get it done. But kind of a takeaway, different of a big question. Do you know the last time we played against each other?
Yeah, Charlotte Major like 3 years ago.
The 2022. I'm old. You're 23. But no, I do want to focus more on this series here. Now you guys are going to find yourself in the best of 3s, territory that you're familiar with. Obviously in the CNL, you guys play a lot of best of 3s. Do you feel having that extra bit of prep coming into EWC, where a lot of these teams play more best of 1s, do you feel that sets you up far better than your other opponents going forward?
I think for CNL team is really familiar with the land, so we can like overcome the nervous. And for like the game prep, I think we just do ourselves. We just play ourselves, and we should be good.
Now, as someone for like myself and other viewers, we don't get to watch CNL too much. Is there anything in particular that we can watch from you guys and learn, and maybe anyone can take and implicate into their own play?
I'll say like CNL is a good region to watch. Like we have a good gun skill, but maybe lack of experience, like international experience, but we'll see.
All right, well, before I let you go, I believe your opponent is going to be SR after these next series play out. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Have fun.
All right, well, you heard it from Jackie Wu. Congratulations again, SR. You better have fun going into that series. I'm going to send you guys back to the studio.
Such wholesome vibes from that interview. Have fun as the message to your opponent, and then the whole team just doing whatever that was behind the interview as well. They seem to just be happy to be here. I think that's so important for your first tournament as well, and I feel like that really reflects in the gameplay that we're seeing.
Of course. You can't put too much expectation, too much pressure on yourself. You really just have to remember at the end of the day, you're playing a video game, you're here, you've competed to be here, you deserve to be here. You just have to go out here and just prove to your opponents that they need to respect you. And I feel like Tai Lu, Shopify's going to respect them. They're going to have to, I feel like, solve a bit deeper against Shopify. Shopify will kind of really be playing to counter them, where Chiefs really weren't directly attacking their strategy, but both teams were kind of more focused, like you said, Jackie Wu said, on themselves.
Right.
But Shopify will be focused on themselves, but they'll also be keeping an eye on their opponent and to what they can actually do to stop them.
Yeah, again, it's going to be a tough day coming through for Tai Lu, but it's a good first step to really get this W under their belt, take down Chiefs, and do so with a smile and good vibes. Yeah. I mean, that's all you can really ask for a CNL team coming into their very first international tournaments. These guys have, at least in my mind, cemented themselves as a really easy team to get behind. Yeah. They're so happy, they're so friendly, they're so excited to be here at this big event. So it's been awesome watching them play so far through this game. Glad they could get a big W here as their first international experience. And, tough for Chiefs as well, but they'll have another opportunity to survive in the lower brackets.
Of course.
Yeah, what you're mentioning with this big day ahead of them, of course, still having to go up against Shopify Rebellion inside of a best of 3. The most important thing for them should be that they have a big thing that is like a safety net now, right? This is an upper bracket game, so if you lose, you still have another chance tomorrow, and then you can still see your way through here all the way in playoffs. I think, especially with the way that play-ins have gone with this first day, surprises, close games.
Oh, yeah.
Also showing, for example, that KEG fell to Fnatic, where Fnatic seemed the better team, but KEG, struggled a little bit, almost had some opportunities for themselves. It shows that you can't underestimate a team here inside play-ins, because things move fast, but it also shows that there are opportunities for teams, and especially for newer players to this level.
Of course. I feel like that's the thing about Siege. Like I always say, it's just anything can happen. Especially we're seeing it today. You show up, And if you give yourself the chance to win, there will always be the chance for winning plays. And it's just about being able to recognize the gaps in your opponent's strategy. And I felt like, these teams are really going for it, not being afraid to get in the rounds, get in the game. And that's really the ultimate thing that you need to do on a consistent basis to give yourself a chance to win.
Yeah, we talked about those young players coming in and defining themselves on an international stage. I don't think anybody in that game did so better than Abe. He played so well in that matchup. Of course, finding really big value on that defensive side in particular, getting so many big rounds for his team, having some really impactful roams and flanks. Felt like he really stepped up and kind of gave us somebody to root for on the side of Tai Lu as a player that I didn't know much about coming into this game. He really surprised me.
No, amazing. That's a key thing too, being a solo roamer a lot. Sometimes you can get timid, especially in these big matches, these big games, to not give away your life. But you have to make sure that when you need to play aggressive with your life, that you can do that for your team and not be selfish, but just be playing for your team, playing for the flanks that they need. And if you kind of base yourself around the team dynamic, around the comms, you're always going to be playing well.
For sure.
Now, it is a great day to be an orange team because both Fnatic and Lowe's will be going up against each other on the A stream in the winner bracket. That's a very important thing. We'll be diving into the loser bracket here on the B stream's last chances. First keys to be crushed as well. That is the most important thing. I love seeing teams happy and seeing teams succeed, but I'm also here for the drama, just to see those dreams be crushed literally on the stage as we go about it. And our first best of 3 elimination game here on the B stream will be KAG and King Zero after this break.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back to the B stream. I'm Ann. We're still here with Iconic, but we're joined by Ace as well now to talk us through the first elimination game. Ace, welcome to the B stream. Are you excited to be in Perry?
Always a pleasure to be in. But you know me, Ann. Absolutely, it has my heart, and I'm
The
really
legend
glad
of
to be back.
Paris.
Yeah, I love it.
Everything.
Absolutely love it. We'll get set for an elimination game, though. The first key will be crushed on stage here. It's either going to be Kag's key or King Zero. Let's dive into this matchup, starting with King Zero first. We saw them lose a match earlier today. Of course, our CNL representatives, they had a map points. They won round 11. It was super important for them. And then I think once it got to overtime, that kind of momentum slipped away from them.
Yeah, it was just a very heartbreaking round too, because it was almost a round they weren't even supposed to win. But those rounds that you're not supposed to win and you get really close to winning them, especially in key moments, can really have just an effect on your momentum and honestly your mentality to get back into those games, because it's very important to help reset the emotions, especially if you're so close to that win. Your adrenaline really rises up, and if you don't have the breath work to kind of bring your body back down, you're kind of in that space. Imagine being in deep space, just floating, and you can't really find your way back onto that planet to produce a great product of Siege, and they just let it slip.
And it's going to be tough for them. It's the first time experiencing this kind of stage, this kind of pressure, those kind of feelings, and how you manage it. So it's understandable. They gave it everything they had. They almost got there, but they found themselves in a tough matchup now.
But I feel like the important thing was they almost got there. Their first game here. You know, a lot of teams don't really put together that great of a product in their rounds too. They had great drone work. They had great teamwork. Even towards the end, they were still trying. And I think that's what really shows through. And that's what's going to give them a great chance here to really produce something well.
Yeah, and the big thing for King Zero as well is that they come from the CNL League. This is their domain. They play best of threes all the time. This is what they have in their back pockets.
Yeah.
Absolutely no pressure in that sense for them in the game format. Usually we look at teams who come through, the best of one stages and you think, right, they get to best of three, this is really the test now. Yeah. But they should be absolutely prepared for this. We would expect a deeper map pool, given that they are regularly going to a number of competitive maps, game in, game out. So yeah, I'm expecting a tough game for Cyclops here from King Zero.
And Cyclops too, I mean, they've been a team just around the block. I feel like last year was really at Reload, their kind of coming out party. We really thought you were going to take them seriously, but then they've kind of fallen back into their old tendencies, and now here again they're at the doorstep of elimination day one. As I feel like for the APAC region, they should be one of the better teams, being able to produce not the full-on deep runs into the tournament, but at least being able to make it into the phase 2 side of things.
And honestly, watching that first game, my two standout players from this roster were Big J on the entry, really getting things done there, and then Fiber as well, with some incredible individual moments on his side as well. They really have to show that today at a best of 3 against KAG, though, which is not an easy team to go up against. KAG, our only representative from APL North, as they'll be coming into this matchup, hoping to improve things from the way things went at Salt Lake City, because they left the tournament there without winning a single game either. There's a chance that that's going to replicate here. And Ace, you were watching that game against Fnatic earlier today. Fnatic were the better team, but KAG certainly had chances.
They had their moments, and I think that's going to be the big takeaway for KAG coming into this game, is they cannot allow King Zero to get away with those gaps that Fnatic had at times. There was a number of times that KAG got onto the flank and never really punished Fnatic. The chances were there for them, but it's also going to be about getting all 5 players firing. That was something that stood out to me in that Fnatic game. DD, Anaton, both very, very quiet. We know that Anaton is the shield master, but they could not get those shields working for them. So much so that by round 6, they didn't even bother bringing one. Wow. So it was a big problem for them. It wasn't creating space in the map. It wasn't giving them an opportunity to kind of work in from behind. He got caught solo a couple of times, and that's something they have to course correct here against King Zero. Yeah,
and for King Zero too, we saw that they were a really well fundamentalized team in just their play. They were able to actually not fully rush into their attacks. They were able to set pressure and play off of the reactions, and they were also able on the defense side to say, okay, if they're doing this, we need to retake this control. If they have a person here, we can retake this control with 2 people. They were using 2v1s extremely well, and I hope they can use that again against KAG, because like you're saying, if they're able to be better than KAG in those 2v1 scenarios, that's going to be the ultimate decision to win them these games.
Chibisu and Shuri, they need their shout. They could be the ones that win this against King Zero. They were pretty good earlier, maybe not up to their absolute. I've seen some hella games come out of Chibisu and Shuri over the years. We need them firing at their best, especially if Anaton and DD are going to be a little bit quieter, doing that backline work. Those are going to be 2 faces to definitely watch out for in this matchup. They could be decisive.
Yeah, they definitely have the upper hand when it comes to experience, especially with the international stage, playing against multiple different regions. We can't really say that yet for the side of King Zero. I'm glad you mentioned the shield play from KAG not really working out for them, because that's something we saw a lot in the game from King Zero earlier today. They were playing lots of shields on attack, but on defense as well.
And the clash is very important. But I also feel like, to KAG's point, what you said, Tim, that they leaned off of the shield, I feel like if you're a team who has like noticeable strengths, that Anaton, he's a great shield player, and you're losing, I feel like if you start switching off of that, that means you're losing confidence in your system. And that's the bigger problem for me than them losing a close game, because if you're having like system errors and system disbeliefs, then that's going to change your whole play style coming into the rest of these games.
Yeah, we saw the switch up throughout the game. It was Blitz, it was Blackbeard. They didn't really feel like there was a steady choice on the shields, and the Blitz kind of got dealt with very quickly a couple of times by Fnatic. They lost it within the first kind of half of the round, which, you really want your Blitz there, creating that space later in the round when you're thinking about plants, when you're thinking about that space on site. And yeah, the utility just wasn't there for them, and that's something that they can definitely improve.
Because Fnatic's a team too that doesn't really let you, they don't want to make you feel comfortable. So like they're gonna give you that problem, throw that wrench in your system. So it was very interesting to see that matchup.
All right, we can have a look at our bracket as well, just to see how we're doing so far, because this is our first elimination game here at EWC with Rainbow Six Siege. Of course, sad to see teams leave the tournament, especially on day one. You don't have your key crush like so early going into this one. But diving into Group A as well, of course, we'll have our qualification games to play in playoffs later today as well. Shopify Rebellion going up against Tyloo. Tyloo, big surprise coming out from the CL region. I think for Shopify Rebellion, we kind of expected them to win their matchup against Tyloo.
Yeah, absolutely. It was pretty much, apart from Alula maybe getting 2 rounds. Was that a surprise? I don't think it is really. You know, they're capable players, but Shopify Rebellion were definitely on their game today. I came into this and I looked at the 2 groups, and I'm talking not just about the groups, but about the play-in phase as a whole. I'm going to put the pressure on them. If Shopify Rebellion do not qualify out of the play-in phase, I would describe that as catastrophic, given the other teams, given the quality on the side of Shopify Rebellion, so they need to be coming through this.
Looking at Bracket B as well, or Group B rather, with our matches that we saw earlier today, meaning that on the A stream right now, we get to see Fnatic going up against MIBR Lowe's, our 2 orange clubs, as we already called them, going up against each other for a spot to move on to Stage 2. And we'll be diving into the bottom left match here with Cat by Viral and King Zero, as you already mentioned. I think it's a good time to discuss the club championship as a whole as well, right? We talked about it a little bit this morning. Teams are doing really well. Clubs like Falcons are currently in the lead. They're looking really good to secure it once again. But for a team like Viral, all the way at the bottom in 70th, 0 points so far, and only 2 more chances, Ace, to actually get points for the club championship.
Well, it adds a little bit more pressure, doesn't it? Because we've spoken, how you need these 2 top 8 finishers to qualify into that club championship, to be having those points really count for something, get you towards that big prize money that they're all looking for. All the clubs want to be up there. So right now, Viral are in a position where they've got 2 opportunities, and Siege is one of them. So right now you're facing elimination already.
Yeah,
that's going to be tough for the team, in the back of their minds, thinking that's the situation not just for themselves but for the club as a whole.
Yeah, and it's very difficult too, because on top of the club expectation, CAG, they're not performing well. Like you said, this is almost their second event where they haven't won a game and they're facing elimination without winning a game. That has to be in some of the players' back of their minds. So we just have to see how all of this is going to stack, and if they can actually allow the pressure to fade and just produce what they've been scrimming.
Now, as you could see, a big thing this morning was that the CL teams got away with playing Nighthaven Labs, right? That was a big thing we talked about. Got to the map point there. Viral do not want to go and play this against King Zero here in this best of 3. The maps that are selected for this matchup will be Chalet, Clubhouse, and Lair. I feel like maybe you can argue with me on this, but I feel like it's very safe. It's an elimination game, right? You don't want to go too crazy or do anything unexpected, but it feels very safe to bring out these maps.
It feels safe for the first 2 for me. If you win this 2-0, it's a nice, safe win, isn't it? You've got Chalet, you've got Club, but I look towards Lair, and I think if we get there, we could have absolute chaos on Lair, to be honest, between these 2.
It's a big map.
I look at it and I feel like it does lean in the favour of CAG at the minute. Like you said, they've taken away Nighthaven. No surprise there, given the performance King Zero showed us on there. But the reason I say that is these are 2 of our older maps as well. CAG know their way around these 2 maps. They will know every single corner. They'll have little pocket strats for every site on both of them. So if King Zero can get themselves established and get to the 3rd map, I think it could be, anybody's at that point. But I think if it's going to be a 2-0, I'd give it to CAG.
I feel like for me, it's on this first map, just seeing how well their system is. Forgot the team, how King Zero's their system, because on Nighthaven Labs they were very structured. They had great drone intel. It was amazing just seeing how they operated in the round on their attacks, just being able to notice where people were and how to deal with those people. And it's just like you said, Chalet, Club, they're the oldest maps. A lot of the stuff that you're doing has been done for so many seasons now, which is a little bit of incremental op changes with just new buffs coming out. So I'm looking to see how good their drone work is, how well they're able to apply the information they collect and able to run their plays, because there's a lot of different plays, and especially on Chalet on the attacking side with the defense, how they set up, you can do a lot of different opening kills, and you can do a lot of different pressure pulls where you can make them think you're going library side, where you can hit soul side, and vice versa. There's a lot of different just ways you can play Chalet, and it's a very beautiful map.
You were mentioning those buffs as if you were reading my mind, because it was the next thing that I wanted to talk about. We do have a little bit of a delay before we dive into this matchup, which allows us to talk a little bit about the things that we've been seeing, not just today, but also in the later half of all the regional playoffs, and that is that recent mid-season update that came out with a lot of Wamai that we're seeing right now. Of course, the activation timer being a lot faster. You can actually counter a grenade being thrown at you and work it in your way, kind of, as well. We've seen Zofia get a vertical kill as well. It really has changed the way like attack and defense interact with each other, whilst it kind of feels like attack really isn't a strong point right now with Solid Snake, Deimos, the amount of shields that we have in there as well. How do you feel about that?
I feel like the Wamai change was great because it gave defense another strong op to play, because before you ban like a zombie, you ban the Mira, and then you kind of have like the Clash and the traps that are all the power-ups, but adding the Wamai gives you another power-up into that mix to make them have to really choose, like if they want to ban the Clash, they have to ban something else. So it really just allows the defense a little bit more playability and the flexibility to kind of counter what the attack is throwing at them. But obviously I still do think attack is in a stronger position, but the defense has been receiving more buffs, better operators, just to be able to counter the more util the attack has.
I was hoping when we got those changes to see maybe a little bit more of an impact on the Dokkaebi as well, but we haven't really seen it played too much today, but the times that we have, it's been pretty effective. We saw the Dokkaebi used in the Fnatic game, actually, to deal with the Clash, to just straight away down to 40 HP. Obviously, the changes there coming into the Dokkaebi, for anybody unaware, it's now, rather than a universal cooldown, it's 7 seconds per operator. So if you call Clash, 7-second cooldown on Clash, but you can make your next call straight after. So there is that opportunity still for the Dokkaebi at the end of the round, during the execution, to just sit there going, yep, just as one after another, thank you very much, just calling up absolutely everybody. It's not something that we've really seen teams use too much so far, to be fair, but yeah, I think, like you say, that attacking lineup is still, even with the changes to the defenders, we saw it earlier again in the Fnatic game, the Dokkaebi, the Snake, and it was Nock who was brought along as well, and it was just a nightmare front line to deal with.
I feel like it balances the game out, which is nice, right? Because we come from a few metas where the defense clearly had the upper hand with a 20-second meta all the way ranging back. But I feel like this is maybe why some of our games have been that close. We already got 2 overtimes here on the B stream. Even during EML, like we had so many maps, we had so many overtimes as well. It's nice to see that maybe the starting side doesn't matter so much anymore when picking a map. Maybe, you know, Cafe and stuff aside, maps that are obviously very defender favorite, it still helps to balance things out a little bit.
Of course. Balance is key in life and in the game, especially in your strategy too. You have to make sure you're not stacking aside too heavy and making sure you're actually able to play in both lanes, because the attack is always going to be, the good teams are always going to be seeing what you react to, seeing what you do, so they can put their counter to you. The defense, it's the I think Clash is one of the strongest ops right now. You see June play it. I feel like June is one of the best in the world at using it, and it's, as a mobile player, to really put a thorn in the attack.
That's the big thing, isn't it? It's about that. I always talk about disruption. Whichever side of, you know, the table that you sat on, whether you're on attack, whether you're on defense, I talk about disruption, because naturally players will set up in what they think is the strongest position on the strongest operator with all their utility. So if you can get them moving, if you can force them away somewhere else, you're then forcing them onto plan B, plan C. And, you know, you'll tell me better than anybody. You know, players don't like going to plan B, plan C. They want to do what they want to do. And Clash is one of those operators. It can be such a roadblock, especially in a meta where the shields are so important. You come along and all of a sudden, Clash is terrifying to the shields, because it's that constant shield break. And it is, without a doubt, I think, one of the best, if not the best, counter to the attacking shields at the minute. So it's no surprise to see Clash being so popular and so powerful at the minute.
And to your point about plan A, plan B, plan C, I think that's why the best teams are very fluid, because the best teams are saying, okay, if they're doing this, okay, we can't do plan A, but then we're ready for plan B. If a block comes in on plan B, it's okay, we have plan C. If something happens to plan C, they have another plan. So it's always constant levels of solving and different things you can always do, because C, it's endless. There's always a way to win the round. And I think that's the main thing always having that mentality. If you run into a roadblock, finding a way around it, finding a way through it. So it's just, there's always a way.
And I think at the minute that's particularly important in these games that we're seeing today.
Yes.
Because you've got teams like, I'm not singling anybody out, but you've got matchups like Alula coming up against Shopify Rebellion. And this is a team that's newer to playing at this level at least. Or we could look at the CNL teams as well and say the same thing. They've got a lot of catching up to do. Yeah. You're against a guy like Canadian. Yeah. How many plans do you think he's got? He's got A through Z twice over. He's been there, he's done that. He's seen all of these questions asked before and he knows the answers. And that can be a real differentiating factor between these teams.
And as we look at some highlights from the match that King Zero played earlier today, whilst we wait for our game to be fully ready, it was that disruption that we saw as well, right? We already mentioned it, that big shield pressure that we're seeing from Sunset here, but also on the defense with the Clash, it was something they were bringing out. Now, Nighthaven Labs is a super comfortable map for them. We know that they played it a lot during the CNL. This will be new and different territory for them.
Yeah, of course, and seeing that, it always adds an unknown too from CAG's side, because with Nighthaven Labs, it's a comfortability. They're comfortable on it, but you also got to be comfortable because you've seen them play it. With these maps, you're coming in blind. So you really got to be able to identify what they're playing for in the moment. And like you were saying with CAG, if they were having gaps hard earlier, I feel like this could be a very close matchup.
Yeah, for King Zero, I think it's about coming in and getting established quickly so that they're not finding themselves on that back foot. They don't want to... They've kind of almost, I think, like you said, there's not a lot of footage necessarily available for them, to have prepared for this because you don't know who you're going to play in this matchup.
Exactly.
It's very difficult to, to have prepared every map for every team, so to speak. So I think coming in here, they've got to focus on themselves. It's got to be their own game. It's got to be their own game plan, and that's where your options come in. But it's also where that problem solving is really going to be tested, and that's why we mention it, because it's not a case of just, we know which route they're going to roam on. We know how they're going. You can't have that level of preparation necessarily in this situation. So you've kind of just got to go in and see what's happening. You've just got to test the water and work from there and be able to find that solution. So for the newer teams, like I said, that could be a bit of a challenge. But so far, what I've seen at Salt Lake City, what I've seen here today even, the CNL teams are rising to that challenge very, very quickly. Yeah. So, I don't think that CAG can bank on that. They need to be ready for a tough matchup.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah, it's incredible to keep that in mind, right? Because for 10 years, they didn't even have access to the game. Some players coming in from other regions, streaming with Yovaker, right? Having played in inside America. Even Jackie who haven't played in Southeast Asia. Like, there is that kind of experience coming in for the CNL. But the fact that they're holding up their own so well, despite not having access to the game for the last 10 years, like you said, they have a lot of catching up to do, and they're doing it quite fast.
They really do. And I said it earlier in the Greener, and I'll say it again. I've been really impressed over the last few months. I've seen as much of the CNL games as I could. I've seen them play the top teams playing at Salt Lake. We've seen them here today. Tyloo getting themselves a win. A few people will have been surprised by that. I am genuinely surprised and impressed in a very positive way at how quickly CNL are getting themselves up to speed. I put them right up there with a lot of the APAC teams now who've been around for a lot longer, and it is really, really impressive stuff. So don't be surprised at all, one bit, if King Zero come out and take this today. Any one of these two teams could well go home at the end of it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It was beautiful siege. The rounds they were winning on the attack, like they had information on all specters. Kitchen side, they had info garage side, and off of that they were making great plays. They had great plays with their utility, getting the bomb down. They were great with playing the win cons. And to that T, like, they lost a very close game, and I feel like that can only fuel you. That will prepare you to go for it more. Especially CAG here. They've been a very experienced team inside the tournaments, but that experience is kind of not too applicable for me because it hasn't been too much winning experience. So their product that they produced, it keeps somewhere in their process. They keep having this consistent theme of just netting out of these tournaments really early and at a consistent level.
I think one of the things King Zero are going to have to learn quickly here, you've mentioned there how well they did at the fundamentals, the win cons, the intel, all those really important siege functions, and in the end they were kind of beaten by Perez. They were beaten by one of these star moments, somebody who's going to come out, and they've got Chibisu, they've got Sharif up against them, and those are players that will do that same thing, and it's I'm sure you've come up against it. I know you've done a few yourself, Iconic, across the years, where there's it's a close game, and then you've got that player who can just turn it. Just at the end of it, just get that round, just get those couple of kills in the important moment. And whilst they've got to control Chibisu and Shurip, it's also who did they find on their side that picks that up.
I feel like KZB was one of the people who I really saw playing solo on the attacking side, playing it well off the drones, off the intel, and on the defensive side playing solo too, having great flanks at the end of the round to really make sure his team has the full win con.
I'm excited. I'm seeing fist bumps. I'm seeing headsets get put on, which means our game is ready to start. Chalet is the first map in our best of 3.
Thank you very much, and we are looking forward to this one because we start getting down to some serious decisions here, Dave. This is what it's all about. It's a tough first day. How do you feel like coming into a tournament? What kind of pressure does that add as well from a player perspective? You're coming in and you've done a lot of traveling in a lot of cases, and day one, you could be done. That could be it. 2 games and you're on your way.
I feel like it's a bit harder for me. I always used to try to have the time to have the boot camp before. So, you say you're going to Riyadh. Maybe you have a boot camp, and we had a boot camp in Warsaw. So we weren't doing a full 20-hour travel day. But for some of these teams coming from Asia, it's a long travel day. There's a lot of jet lag involved, and your body needs time to reset. So if they don't have that, those are the main things that are really going to throw you off. Your mind's going to be moving slower. You might have not the best sleep last night. So it's making sure you're just getting in the game and going after it, because your body might not be feeling the best. It might not be 100%. But it's not what we do with 100%. It's what we do with what we have in the moment. And that's the main thing about the best teams, is they're not always... You have to give all that you have in that moment. It's 110% of what you have.
We'll see who is going to be offering 110%. More, less, who knows? We'll get into it. It's going to be round 1 now. KAG versus King Zero. The winner will continue here at the Esports World Cup in Paris. The loser will be no more. There'll be a little bit of key crushing action at the end of this one, as somebody will lose that right to compete and they will be sent on their way. So let's get into it. We're going to have Chalet as the first match of this best of 3. We're going to have KAG starting out on the defense. I'm just looking at the lineup. We've got a master, so we've got a top floor objective here, Dave. We've got a Mozzie on the board. I'm looking at that. It's maybe an operator out of more associated with the basement, or maybe a game hold and trying to extend a little bit more.
Mozzie's very good right now in this meta because it's such heavy info collection. These teams in the prep phase, they're trying to see your setup, see where you're setting up and what you're not. So the Mozzie allows you to put pests down, really stop them from collecting that earlier on info, and also too, the Mozzie's been getting a lot of value lately. You have 4 pests, there's a lot of chances to hack cams, and once you get those cams, it's hard to see. And it's in with the opening kill right now.
That's a huge pickup as well. He's taken down the solid snake. We've spoken about the value of that attacker, especially on a map like Chalet. It's actually quite narrow. You can rappel down one side of Chalet. You can't cover in 2/3 of it across there, and using that Soliton radar, you're going to be getting a really good idea of those locations of the defenders. So that is a massive loss with Fiber being taken off the board. Nobody else inside of the map until just now. Sunset manages to get himself at least onto the office balcony. He's not quite inside yet, but he can start applying a little bit of pressure directly to site, which is nice, but certainly some work for King Zero to do here. Chibisu uses that Mozzie. You spoke about the value, Dave. He picks up Big J, one of the big players from earlier as well. Zaka onto Sunset, and this is not looking good for King Zero as Momo manages to pick up Shurip. It's 4 versus 1. He's going to have to go the whole way here, 1v5, if he wants to get this done. And you just know that KAG, they're just going to play this patient. They know they don't have to do anything silly.
KAG look comfortable. They're playing aggressive, playing to stop their pushes right now. King Zero right there. It was very split. It was very solo. It wasn't a full 3-2-1 giving flashbangs. Usually on this with the demos, look for the game's take. You look to displace the Mez guy from below. You push him into the cuts, and then off of that, you have the top blue extend. You look to clear that. But there's steps, there's fundamentals you can follow to make it a lot easier for your attacking side.
Yeah, like you say, a little bit disjointed there, and it was just an opportunity and that KAG were more than happy to take to just sit in their spots. If we spoke about it in the we just got a perfect example of it there. We spoke about it in the pre-game, and that is players will, if given the opportunity, just stay with plan A. I'm going to sit in this spot. I'm on Mez, and I know there's nothing you can do. I've got the mirror. What a power spot. I've got the mirror window. I've got the Kiba barricades. I've got everything to help me stay in this spot. And King Zero, unfortunately for them, they were just too happy to kind of serve themselves up on a plate, and we saw how easy it was. The little strafe, bank kill, yeah, I'll take another one, no problem. And KAG, they get themselves a good first round.
And two, in the after camps too, you see KAG very relaxed, laughing. You know, it's a high pressure match. Your first day here, you're playing elimination. You have to make sure that's not weighing on your mental. So the bar meta right now is usually revolving on the Thatcher. So getting that info, seeing if they have the Tachanka, seeing what Plantanel they have. The Tachanka counters the Thatcher plant. The C4 does not counter the Thatcher plant. And you don't have the recruit, or what teams usually do too is they'll throw like 2 pieces of utility at you, or if the smoke will take proxies and throw this prox mine, and then he'll throw the smoke. But if you do that, you don't have enough time to like stop the plant. So there's a lot of deep theory that you can solve off the rip to make your attack a lot easier. Wow.
Much better start from King Zero. They send Sunset in, they use that shield. We've spoken about how they love to use these shields to create a little bit of space. It gave them that safety to move into Trophy, and this time they get themselves a nice entry to kick off the round. Good stuff from King Zero, and it leaves them Sharif off the board. It is one of those star players I mentioned, but the Jaeger, not the end of the world. The utility's already out there. It's already done, but still, King Zero with a good man advantage to kick things off.
Look like they're going for a sweep across right now. They have the dining extension cut right now, so they have to. So they can't layer the top if they want to go down blue. Usually here in the situation, you either have to hard zone this library side, not give them this top control, because then if they have dining, it becomes very hard for you to play because you can't really rotate down blue, you can't flank the top, and they just have you cut inside the site. So you either have to look for a dining retake if you give the top, or just play for the hard zone up top right now. I want to see how they use this shield to displace the top right now. They need to get rid of this top Mez extension and the top blue extension right now. Probably gonna have a guy walking site here.
I feel like time ticking down is certainly not helping King Zero here, because they're going to get to a point where they need to take a little bit of a risk if they haven't got that top floor control. Like you say, maybe walk into site, maybe just see what they can get. But I feel like KAG are not the sort of team that are going to be caught out by that. Like you say, they're nice, they're calm, they're cool, they're collected, and DD fires the nitro out of the window. KZB manages to pick one up onto Zaka. 4 versus 3. King Zero keeping themselves in the fight, but KAG always there with a trade. Chibasu onto Momo. KZB gets himself another. Make it 3 in the round. He's going to go through them for fun here. 3 versus 1 now, and it is all up to DD to hold on. I said in the pre-game he was quiet against Fnatic. They're going to need something real loud from him now.
Let's see this. KZB walking Mez. They're using the Black Bridge to take the space. Tried to pop the pipe. They rotate stock side here. It's winnable from stock. KZB, yeah.
Tries to hold his position, but KZB goes 4K in the round, and it is. I think that was essential for King Zero. I don't often say that about like round 2, right? You know, lots of things happen through the course of a Siege match, but I feel like on this stage, elimination on the line, you know, it's the first time, as we've said, that these guys are in that position, whereas KAG have got so much experience to fall back on, getting that opener there, and then being able to follow it up and level things up, going 2-0 down, 3-0 down, it's going to be straight in the head. So I think they're leveling that up. It just maybe settles a few nerves.
And honestly, too, Tim, the hardest thing sometimes after the opening is finding the next play to go for, because sometimes you're always trying to pick the perfect play instead of just making a play. And together they used the pressure, they had the Mez walk up, it was great, it was in sync, and they ended the round smooth and together. Let's see, they're bringing out more traps right now, so they're bringing out the Ella, the Thorn to stop the shield play. The Azami's good to stop the cut play. They're bringing out, I want to see what this Nook walk does this round. Could be looking to go south. I switch to the Thatcher cap. Could be a little, the Thermite, no, it's going to be a library over here. Maybe, have you seen the sends? They sends the site and they plant default. Yeah, I think it's going to be this right here with the cap too.
Yeah, they've got the Capitao as well, so you're going to have a lot of that smoke utility. The Thatcher, do you think that is a little bit of a response to the gadgetry they face? In particular, I'm looking at Anaton there on the Warden. Thatcher gives you a really good response to that.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the thing people don't think about a lot about Thatcher now, with the AMP being more of like a laser beam, that you can get rid of the Solus, the Warden scanners from a relatively safe position, sometimes being outside of the map, just being able to shoot it to him. So it's a very cheeky thing that you can do. See some early cheese coming out from Shuri. That's great too, being 0-2, not being afraid to go for a play. But they have good coverage on it, kind of baiting it here.
Yeah, they definitely want him to go. They've got a good idea it's going to be the case. We did question maybe how prepared, could they be? Not that they, that they wouldn't be prepared. They'll, of course, have done everything that they can, but they certainly have a good read here, whether it's via intel in the map or maybe something that they've picked up in that preparation before they come into the game today. But I'm certainly aware that Sharif fancies himself a little bit of a jump out to get things going. But right now, KAG, they're almost kind of hands off, aren't they? They're quite happy to sit here and say, if you want to play slow, you play slow, because at the end of the day, that only benefits KAG on the defense.
Exactly.
King Zero are burning their time a little bit here, and they need to think about getting moving. We're a minute and a half in, nobody inside the map yet.
And that was the same theme when their labs attacks too. They were very slow, very methodical with their opening of the round. And I feel like if you play that well enough and not give away your opening kills, you can really have a great advantage in the late round, because there's so much avenues open that you can use in the round and just walk through with no information for the defense side. Dining the site, we have bar player right now. I don't think he knows, or does he know? Looks like he knows. Ooh.
This is the thing against Sharif. You can know all you want, but if you don't hit that first shot, you're probably going to lose the fight. Sharif picks up a beautiful headshot, and that's a problem for King Zero. He's been there for 2 minutes, unmoved. They've been aware of his position, and he still comes away with the entry. They can't allow KAG that sort of breathing room. It is going to be a big problem. They're just now getting themselves that office breach. Really feels like King Zero behind the pace here, Dev.
Very slow right now, especially they're just giving them the map here. They're probably playing a basement WinCon flank for below. You saw them making sure they have that control with Chibisu. Oh, Chibi's back in the same spot here. Is there intel? Oh.
Takes a couple of shots, nearly finds his man. He's just, he cannot be allowed to operate like this in this position. Big J does manage to get one from the hatch. That levels it up at 4v4, but with only 20 seconds left in the round, it could be too little too late, because now KAG can start doing this. They can just start playing little games with them, taking peeks, taking fights. Saka one, Anaton another. 4 versus 2. The fight through the window does not go King Zero's way. Chibisu picks it up. 4v1, and it is up to Sunset coming down the stairs. He is not going to win against that wooden shotgun, and that is a really nice defense from KAG, but I feel a little bit King Zero have got themselves to blame there. They've not done enough to disrupt them.
I just feel like they're not really taking pace to the round. It's low time. If everyone gets the kill in sight, maybe you try to drop the sight, try to throw a wrench, throw something different in the round. Because if you're just clearing the way they expect you to clear, or playing the way KAG expects you to play, they're always going to be up ahead against you with just their rotations, with shoot flanking, with the players doubled up lower soul, with the Izami to close up the trophy window for the retake, with the Warden shotgun there. You have to make sure you're always adding a different element that will throw off the defenders or your opponent if you're on the other side. And I just think too, you can kind of see a little bit of a switch up and just their comfortability on this map versus Labs. Labs, they were a bit quicker. They were a bit more to the point. They knew what their deep WinCon was, where they wanted to go for the plant. And right then and there, I just didn't really feel like they had a real solution for the strat that they were running. They didn't have a real idea where they wanted to go get the bomb down, what their exit was going to be, where they needed people at. So I'm just looking to see whoever is their IGL, they need to point the way, go for the gaps, go for their plays, and just leave it all out there, because right now they're not really letting themselves get into these attacking rounds.
It feels a little bit like it's that problem solving that we spoke about as well, Sharif. I don't want to keep labouring the point, but he was a problem and there was no solution to it, and that's what they've got to be able to work on quicker. Let's see if they can do it going forward. So we're back into it. Round 4 it is going to be. The final bans come in. We're going to see the Izami taken away. It's been a consistent pick coming in. It's something that Zaka has used every single round for KAG. If we remember back in round 1, he actually played fantastically from mezzanine behind those Kiba barricades. So I think this is definitely one of those bans where you look and, within the teams quite often, it's, right, okay, that's been the problem on that side, so we take it away for the next time we have to go back and attack there. So the question here for KAG really is, what do they do in response to that? How are they going to keep hold of those areas without the Izami?
Usually just bring the castle here, and then a lot of the times those areas become a lot more of layers. And you don't really look to, I mean, honestly too, you can play the top mez spot, but there's not going to be much help for you. You're really playing there to waste time and for your life to die. And that becomes the real part of the round. You usually have a guy on the office side holding the deep angles into library, so you do have some type of help, but usually it just becomes more on that player playing for his life, playing to see how many kills he can get, and then his team just tries to float around him and help. Yeah,
I was
they're
just about
teasing hard. They're going for it.
I was just about to say King Zero could really do with coming away with an entry there, give themselves that best foot forward, but Shareep having absolutely none of it. We saw him in that last round itching for a jump out, but he's like he's got that sixth sense. He knew that he was being watched. Chibisu, his partner in crime, goes out and gets himself one as well. Anything you can do, he can do better. Zaka manages to pick up Momo and Kag right now. It feels to me like they're accelerating here. The confidence is building, the run-outs are coming, and they know that they've got King Zero on the ropes on their attack here on Chalet. Big J does manage to take down Chibisu. Might just make Kag think twice about this. Halfway through the round, still a lot of time for the attackers to work with at least.
Of course, you see them trying to bring out the Nomad, the Lion, the Dokubu to try to control this aggression. But Kag, great teams find a way. They're still finding a way to disrupt them and not even let them get any real work together, because they're just getting into the map and they're instantly dying, or even barely making it to the map. They're outside of West Main fighting for their lives.
I really like that from King Zero. That was beautiful teamwork there. We had KZB underneath just chasing Shareep up the stairs, and he's obviously got Big J in his ears saying, look, bring him my way. Bring him my way. I'm waiting.
I'm here.
I'm waiting. Arms are open. And he takes that kill as he comes up the stairs. Shareep taken down 2 versus 2 then. Didi and Zaka need to hold on here. Zaka 5-1 at the minute. You'd have to back him to pick up at least 1 kill in this situation. So King Zero need to be finding themselves some answers. 35 seconds left to go. I like this use of time from them. They're not panicking here. You know, this is showing that they are comfortable inside of the map. They're on the drones. They're trying to still work almost like an entry team here. You've got KZB on that drone, sending it through right at Big J's feet, and he is there ready to respond, ready to reply to any information that comes his way. But I feel like they've just wasted a little bit too much time. 10 seconds left to go. They're going to have to dash in and just try to take a plant. Will the cover be there? Yes, it will. KZB with a double out of nowhere picks up the round. King Zero, I've got to be surprised with that one. 10 seconds, it looked like a Hail Mary going in for the plan.
It was a beautiful play, though. They were working well in that 2v2, and I think that's always a constant theme in Siege. If you're a team and you just stay with it, you stay working together, any round you can win it. And you see the coach had already pre-fired the timeout.
Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. So it's going to be King Zero, as you say, who do take that time out. I don't think that they'll mind the opportunity still, even though they've managed to break that Kag momentum. I think, you know, maybe a little tactical timeout on the back just gives Kag a little bit of time to stew in that mistake as well, because, you know, we've got to say, I think it is a little bit of an error there from them. The 3 versus 2, like you said, I think they were 4 versus 2 at a point, actually. You know, like you said, they got themselves a couple of big kills and maybe just got a little bit carried away with the round, and King Zero certainly sent a message then.
No, it's very important, too, to always have that respect about your opponents, because you're playing aggressive for the kills. You need to be able to recognize, okay, it's not a ranked game. We already got an opening kill. We trade again. The Mozzie's still peeking outside of West Main. Shareep is still fighting below, and it's a desync. They just need to make sure that they're cleaning this up, because you don't want to give your opponent any chance. You know, they're having great starts to the round. They're winning these rounds in the first few seconds if they can just keep their narrative right, keep their win con, and make them actually work for it and get fully in the map. But they give them these opening kills outside of the map, and they get it into that 2v2 where we can see King Zero's patience and their teamwork come out. I think that's where they excel, because you saw right there, that was a well-played 2v2.
King Zero then will move into round 5. They've got 2 more rounds on the attack, and I'm just looking, you know, maybe how this looks for them. Generally speaking, on Chalet, we've got 7 matches that we've seen them play on there. 4-3 is the record for them. 63% attacking win rate. I was kind of looking from a perspective of how many rounds do they need in this half? What are they going to be looking for? And I was kind of hoping for them that it was going to be 3, that was going to be the threshold, the benchmark. I don't think it is realistically. 47% defensive win rate on Chalet. So this certainly fall into kind of that stereotype of attackers being stronger on Chalet. So they really could do with getting themselves a 4-2 half here, because you just know that Kag are going to make it difficult once they get onto the other side. They're going to see that they can sort of bring a little bit more of that aggression almost and make it pay dividends.
Of course, and we see the Clash coming out too. We talked a lot about the Clash in the pregame, being one of the best operators in the game right now. It's going to be able to slow down this Black Group heavily. They'd have to use this the Capitale to help clear this Clash.
We'll keep an eye on Big J's position, see exactly how that utility is used. Right now, Anaton is going to be playing inside of Piano. The site that we're looking at is Bar and Gaming, so this is quite a broad spread from CAG up on the top floor. We usually see that trifecta, library, mezzanine, top blue stairs, but they've decided here to actually extend out further and just stop that sweep coming across. Quite often we'll see attacking teams get themselves inside of Solar, nearly punished again. Chibisu out of the window. How about that for timing as the man just gets himself up onto the rooftop to safety?
Does he know? Throwing a thorn for it, he must know.
Shell going.
Gonna see King Zero.
Same spot right now as the last round here. They're not gonna have the full mass out of control because the Clash is gonna be stuffing top blue here. They need to work to clear this Clash.
Already burnt 1 minute 45 of the round here as Anaton, and really all they've done is push him back into another power position. Like you say, having that utility in place, ready to go to be able to clear this position is going to be key for them. The Rotero goes in. It is going to move Library Box at least temporarily. Sharif is able to stay in position though. We're going to see those flame arrows from the Capitao that we spoke about being important for the Clash, maybe being wasted there.
Yeah, I don't really like that flame. Not really flaming much for your team. Looking to go side here. They have good pressure. Games window. If they get a kill, they could hop on this.
It is going to be sent in. Does he see the opportunity to find the kill inside of storage? Not yet. Sharif manages to get one onto Fiber. The push finally comes into Library. KZB has been a shining light for this team so far. 7-2 does manage to get things going again. 3 versus 3, 3 versus 2 as he takes down Didi, and out of nowhere again, King Zero might just be able to forge themselves an opportunity to get in here and put this diffuser down. KZB manages to find Chibizu, and that's going to leave us now in a 1v2, but Anaton, he's got that top floor, he's got that vertical that he can work from. Can he find the plant going down? No! Sunset, ready for the drop, takes him out. King Zero find themselves in the lead.
There's a 3 you asked for. I mean, they're at their benchmark here. The 4th is, every time, you kind of reach that expected amount in the game, I always tell my team, we already got our rounds, let's go for more. Because right now, the pressure's flipping onto CAG. CAG came in very confident. They were playing very aggressive. Now, they just kind of got punched in the mouth. They're down now, so you have to react.
That's it. It's
very stoic from King Zero, too.
All the best plans survive until you get punched in the mouth.
Yep.
We'll see exactly what response they've got. Final attacking round, CAG. I think, like you said in that previous round, we were talking about this in a sense of coming in. Can King Zero get themselves enough? We're now having to flip that on its head and say that it is CAG that are backs to the wall here, because we don't have a lot to go on for CAG. It's not a map that they play an awful lot of. We've only seen them play it once recently. That was back in March. It was an 8-7 win, so it took them all the way to overtime. And in that matchup, their attacks weren't great.
Yeah.
50%, 4 out of 8. So CAG really need this one for me.
Really do. I think, again, KZB, the coolness, because a lot of players would throw those smokes, drop down, but he's patient. And I feel like that's the key to for King Zero being such a new team, to just how composed they are in these late round scenarios. And that's the most important thing about Siege, too, because I feel like the defender meta, it has kind of, it's shifting a little bit into like that slower pace on the attacking side, where you can kind of let the defense kind of marinate, and they're going to kind of make mistakes in the late round because you kind of congest them. You can maybe see CAG playing for a little bit more space here, playing to really make them clear through instead of playing just the automatic layer back off the time, making it about kills more than the time.
It's a master bedroom hold for CAG on this final defensive round for them, and as you say, there's a presence kind of all over the place at the minute. They've got Zaka out on mezzanine, which is exactly what they've succeeded with in the past, but last time around, King Zero were ultimately able to find the answers. They did win the attack onto this site last time around. Zaka was left out in the cold as far as I remember. He didn't really manage to get himself into the round or have the same sort of impact that he did in round 1. So I think something, maybe CAG need to do is think about their own flexibility, and when it's time to maybe give up those holds, if it's something that King Zero are not playing into, if those opportunities are not going to present themselves, because you don't want Zaka just out for that long. He's not had a kill now for a few rounds either. 5 and 3. He was certainly big to start with, and they need to keep him in there.
Going for a dining kill here. Looks like they're trying to work Chibisu. They have a drone on him, but they're gonna flip pressure right now. Again, you just see King Zero always probing right now. They're never putting too much into the map, keeping CAG on their feet about where they are. Chibisu right now is thinking he's getting clear below, but right now they're flipping most of their bodies towards library side. They're really just milking these rounds. They spot the Cade Claw too, so they can get rid of the Cade Claw. They have good XP tilt too here with the Grim Bees, the Dokkaebi scans, and the Lion scans. Surrounder here on the flank.
Reap just going to be taking the fight on the close angle, but he gets it all wrong, and it's that man again, KZB, on the Deimos, manages to find him. Chibisu picks up Fiber, who has been quiet so far. The Grim taken away is going to be a big loss of utility for this attack. 4 versus 4, 30 seconds left to go, but King Zero have shown us twice over now that they are capable of getting these rounds won without much time to go on. And it's usually on the back. KZB coming in, manages to confirm himself a double, but 2 kills come in for CAG, puts them back in the driving seat. 15 seconds left to go. You see the Vulcan canister pop. DD manages to pick up Big J, and it is all up to that man, KZB. It's going to be an ace if he manages to close out this round, but with 8 seconds left, he can do no more. Zaka closes it out, and we're going to have a 3-3 split at the half.
That was close for Big J right there. He got on cams. Still see some laughter coming out from CAG. That's good from them. I mean, honestly, I felt like from the start of that half, I was honestly expecting more of a dominance from CAG there, because they early game they were just doing what they wanted with King Zero. They were getting runouts, they were getting opening kills, but I loved how King Zero found a way to win rounds there. They really were able to just put their foot down, slow the tempo down, slow the pace down, and just have rounds that could actually end in their favor.
See who takes the advantage going into the second half then. Of course, just having a break here, opportunity for the coaches to just interject a little bit, maybe give a bit of a blueprint for how those few, particularly on the CAG side, I think, how those first few attacking rounds are going to go. He needs to really be getting the best out of those shields, because I think we're definitely going to see them. I said earlier they'd struggled to make them useful against Fnatic, and I think that's going to be a key point that we see in this second half.
And Tim, the thing too on the attacking side I like a lot is being able to start with a quick play, something that's not more of like a spread. It's mainly just saying, okay, we know what zone we're going to go for, and we're going to do it with pace to set the tempo against the defense. Say, hey, we're coming at you fully. And that doesn't necessarily have to set your tempo for the rest of the game, but doing that the first round really throws off the team in reading you, because they don't know if you're going to play fast, or if you're going to play slow, or if you're going to play in a mix. So it really just adds an extra layer to the dimension of just knowing what pacing you want to go for. Because in that beginning round, they're really trying to read the pressure you're putting and make the reaction. But if you're just going straight for the play, not the gap that you see, but a play that you just know you want to go for, I think that's the best thing CAG can do, especially coming off of a weak series and already having kind of a weak attacking record. Just kind of choosing what space they want to take and going for it is really going to help them out, and then kind of playing from there will be the best case scenario for them.
See if they can bring that decisive play, then getting in, finding those opportunities and taking advantage of them. Again, it was something that they struggled against Fnatic with a little bit. The opportunities presented themselves. They got on their flanks a couple of times, but then they never really managed to get the round over the line. They never really managed to punish those errors, those little gaps that they were able to find. So is that something that they have learnt from coming into this one? We will have our bans come through. I can take away Azami. The Monte is a textbook ban against any team with Anaton on it. We're going to see him taken away. Will it be another shield taken? Are they going to fully commit to this? Or are they going to leave him with the smaller options of Blitz, Blackbeard? Yes, Ying is the one taken away. Good.
2 good bans, because it really... The Monte's very good too at clearing the mezzanine position, because you can walk up the staircase, and it really kind of puts just an immediate thorn into the defense. The Ying ban too just gets rid of any of the flashes. The glass has got to be up though. The glass is really strong on this map, blocking the office door. It's amazing. Seeing their lineup right now, looks like this would be a bit of a passive hold with the Cade. Master's one of the best sites too, because it's a extremely hard site to just ISO. You really have to make sure you have split pressure because a lot of the time the defense is doing an extension into dining and an extension to the top mez side. So you really have to pick who you want to go for because the people from above play heavy roles because you can help the dining extension and you can help the mez extension from Ivy side. I expect to see them do a double reinforce off of Office and cave the wall here, playing the smoke Goyo combo to stall. Or actually they reinforce Office. Usually you reinforce it the other way so you can play safely on that. So let's see. Oh, they double reinforce it. Oh wow. Okay. They're gonna quad reinforce. So they're just faking it for the info. So that's another layer to the game too, trying to deceive that initial info that you're seeing. Because a lot of teams, they'll see certain walls, certain reinforcements put down. They'll be okay. They're doing this type of strategy, this type of win con. Let's do this. But then you get in the game, and these walls are reinforced. It completely changes the whole strategy because you need to make sure you have EMPs, you have the breaching to get that wall open.
I love that from King Zero, just showing a level of confidence. We've spoken about confidence on the CAG side, but King Zero certainly looking for those mind games as well as the rounds that they've been picking up over the course of Chalet so far. So in go the drones. It's going to be CAG looking to get themselves into the map. Sharip on the Snake is going to be one that I'm watching. Chibisu with that Dokubi as well. This is going to be a lot of kind of intel and oppression here coming in, or there should be from these attackers. It should make it very difficult for King Zero to hold on to any of those power spots that they're trying to play in.
Of course, the Dokubi is really good, because especially if you time the calls really well with the players you want to clear, it makes it almost impossible to answer the call. And if you do any chip damage to the players, the call can almost finish them. So it's very important just to make sure you're using the Dokubi extremely well and in sync with the actual plays you're making. I'm going to go for a nade clear, a hop, the ace.
Need to see better use of these shields, as I said previously, with Soanaton getting caught out in kind of solo plays. This has been much better from them so far. If we're keeping an eye on that as the Blackbeard starts to push through, that is a bad situation that they put Momo in there. I love that from CAG. The teamwork, the nade, the crossfire was ready. Sharip manages to pick up Big J as well. 5 versus 2 in the blink of an eye. Is that the decisiveness that you were looking for, Dave?
Yes. It was. You know, they had the right ops, they had the util in place, they made sure that they know if we're going to go for this clear, that there's going to be a dining player dropping, going for the extension, so they were layers deep ready for that. Pays off the wall, King Zero in a bad spot. No C4 anymore. It should be a closeout from CAG, yeah.
I like this from CAG though. They're not getting overly aggressive there. They've not just gone streaming into site because they're in a 5v2. They've still been breaching the wall, pushing the window. Wait till we get the Blackbeard up here. We start to take that grind. They've recognized we've got the time. That's another weapon in our arsenal. Let's use it. And they didn't get themselves kind of sucked into one of those little gunfights where you lose a couple and all of a sudden that 5v2 becomes a 3v2 and it's, you know, it becomes very, very losable. But yeah, well played from CAG. A really nice first attacking round from them, and that might just shake the confidence of King Zero a little bit on their defense.
I think too for King Zero right now with the zombie ban, you kind of have to change the way you play Mez. Either like playing it with the trap, like the Ella, but the shield is kind of useless because the Fed shield's only gonna get blinded, but the Ella actually disables the shield, makes it push away. And honestly, on that side, you kind of have to play a little bit for the layer game because you're already running the cage strat. So I feel like you play more into that, play more into holding below. So they actually can't clear the cave claws off the wall because they don't have any. They only had pocket EMPs. So just adding that deeper level, because right then and there they gave them all their kills in the front of their attack right now. So I think King Zero really looked to just add a different layer, look to fight in that second layer of their strategy, and I feel like they'll have a lot closer rounds against CAG right now.
We saw the value of Blackbeard that time around. I'd asked the question about the shields, and CAG have given me a very strong answer there. It was much better played, great teamwork around it, created space, created the opportunity for the crossfires to pay off and to find those kills. I'm looking straight away, no surprise whatsoever, Fiber on the clash. So how are CAG going to deal with this clash? I'm looking at DD. It's got to be the Capitao coming in there and making it different.
And you have the Zofia combo too, which is really good. The stuns are amazing for it. So you really just have to make sure you get rid of the clash or make him weak enough to where the Blackbeard can throw a nade at him, finish him, or usually you see Anatune a lot putting the shield on the back.
The Dokkaebi calls as well
Exactly.
could come in. If you've got that clash worked up a little bit, you've got that damage been put down there, 40 health, all of a sudden it's answer or die. You don't have much of a choice, do you? So we'll see exactly how that clearance goes on. We're going to see Big J taken down again. Kag doing really well here and manoeuvring those players, forcing them into those bad positions.
They don't know he's down, so he's going to get out here. Like 2-something against the Clash that people don't use a lot is the gridlock, because now the gridlock slows you, and it's the damage is just it's OP because you start taking damage, you're slow walking, and I feel like you can actually stop the Clash from moving, and then put the util, put the cat flame in, and he's just limping, dead, dope call. Could be good.
Well, that's one of the things a lot of people might not realise about the Clash. If you're at home, you're thinking, I want to be a better Clash player, it's so powerful. One of the things that I would say to you is get used to managing your distances and your movement. You've got to keep yourself away from those attackers, because it's just one melee strike and you're pretty much dead. So you've got to be able to deal with that. So the gridlock is going to make that super difficult, because your movement is going to be so much more restricted. We're going to see ourselves in a 3 versus 3 now. Zaka's super low health on the Grim, and King Zero are actually doing pretty well here. They've still got a Nitro in pocket. They've got Pulse feeding intel into them, and we've got Anaton low health on the shield. This could be a tough finish for them.
Right now they need to isolate a kill here. They have 2 players side slash. Oh, we're at a C4. That's the round right there. Unless Shuri can go huge here on the...
Definitely going to take one of those big hero moments from Kag. We've seen them so many times. Shuri, he's just walking his way into sight, nearly catches Pulse with the heartbeat scanner in hand. I like this. Gosh, I was just going to say, I like this. They're teaming up. They're using the shield. He's going to be the magnet for the attention, but unfortunately, he was the magnet of Sharip's attention as an unfortunate team kill comes in. 10 seconds left to go as Sharip tries to make his way in. He's taking chip damage along the way, finds one, can't find another. Sunset with the trade, and King Zero actually played that really nicely in that 3v1. They separated themselves, so it wasn't possible to fight both sides, and Sharip, he has no choice but to take damage from somewhere.
Amazing round from them. You know, they were really able to use the space that they had and really make sure on the library hard zone they're getting kills, they're weakening that attack to where, sure, they get library control, but it's with 2 people who have very low HP, and the other player is in dining side who can't really affect the round because they've already layered back safely, and they have their player lower blue holding for that. They have a double stock, which is usually the best places to play, because if they have no nades, they can't really displace you too well, and the Pulse can collect info on where they're going in library, and we saw that with the C4 kill on the weak player. See a timeout coming out.
Yeah, Kag going to be calling that tactical timeout.
It's an early one.
It is an early one in terms of their attack. They've had 2 attacking rounds, won one, lost one.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe you give it another go.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of relaxation needed there. Just give it another round or 2. Get yourself up to that kind of maybe round 10 mark and see how things are shaping up. But I think there's just maybe a situation there where the coach has maybe spotted something specific and thought, no, and we need to curb this now. We need to deal with this now. As we continue, it's going to be important, of course, for King Zero to try and build a little bit of momentum. Haven't really seen that from them yet on the defense in the 2 rounds. It's been win 1, lose 1. This time they're going to go back. This is quite interesting, actually. They're going to go back to Master Bedroom. We saw this from them back in round 7. It was the site that Kag were able to win. They won it pretty comfortably as well. It was really nicely done. The attack from Kag came into library in big numbers. There was nades, there was shields. It was very difficult for King Zero to hold on from that side. They lost a couple of players trying to do so, and then Kag were able to close out the round easily. But King Zero saying, rather than continue with that rotation, actually, what we're going to do is we're going to back ourselves to get that site. We're going to go back, and we're going to try to take top floor.
Let's see, the Dinar is really strong right now too to shut down Highway. They're bringing that Ella out, like I said, to stop that initial shield entry on the library side. It's going to be great. They're bringing a lot of traps with the Thorn too. The smoke's going to be great Sol on the Soul side right now. They're going to have weak win con from below, no solos, no C4 really for that potential. So it's going to be on the top fights right now. I'm expecting to see them get aggressive here, especially with Momo starting really pushed up on this library double window. Looking to play for the opening kill. They're switching their tempo a little bit right now. He's gonna back up, okay. Have a games extend here. And that's the thing too, a little bit on that first round too on Master, they gave them a lot of below space for free. They only had the player drop down out of sight late round, but now they actually have a guy starting in games. That adds another layer because you have to set up for that game's OPK, and then once you set up for that game's OPK, this guy should kind of get out. They have games, but then you have a kill, and then the round becomes difficult for the attackers here.
I like that from King Zero. Just kind of, I feel like baiting that pressure in on the back of the Deimos scan. They know that you're going to want to move. You don't want to waste those scans. If you've got a location, you want to go in and do something about it. And King Zero were ready. They had the backup there, and they find the kill. 5 versus 3, not just 1 but 2, taking down Sharif on the Solid Snake as well. So not only do you lose out on the scan that came in from Chibisu, that didn't gain you anything. You lose a ton of intel with that Soliton radar going in the pocket of Solid Snake, who's been taken out. 5 versus 3, King Zero as well. I like the way they've managed this round. They've just got themselves back to site now. They know that the work is done. We fall back. We don't need to get overly aggressive now, but they've also left KZB downstairs, and he's going to be a nightmare. I
feel like a lot of the time too, the teams will be like, okay, they're going back to site. Let's not really worry about the flank. They might get lazy, no flank drone, and KZB is just again that thorn in the side because you never want to give the attackers a fully clean round. You still want to have that late round problem to throw. As he puts a flank in, he dies on site 1. But KZB stopping the piano side here. They just need to make sure they can kill Anatune right now. KZB gets 1.
That's the big problem. KZB comes up library stairs, and as soon as he's there, he's like a wasp in the room. He needs to be dealt with. 30 seconds left to go. It's late in the game to start picking people up. DD is down. Anatan manages to find Sunset, and it looks like Kag digging deep. It looks unlikely though, as there's now 2 of them down on top of each other. We're going to have these shots coming out onto the Blitz, dealt with beautifully by King Zero. It got a little bit scrappy towards the end, but I really like how King Zero managed the majority of that round.
Ag looking a little dejected right now. Their energy seems a little bit just out of it right now. And King Zero, you know, they're not getting too hyped. They're just staying right there in the slipstream, playing great Siege, and it's wow, it's impressive to see. Ag's going to start to feel the pressure here.
Going to see them taking the clash away. Something that's only been used in one of the rounds. Fiber did bring along clash back in round 8 for Baron Gaming to try and hold on to that top flight. Wasn't particularly successful for them. I feel like that's kind of Kag leaning into this shield play again. You know, we don't want that disruption. We want to be able to just bring them. But again, it's only really been that one round back in round 7 where the shields have been particularly decisive for them. Otherwise, King Zero have been reasonably capable of dealing with them, and only one of those rounds have they had the clash, so I'm not sure about that from Kag. I don't know how much value they're going to get from it.
There's just so many traps up, especially if you don't ban that in your narrative in the pregame. You're leaving up the Thorn, the Ella, those, and the Denari too. They're all great stoppers against the shield, and making sure King Zero, you see them leaning more into that. They're bringing a lot of these rounds triple traps to make sure that they're covering these gaps. And the Aruni too kind of adds as another layer of trapping because you get to shut off windows, you get to shut off doors, and you get to re-trigger those gates. And then on top of that, you get a great DMR, which is amazing against the shield too, because the Blitz is exposing his elbows, he's exposing his feet, so the DMR can rip straight through that.
Especially, like you say, with that DMR, it's just doing such high damage. You just one touch, that's it, and you're starting to find yourself in a pretty bad spot if you are on the shield. So let's keep an eye on Anaton throughout this round. We'll see how much sort of impact he can have, how much value there is in that shield, because I always look at the bans. It's one that I often talk about with the Kaid and Bandit double ban. You know, we've got to watch these bans and think how much value are you gaining from it. It's not enough to just say, you know what, we don't want to play against that operator. You've got to get more than that out of it. If you're going for the K Bandit double ban, for example, you've got to be getting in there. I want to see walls open quickly and I want to see pressure applied, because otherwise you're not using it. Why do it? The clash ban, you've got to be getting aggressive with the shields, taking space and, you know, making them pay, because otherwise there's better value elsewhere.
Of course. Starting a lot slower right now. Put some pressure Soul side, which is really nice. A lot of teams, they'll bring a pair of smokes in the Ace or like the Habana on the Soul window. They'll put that initial pressure on the Soul wall, make them think they're going Solar side, and they'll flip into the library side clear, because they'll usually layer the zone here. Not playing top mez, which is very good, because again, the top mez position without the zombie becomes pretty much like, sometimes it becomes a free OPK if you don't play it correctly, if you don't play more for that mid-4 power. So it just You really have to lean into just the narrative of the game here.
Instead, on that library side, what they've gone for is more of a Denari hold. We've got quite a few trip connectors in there. So I think, again, just trying to make it difficult to hop in the windows. And it's not about stopping them, it's about burning time.
Exactly.
We can see, there's just a couple across there that are going to be difficult to clear, and it becomes a utility sink.
Exactly.
It becomes a time sink. It becomes another problem to solve. Or the CAG look at it and say, do you know what, we just go elsewhere. As it is, they're going to try to get on in. Fiber manages to pick up DD with a headshot. Anaton is there, one onto Big J. I was asking, how much value do you get out of that shield? And he starts with some for sure. Momo manages to pick up Chibisu though. 4 versus 3. 50 seconds left to go. Plant does go down, however. King Zero now playing on the retake.
King Zero right now, they're in a good spot, honestly, for the retake. It's low HP. The win con is a little bit weird. They could probably play from lobby side just with the ace charge open. So Zaka needs to really stay alive right now. They'll be retaking down Soul. Shirip on the cross. One Styles across. Double Styles. No fear coming out from King Zero. They're going for it.
Shirip misses a couple of opportunities to prevent this.
Last guy's outside us. Can he stop from the hatch? They plan it wrong. Oh my gosh, they didn't plan it right for him. Brilliant.
Fiber's going to get this secured. Momo manages to get that final kill. King Zero getting the job done on the retake. Really nice stuff from them. And just again, a couple. It just feels like the same as I said about CAG against Fnatic earlier on. Just those couple of missed opportunities. Shirip there, he has 2 dart across, and it's not an easy hold from Trophy Window to prevent that movement, but they both get away with it. Not once, but twice. And that is the killer, because then you're having to fight into them because they're in the position they want to be in then. So Shirip, just a couple of marginal missed opportunities, but those are the fine margins that we are always dealing with inside a siege. Great stuff from King Zero, really impressive, and they get themselves up onto map point 6-4 now.
Amazing too. A lot of people don't know about that, but if you do plan a little bit more to default spot to the right in the plants, Big Window does stop that. So that was a good play from Shirip, but it was just unlucky that he didn't have the cons and to plan it in an off spot. So yeah. And that was great retake from King Zero, keeping it calm and making sure you're going for the round. Because you see a lot of teams that end this retake that they kind of don't leave themselves enough time to actually go for the round. And that's the thing. You have to make sure you attack each round with everything you have.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, then this could be the final round of Chalet for us as CAG battle to keep themselves in this one. If not, they will be 1-0 down in this best of 3 and only 1 map away from exiting the Esports World Cup on day 1, which is certainly not the position they will have wanted to find themselves in. Also looking to still get themselves that first map win in international play in a good long while. Unable to do it. Rotero drones going to go in, start clearing the path a little bit. Barbed wire goes, utility cleared. That might just give Anaton a little bit more breathing space to go and take some ground.
Going for a sweep right now with the ace across from the master side. They have the Grim, they have the Cap outside of library too to make sure you can clear this corner position. They have the Blackbeard again. I want to see where they use this entry through. That's the main thing, where they use the Grim Bees and where they use the Blackbeard to really catalyze their push here.
Anaton is going to look to get himself inside of the map now. Into Trophy he goes. He's going to be joining Chibisu as they try to move on up Solar Stairs. Drones will go ahead, just feed that little bit of intel. Zaka moving across above. They're taking good ground here, so this is a good start, but let's not forget it is Baron Gaming that they are attacking onto. 1 minute 15 into the round, no opening kill yet. Half map control taken on that top floor, but still we can see important utility there. Laser gates, shields, a lot to be dealt with here.
Yeah, I mean, right now, CAG, they're taking all the space that King Zero wants them to take. I feel like a lot of the time on Chalet on the bar, it's very important to start out with the corner clear. Because once you clear the player out of the library corner, it makes it so you can ISO the site or you can go into the clear. It makes the defense not able to know what you want to go for, but they still have the guy in the corner. It allows KZB to play a lot more aggressive in the basement, and also too, it gives you a deep state to be able to leave library, the top mez and the top blue player, and leave your player in the corner and play C4s off of him, play smokes off of him, be able to stall that time, because they're running a smoke and go combo. Yep, they're playing the layer game here. Didn't give him a kill. They did a full layer right now. I would like to see them either play for a dining retake, but it looks like they're not going to have the bodies to go for that here. It's going to come down to the stock execute in the lower blue plane. And Fiber and Mud. It's a good cheese play right now.
Sunset took a bunch of damage there before he was able to drop away from sight, so it's going to be something for King Zero to manage. But how about this? Almost gets himself a kill on those stairs, but is going to be able to keep that storage wall closed. That could be critical inside of this round. The Blackbeard is looking to punish, though. That will allow the wall to be open, but it could be too little too late. 20 seconds left to go. Momo, KZB, they managed to get one apiece. It is all crumbling for CAG right now as DD, the latest victim, taken out. 7 seconds left to go. It's flawless for King Zero as they are able to close out Chalet and make it 1-0 in this best of 3.
I mean, King Zero, they're making the right plays. They're thinking about the round before it even starts. They have a shield in stock if they ace that wall, that they have another layer they have to clear through. They have the player lower main stopping, putting that pressure. And then they have the dining retake still happening, and they have the smoke and the flame stalling out any players taking other gaps. It's clinical Siege coming out right now.
Beautiful stuff from King Zero, certainly putting a marker down for CNL, certainly making themselves known, and they could be in this one for the win.
Yeah. And for me, it's just the composure, because I feel like CAG really started out that game on the upper foot. They really, it felt like they were not taking them too seriously. They were running out a lot. They were peaking deep. They were kind of playing a little bit just over-energized, and in a sense, King Zero they swatted them down. They really said, we're going to cool out on the attacking side, we're going to get our rounds in. They hit the 3 rounds like you said, and then again, you said CAG, they weren't the strongest attacking team, and I could really notice that. They really couldn't get into their plays at all.
Yeah, it's great stuff here from King Zero on their own map pick to really set themselves up on map points to stay in the competition. That's the big thing here that we're talking about with our first elimination match. Good stuff that we're seeing from King Zero. One player in particular that I want to highlight is KCB. He was locked in regards to the position, but he was putting up numbers as well. Really having an important role in that final round as well. As you mentioned, of course, we're getting rid of the ace charges. And I feel like on the side of CAG, pressure might be getting to them. We're seeing critical mistakes like team kills in a 2v3 situation. We're seeing Sharif missing the player as he's holding the window with the player crossing in trophy. You can't be making mistakes like that in an important matchup like this one.
There's a little bit of me that thinks, as we said, there's maybe a limited opportunity to prep specifically for CAG on this map or this map from King Zero. But what I think King Zero have done well is actually understand CAG's gameplay. And I don't want to be critical of CAG too much, but it's been the same for a long time.
Yeah.
The jump outs, the pocket plays, we've come to expect it. And I actually love this from King Zero to see that, as one of our newer teams from the CNL coming in, they know that. They are ready for it. We saw it at the beginning when Shuri was waiting for the jump out. They were locked, and they were not going to suffer to that. So I love that from King Zero. They've come in here and, maybe not, always have the read on exactly what the setup is going to be, but it doesn't matter because they know what the gameplay is going to be. They know what the method is going to be, and they've had the answers. It's been great stuff.
And they just know what plays they want to go for, especially at the end of these rounds. It's just always being able to recognize what space you need to retake to stop the play that they're making, and they're putting the bodies in the right spots, and that's all Siege is about. Being able to recognize on the attacking side where I can put a body to make sure that I can cut off across, and then on the defensive side and the retake, knowing what space they want to hold for their win con of their post play, and making sure you have people going into that zone. But then also too, you have to make sure the people who are retaking into the site aren't going too early. It's about the full coordination and make sure it's happening at once. So if someone dies over here, you're still making play and taking ground in the other spots.
Not quite the 2-0 like you thought it was maybe gonna go in favor of CAG. I think at least Edison is having a better map here, right? Like there's improvement that we're seeing in comparison to map 1. Looking at the map summary as in general as well. Chibisu also putting up some numbers, but it doesn't seem to be enough. I mean, if you have KCB on the enemy team getting 2 kills on average every single round, it is really difficult to have to go up against that. But that was our first map here in this series. King Zero find themselves on map point after their map pick. We're gonna go to CAG's map pick after this, and that's Clubhouse. Welcome back to the B stream here at EWC. We're going to dive into map 2 between King Zero and KAG. Now, especially for all of our KAG enjoyers out there, which we know we have many that really support this team, what is it that they need to do on this second map? What kind of hope do they have to stay in the competition?
For me, I think it's not in the KAG way, but we need a little bit of unpredictability because King Zero were well prepared for what they were going to bring to the table there. So we can't see the same old jump outs. We can't see, aggression in that way. I'm not saying no aggression, but I just think it's got to be a little bit more structured. I love what they did in round 7. I don't want to get too kind of granular with it, but the way that they put that player on mezzanine in a really bad spot was a good example of what I'm saying. There was no win for them in that situation, and I want them to create more of that.
For me, it's hard for KAG because King Zero, they're really playing a nice style of siege. They're really making sure that, again, that first round, like Tim said, they gave the kills to them in that initial zone, but they recognized, okay, they're strong at getting the kills in that initial zone. They started to play more pushback. They started to play for the deeper zones and also for the below zones for the retake to get kills on the solo players. So I feel like KAG have to play more into that chess game, and they can start to bait those reactions and mainly go for the site and just start to just go for it. Because I really feel like KAG in these attacking rounds, they never really got too in it besides that first round and in that dining round where they lost in that close retake, where they're not really setting themselves up to really just destroy these traps, especially for the Attitude on the shield, because he's a big part of their spearhead potential, and you have to make sure you're clearing the way for them. And just looking at the side of KAG, they look just very, look at Attitude, he just looks very dejected right now. He's kind of,
they look defeated.
Yeah. And it's unusual for KAG. That is very, very unusual. Out of all the teams, if you said to me at any event, which team has always got a smile on the face, is always laughing, always ready for it, always up for it, always got good energy, KAG would be one of the first names, to come out of your mouth. And they really do seem to be under a bit of pressure. It's an elimination game. It's a big, big tournament here at Esports World Cup. And it certainly seems to be getting to them at the minute.
Yeah, we talked about the money that you get just for showing up, right? It's good money for the teams, but surely
better
you
for
don't
winning, though, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, it is. Like, as we said, it talks about, the further you get, it increases sustainably. It's just that you don't want to have your key crushed as the very first one. That is a rough thought to be having.
It really is. It really is. And it's not one that KAG are going to want to entertain. I'm hoping that it's something that maybe isn't in the players' minds at the minute, that, that they can kind of push that out of there. And again, it's probably a question I'd put to you, Dave, really. How much does that impact you? When you're sat in this situation, you may be facing elimination. How much is the overall thought of the tournament there, and how much is it just this next map?
Honestly, of course, it's always going to be there. But I feel like it being there, I always think that it's there for everyone. So I really use that to fuel me into making decisions and just being more confident in the decisions, so that it's just like life, there's always not going to be another round. So you have to make sure you're putting it and leaving it all on the line. And it really just helps you just go for it more. In those rounds, I just feel like you're just leaving all of yourself in the server, because of course, at the end of the day, you're not going to know if you're going to win the game or you're going to lose the game. So again, I feel like that's when you really do lose yourself in these games, and just you kind of have to let this idea of who you think you are fade, and you just have to just really just go for it, and you really just learn more things about yourself, and you find out that you have an unlimited will if you just stay mentally in it and tapped into the moment. And that's the thing that KAG need to do to bring this back, is to know that King Zero, they're still facing elimination. They might be a map up, but they still have the pressure now that they're a map up. They have to win these next 2 maps, so you can flip that pressure onto them, and you can start playing your game, doing what you need to do to win. And I feel like that's how they make this push happen. But I really need to see KAG's coach kind of instill some more confidence, because I feel like this team, they're a very loosey team. They're very goofy. They laugh a lot. They have a ton of fun when they're in the server. And right now, I'm just seeing them very stressed out. And just from King Zero's composure in the first game to this game, I feel like they're not the most animated team. They're a very consistent team in just what they bring round in and round out. And you see that especially too when KAG was cheesing them a lot and just playing very aggressively on them. They didn't really let it affect them too much. They were finding ways around that. And I think that's the biggest thing about Siege, is always finding a way through the obstacle.
I feel like I agree. I feel like they need that confidence back. Maybe a shoulder rub or two, or so, just to try and, like you say, loosen it up, relax things a little bit, and let Kag play with that confidence. I'm thinking of one particular moment from Chalet, and that was Sharif under the stairs. How long was he there for? 2 minutes. Got a kill, got another half a kill, and I feel like the reason I pick up on that is because that was Sharif backing himself. He knew that he was not going to be moved out of that position, and I think that's what we need a bit more of from Kag.
And that is exactly the kind of energy that we need from Kag going into the second map. It is their map pick, and they will have to fight to not see their key be crushed as the very first key here at EWC. The map is ready to go.
Thank you very much, and we will get on into it. Bans come raining on thick and fast here, Dave. We've got the Cade, we've got the Monty taken away. I don't know who this second... It's always a difficult second defender to call. Will it be the Bandit on Clubhouse, or there are a few other options
I think it's probably going to be the Bandit here. Just standard issue. Makes it so you don't have to really deal with the wall denial, but also, too, with the Wamai buff, it really does change the dimension of Clubhouse, especially CC. It makes that site a lot stronger because you were seeing just a lot of teams just defaulting into their after clear, having the Nomad, having the Capital to clear after, but now you have usually, you could play the Wamai up and rafter to stop that, and you can play the Azami now in the swamp position, and that really becomes a hard zone for them to clear through. So it's really just making sure that you're actually bringing the good operators, because Clash is one of Clubhouse's, one of the strongest ops on Clubhouse, because usually you get that double denial ban, and that leaves the Clash up. So if you're running a lot of Clash, Mirror, Azami in these first few rounds, they have to pick between what they ban.
Well, this is something I'd love to ask you and pick your brain on a little bit, really. It's a conversation that I've had with Des quite a few times, and Alphama as well, over the last kind of month or two through Stage 2 particularly, been talking about this Kaid and Bandit ban. And especially on a map like Clubhouse, I would argue that there's actually a lot of alternative ways to deal with. If you've got a bandit tricking, for example, a lot of the time you can get underneath them, you can clear the floor, there's other options to deal with that. And what it does do by going with that double electric ban, you said it yourself there, it leaves so much utility to play into. You're going to play into Mirror, you're going to play into Azami, you're going to play into Wamai. It's always one of them where I think it's such a gamble, and I'm just not I'm not always sold on the value of the double electric ban.
Because I see the Cade just to making sure you can get the hatches, but now with the Zofia change, I feel like the Bandit tricking on the CC side becomes a little bit weaker, but on the Gym side, if they're playing like the Wamai Castle combo to stop, I can see how that can get kind of annoying to deal with the Bandits, but then you could maybe look at bringing Mav out a lot if teams have the Mav play, so it really depends how well trained you are at solving deeper levels too.
Well, let's see how much of an impact it has then, because Kag, yes, they've taken away the Kaid, they've taken away the Bandit, but they are going to be playing into a Clash, they are going to be playing into an Azami, they are going to be playing into a Wood, and those are the three operators that particularly stand out to me there as these are problems we're going to have to find a solution to. Right now, we're going to see a little bit of a mid-floor clearance coming in here. It is going to be a basement attack for Kag. With a minute left on the clock. Sorry, a minute gone off the clock. And we've got some good progress from them, actually. We've got all of the defenders forced mostly back down to site. Momo is playing that Clash on main stairs. Obviously, the shield's just going to give him a little bit of freedom to stay up there. But no, even he has backed away. We've got Toxic Babes out already. Good pressure from Kag.
But that's kind of the strat. You have the Clash, you have the smoke, play around, you waste a little bit of time, you flex the wall off. It just burns another layer if you're not doing a hard roam extension, but right now it comes with the pick and their execute. They have one can left, they want to go for Church Wall. We have the Blitz up, we have to see where they use the Blitz. Usually you're going to have the 2 split on blue, and it depends if you want to go for a Kitchen Drop or a Moto Execute where you put the 2 and the 1. Looks like they're going to be snaking dirt for info right now, seeing a dirt player pushed. It should be just good info. Oh wow, he walked. He should be...
Beautiful stuff. Sharif takes him down on the back of that Soliton radar scan, then also sees that the way ahead was clear until the Clash decides to push forward. Nade comes in, is going to force that movement forward. If you remember, I said the dangerous position for a Clash is to be face-to-face with an attacker. Has to manage that distance a little bit better there. Momo, not too much of a choice when the nade comes in, but you got to say, maybe took the wrong one. Going to be very, very low health. Needs to be careful. There's still nades left on the board forward as well. 5 versus 3 as DD manages to find KZB, and it is not looking good as DD goes big. Manages to pick another up onto Fiber. Super low health. There's about 20 health between the two of them. It's a flawless round. Chalet finished flawless for King Zero, and Kag said, we're not having any of that. We come into Clubhouse and take one for ourselves. It's going to be 1-0. Good first attack.
Yeah, I feel like right there you could see how just much King Zero was struggling with the split. They had the dirt pressure come in, and then honestly it looked like they were to drop kitchen, but then they rotated double lower main. They killed the church player. So right now King Zero really need to make sure you're making plays on the retake, especially on church. It's a very execute heavy site. So whenever they're putting their flashbangs in, whenever they're putting their smokes in, usually you have maybe a C4. A lot of teams have the mini play where they C4 over main, C4 lower main, they retake moto, and then that gives you the chance to stop back armory from lower main control. So there are different ways you can win these rounds, but King Zero need to make sure they're calm to force out those round scenarios, because that's where the strength is on the defending side on this site.
Let's get into round 2 then, see if Kag can build on that confidence, that momentum. It was something that you said in the break there that they needed to bring into Clubhouse there, was to get up in the faces, play decisive, take that ground and back themselves. And boy, did they back themselves in round 1. King Zero were backed right into a corner and had no response. So round 2 is going to be gym and bedroom this time around. Again, we're going to see DD on the thermite. So 3 exothermics, I would expect to see 3 breaches pretty quick. Construction wall, jacuzzi wall, maybe CCTV wall. It depends, you know, how much utility they see in set up over that side. But as expected, straight onto that construction wall makes that rotation particularly difficult.
And I feel like too, it's honestly the best for the attack, because having that big wall open, it makes the gap a lot easier to walk through. The angle is not as tight with the can. They can't just be holding and you have to crouch peek it. The thermite allows you to really swing through fully and take that gap on con side, because if they're sitting cash side, it creates a gap if they have a person below. But looking right now, they want to go for a cash hard zone with the Wamana Jaeger combo, and they should float the clash over to help.
I'll back you up on that. I'm a big thermite supporter, a big thermite main. Might be my age, could be my skill, I don't know, but I'm going to keep claiming that it's the big old breaches.
I think it's the brain, your brain power.
Makes life a little bit easier, but the push continues from Kag here. They are getting themselves now established inside a CCTV. Momo takes damage, as does Fiber. They're being pushed from pillar to post at the minute, and they are very conscious of making their way across that breach. Nobody on there for Kag to be able to take advantage of that, but again, I commented on it last round. I'm going to say the same thing here. We're not even halfway through the round. They've all been forced back to site. They are now playing very, very much within touching distance of each other at King Zero, and that is going to make things a little bit more difficult, because multi-kills on the side of Kag become very, very possible.
Have the info. Great flash play. You know, I feel like right now at King Zero, they're kind of just giving them too much, not really putting their foot in the round with these plays like you saw on Chalet. So I feel like it's just, they need to really find where they want to go for the hard zone, because even on that playthrough, they didn't really have any range breach to get the cash wall open. They kind of just gave them that space without making them take it. Good play with the clash. Wow, that's a Blackbeard. That's big.
Yeah, really beautiful headshot there. Usually we expect the Clash to be countering shields by using that electricity, but instead just using that secondary. Sharif, however, manages to find Momo. 4 versus 3. Kag smell blood in the water, start pushing forward. Chibisu, DD, Zaka get 3 in quick succession, take round 2, and this is looking like a different Kag than the one we saw on Chalet. We don't see them play Chalet a lot. It was a good choice from King Zero to take them there. They got themselves the map, but on a map like Clubhouse, where Kag are 5-1 in recent history, they are showing that they are so much more comfortable.
No, it really does look just in their plays, in their ground, and on the execute too. They're really making sure that they have pressure points from all over the map. You see Jaeger trying to swing to retake on, but they have a player hopping through gym. It's just being in sync right now. They look much more confident in their plays they want to make and the plays they can make. And also, too, it's also being aware of the plays the defense can make against you to stop your strategy. Very important.
I don't want to, particularly sound the alarm for King Zero just yet, but I can tell you that if we look at those 6 matches that have been played over the last few months, CAG are actually better on the defense generally. They've got a 63% win rate on the defense, so coming out here so strong, getting a 2-0, if they can take a 3-0 sweep and win every defensive site that King Zero choose, that puts King Zero massively on the back foot, because I would say the same thing for them. Their best side is the defense. So right now, CAG are loving what they are seeing.
Yes, I think right now Kings are need to look to just plant their feet, actually play for the fights, and just try to shut down this Blackbeard. They need to bring some traps for it, shut it down, and I feel like that'll clear a lot of the spearheading away. Bringing out the Maestro, we don't see that a lot.
Not on a CCTV hold. I mean, we used to see it once upon a day, maybe the bubble up on the catwalk to try and help up there, or, maybe make it difficult for that shield if they're going to be getting zapped. But ever since the years and years ago that we had the Maestro changes that make them easier to deal with, we stopped seeing a lot of that. Shuriik does manage to pick up Fiber. I think that's going to be on the back of a little bit more of that Soliton radar intel as well, just making that F2 sing right now. Absolutely flying. 4-0. CAG playing with confidence. There you go. And that, I said coming into it, Shuriik needed to start backing himself, needed to play in that same way that he did on Chalet, under the stairs. I'm not moving. I'm going to take this ground, and that is what he's doing. Chibisu taken down. Sunset just managing to find something from Garage, but nearly halfway through the round here, and CAG, they're making good progress.
Yes, CAG really working well together. It's a great spot of the gap by Shuriik and not being afraid to take it. I think Kings are going to bring out more traps right now. They're kind of getting walked on, not really a clue where the gaps are. Sunset making a play outside garage right now. DD on the cam. He's going to rotate. Flipping the rappel. Oh, good shot by Sunset. That's bomb down outside of stock. That's going to slow down.
Absolutely beautiful stuff there to take down DD, but I think a lot of the work there from the Thermite that they wanted in terms of utility has already been done, but taking a gun off the board is never a bad thing. We're going to see more of the bees going in, and there's the sting in the tail as Zaka manages to find one, gets aggressive, pushes through, does find the down onto Sunset, 2 versus 1. He's got Anaton as support, but he doesn't need him. Manages to find the third, and that is going to be another round closed out by CAG. Beautiful stuff from them. And they found themselves now 3-0 and absolutely cruising. This could be a speed run of Clubhouse.
CAG are heating up right now. Again, Kings here, they just look a little bit lost right now, especially in the early round. I feel like if they bring some, maybe drop some of the utility and bring some more of these gadget traps, it'll just give them better chances to be taking gunfights accordingly. Because right now, you saw Shuriik walking in. They had no idea he was in tub. And then again, KZB playing alone on the gym side, no one helping to come rotate, just taking, again, 1v1s. We need to see King Zero try to link up and play this trade game, because again, on Clubhouse, if you're allowing them to 5-man clear you slowly, it's always going to be attacker-sided. You need to try to throw a wrench, make sure it's like 4v4, 4v3, give them a weak execute so you can make those plays late round.
You feel sometimes that that's a little bit more difficult on the defense, because if you team up, you put 2 players in one position, you're automatically leaving yourself maybe a little bit short somewhere else, whereas on the attack, it kind of feels like a little bit more you can work in those micro teams.
I think you really have to be conscious, because in the defensive side, if you know you're giving up a gap and you're aware of it, you just have to make sure whenever you're powering something else with 2, you're doing it decisively and you're making it happen, and then you're flipping your attention back. You're not completely figuring out the gap, but you're making sure you have that aware, you make the play you need to make, and then you worry about that later on, because there's only so many gaps you can take, usually the main wall, usually the con wall, so you can kind of give that up a little bit and then let that player in, and you can kind of squeeze back with your control, with your site player walking up, and then the players who are layering back from the roam, and then you might even get 2 kills off of that. And honestly, 2, a lot of the times the teams on Clubhouse want to play a little bit slower on the clear, so kind of making them speed up and take those gaps will sometimes play into your favor too.
See if that's maybe something that King Zero can implement then as we come into round 4. We're going to have the extra bans coming on in. It's going to be Grim, it's going to be Azami taken away. We've spoken about the power of Azami, particularly on that catwalk. But as I said, by going with the double electricity ban, when that time comes and they're defending that site, you're still going to be dealing with Wamai. You're still going to be dealing with these other tricky operators like the Clash. Not on side here. I'm interested to see KZB here on the Scorpos. Huge player for King Zero, particularly in that last map on Chalet, has kind of been a little bit invisible on Clubhouse so far. This could be a big moment for him to get involved in the game.
No, it truly is. And right now they look like they're doing a little bit of a dirt split. They have Shureep on the lurk. I don't think Momo knows he's here. Oh, now he does.
There was still 2 out on the roam. It was KZB and Sunset who were out on the roam. Sunset has dropped back down to Oil Pit now, so he's going to be heading back to side. But Momo manages to get an absolute beauty out of par, picking up Shureep as well, who has been electric so far on Clubhouse. 5 and 2 as he takes only his second death inside of 4 rounds, but great advantage for King Zero, especially when you're holding onto that basement site as well. You've got KZB up on the top floor. He's going to continue wasting more and more time here. There's nobody up there from Kag to actually challenge him. He can get back to site quickly if he wants to because he's on the Scorpos. This is really nicely set up for King Zero to win this round.
We don't want to flip a hard kill right now. He's layers on. It's perfect. Playing top main too. He shouldn't give them this kill at KZB. He's at 9 kitchen hatch too. He's going to transfer out. Perfect play. Paramoto drop. Oh. Just pop the flame for your team. Yeah, popped it good.
That could have been very, very different as the Scorpos dropped down, but Kag continued to find answers. I wanted more from their shield play. They try to offer it, but Momo stares him down with the shotty. I can't believe King Zero have held on to that. Momo just pure bottle there. Not
so
giving
Anna 2 was doing all the looking to make him. He was leaning.
That.
He's like, nah, I'm just gonna shotgun you right here, man.
I'm just gonna stand ADS. You do what you want, and I'm gonna win the fight. And we've seen the SAS shotgun actually be really, really effective against the shields recently. I've noticed it particularly over the last month or 2, where they're in those close quarters fights and they only need the slightest of angles and you're getting a hell of a lot of damage delivered. And he knew that in that position. He got himself a few kills from there. Momo just, you said that they needed somebody to dig in, they needed to push back, and he was the one.
Exactly. And I feel like too with the shield, the worst thing is always taking that chip HP before you get into the main play, because obviously it's going to change the way the main play works because you're such low HP that you can't usually spearhead as much as you want to, so it really does change the way you have to play the round out.
Round 5 then, Kag still going to be happy with the position as it stands. I think, you know, we spoke about this on Chalet and we will again. They've met their benchmark for me on the attack. 3 was their minimum, and they are now looking for those bonus rounds. They're looking to go out there and let's just see what else we can take from them. It's going to be the top 2 floor sites that we will have coming up over round 5 and 6, kicking off with gym and bedroom here in round 5. They've got the mirror, but I'm looking at that Tubarao as well being brought along on top of the Clash to Wamai, and this lineup plays perfectly into what I was asking about, those 2 electricity operators being taken off. Look at the utility you're playing into now on the side of the defense, and if Kag can't get around here, can't get this done because of that utility, that's where you start asking about those bans.
Of course, the Tubarao is extremely strong too, just to stall, especially on the cash side. With the DMR too, holding the deep garage angle. You just freeze this cache. You can freeze the server wall, slows the garage take. Then you can freeze the cache wall, slows the cache take. And honestly, too, with the Clash right now and the Wamai, I'm looking to lead the Clash top red if they want to clear through top red. Have him plant shield, have him plant feet, make them clear through. You play it from con, you make them have to go through with the bodies, take fights. Don't give them the space for free.
As it is at the minute, Sunset on the Clash is actually inside of construction rather than top red. It's going to be KZB who was holding on to that position, but they've given it up in the face of Anaton on the shield. He's been able to go in and bully himself into that. 1 minute 40, and I just don't feel like King Zero have used their utility to hold on to the top of the map for long enough there.
Especially too, if you bring the mirror and you're doing that, I feel like you should be doing like a gold mirror. So if you do fall back, it gives you a nice hard zone to stop Condor, because usually that's the main walking point. You stop Condor, you have a guy on the bed with the C4. It's great mini plays, but right now they're just giving him a lot of space. This guy on gym is basically cutting the whole site. They just need to clean this Clash and then they can go for plant.
Just setting up a little pre-place Nitro. Keep that one in the back of your mind. You might see it just being effective active later in the round. But you've got to remember, Momo is on low health as well. Jacuzzi wall will start being opened up. The challenge comes in. Shuri manages to take down the Tuberai. It wasn't much of a fight needed. Fiverr will be there for the trade. 4 versus 3. The Clash is trying to get active onto the Blackbeard here, but it's not going to work this time. 2v2 as the Goyo canister does take DD down in the midst of all that. 45 seconds left to go. Anaton on the shield has got to do it all alone. Is he going to be challenged from top main here? They're both on main stairs. He's got diffuser in hand, so he could actually go for a plant here.
I like you to just be patient.
Like he was just looking to bait out a little bit of attention. KZB comes round, finds the kill with the Vector. You feel like I feel like there was a little bit of an opportunity for KAG there to grab that round. But that being said, King Zero certainly not rolling over. They were, happy to absorb that pressure.
I think that was a great mini play too, where they threw the C4, didn't blow it, allowed the Clash to swing out, killed the player behind the Blackbeard. Stalled some time for them to power other people. You saw the Mira baiting, KZB baiting, so that when Mike had hot bathroom, swing to get on the breach. So they're still intact using this teamwork, and that's the key thing when you're going down in games, is you're not losing your fundamental play, your fundamental teamwork. That's what is what's going to allow you to build back into these games.
King Zero building back in quite nicely at the minute. Managed to get themselves round 4, round 5, and it just looks like having that opportunity to go back, try these again once KAG have shown their hand a little bit, giving them an idea of what they might be facing, has certainly worked wonders for them as we head into round 6. Honestly, I would say if King Zero can get away with a 3-3 here, it's an absolute steal.
Yeah,
They've done brilliantly well because KAG have looked like the better team so far. They've been more aggressive, more decisive, but King Zero, again, one of the CNL teams not being rattled. They don't care about the size of the stage. They don't care about the experience that they're up against. They've dug their heel in. Like you said, sometimes you've got to put, if your back's to the wall, you've just got to put your foot against it and push back.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what they've done.
And I feel like, too, we saw Chalet, it started the same way, kind of KAG starting out on the upper foot, starting out aggressive, getting his opening kills. But then again, we saw King Zero really start, their team play start to shape in, start to find their way into these rounds and into the game. And that's the biggest thing, making sure that when you do start on the back foot, like you said, you can put your foot against the wall and find a way to get some rounds on the board. Because if you do, anything's possible in the attacking half.
And we're just going to have a slight technical issue that we will we'll get resolved just as quickly as we can do, and we'll get back into this one because we don't want to miss a second of this, nor do you, let me tell you that, because this has been an absolute beauty so far. Like you say, it's funny how it's kind of not exactly mirroring Chalet in terms of score and stuff, but that momentum, and I just love what I'm seeing from King Zero. Always when I'm coming into tournaments like this, there's the teams that we know about. We know what we're going to get out of FaZe. We know what we're going to get out of Dark Zero. We know what the expectations are for Falcons, but I love to look towards these teams like King Zero, and CNL has given us a great opportunity to do that because we've had a whole bunch of new teams, All Gamers, Edward Gaming, King Zero, Tyloo, all these teams coming in that we've maybe not heard of before, and we get a chance to see what they can bring. Can they surprise us? And I love a surprise. And right now, I think King Zero, for me, the surprise here is that they are not letting this game get on top of them. I think it helps that they're a map up. Winning Chalet has been great for them because now they're being put under that pressure. I think that just, you feel like you've got that safety net a little bit, it's their map pick, maybe it goes our way, maybe it doesn't, but the way that they're showing resilience in this and they're not being pushed around by KAG, I absolutely love it.
No, it's something to really take pride in, especially being a new team coming to their first international event. To have this type of composure is extremely impressive.
The question is, can they keep that composure? Can they keep building on it? They've got one more round here. Like I said, the problem for them, despite how well they've played in round 4 and round 5, I feel like there is still a little bit of a problem under the surface for them, and that is the fact that KAG have got that 3 attacking rounds, because KAG are going to be very, very solid on the defense here, and King Zero are going to have to bring something special on the attack if they want to break them down. It's not to say that it's not possible, but it is still a little bit of an incline that they're going up in terms of getting themselves towards the 2-0 3-0 victory here. I said that Lair would be absolute chaos if we got there as a decider. I'm going to stick by it. I'm kind of hopeful that we do, because I think what a finish that will be. I always think, it deserves, if you've got a team being eliminated and you can get yourself through to that, right, that map 3, it just feels about the fairest way to do it. So, yeah. We will see if that's where we end up. But right now, yeah, I'm very, very impressed with the CNL side.
I just can't stop looking at the key. It's just...
It catches the eye, doesn't it? It really does.
Mine was the tournament right before they introduced the key, so it was just a trophy, but the key crushing, and it just adds a whole nother part to taking the soul of your enemies. Like, you just get to crush their key in front of them. It's
become
lovely.
such an iconic moment.
Yeah.
I walked through on what day? I'll lose the days when I'm at tournaments. We're on Tuesday night. I walked through. We had rehearsal yesterday, so I walked through for rehearsal, and that was the first time that I'd seen the setup here. And the setup is far beyond anything I've attended before. It's absolutely huge. You've got all these different games everywhere,
incredible.
all these different clubs competing with each other. It's absolutely brilliant. We've got the Team Vitality's huge stand right in front of our position, and there's just stuff going on everywhere. It's if you're a fan of esports, whether it be Siege or anything else, it's a phenomenal sight. But yeah, that was one thing that caught my eye walking through. I was like, it's almost like a celebrity in the room is the key crusher that's there, and like the whole process of it is it's brilliant. But seeing them, and they've got they've got all the teams laid out there around the actual cup itself, and it's brilliant.
Beautiful.
I love the whole trophy process of Esports World Cup. I think it's such a clean idea.
Very special. There's a way to connect the players to it. So seeing here, adjustment, they used the tub entry, they put a Goyo Flame on it to counter the dash of the shield. They're not bringing the Blackbeard though, so they're probably going to use a range breach, or they're going to go for something else. Interesting to see what the Nook does here. Going on Kennel's side. Could be a kitchen hall alert up main or up through the bar side right now. They don't have too much garage rafter clear. Usually a play that I like to do is the oil play, where you have the nades go through oil play, you nade your after player. It's a lot safer than going in lower garage. Right now they don't really have too many nades to clear through rafter, so I feel like it's probably going to have to be a split or a quick play right now.
Construction wall has been opened up, so that's certainly going to apply a little bit of pressure there. There's actually very little coming. There's nothing at all actually coming from CAG. They've got the CCTV wall open. That's been done by the Ace, but it's just phantom pressure at this point. It's just to stop anybody being able to play inside a CCTV. They're doing nothing about the Wamai who's playing out on Catwalk. Big J is just being left alone for the time being. I think Sharif is working through to Oil to actually try and catch him out, and we just caught a glimpse of his silhouette underneath. We see him there now. He's got himself here on the knock very, very quietly, but I'm just not sure that Big J is going to give him that opportunity to get the kill. But if he keeps his back turned, it could be big trouble, because honestly, if Sharik gets up this ladder and gets away with this, it's going to be absolutely unforgivable. Chibisu does manage to find Momo. That's the entry, surely. They have no idea. He's waiting for his moment, and he finds it! Absolutely brilliant. You said at the beginning of the round, what is the play with the knock? Is that big enough for you?
Yeah.
It's got to be.
It's a great reaction, too, because you usually put the players on the windows, and now the trigger from the garage guy is to drop over and to fight the windows for the players, so that's a beautiful play from CAG.
Yeah, really, really nice teamwork to create that opportunity to find his final man. So, coming into the last minute, it is all shaping up to be a master-sided push now. Sharif is the only one on the other side. He's got himself inside a garage, and he's just kind of holding his position for now.
But they're very split right now, so it's either going to be a difficult end. You're trying to go garage with the bomb. Anitune's on the breach. Probably got to sprint in top red. Fiber needs to make a play. He could kill. Can't play for below one con. Needs to play for a garage flank here. Daka gets a kill on the back.
DD has now actually rotated around to get himself onto Catwalk as well, so he's going to try to deliver the diffuser in from that side as Anaton goes through, manages to find the kill, headshot onto Sunset, leaves us now effectively in a 3v1 with Sharif down in garage. It's all for Fiber to do. He's trying to hold on, he moves up the stairs, but the problem is they know exactly where he is. DD's putting the diffuser down, he's got Anaton right up in his face, and it's going to be another round going to CAG. They take it, and it's 4-2 on the half.
Very smooth around right there. They had it's a great idea of what the defense was going to do to their play. the reaction they were going to make. They got the garage kill. They took Rafter without having to use much utility for it. They had the Nook cans to open up their Rafter wall too to get into the site. It was a very beautiful round. They had the Blitz come through top red, so if they actually are playing close, the Blitz can just flash that guy, deny him from playing there. Great rounds, honestly. I feel like CAG, they really found their attacking shape and really what they want to go for, and just their executes. They were really just in sync and not really lollygagging around very much.
Yeah, the little pocket play from the knock there. Sharip, I said, he's just got to back himself. He's just got to, you know, when he has that idea, he's got to see it through and go with it. And it just opened the round up, didn't it? You know, we saw that little bit of a wobble after the rotate. There was a couple of kills went down, but ultimately against a team like King Zero, they are proving, you know, that they will fight their way back into these rounds. Nothing's going to be just kind of plain sailing, but CAG still got the job done. 4-2 it is on the half then. If we have a look at how things are going so far, Sharip and DD particularly standing out, and I'm really pleased to say that and to see it, because earlier on today, coming into this matchup, I said, you know, I'm looking at Anaton and DD. They were a bit quiet against Fnatic. It meant they were kind of almost playing 3 versus 5 a lot of the time. I think they had 5 kills in the entire match between them, so it was a tough opener for them. So for DD to come in here, you know, and have this big game so far, currently sat 6-3, and just really getting some important kills for his team, really kind of breaking down that spirit. A couple of the kills have come in at moments that there's kind of pivotal moments in the round where King Zero, it's kind of that make or break. It's, you know, we're standing up to you, but if the next kill doesn't go our way, then we're probably not going to, and it's DD that's got a couple of those. So yeah, really impressed with him so far.
DD's always been a solid backbone, especially in this later stint of the roster. Scrumming them, very coordinated player. He's very good, very what you want in a support player, really. Which
you'd expect coming from a coaching position as well, because obviously, you know, he's kind of seen it more from behind the back line, you know, not even on the back line, really, you know, so getting that kind of top-down view in his mind and seeing how the game's working and kind of how the cogs are turning is second nature to him.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to get on back into this for the second half then. Bans will come through. CAG with a very good start. Just as a reminder for you, when we look at their clubhouse performance over the last few months, 5-1 for CAG. The only loss they took was against Team Falcons back on the 11th of May in Salt Lake City. Other than that, they have got a 5-1 record, and the defensive win rate for them, 63.6 if you want the decimal percent. They are on top of this one at the minute. 4-2, we would expect them to be taking another 4-2 half here. They won't need to do that. They only need to get themselves on to 7, of course. Bans come through. It's going to be the double denial again. The Electro Bros will go by the wayside. Cade and Bandit taken out, and it's going to be Monty and Ying, which has actually been a consistent ban by King Zero against CAG.
Yeah, okay. I feel like that's good, though, because the Monty play forced the blitz, and then you really have to just get rid of the Ying, because the Ying's really annoying, because the Ying can really put pressure all over spots on club, because you can go Logi Hatch, you can go to the windows, you can go to the tub wall pretty quickly, and you can Ying through single con and Logi like simultaneously, just throwing the Ying and then throwing it into the con. But also too, the Ying shotgun's very overpowered.
Yeah,
it's one of the best shotguns in the game, almost a 1 pump down, so it's a lethal operator.
And we've already seen the power of shotguns so far on this clubhouse. Mark with Momo giving a little bit of a schooling out when he was playing on Church and Arsenal downstairs himself, but this time he's going to find himself on the attack. I'm particularly interested to see how mobile CAG are here on the defense. We can see there is utility being expended upstairs there straight away. Just having a look, and it is Sharip and Chibasu. If ever you wanted a pair not to be playing together on the roam somewhere, they've got to be up there as the pairs that you don't want to go. I'm going to go back to like Cyber and Bullet back in the day. I can't imagine what it must have been like trying to clear those two, but Chibasu and Sharip is going to be no fun whatsoever up on this top floor.
No, especially too, they have the Blitz right now. The Blitz is probably going to be the main source of catalyzation from the cash side here. They really need to use this Blitz and look to just collect these kills before they can layer here, without getting too many deaths right now.
I love how aggressive this clearance is, and I judge that by the distance between the player and the drone. If they're right on top of that drone, they're acting on that information. Obviously, it's a risk reward. The closer you are to that drone, the less time you've got to react, so the risk goes up. But I absolutely love that from King Zero. They have sent a little bit of a message on that clearance there, and CAG have got nothing out of that top floor roam. They've been forced away. The Zaka is the only one away from sight at the minute, and that is within the first 60 seconds of the round. So absolutely loving that. The blitz gets aggressive as well. Zaka finds himself in a tough spot here in Bar. If he can fight his way out of this, if he can get anything for his team, it's going to be a hell of a turnaround.
Playing as well, though. You're going to need to try to kill this guy without dying to him.
Trying to see if they can get the angle through that soft wall from stock through to Bar. It will get it done eventually, but Sharif is there with one of the own for CAG. They managed to take down KZB, and it's the book that's gone.
Yeah, it's big. KZB2, one of their best players, struggling this map right now. Not get his footing in the game here. Sens look like they're gonna do like the old school Sens execute right now. Could bait that. They could go church wall, but actually they can't. Or should I say back armory wall, because the buck is gone now.
I'm reloading.
That might have been their initial plan, honestly.
Only 80 Texkaros pellets as well left, so not a huge amount to deal. You know, with the bottom of church wall, if they want to get down there and open something that can be used, they may well get themselves a line of sight, but they're having to use the Texkaros pellets just to get any verticality above, and it just shows how crucial the loss of that book could be. You don't always get to choose who you find, but I think Chibisu would be more than happy with that. Sharik manages to find one. Nitro goes over, does not find the man inside a moto, but they know that he's behind the light screens, however, cannot find the kill. DD taken down. Chibisu onto Big J. 3 versus 2. 15 seconds left to go, and how about that? Sharip on a big swing around. I think it's 4 for him in the round, and that is going to be CAG holding a super solid first defense. 5-2, and King Zero, they are going to be feeling the heat here, as they're now just 2 rounds away from finding themselves on lair.
Sharip, man, he's really woken up. He's into the series now. He's playing good rounds. I mean, that was just I don't know how he got that kill on the guy top main through the buck holes, but brilliant. That was honestly a very crucial trade, because they were looking like they wanted to go back armory, execute, and they were going to fake the church side with the senses. But since they couldn't get Ashwell open, it really did stall the execute.
It just losing the book, as you know, as we've said, it was such a critical moment within the round, and I feel like that's sort of the depth that I was talking about, particularly when we look at these newer teams and we look at the plan A, the plan B, the plan C. You know, this is where sometimes they will come up a little bit short. Although I'm not sure even, you know, I mentioned Canadian earlier. I'm not even sure somebody with his hours in the game would have had much of a solution when the book was gone there, and you're trying to open the floor with X-Kairos pellets. You're still going to be struggling. At that point, there wasn't really much of an answer that could have been found. So 5-2 it stands, and I tell you what, CAG are giving no quarter here, are they? Bringing along the clash as well. They are just ramping up the difficulty.
Oh, Maya, Zombie, Warden, Mira clash. Like, that's a lineup right there.
That's a lineup.
Let's see, because I'm interested to see how well they hard zone top red. If they play it for the death with the clash, or if they play this layer game again. Because too, another thing that's really strong, Tim, is the middle master C4, always having someone on the bed with the C4. If they're on the middle master window, boom. That's one of the best things that the best teams do. They always have the C4 plays ready.
Take the drone out, at least prevent the intel for those positions. But like you say, having, you know, we might C4 an option, but they've actually brought along the shield this time, so it's going to be Sharif or DD that they're looking towards if they want to be using that utility in and around that master bedroom. For the time being, Anaton has been forced back a little bit. You asked the question, Dave, of how long he was going to stick. Would he play to the death on the top of red stairs? He has chosen not to. He's being pushed back into construction, and again, that's quite early in the round, so this is something that King Zero have done well so far on the attack. We saw it on that church round as well. That top floor clearance, pushing the roamers back. They've not messed about with that, and I like that from them.
Yeah, it's a very... It can be kind of it can be hard, honestly. Some teams, they struggle clearing the cash side, but we've seen 2 teams just being able to sweep that control, and the round really being dependent on this later end here. Seeing how they're going to deal with the Jacuzzi extension. They have a player below to stop Jim right now, C4 below. They have a guy fighting on outside the thermite charge right here, playing aggressive. That's a great opening kill. Kills the A so they cannot get the wall open too. It's going to kill all counter pressure right now. C4 on the middle master, no, the C4 the Condor. Blackbeard 1 HP. Blackbeard dead to his own nade.
Not ideal for King Zero, especially when they need to be building some momentum. Taking that explosive onto the Blackbeard shield. Lost leaves it all up to Big J and Fiber to get this one done. Fiber does already have one in the round. He was able to take down Zaka earlier. That's the Azami off the board. But KAG sitting pretty right now. They're just going to hold these positions and try to force King Zero to play on into them. And why not? They've got the mirror. I spoke earlier. I'll speak about it again. You've taken the cave and the bandit. It's got you those breaches quickly, but it does mean that you've got tough utility to play into. Mirror and Clash looking around the corner. Beautiful kill from Fiber onto DD. 15 seconds left to go, and they're just starting to make a round of this, but it's that man again. Sharif steps up with a double, just uses that intel that the Clash is giving him and manages to close out the round. KAG put themselves up onto map point.
Just smooth rounds from KAG, you know, they're finding a safe way to disrupt the push. Sharif sees Gem windows closed. He's playing aggressive for the ace on the rotation. Gets the ace kill. They have to rotate the thermite there, but the thermite's not as strong there because he can't get rid of the mirror window. And then they get the C4 opening, not the opening kill, but they do a lot of damage to the Blackbeard. And then Blackbeard dies to his own nade. From then on, the round is in the scramble. It's broken. King Zero did a good job to bring it back, but ultimately, no. KAG made the plays to just put them in a disadvantage.
It feels like ultimately the real theme here on Clubhouse so far has been King Zero having to fight their way back in.
Yeah.
And there's only so much that you can do that. They did a great job of it at times on Chalet. We saw a couple of rounds won that they probably had no business winning realistically. But there just comes that threshold where you're not going to continue to be able to survive. It's much the same as we say about hero players. You can't rely on that one player turning up and delivering round after round after round. You've got to be able to get it done yourself sometimes, and King Zero just finding themselves in a tough spot. They did have their tactical time out there. Whether that'll be a little bit late or not, time will tell. They've got to get 4 rounds in a row here. Maybe that tactical timeout can give the coach an opportunity to give a blueprint maybe for the next 1, maybe 2 rounds. You know, when we look at these tactical timeouts, we look at coaches like Romalia for G2, who's, you know, his players particularly speak really highly of that content that he delivers, and at times we've heard it and it sounds like it's, you know, 100 miles an hour and you're like, surely that's too much, but the players are like, absolutely not. It's brilliant. He can give us 2 full rounds and we'll go and execute that plan and win them. But 4, I think that might be a bit of a push.
A lot. For some of the great coaches, you know, I've been with Call Out a lot, and he's able to give you, like, just, if you need to, like, just boom, boom, boom. He can give you 4 rounds you can run. So it really just depends on how well your coach can see and adjust. And honestly, too, being able to know how they're going to react to some of your calls and being able to kind of, like, pre-make adjustments and counters going rounds deep. You know, he'll be able to really give you a plan, too. And then if you get to OT, he'll be giving you a plan too for that OT side.
That's really fascinating because it's such a valid point that it's not about the 4 rounds as they stand now. It's about maybe the next 2 rounds as they stand now, but then it's the 2 after that, or what's it going to look like when they've adjusted based on the 2 we've won. So you really are kind of wheels in wheels, you know, trying to get forward there. That's really interesting. Round, what could be the final round, round 9, is underway. We're going to be seeing a defense coming in from KAG, this time CCTV Cash. They are looking for that complete cycle of 3 to get themselves done. Now you're going to see construction wall opened up quickly by the thermite. Big J just taking advantage of the fact that the electricity, that the denial has been taken off the board. There is no pressure at all at the minute coming from the master side. This is all garage, main breach, maybe a little bit of CCTV window that is the main focus.
See here too the double extension into Rafter, Anatune hiding right now. If they don't see this, is going to be a wrench in the system. And again, that's what you need on club. You just need those little plays to just throw off the counting, making sure they think, okay, they don't see a swamp play. They think Rafter's going to be weak right now. But then you go to Peter Rafter and Anatune's going to pop up. Let's see how he does with it.
for the time being, playing in behind those Kiba barricades, utility that has not been banned away, and it is going to prove particularly difficult. There's Zafir looking to maybe move on in there, support the push. Going to see the impact EMP coming out. I like that, just to try and take away those ADS as DD does find Momo. That's the Capitao, such great utility to clear the catwalk, won't be available. Zaka with another, Sharif, DD, they're looking to finish it as they started here. Round 1 was flawless. Will round 9 be the same? Damage taken by KZB, yes it will. That's going to be the flawless round for KAG. It is going to be the win on Clubhouse, and that takes us 1-1 and to a decider on Lair.
Map true.
And I think that is exactly what we all wanted to see from these two at the minute. It's been a great game so far. KAG really waking up on map 2.
And that's what you need to see from your star player, Shuru. Just really coming in, setting the tone, saying, hey, I'm here. Let's play ball.
Yeah, he really got a hold of that one. It was, you know, maybe a little bit of luck on my side coming in. I don't know. Was it luck? Was it judgment? Was it several thousand hours watching Siege? I don't know.
Who knows?
But I said Sharif needed to come in and needed to just back himself. And I felt like he really did that during that game. Some of the swings, some of the fights, some of the positions, he knew he was going to be winning them.
Exactly.
Yeah, as if he's like listening to you saying that,
Well,
right?
don't listen to me. Look at my ranked record. You'll never listen to me again. But I'm glad to see that he did back himself.
Hey, you might know a thing or two about casting these teams here in this case. This is exactly the kind of response that we needed to see from KAG, though, on this map. You already mentioned Sharif. Big performance from him there. On the other side, stark contrast with players like Big J, who was great on the entries in the first game they played, but also, you know, a player like KCB with a great map 1. Just all of a sudden going silent on map 2 here. They were doing a great job at shutting him down. But one thing I want to compliment KAG for as well, and you already touched about it with the first game they played, shields were not working out for them. We're looking at the first half here. Edited playing shields almost every single round, getting these rounds on the board. I feel like we're seeing the KAG that we want to see and need to see, and that might be a really good starting point for them going into map 3.
No, of course. I feel like that's the biggest thing in any game is actually being able to play your game and get into these rounds. And you saw KAG being able to put King Zero on the back foot, have their heads spinning, making the pressure so intensive that they don't know what's coming from where. And when you have the defense spinning like that, it just creates so many gaps and so many misplays coming out. And it just gives you these chances in these late rounds like you're seeing just to pick them apart right here. And KAG, they really showed up. They showed kind of what we expect from them, you know, because they've been a team here for a long time. They've been at these events. This is not their first time here, and they need to be showing improvement to actually be reaching for more. And I feel like this was a great first step for them.
I liked from Kai coming into this. I'd said, you know, on Chalet, the kind of the jump outs, the unpredictability maybe didn't quite work for them, and we saw none of it here. Yeah. It was, no, we need to rein this back in. We can play aggressive, but we need to do it in a structured way. I think the only real that kind of pocket play that we saw that was maybe a little bit unusual was the knock walk that went into oil pit, but look, it paid off. Yes. Sharif knew that it was gonna, because everything he was, you know, touching was turning to gold during that map, so why not? We'll give it a go. But overall, really, really good from KAG to just actually dial it back a little bit and say, we can play the aggression, we can play the gunfights, but let's just play the really good shield play. Let's just bring all the utility that we're going to be allowed when they've gone with the double denial ban. And they did. They just abused it so much. We had the mirror, we had the clash, we had the army. You know, they made it so difficult.
Much.
Really good.
It's a very, like, the bans really do change the game now, because there's, with the Wamai buff, there's so much now on the defensive side where you really do have to just make sure if you do the double ban, you know what you're leaving up, and then you have to honestly choose, like you were saying, whether you want to deal with the bandit or the Cade. You ban one and then you ban another annoying operator, so that's the choice you're faced with now.
Well, I'm excited that we needed a decider to really settle this one out and determine our first eliminated team from EWC. Lair is going to be with us after the break.
like that so far this stage. With that setup, the double stack controlling towards Garage, teams maybe have tried to do it, but they executed that perfectly.
Yeah.
But they also had the second option covered as well, with the smoke drop back towards the main breach, expecting Shopify Rebellion to think, okay, well, we'll circumnavigate.
This map is like familiar territory.
Exactly.
It's as familiar as the back of their hand. It's the most played in CNL. They themselves have played it a ton.
And control storage here, looking at this lineup for Shopify Rebellion, does sort of indicate that it should be an IT clear focus rather than a potential rush attempt, which is sometimes that you see.
We need a decider to settle this matchup between King Zero and KAG. That map is going to be a lair. Well, we were just checking in with the A stream there with their final matchup of the day. We still have one more map in our third match, a first elimination game here at EWC. Now, the important thing for this decider is that KAG get the better round differential over the first two maps, meaning they get to pick the starting side on lair. Now, if you were in their shoes, Iconic, would you pick like attack? Would you pick defense?
I feel like right now, after that match, the attacking side looked really good from them. You know, they were really able to establish their game plan and really put the pressure on King Zero. So I feel like they kind of found a formula that works really well against them. And I feel like if they start on that and lead into the defensive side to end out the game, I feel like that'll be much stronger than them starting on the defense and then ending on the attack.
I agree. I think it's a bit of a power move coming into lair to be like, you know what? We'll take you on the attack. I feel like it sends a bit of a message. But at the same time, I can see the thought process maybe of if you think, well, if we go to defense, maybe we get the 4 and we put ourselves on the front foot. But I'd like attack, personally.
Kind of what we hope to see with the shield pressure as well sometimes from KAG on this side here. But I do also let you know they pick defense as the starting side. So maybe a bit of a safer pick, I guess, for them.
Standard issue. I feel like a lot of the time, like taking attack take is very bold. It's honestly, we used to do it a lot because it would kind of set the foot, you know, against your opponents, knowing that you're not afraid to attack. And then even the most aggressive one is the attack OT pick. You know, you really let them know like, hey, we're here to come after you.
Right, well, it's just one more map that stands between these two teams and continuation in the tournament. Either KAG or King Zero will have their key crushed by the end of this map.
Thank you very much, Anne. Let's get on into it. A best of 3 comes down to a best of 1 here on lair. It will be the decider. And as Anne so eloquently says, the loser will be going home. The key will be crushed. Their right to compete removed. So it is all on the line. Just a reminder as well for Barrel as a club, it's particularly important to be in that club championship, to be eligible, to be active. You got to get those top 8 finishers in 2 titles, and they've only got 2 left, including Siege. So this could be a big loss for them if they go out of this. It is not just that, but it also affects the club in terms of that club championship as well in the overall picture here at the Esports World Cup. So let's get on into it. We've got those bans, and it's pretty much rinse and repeat apart from one of them. We've got the Monty, we've got the Ying, we've got the Kaid, exactly like we saw back on Clubhouse, but this time, instead of the Bandit, it's going to be the Clash.
Because they want to use that shield a lot more here. And I feel like, too, a lot of times on these takes, especially on the Master take, usually teams take below to start off their initial, so they're going to already have a person below to displace if there's a Bandit tricking ops or if he's tricking the inner mask wall right now. Looks like they're going to hide the Bandit also. But this is also, too, where I feel like the Zofia is extremely strong, especially on this map now, with the ops extension you see teams run, and then, 2, dealing with the Bandit tricking with the stuns also.
Now, I don't want to paint a bleak picture for King Zero, but if we look at lair, if we look at KAG, they are 7-1. The only loss they've taken here on lair over the last 6 months or so was against 5 Fears in Salt Lake City.
Okay, and that's a valid. It's
a valid loss, you know. They didn't have the best performance at Salt Lake across the board, so I feel like we can kind of give them that one. But 7-1. When we look at the other side, it is a map that King Zero play frequently, but they are 4-4. It's much more of a mixed bag for them, and they particularly struggle on the attack.
Wow.
40% attacking win rate. So they might find themselves, we've spoken about their resilience so far in this matchup. That's been one of the real key threads for King Zero, I feel, has been that ability to battle back into things. If things go according to the numbers, they might have to show us the ultimate resilience here to fight back in the second half.
Especially here too with Kag's lineup. The throwing the Goyo, the Zombie, the Bandit, the Tachanka. You have just amazing stall with the Tachanka. The Tachanka can sit pretty much Tetris and flame every single spot from there, denying all pushes. The Thorn's really good on the top mezzanine spot, being able to deny display. The Bandit trick too with the chest extension with the Azami. It's all winning right now from their lineup.
So KZB was particularly quiet back on the last map of Clubhouse. It's going to be his job to deal with the Tachanka, I would imagine, or the Azami particularly. Anybody playing in with it behind that desk, anybody in one of those power spots, it's going to be up to the Deimos to get underneath, use those tracks, use the Vendetta, and try and get them moved, create difficulty for them to stay in those spots. So KZB, it was tough for him on Clubhouse. He's going to have to show us a little bit more here. Look at the utility taken out by the Twitch. Gonna have to wait a little while, just double checking, I think. Wanted to see if there was anything else, any other Goyo canisters that could be taken down. So leaves the one Bandit battery on the wall, but a lot of work done there by that Twitch.
Yeah, a lot here. They already have top mez control too. So the Kag's really playing just to play the plant now right now. And for that, I feel like King Zero need to try to apply a little bit more pressure of split into the play. Because if you bait the Tachanka into stopping that plant, you bait everyone else to think you're going for that play, and then you're doing some nice walks around the map, you can get some nice gaps here. They're flanking below with Shuri. Let's see if they have info for this.
I don't think they do. Shuri
good jiggle.
Makes a challenge. It's going to be KZB, as I said, that key operator underneath to be able to prevent the Tachanka in the late round. He's done a lot of work to push Zaka on the Azami away from desk, but I'm not sure there's going to be much more opportunity for him to get involved in the round. 40 seconds left to go here, and King Zero not in a position to put the plant down. They're going to have to go in through the main door. Anaton has been able to keep the wall closed onto mezzanine, so it's going to be in through a single door and hope for the best. DD manages to find Momo. Chibisu onto Fiber, manages to get another onto Sunset, and Kag have won this round already realistically, and they've done it flawless again. First round Clubhouse flawless, last round Clubhouse flawless, first round Lair, it's flawless, and you feel like they just won that with their utility beautifully. No pressure coming onto them on site because of that Bandit. They just kept that wall open from Ops Corridor and could just sit there for the rest of the round.
And I feel like too, you have to notice that that's their 4-1 card. They have the Bandit, they have the Flames, they have the Tachanka, and the Azami stacked for that. Sure, you can try to apply pressure, but you have to know that that can't be your end-all, be-all in the round. You have to make sure you're having a gaps display. You're opening up the Pebble side door, so you're making sure your green person is having to hold for that. And you honestly, towards the end of the round, you start to use that ops position as a bait. You start to make pressure getting the wall, so you can open up gaps across the other side of the top floor right now. And I think that's where King Zero was lacking too. And the Deimos play it's a little bit weak now, especially with the Zofia buff. I feel like the Zofia is so strong below, especially too because with the Azami playing chess, they usually like to keep the floor to stop the vertical player from helping them. So the Deimos below it's still kind of iffy. Like you're just really down there, and you really do notify them when you're down there, because when you track, the player who's getting tracked can fight you, and the player who's flanking you is going to be fighting you, so it's just a difficult situation to be in.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit ineffective in the round overall, because, you know, Anaton is one of the key players in that position that you need to be moving, you need to be getting that wall breach so that you've got that entrance into sight, and he was just playing on, the floor had been shut out, but he was just still playing on it because he knew there was no threat coming from underneath, and Sharif helped to a degree by going underneath and putting that pressure onto KZB, but yeah, they definitely needed to be gaining more out of that. The verticality this time is going to be coming in the form of Ram instead. They are attacking onto the basement this time. Just having a look across the lineup of Kag though, look at that two top floor, Sharif and Chibisu, the dynamic duo once again up there to cause problems, and cause problems they will. That's going to be Big J taken down. Sunset seriously damaged as well. Hard breach off the board. They've got no hard breach options whatsoever now. Big problems already.
Very tough, especially this site being so hatch dependent too. Yeah, they're just playing really well right now. Ooh, well, 3v3 here. They do have the Ram, a lot of vertical pressure right now. They just need to look, you could maybe look for a filter stock split here with the vertical pressure. But obviously losing the ace is going to be hard because Rocket Hatch is going to be closed, and I'm not sure if the range hatch is open here. Let's see. Okay, it's reinforced. So both hatches are reinforced right now. So yeah, it's going to make it very difficult for them to execute this.
Yeah, it's going to have to be just horizontal only. KZB does bring them back into the round, though. We did comment it was a little bit quiet on Clubhouse, was electric on Chalet. So they're going to be looking to get him back to that fighting form. We'll see a little bit of a last-minute reinforcement. We don't often see them at the halfway mark, but I do love a pocket reinforce. We're going to get the bandit batteries down because, of course, CAG now know what the win conditions are. There's going to be no verticality coming onto them, so they know that they're going to have, apart from, you know, Ram can open up a few angles, but they're not going to be able to drop into sight from there. That's the key. So they're going to have to come down somewhere like filtration or through warehouse. And CAG are just looking at that and saying, right, let's batten down the hatches. Let's seal up anything that they can. So can we stop filtration? Can we make that more difficult? Yeah, no problem. Force them onto a single door, and then maybe they have to come through drum, have to come through warehouse. I really like that from CAG.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to do what I said. They're going to be doing a stock filter split here. IQ going to walk in with a nade. They're going to walk down filter with a bomb, tap the plant. The only difficult thing right now is the Ram still has the bomb on the verticality. Gonna need to rotate here, down filter to waste time. Gonna be low time right now. 3 foams to cut sites, 1 C4.
The problem as well with Ram having to deliver the diffuser into sight is you've now got nobody above. You've now not got that vertical pressure. And as soon as Cyclops realise that, they can just start getting aggressive. DD manages to get a double Zaka onto Momo to finish it off. And I feel like, yeah, there was just a little bit of disorganisation from King Zero at the end there. It was almost like the last player you want that diffuser on is your Ram above. Yeah. And it's like, oh, I've got the diffuser, I'm going to have to bring it because there's only 30 seconds left. And then, because really what you're looking for, if you're trying to plant inside of that filtration door, you want your Ram holding everybody back. You've got to be holding that cross so nobody can approach and get the angle onto your planter, and you've just lost all protection there, and DD takes advantage.
Especially too, you could see the smoke faded actually when they actually got into the site, so he had thrown it too early and it took the time. They couldn't actually use it to their advantage right now. Maybe King Zero 2 slow down a little bit here. They have the Snake, they have the Dokui up. Maybe bring a little bit better ops, but they want to go for these full map clears so they can just get this initial info, because they're just playing light double roams and just playing gunfights right now. Bringing out the blitz again.
And winning gunfights.
Yeah.
Sharif managed. I think the double from, you know, Sharif up on top floor just really set them up for it, losing the shield as well. You know,
the shield and the ace too, like opening kill, it's like, officially taking out of the round.
I think if you can open this is the other thing. You've got to look at the, you know, look at the operators that have been picked there, and I'm looking at the IQ. And I'm thinking, what reason have they given you particularly to bring the IQ?
Yeah.
We've got no Valkyrie on side. We've got no Vigil on side.
No Echo
We've got no Solis, no Echo. You know, I'm looking, I'm thinking, what reason have they really given you to bring that operator? You know, could we have brought somebody that maybe gives you a secondary breaching option so that you've then not got this pressure on the ace, who's then going in entry on top floor almost because they die in first? If that's your sole hard breacher, they can't be going in first and taking that fight against Sharif like that. So yeah, a few I think, you know, little bits of disorganisation from King Zero there, but again, CAG doing really well to punish them for it.
Let's see, most of the time for this setup, guys, they usually do a 4 top. Usually 1 in sight playing the rack side. They have the bandit there, the trick, slow the wall. Zombie on green extension right now. They're going to be clearing Skybridge over with the gridlock blitz. It's all very standard issue here. They have the souls above for the wooden column with the smoke, so the smoke can use it. Oh, great clear through on the green extension.
Fiber rips the head off Sharif there, and I tell you what, you don't get to pick them, but I'm sure that is exactly who they would have chosen to take off the board first. King Zero get themselves into this. They need to be winning this because, of course, CAG, they're going to continue this rotation. They've got their 2 primary sites. A lot of games hinge on that tertiary, on that third choice site, and being able to get the wins on defense. So, great start from King Zero. The problem that they still have, though, is going to be Chibisu. But looking at this, he's not the player that's actually playing up above at the minute. It's going to be Anaton and DD that are up there. Personally, I'd kind of like to see that the other way around.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to be going for a flank here on the Skybridge player. Big J with the kill. Holding down.
They do manage to fight their way back into things a little bit as Anaton does manage to find Big J, but it's going to be now a 1v3 with the diffuser down on the ground. And I spoke about disorganisation on the side of King Zero. I don't know if CAG have maybe just been the victim of a little bit of the same there. Like I said, just
Opening
not maybe...
kill really took him out of the round.
Yeah, just not really having the right players in the right place at the right time, and King Zero have been able to take advantage of that beautifully. They're just going to leave this light screen up. There's absolutely no reason to change it. Let it fighting through it. It's going to be 15 seconds left to go. Not much chance that this gets won out here. I think now is the time. They're just going to get aggressive on the blitz. It's going to be Momo backing him up, manages to get that final kill, and King Zero, they really needed that round. 3-0, that would have been a big, tough start for them to overcome. We expected them to go behind. We know how good KAG are on the defensive layer, so it's kind of par for the course at the minute. I don't think King Zero need to panic, but I think they do need at least one more round. I think they really need 2 more rounds. Yeah. It needs to be a 3-3 or better, but you know, we'll see how they do, and we'll see who the next ban is that comes in.
And of course with KAG too, I feel like if you're noticing that round, you really gave them the kills, honestly. Like you had Bandit swing down, you had your green player die. So making sure you're not giving too many kills on your extension, you're getting back safely into the 5v5 layers. And think about the first round, they didn't give them anything. And that's kind of the game plan they need to stick with. They really need to make sure they make them work for every inch of the map. See the Blitz, a zombie ban, you got to weaken the chest extension. And then honestly too, the Blitz bans can hurt, you know, their initial entry. But I also feel like the Blitz the shield isn't too strong, because with the ops side, with the below verticality now with the Zofia, you can take ops and then you can use the Capital and ops to take mezzanine. And then after you have that control, it's either deciding between going for the plant or going for a display/plant split. And that's really the main point to get into the round. They need to take ops, they need to take top mez, push the people back into display, and get this wall open, and then choose from there to how do they want to displace the Tachanka.
That's it. It's about the fundamentals here and making sure that, you know, when we talk about Siege and we talk about how it's a checklist game and you're moving through, a lot of the time it's kind of 3 phases. You know, you're moving through your initial clearance and intel, and then you're moving through your utility clearance and preparation of the site, and then you're moving through your execute. They didn't get beyond phase 1 last time. We need to see a better phase 2 from them, which is going to be opening that wall, clearing your util, which is going to be moving the Tachanka out of the way. So I'm looking to KZB, going to be on the Deimos again. It wasn't overly successful last time. They're going to stick with it. We'll see how it does.
And of course here we're going to see a more aggressive ops extension right now, because you're not going to be able to hold chest for as long. No Bandit either this round. Bringing in the Wamai mirror combo to stop this entry. And then again, that's where I feel like Zofia is really good, because that player has to be playing stagnant, and you can just, even if you want to bring a Lions get triple impact, the Deimos just allows you, it just gives you the defender the warning. It's like, okay, they're coming to kill me now. Whereas the Zofia, it's a drone, boom, 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 you're dead.
Sunset is going to look to take ops quite quickly here. Going to be something that we've seen consistently from King Zero. To be fair, the CNL side have certainly not been shy about getting into the map. We saw it on Clubhouse. It didn't really pay off for them too much, but they are happy to get in there and look for that early map control. Twitch drone is going to go through, just pinging out the mirror, but I think maybe, don't know whether they're just a little bit cautious about spinning around the back of it to try and take the glass out of it at the minute. Not quite in position and ready to do so, but there's nobody playing in there at the minute. So they've got that cleared out and they are ready to start taking mezzanine. Where is Big J and what is Big J doing? And I hope that Big J is opening the wall into Mask from Ops Corridor. I think that's exactly what the Ace is going to be doing now.
Where there's a lot of damage to the Blackbeard. Essentially the Blackbeard's out of the round now.
Hit by really nicely placed Magnet. They just don't expect that at all. He's going to send a flash in this time. Just, you know what, I'm going to make sure that there's no more of that Wamai utility in place. KZB much better. Takes down Sharif. I'm not sure if that was underneath or not. Sharif trying to clear him out again, but this time the Deimos stands up to him, and that is going to mean he's available in the round. Beautiful throw though, just uses that big arm. Zaka managing to get the kill onto Big J. That takes the Ace down, but I believe the breaching work has already been done this time.
2 in display. They're in a difficult spot right now. Chibisu, just the Thorn shotgun. Well, you can just see he's comfortable here. Oh, he gets out with his life. Difficult. They have to flank from below too. It's tough right now. KAG is really comfortable on this map. I'm seeing
Chibisu doing some great work with the machine pistol there to just really cement this one. We've got KZB. He had the diffuser in hand as well, so down the fact that he's down but not out also means that case is in no man's land. We're going to have Anaton picking up that final kill onto the shield. KZB was downed and finished, and that is going to be another successful defense. This is the problem now for King Zero. You look at it, it's 3-1. You're seeing a 4-2 as, I think, a minimum at this point for CAG. Wouldn't surprise me if they're able to get that basement done. They actually did a lot of good work last time around. So you could be on a 5-1 half here. You really could. So it's no surprise whatsoever to see King Zero bringing in that tactical timeout.
No, of course. Especially that last round too, Tim. The main wall wasn't even open. So you're just allowing all your players in mass to just play aggressively. Think about the Blackbeard. The Wamai is in his face, and he's throwing a C4 to kill his teammate. You know, there's no respect right now coming out from CAG to King Zero. They're really showing that, hey, we know Chalet, you guys are comfortable on that map, but you can really see in the strategy on Lara, they're kind of running out of steam here, especially with the ops, because like you could be taking just a little bit stronger displacement ops to clear some of these positions, because they're really giving you top mez. So you can keep top mez, you can take that for yourself, you can have your cap come up the staircase, you can clear the guy out of chest with the Capital. Okay, they're playing New Amai, but there's not enough disc for him, so you can just bring better utility and better operators to help clear these positions out, and I feel like that will help just force CAG to make more mistakes right now.
That's the thing. I think CAG are playing a really clean game here on Lair, and there isn't the mistakes. But like you say, it's because there's nothing pushing them to them. So King Zero got to play a little bit better on that disruption game, got to prevent CAG from playing in those power spots behind the utility as they wish to do so. KZB will bring the Deimos again. We didn't see this last time around, so the only real verticality they had when attacking downstairs last time was the Ram. This time they're going to bring the Sledge instead of the Ram, but they're going to have the Deimos. So that's going to give them just a little bit extra option to put pressure on those players if they are playing vertically at least. Also looking across, we've got secondary hard breach being brought by Big J, but no other hard breaching options. So again, there's only one operator, there's only one player that needs to be taken out. If Big J goes in on the entry and dies, I might possibly cry here because you need to learn that lesson. That's what happened last time around. The hatches stayed closed and it made the round particularly difficult for them.
You need redundancy, making sure that if something goes wrong, you can obviously have another plan capable here. And the Deimos is a very strong pick because if they do have those roamers, you have the info. You don't even have to be pushing them with the track, but being on the roof, scanning them, and calling that to your teammate is going to put the pressure that they need to actually force the defenders to layer and just give the info about where they actually are. But they don't look like they're going for too hard of a roam right now. They're really playing for a range clear, or armory hard zone, should I say. Or actually, no, they're playing really passive. They're playing for the little old school, little filter hard zone right here. No Azami though, so it's just a smoke. It's going to be troublesome for the filter layer. He's going to have to hard hold this. But they do have the Blackbeard, which is really nice to clear this.
Yeah, this really should be something I think that King Zero maybe identify as, we were talking about identifying those weaknesses from CAG and taking those opportunities, and this is certainly going to be one of them. But at the minute, the Blackbeard not really in position to be able to challenge that smoke just yet. There's a lot more droning going to be done. We're halfway through the round here, so again, time could become a factor as it did last time around. They were kind of trying to push in with 20 seconds left to go on a single door push, and it just didn't work out for them.
Let's see. Gonna be doing Vert with the Sledge right now. It's gonna be on the filter clear. 3 players filter side. They should have a C4 close with the Bandit for any Vert being made. Okay, they already gave this position. They're playing really passive off the smoke Goyo. 2 smokes, 1 Elamine, 1 C4. We need to put the Vert in from King Zero's side and make sure we get the pressure. We need to be able to deny the people who are going to deny us from planting the bomb. And we need to make sure we have good split pressure coming in from the stock side and then maybe a warehouse alert with the snake, because a warehouse alert becomes really strong with the snake because you can just pull out your scanner, see where people are, and just run.
I like that this time around we've got the diffuser in the right place. That's good. Sunset's got it on the Blackbeard and it is in position on that door. We've got players up above who can hold those vertical angles. There is a possibility here for King Zero to create a little bit of space and put the diffuser down, but Sharik does manage to take down the Sledge, and that's a bit of a problem because there's only Big J up above now, and if Sharik chooses to go and find that fight and takes it and wins it, then it could spell the end of the round for King Zero. So Big J particularly important right now on that sense. chance. We're going to have another challenge coming in. How about that, though? Fiber manages to get one. Big J wins a fight onto Chibisu. Anaton does take down the shield. 3 versus 1 as Kag stands tall inside a sight. Sharif with the final kill above. And that's going to be Kag taking another. It's 4-1.
And again, beautiful round. Giving them the space, making them execute. And what happens is, in the execute phase, you really do have to make sure that if there's a flank coming, you have to make sure you have speed and pace with your execute. I'm not seeing King Zero get into that spot and explode. They're getting into that spot, they're droning, they're slowing down, they're really telegraphing what they want to go for. They're allowing Sharif the time to flank up yellow, retake the vertical play, and actually, because what happens is he's holding the rocket hatch for the Ella who's fighting stock, so it allows them to play aggressive in Toxin to retake stock, and if you retake stock, you can deny the plants. So it's just, they're playing beautifully off each other, so I'm just looking for King Zero to just really try to take some more tempo to really throw them off.
Just prevent them making those alterations because the plant's already happening or because the plant's already been taken.
So like if the flank's coming up, the plant's going down, so there's a timer, but there's no duality in their play. So they're allowing Kag to make the play, and they're not making any plays besides their own set play that they have called.
See if they can change that up here in their final attack. You feel like this is a make or break round for King Zero in terms of the Esports World Cup. A reminder, best of 3, we are on the decider. The loser will go home. Their key will be crushed. They will be our first elimination here in Paris at the Esports World Cup, and nobody wants to take that title, but right now King Zero look like they are up against it, and that will of course impact the players as well. I'm sure the nerves will start to kick in a little bit. They've shown great resilience and a great ability to deal with that pressure so far, but this is when it really means the most. So just having a look through the lineup of Kag, it wasn't a particularly great defense from them last time around. They got themselves a little bit kind of muddled up and players in the wrong places, in the wrong positions, and this time we'll see if they can do any better. They're only going to be holding the top floor with 3. It's going to be Zaka, Anaton and DD that are up above. Usually you'd maybe see that as 4. I'd honestly like to see Chibisu up there with them on the Solus. I'm struggling to understand why he's playing so hard down on that middle floor.
Yeah, usually the solos is really nice too, because usually you bring the smoke above with the solos, so if they do sends, walls, smoke plants, you can smoke, you can Tachanka flame the actual the plant spots. So it's a very good combination play, but maybe he's just playing to see the flank and being able to just kind of flank off of the clear here. Hard zoning with the smoke inside a server. Again, it's just extremely slow from King Zero.
You just feel like maybe those nerves that I spoke about are starting to take their toll. The pressure mounts, and instead of checking once, you check twice, you check 3 times, you just make sure.
Yeah, that's the thing, guys, you got to worry about if you have the laser on, making sure where you're ADSing. I don't think Anaton saw it right there, but yeah, didn't. Got though. Oh. Good play.
Going to have the Blackbeard taken out by the Nitro, but it doesn't really matter as 2 kills come in, and that gives a good opportunity for King Zero to start building something here. But Chibisu with what could be an important trade, taking down the sledge. 2 versus 3. Chibisu has managed to get himself above on the Solus. I like to see that, but the problem that he's got, all 3 of King Zero's remaining players are up there with him. Question is, who's in the room with whom?
Looks like they want to go down green and execute this. Right now, Kag can play to retake the top, shoot, can play to keep his life inside of the site side, just pull pressure, and play for Chibisu to take the top to stop the plant here, which is what he's doing right now. Sharif needs 1 at least. Gets the guy going above, that's big. He has a vert too. Walks, oh, they missed him.
It's going to be all up to Chibisu to hold on to this, but he's only got 15 seconds to do it, and that plays into his favour. He can use his scanner. Will he see the plant going down? He knows where he needs to stop him. Opens up, does stop 1. They can't go for another. They'll lose surely. He knows where it is. There's the kill, and that's why we want the Solus above. Chibisu retakes that top floor, plays it beautifully, and uses the Solus's gadget to win the round for his team. 1v2. What a clutch. You'll love to see it from Kag.
Yeah, very unlucky for King Zero. If they left the player up top, they wouldn't have lost a guy trying to rotate back up top. So again, just really trying to keep calm, especially in these low man executes. You have to make plays quickly, but you can't make them too quickly. You can't rush yourself and just forget about something extremely important as the top 4 on the site, because they're always going to be playing for that deep state win con of retaking the vertical control to stop those plants, because it really is the best play.
How easy is it in a game, you know, maybe it was something you experienced, maybe it wasn't, it comes down to each individual player's mentality, I'd imagine, to kind of, do you ever experience just getting completely lost in it? And like, because the pressure's on and, you know you may be facing elimination, something like that, and thoughts like that where you would normally just stay above, and you know that one of you just needs to stay above, but then you look back at it afterwards and think, why did I go down? And maybe you're just not, you're kind of in the fog at the time, and you don't see it.
I would definitely say grand finals in Charlotte against DZ, I was definitely in that state of like, it's just like, it's basically kind of like that neutral state in the grand final, because everything is out there in front of you. You just have to be the team who takes the advantage, takes the gaps. And that day we were just kind of just a little bit desynced and just foggy, and just we weren't really it was hard for me to just really identify it fully and go for it. And I feel like those are all just learning points, because then when we played another grand final on M80, I felt very comfortable in it. You know, I could find myself getting into the match, but again, we were still a very young team, and obviously, like, you have to just experience the final, feel that pressure, because a lot of the time in that final, you can just kind of allow the game to slip away from you and not let yourself in it, because you're just letting the pressure affect you. You're kind of getting into hero plays. It's just, in essence, you have to be really composed, honestly. I feel like the resilience, the veteran nature, it really helps when you reach those deep moments, because you've been in these big games before, and the big games, it's just about the moment, and the big players will rise, and that's the end of the day.
And is there ever maybe something that you can do as a player, do you think, to kind of, is that going into a final maybe something that you think about before the game, thinking, if I'm in that position again, I can recognize those emotions, and this is what I'm gonna do to clear my mind?
I think you really start to change a little bit of little things, like, for example, the Charlotte Grand Final, I usually never drunk caffeine, but then I had a Red Bull during one of the games, and then you start to tweak little things, because you maybe think that you need to do this, you need to do that, and you just kind of get yourself uncomfortable, and you start to change the narrative in your own mind. So I guess the best thing you can do is just treating it the same. One thing I said too on Invite when we were going on a great run, I said to them before our stage on the main game, it's very important for us to feel like you're back at home in your room, because we've been doing this for so long, we've been so prepared for this moment, that it's just about having fun and realizing where you've come from and how far you've came, and enjoying where you are, because you're never going to really get these moments again. Sure, you can qualify for events, but none of that's guaranteed. All that's guaranteed is you're here right now playing in front of these people, and you just have to take that and run with it.
Okay then, let's see if King Zero can take it and run with it here in the second half. They're going to get themselves onto the defense. Kag managed to get 5. King Zero have to do better. 5 or 6 is all that will keep them in this, and it is not looking good for them right now, because Kag are in the driving seat. But let's see what they can bring on the attack, because in Siege, as we know, absolutely nothing is a given. We're looking across that defensive side. They're going to be playing into Mira, Tachanka, Azami. All the strong operators are there. They haven't brought... I love to see a clash. I love hot and cold on the clash. Plays it around the desk. He's a nightmare.
Very good.
He's so good there. I've seen him win so many rounds here, and we don't see a lot of other teams, necessarily bring that clash in that position to say how powerful she is at the minute. So that's not going to be something that they do here, but I think King Zero ticking a lot of boxes on that lineup.
Very good. The mirror is also very nice. I know I don't want to leak too much, but I know a team, an EU team, if they play Lair, I'll try to make sure we watch for it, but they have a very nice two-barrel mirror strat where they give ops, and they have a nice two-barrel trick with the mirror with a nice angle. So it's a very good, there's a lot of possibility you can run here.
Rotero drone's going to go in then and just start clearing out elbow a little bit, get rid of that barbed wire. It's going to be about getting into ops as well. DMR's just so useful at the minute. Not only did they do a ton of damage, they pack a punch on those Kiba barricades as well. So that's going to be Azami force back now. We see Momo just dipping back into more of that mezzanine position at the minute. Needs to make sure they don't overstay the welcome, because I think it is going to be up to Momo to kind of try and hold on to that desk position as well. And right now, now. It is opening up in front of CAG. There's nobody on the office side. Everybody from King Zero has been forced deeper than that.
You see they do have the double mirror for the outside wall and the wall from ops side. Going to make it hard for them to open. They don't have any range breach too, so honestly, they probably won't be getting these walls open. So I think it's going to come down to how they want to split top mezzanine side and display side here.
Saying that, there's absolutely no breach available at all. No hard breach gadgets, so they're going to have to work with the doors. There's no two ways about it. And we'll see. It's a
interesting lineup.
I was going to say, is it maybe a little bit of an overlook from CAG, but I'm sure that they have got a plan particularly, and I am almost certain that it involves Anaton on the Blackbeard. 1 minute 10 left to go, and still fighting their way through utility. They do have full control of mezzanine now, so they can start building from there, but the Janka Shumika canisters start going out into display, and this is not going to be easy to grind their way through.
No. They need to really just try to find a foothold in. Yep, here it is. Display gap in the split. They take it back. They'd be able to plant here.
There is the foothold they needed. KZB does start fighting back. Chibisu there with a doubled up, and that's going to be CAG closing out the round, and that puts them on map and series point now. Just one more round will do it, and that is, of course, very, very worrying for King Zero now. They have to be right 6 times in a row. 5 to get overtime. CAG, they only need to be right once, and it looks like they've got all the answers to this test at the minute. They come in on the attack. It doesn't matter that they've switched sides. They're just showing a true dominance on layer.
Yeah. It's just right now, I feel like King Zero are running out of steam with the strategy. Again, you saw right there, they pulled the pressure CAG, making it think they're going for the mask wall, and they had the people walking pebbles, walking top green. They had a person hopping display with nades so they can clear the traps off so they don't know. They had pressure inside a bathroom, inside a mezzanine hall. So they did all the right things to make them think they're going for that default play. Because King Zero, they don't know they don't have hard breach. They don't know. So it's like they're thinking they're going to get the wall, they're going to go for the default plan, but then next thing you know, Chibi's in the site. So it's just a great play from CAG, recognizing where the weakness is and what they can do to exploit it.
Yep, that bit of opportunity spotting paying off, and CAG find themselves now attacking onto the basement floor. And
10 seconds remaining.
I'm interested in whether they bring any hard breach again or not. They just didn't bother last time around. It kind of worked out for them, but
I don't think they have it again. Yeah.
No, it's certainly not looking that way. You know, it's one of those that I look at and I think, how many times are you going to get away with that? You know,
the hatch is soft right now. Still,
if they can
He's
move
getting
quickly.
it right now.
There we go. Fiber does get onto it with the vigil and closes that off. There is another one there though. Is KZB going to look to reinforce that or not? At the minute, I think he's maybe just going to look to play in there because he can pop it himself having the shotgun.
They're going quick though. Oh my gosh.
He's going to keep his position, but like you say, CAG deciding maybe we just take the fight to them very, very quickly behind the shields here, and they're looking to march on in and take a bit of ground. Big J manages to pick up Sharik. That's a great start for them. And they're going to be looking to try and hold on from above. But Zaka manages to find a big kill. Fiber onto Chibisu. 3 versus 4. It's turning into chaos here in round 8. Can CAG be the ones that come out on top of it? They're going to have to take some fights with the pistol. Effectively a 4 versus 2 right now as Zaka has been downed. And it doesn't look like this one is going to be going in CAG's direction. DD with it all to do. 1 versus 4. Sometimes at a 6v1, you can understand trying for a rush, but that one does not pay off, Dave.
That was a good reaction right there too. I like they kind of had a web inside the site with the Goyos on the doors. So you got deep, but then you see Goyos on barricades, so it really funnels you into one area. They had the shotgun above, they had the verticality ready. They're ready with the reactions.
Excellent stuff from King Zero, showing that they may be wounded here, they may be on the verge, but they have still got a little bit of bite left in them, and they can fight their way back into this one. We've seen it done before, we will see it done again. Is today going to be one of those occasions? Right now, King Zero are looking for a hero. They're going to be looking towards players like KZB. He is currently 8-7, Fiber 6-6 as well. They've shown us great performances so far today here in Paris. Are they able to do it when it counts the most? Right now, King Zero needs somebody to step up.
Big time here. I'm looking at Sunset. I feel like he just really needs to get into the game here, especially on the Clash. He needs to just be mobile on the top floor, put the shield down, get a kill, pick it back up, help his team really identify where the front's coming from and put himself in that position to stop that. I feel like that's what the best thing is about the Clash, is putting your IGL on the Clash, like when Hot and Cold's on it, and it allows the IGL to really see different plays and it actually move the team around, and move himself around where he needs to be to stop the attack. So I feel like it's very good.
It's almost like having free cam for the RGL, just to go around and have a little look at what's going on from each different angle. But I think that the problem is for King Zero here, things are going to get a lot more difficult because, of course, KAG last time, they tried a little bit of a rush. We're going to be cheeky. We're going to see if we can walk into sight, see if you're going to leave a gap. They're not going to play this round in that way.
No.
So right now, King Zero, they stood up to the challenge last time. They're going to have a much different challenge facing them now.
And here, I like this lineup a lot. This is one of the best lineups. You have the Grim for the display side. You have the Capitao for the Mez clear. You have the Ace breaching. It's amazing.
Finally.
You have the Striker 2, Flashes, Nades, and the Buck below. It's amazing. They have a great lineup right now. Should be able to displace extremely well. Only thing missing maybe is a Zofia for the clash on the Buck below, but that's all hindsight here.
It's going to be the job of the Capitao then with those asphyxiation arrows. There's a couple of nades on Chibisu as well, that could do the job of moving that clash around, but good progress straight away. We're seeing that breach come in. They've got the redundancy. We spoke about redundancy of something as important as hard breach, and Zach has got that option to be able to use the secondary hard breach as well. Chibisu does manage to take down Big J, so right now everything is coming up KAG. It is all going in their favour. They're getting some great work done here right now. The one stumbling block that I really see for them is that clash.
They flame the top Mez, they take Mez. It's beautiful right now. One thing I will say that King Zero could look for on this take 2, it's like when they have the Sky solo display, that should be, he's there, you're powering him. He's on the balcony, you're fighting him with 2 people, you're taking the 2v1, alleviating that pressure, and it makes your top Mez hold a lot stronger here. But they're really just giving them, they gave them the bathroom control. They have Mez control right now. It's gonna be hard. The smoke's dead, no Tachanka. It's on the mirror.
Yeah, that's a big problem for them at the minute. No denial beyond Fiber's C4. That's about all they've got to be able to stop this plant going down. Access has now been gained to that area. KZB's just hard holding this. He's sat on top of it. He tries to escape with the Kiba barricade to block the view, but he can't do it as Anaton has the angle from Ops. Manages to find his man. 4 versus 3. Sunset, you wanted a kill. You got it, Dave. He manages to find DD. Takes down the Grim. That's going to leave us now 4 versus 3. KAG, 35 seconds left to go. They need to start taking that little bit of extra ground. They can't dither here. Chibisu does exactly that. Takes out the Wamai. That's the denial gone. There is now an opportunity to get in with Anaton and start putting that diffuser down on the ground. They missed the opportunity to take the flank. Shuri manages to find Momo. It's all up to Sunset. 0 and 6 coming in. Will he be 5 and 6 going out? That's the question. Anaton manages to secure the plant. It's now 1v3 and he's on the clock. You've got to say that it's surely too much, and it surely will be, as Shuri manages to find the final kill. KAG survive another day, and King Zero will be the first to be eliminated from the Esports World Cup.
Great composure from KAG. Ultimately, sometimes that can slip from you. You lose that first map, you can go down, but they really did respond well. Even though they looked a little bit dejected going into map 2, they're actually at that calm level, really just able to just see what they did wrong in map 1 and really just iron it out in map 2 and 3, and we just saw a completely different game from them.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from KAG there. It certainly answers that question that people might have been asking of, was it just Chalet or was it the performance? But it looks like it was definitely just Chalet. They continue here in phase 1 of the play-ins. They get another opportunity. It's going to be tough for them, but they at least get themselves that first win on the board, those first international maps that we've seen in a good while as well. And Shuri, Chibisu really doing the job, the heroes for KAG today.
Yeah, they needed them so much. A big congratulations to KAG for staying in the competition. And we kind of owe them an apology because after map 1 we said they look defeated. They look like something is going on, and they locked in for map 2 and 3. Absolutely clean coming out from their side there as well. And we're talking about that big clutch as well with the Solus upstairs to get these rounds on the board. It's kind of what you expect from KAG to see, but also the level of experience that might be different to what we're seeing from King Zero.
Yeah, Chibisu really did the job there.
Yeah.
Me and Dave have been like, no, why is the Solus underneath? And then he gets himself on that rotation. And experience, I think, is a really important point. It was something we spoke about in the cast there, and we spoke about those key moments where maybe you find yourself drifting out of position if you're King Zero and you you end up getting punished for it. CAG, by contrast, they were not out of position. They were not being punished. Yeah. They were the ones that were in the driving seat. Yeah. Really nice using that experience.
They were really able to flip the tempo on them. They saw how slow they were playing. They weren't giving them any kills, and they were making it just all in the late round, and they were playing really aggressive in the late round too. That, you know, because it's kind of weird when you're playing around on attack and the defense is giving you so much space, and then you get the space and then they're playing really aggressive on you, because it's just like you're calling next to you thinking they're going to be passive, but then Sheerup's in your face fighting you, he's flanking you, so it just throws constant wrenches in your execute plans. And I feel like it's really hard, especially being a new team here, to actually solve that first time, and I feel like it's a great showing for their first event.
I was just going to say, I think, you know, we do need to give a big shout to King Zero as well here. They've really shown an ability to compete. They've shown great resilience. You know, they've dug deep and fought their way back into games today. And I've been really impressed, like I said, not just with King Zero by the quality coming out of CNL on a whole, but we've got some big names to watch there as well. You know, definitely want to be seeing more of KZB in the future.
Yeah.
Really exciting player.
Yeah, we'll talk about this matchup a little bit more, but first we're going to send it down to the stage with Lexing as he gets to chat in with CAG.
Thank you, Ann, and the guys on the desk. Zaka, I am here with you. That was quite the series, quite the bounce back from you guys. Just wanted you to kind of run me through of the bounce back, losing that first map and then able to take the map 2 going into that map 3.
That first map, we were just kind of stiff, and after that first map finished, we were like, guys, like, they're not that good. Like, they're a slow-paced team, so like, let's get the pace going on our side. And yeah, I think it was a good showing.
Yeah, I think you absolutely said it best. Something that I noticed, and you can definitely touch up on it, it really felt like it was a team. One team was going for a sprint while you guys were playing for the marathon. You guys really showed the endurance. You guys showed your resilience. And I really think your experience shined through here, especially, like I said, going into that map 3. You guys took complete control of that series. And another thing that I noted is it seemed like you guys really did a very good job at understanding their style of play, like you said. And you did a very, very good job at singling them out and forcing their hand rather you guys forcing your own.
Yeah, like I said, they are a very slow team, so you know, just keep the pace, and that's it really.
Absolutely. Well, you guys did send them home. You guys are going to be able to crush their key. I do want to talk about you have that one extra lifeline. You guys extend your stay here at EWC. What is the game plan going into tomorrow's match?
Let's see. Keep the pace, you know, like today. Keep the pace going for tomorrow. We're a very slow starter team, so but I hope in the first map, like, we already have like our engine, you know, like set. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, again, Zaka, congratulations on the win. That is here for us. Like he said, it's keeping that momentum, keeping that pace. And honestly, I don't see why not. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to send you guys over back to our desk.
Well, Dave, isn't it nice to have your words be echoed by players sometimes? You know, it's all about the pace, about the aggression that we're seeing from CAG. And if that's what they're going to be showing us tomorrow, I'm going to be set on the edge of my seat because it's going to be good siege.
You know, it is good to see, you know, just seeing the commentary actually play out in the game, seeing it live, making sure it's, you know, I haven't lost at all, so it's good.
It's not always the case, I can promise you that, but no, you called it absolutely right.
Good to see that here. Now, for KEG, of course, they'll be continuing into the tournament tomorrow with an important matchup. Still, of course, they're playing for survival from here on. It is always that playing for survival mode for them. For King Zero, we briefly touched upon it, right? We're seeing a lot of things from CNL here. This is their first time playing at an international tournament. They showed us some good things. They won a map against CAG. Unfortunately, though, it is not enough for them to move on in the tournament. Their key is going to be the first to be crushed here.
Heartbreaking, especially from a team, you know, who showed a lot of heart coming out. It's a tragic way to go out, but that's the spirit of competition, you know. He's got to be crushed to name a champion, so it'll be the first.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? You know, that's how you build that experience, unfortunately. It's through the losses. Those are the, you know, you win or learn, and that's the reality here for King Zero. They're going to take a lot away from this. I'm sure that we'll see them again, and hopefully, you know, we'll see a bit more from them as well.
We're looking at highlights of this last map here. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see from CAG. They lock in keep it clean. And as Zaka was saying as well, right, sometimes they kind of feel like a slow engine. They start up slow in these matches, but once they pick up pace, they are a deadly team to be playing against.
But I will say that could be a problem because against the better teams are going to come out hot. They're going to come out ready, and getting back into the game is going to be a lot harder. So I feel like they really need to find a way to come out in that first round of the first map with the same energy they did it with this map 3 and map 2.
Like you say, when you're up against some of the bigger teams in these play-ins, you know, you've got MRBR Wash, you've got Fnatic, you've got Shopify Rebellion across both sides, and you're going to have to beat these teams if you want to be one of the... There's only 2 out of the 8 that are going to go through into the next phase of the EWC. So for me, yes, I think right now you've kind of got away with Sharip and Chibisu having these big top floor roams and getting you around a 2 by picking up a hard breacher. That's not always going to be the case against those kind of big boy teams. You know, when you go in, you might start getting punished and losing those gunfights. And then the question is, what do CAG have in the tank when maybe it's not quite going their way?
And I feel like, too, you're going to see a little bit better usage of like those roam clear operators when they do go for the clears. So you also have to be bringing out maybe a little bit more mute on the roam, too, to deal with the Dokubi the Snake, so you can take a bit cleaner gunfights without being info tracked a lot. So there's a lot for CAG to do to become better, but I feel like this was a good step just to make sure, you know, this is their not to be their second international event this year that they go out with not winning a map. So I feel like it's a good step in the right direction, but they just got to keep working towards it.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's now about a foundation, isn't it? That gives them the wins that they can build on.
Yeah, it's going to be something to look forward to, hopefully, when they attend future events, of course, for the side of King Zero. Their key is going to be crushed, as we'll be seeing that hopefully very soon. I'm all in for the drama. I love it. You know, we get some elimination matches here. That's the fun thing about the B stream that we have so far. And it doesn't end here because we have one more elimination on the table for ourselves tonight. That is either going to be Cheese or it's going to be Alola Club after the break.
Of course, this is, by the way, the last match of the day for Stream A, but good news, Stream B will still have our Eula Club versus Chiefs, which is also going to be an elimination game. But over to Bank now, Tyloo on the attack, Shopify Rebellion. As I said before, I think starting defense here, this is the kind of stuff that they can do. They can control, force Tyloo to play the way that they want to play. Basement to begin, drop down from Ambi. So small amount of pressure as per usual towards Staff and open area. Play the drop and so much delay available for the defense.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how the Fuse is going to integrate into this lineup. Both the Blitz and the Monty were available. Secondary hard breach, though, will benefit here of the Fuse, and so we'll see if that has impact. And indeed it will right on cue. Notably, though, the Grim did have also secondaries in the Fuse charge at a benefit as well. A bit of U2 clearance onto site, good counter onto the Goyo. We'll see just how much of those canisters end up being cleared. And unfortunately, 3 still standing.
Which is the hope, really, with the cluster charges, is to hopefully deal with most of those. But the fact that there's still 3 up is a concern. Factor in the 3 gas babes available for Rexon, double Nitrocell, then the Shamika launcher.
See if that one lands.
If Tyloo go direct here, which right now is seemingly what they want to do.
Okay, that missed as well.
I don't think this is going to work out well for them. They need to pivot here.
Will this one land?
They cannot expect this to now work.
Nope. Oh no. That might be the most ineffective Fuse I have ever seen casting this game.
He does still have 1 cluster charge. You can.
Oh, that could be the golden cluster charge. That could be the one to beat all cluster charges.
I think this round's done. 28 seconds. They're going to need Jakku to push main and find 3 kills. They have nothing else.
Oh, it worked. It worked.
Well, it did work, but too late. There's 20
yeah.
seconds. Still 2 gas babes, double Nitrocell, and the Shamika launcher of Surf. There's no way in which they can push through server and get this round win. Shopify Rebellion have a 99.99% chance to win this round. Jakku, funnily enough, gets the opening kill. It's irrelevant. Duas still has to get this plan. Abey, though, does have the smokes up, coupled with the class. Surely not. Canadian goes down. There has to be a denial. They will not deny. Play will be successful. Despite all this utility for Shopify Rebellion, Tyloo through the front door.
99.99.
No way!
They're not retaking this.
I surely don't think. Well, now I will say this is 99% chance. Stylo should win this round. It's a huge flip. Surf does get the down onto Duha, but a 1v3 post plant, 18 seconds. Not happening. Oh, what a round win for Tylo.
Well, that round had about everything.
I cannot believe they just won that round.
I don't think they can believe it either. Oh my. It didn't feel like there was a world in which Tyloo could get that plant down, yet they were able to do so. Good coverage from the Thatcher. The lack of flames from Surf.
It was a Hail Mary play once they finally could get into CCTV, which was the smoke layer with the glass. That was it.
My goodness. At least you didn't say 100%.
I didn't say 100%.
You've learned.
Really, it was a way of trying to signify how bad a position Tyloo were in with 20 seconds to go. Finally, that golden cluster charge actually won them the round.
Yeah. That was a massive talking point. The Wamai was catching a lot of that util and making it very difficult for Tyloo to set up for that eventual plant. But with the stage set, they were able to secure it. And with that, the opening round is theirs. And that's probably the only round so far for Shopify Rebellion today that we can look towards as a bit of a frustrating one. One where it should have been theirs and it wasn't.
Yeah, that's the first one. Yeah. I agree with that.
Certainly not the first round they've lost, but the
first
in that fashion.
Round where they were dominant, they were in control.
And they'd be like, the immediate reaction is, how did we lose it?
Well, can Tyloo follow on from that? Yeah, Siege is a game of momentum. You win that round in that fashion. Yeah, the blood's pumping, and you get to kind of celebrate briefly to start this second map. It's half an open area for the second round. The bands of the Ace and the Habana, mean Kanto wall over towards elevators, will not be able to get opened up. No clash available for Canadian. The funniest part out of all that round is the fact that Tyloo again got the opening kill. I don't know how they just keep finding a way to get that.
And so the tournament was able to continue after turning the computers off and on again. For the rest of the club championship,
What's going on? Guys, why did she stop talking? The rat got out again. Guys, let's reset the rat. Reset the rat. Come on. Under the couch. Under the couch. Under, no, it went, the triangle thing. Triangle thing. Do not let that rat find its family. Come on. If the thing starts a union, we're in trouble, guys. No, no, no. Over there. Over there. Come on. We're losing time.
How long have I been out?
Just a couple of seconds. The rat got out again.
Oh, he's been doing that more and more recently.
We're gonna get you a better hat.
I think he may have peed a little bit.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of pee right here if we can clean that up. Obviously, unless you can read the prompter without it.
Well, are you crazy? I don't do my own stunts. Just give me some cheese or something.
Okay, hey, cheese. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you. All right, yeah, this'll... Hey, little guy, just want one of... Okay. Okay, I think that'll work for now.
Are we good?
Yep, we're good.
We good? Are we good? Perfect. All right, guys, clear set. Let's go. Let's go. We gotta get started. Losing time, guys. Come on. And action.
And that's what's been happening in the club championship. In other unrelated news, cats. Why are they here? Why do they smell so bad? And what can we do about them?
I mean, looking at the play-ins, there is only 2 teams out of 8 that are gonna qualify. But like, if you don't beat everyone you face, there's no point of playing a tournament. So, I mean, I feel like there's high chances for us. You know.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back to the B stream for the final elimination game of the day. My name is Anna. I have Jesse and Ace with me. We're either gonna crush the key of the only MENA representative that we have, or we're gonna crush one of OSA's 2 keys. I'm sure our Aussie boys on the A stream would be very upset with that result.
I mean, can they be too upset? They've still got a representative up in the top 20, top 12, top 18. So they should be fine with the position that they're in.
I'm not sure they will be, Jesse. I think they might have slightly grander aspirations than losing a team on day one.
Fair.
They'd be super upset with that. But for Cheese, they need to show some kind of improvement, though, because that first map they played earlier today lost it in overtime. Pretty rough, of course. 3 new players to this level of competition with the international stage. But looking at relays and looking at player as well, right? They need to win at least one map to get any kind of improvement from the last time they played on EWC and got knocked out within first day.
Yeah, the bar is about as low as it can be, but even still, they've got to show up and be able to get that victory, right? They thought they would be able to do so in the last matchup, didn't quite find that success that they were looking for up against Tyloo, so now they've got a second opportunity to try to pull this one back. I didn't mind their defenses. It was really just their executes where Chiefs were finding some struggles, so if they can nail that down, they've definitely got a good chance of taking this match.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've suffered the only upset of the day, really. I think, the rest of the games we would probably have looked at and given a good prediction as to which way they've gone. I'm sure that they are going to come out here absolutely adamant on not suffering the second upset of the day. Obviously a little bit of a mystery team for us, but I think, Chiefs will be coming out here as the experienced unit looking to get this done.
Yeah, when they were playing their first match early today, it seemed like they were struggling with some of the entries, though. I mean, best of threes is definitely something that they are used to, right? Not only in their own region, but at international tournaments as well, especially for the players that do have that experience. And it should be a good thing to see them bounce back here, Ace, from the match they lost earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, that's where your experience comes in, isn't it? We said this about King Zero in the last game. We'll say it the same again here. The teams that have been here and done this before, like Chiefs, maybe not to the same extent as somebody like a Shopify Rebellion, but it's not their first time around the block. They know what it's about, and they should be able to bounce back and just, show a little bit of resilience here. Forget about that last match. It's one game at a time.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you got to be able to shake off those nerves, right? Sometimes game one, especially in a best of one, like, it can get the best of you. But I think in this matchup, now that we're in a best of 3, they'll have a little bit more time to settle into that game and hopefully won't have those same early struggles that we've seen previously.
Yeah, and for their opponent, though, Alola, you'll definitely recognize the player's name on there. We're talking about Valentino, who you've definitely seen in international tournaments before. He'll be that big pillar for his team to kind of lean on. And Alola is our only MENA representative. They qualified through the Saudi E-League in a dominant way as well, because they didn't lose a single map over the course of that whole competition. Very impressive. But the issue is, once they got here and they got to play against different regions, earlier today, it kind of seemed like it was a team diff against Shopify Rebellion.
Well, we start using that word experience again, don't we? When you've not gone up against that kind of international competition, and I think, you kind of maybe go into it thinking siege is siege. Yeah. You shoot a guy, you plant a bomb, siege is siege. But ultimately, when you do recognise, when you really, start playing against those different play styles, playing against an NA team, playing against an EU team, playing against a MENA team, very, very different ball game. And I think, Alola probably find that out. They come up against the best team in the play-ins for me. They've had an unfortunate start. I think they've still got plenty to show us. Crazy is on screen now. Definitely one to watch out for. I was really impressed with him earlier. He put up some big numbers against Shopify Rebellion, certainly gave him a couple of scares. They're standing on the shoulders of giants. They've got Twisted Minds, current roster, that have gone before them. Yeah. And, that's the bar, isn't it? That's where they've got to get to.
Absolutely. And the good news for Alola is that you don't have to play Shopify Rebellion again. You said it. That's the best team in the play-ins, grand finals of a major. Chiefs, grand finals of OCE. So slightly different tiers here, and this should be a much more winnable game, I think, for Alola.
Don't tell it to the Aussie guys that you compared it in that.
I'm sorry, but if we're being objective...
We feel like this is an even match. I mean, we're looking at the map feed too as well. I kind of wonder, we've seen maps earlier today. We've seen Cafe over on the side of Alola. It's not going to be played out here today, though. Betting it as the very first one for Fortress was the map that we saw from Chiefs, and they lost that one into overtime.
Yeah, that's a difficult map to go back to. Clearly, Chiefs not feeling like it was such a problem that they have to ban it in this phase, but Alola would have been watching that game. They absolutely have gone back and seen the footage, so they will have a little bit of tape to go back and review from earlier in the day, and then layer a map that we know Chiefs are really good at, 3-0, undefeated on the season. Consulate, another good map for Chiefs, 5-game win streak throughout this season. So if you can get past Fortress, I actually like this map veto for Chiefs, but you can't ignore the elephant in the room, which was that earlier Fortress game versus Tyloo.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way I look at Alola here is kind of the same way I looked at GK coming into stage 2 of EU. They're a mystery team.
For sure.
I don't like to discount teams just because I've not seen a ton of them. So ultimately, you know, people come on the scene and could just really surprise us and be fun. So I'm certainly not counting them out of the game. I think that they can definitely put up a fight here. Like you say, managing to get Fortress as that first choice, I think is actually a really smart move from them. Yep. Who knows, maybe they've been doing some like real last minute cramming as well. You know, watching that back to see what footage they can get on Chiefs, see if there's any little tells that they can find there. But yeah, well, I like this game. I think it's going to be a good matchup. You know, I'm hoping for a bit of consolate. I'm hoping that we see both of these teams putting it down.
Yep. Yeah. I think the positive thing for Chiefs, though, if you think about, you know, playing a map that you've already lost earlier today, you're going to learn more from that than the team that won that map in this situation. So Chiefs will learn from their mistakes earlier today on Fortress, and in their defense, it was quite close as well with that first map. Would you say then, you know, should we survive Fortress in the case of Chiefs? Is this a 2-0 for them, or do you think they will win the series, but like a 2-1?
I do think that, like, you kind of need to win map 1 if you're Alula. Like, you need to be able to start off on that right foot, take your own map pick. I'd be so worried against going against an experienced team like Chiefs who have come in more as the favorites in this matchup, and giving them your own map pick, that's a recipe for disaster for sure.
I don't want to, like I said, I want to big Alula up and say, you know, maybe they give us, I'm excited for them because I like seeing things that I haven't seen before. But I think if anybody's going to win it 2-0, it'll be Chiefs.
Yeah, well, we've seen some surprises inside these play-ins. I feel like that's the big positive thing from it, right? We get to see upsets, we get to see surprises, and this should or could very well be a good start for Alula as we get to their map pick of Fortress.
Thank you very much, and we will get on into it then. The bans will start coming through, and as we've said, it's going to be the start of a best of 3 here. We'll kick things off in Fortress, then it'll be Lair and Consular if needed at the end. Wamai ban coming in, Jesse. Talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how good Wamai has been over the last couple of months, right? Ever since getting that buff a few weeks ago, he has been really just a massive threat in the meta, can be so powerful. And we saw Chiefs actually running a lot of this operator over towards Small Tower, making it really difficult for, especially on that secondary bomb site, teams to get into that south side of the map, take some space. Sometimes that vending position can be really tough to root out if there is a Wamai in that spot. So I like taking that off the board. You've also got the Thorn off the board as well. We see Relays play that from time to time here on this map, so it's good to remove that. And then I think you're just taking out the most dangerous threats. The Blitz can be so annoying to go up against on any map, but I think certainly on Fortress. And then you've got the Deimos coming in. Some people would prefer the Snake. I just think with the verticality that you can get sometimes on some of these positions, the Deimos can be really, really threatening as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because it's not something that we see too many, at least we don't in EU, at least in EML. We don't see too many teams looking to get the Buck and the Deimos underneath and kind of work those positions over. But I actually really like it, and I think there's a lot of viability for it on Fortress, as you say. There's a lot of verticality, there's a lot of soft surface there that you can work with, and because it's not done that often, at least in EML, teams overlook it a lot of the time, and quite often you'll find a Deimos or a Buck and just wander in underneath and just have a little bit of a field day working from below. So, you know, yeah, I can see the value in taking that away, and Chiefs not wanting to have to deal with it. Whether they'll have the alternative of a Buck or something, we'll see as it goes on. But for the time being, it's going to be the solid Snake instead.
Yeah, and just a quick stat for you. Every single defense that Chiefs played up against Tyloo on this map earlier today, at least one of Thorn and Wamai were brought. Usually it was both. So this is a clear example of Alula doing their homework, making sure they're aware of what's going to be going on with this Chiefs defense. So they clearly have been ready for it. And already we're getting close with this aggressive play coming in. We've got the Snake coming up with the F2. I thought it might be double F2 being run with the Valentino on the Twitch too, but DMR instead, the 417 being brought in the place of the F2. So we're only going to see one of this devastating guns try to rip through these defenders.
Going to be a little bit of early attention straight up towards Old Tower. We've got Josa just moving up there, looking to join his... I think it's going to be Blackbeard that's moving in with him. It's going to be crazy. Lunchbox just steps around the corner, takes out the solid Snake. Neptune onto Valentino as well. That's the Twitch gone. And straight away, Alula, they know they're in a fight, Jesse!
Oh, they do. They're trying to hit from 2 different dimensions, Ace. I really like that. They've got the small tower pressure at the same time. We saw Valentino trying to get in more towards Horse, more towards the hallway, but at both angles, they end up losing their gunfights and not playing quite close enough to get that trade back. Crazy, you're right, was in there with his Snake, but just not quite able to get that frag. Here's Relays to get another one back, so that's going to be a 5v2 now, and it's all falling apart for Alula.
Yeah, Hagia on the Flores just going to be taken out, and right now it's all one-sided as well. That's the other bit. I mean, when you know in a 2vx, you don't really have too much of a choice.
Yeah.
If you separate, you give them the 1v1s. If you stick together, it's all going to be one-sided. And Chiefs, they are smart enough to just sit back and wait for this one to play out. Bazooka will be down but not out underneath us, just off to the side of our screen, sorry. So that's going to leave Crazy with it all to do here. 1 versus 5. We could be starting off with a flawless round, I think. Crazy's just looking to see if anybody's going to give him an opportunity here. Might go and try and pick his teammate up, but it's going to be a little bit of a risk if they do think about pushing. He's down to 45 seconds here. He's just baiting them out. He knows that somebody's challenging on the door. Manages to take down player, but you've still got to feel. I mean, it gives him a chance. Look, he's just turned it around from what was effectively a 1v5. It's now a 2v4, so it's more winnable.
Still going to be extremely difficult. They've got very little HP on this ace, so Bazooka's going to have to be crazy with the headshots, and Crazy's going to just have to be crazy in the server, because this is still a really tough spot. They know exactly where this push is coming from.
Yeah, and they're just going to hold the positions. They're smart enough to take their hands off the keyboards here. They know that they don't really need to do too much here, and if anything, it's the doing too much that will lose you the round if they get too involved. But Relays, you kind of managed to close out that one, and that's going to be a very, very solid defence from Chiefs. When we look at that overall, Jesse, Alula have failed to take any ground realistically. They were never confidently in control of Central Stairs, of Horse, of Games and Dorms. You know, they had a little bit towards the end there, but they only had what they were given. Chiefs took the fight to them there and then dipped away when they'd done the damage. It was just a really nicely controlled round coming out of Chiefs.
Yeah, it was a great shot from Lunchbox. The fact that he flicks onto that, I mean, he was not initially aiming in the right spot, but finds the pick to be able to start things off on the right foot for Chiefs. At the same time, Valentino takes a fight and ends up losing it to Neptune earlier in that round. So once you're in the 3v5, it gets really awkward to try to take that space. No trades to speak of. And Chiefs just playing boring Siege. You know, they don't take any unnecessary risks. The only kind of risk they had was Relays going below with that C4, but even that, I mean, you know where those attackers are at. You get the free down, it's some free damage. Like, he didn't continue to push off that and lose his life. So it really does just feel like Chiefs playing a normal day at the offense, having that successful defense, and that's what we kind of saw against Tyloo as well. They had a strong defense side.
I like that from Chiefs, because I think sometimes, you know, you load into a game where you think this is, they're not going to load in thinking it's going to be easy. Nobody thinks that at this level. Yeah. But you go in there thinking this is one we should win. Right. This is one where there's going to be opportunity. And I think sometimes, I think we saw a little bit out of it from Kag in the last game in that first map. You know, with Sharif taking jump outs and Chibisu out of windows every 2 minutes. I think sometimes you can maybe just get a little bit overconfident, a little bit kind of lost in the sauce of thinking, yeah, I'm going to swing them, yeah, I'm going to set the gunfight. And Chiefs showing that they're not doing that. I really like that. You can only beat the team in front of you. And it was clinical from them, really. They offered up no opportunities whatsoever. And I love to see that out of Chiefs.
All right, well, here comes the north side roam clear. Neptune facing a little bit of pressure here in the horse position. We've got a lot of good stuff coming out of Joza. This is the snake player on Alula, where he's trying to make this space as the rest of his team tries to come in from the south. He's kind of isolated, and he's got a lot of roamers that are trying to pinch in his position, but looks like Crazy on the Monty. He might be starting to work his way over to help out his teammate. They're pressuring this master side as well. So now the full force of Alula is starting to come to clear out these north side roamers.
There's going to have to be a plan from Chiefs to deal with that shield when the moment comes. A lot of it's going to be on the Denari. The trip connectors are already out. You can see them on the floor in front of you. That's going to make it difficult for Crazy to progress forward. As I said, I picked him out from the Shopify Rebellion game. He did have, a good game against them. He was one of those players that was putting up some numbers. Joza going to be taken down, though. That's going to be the second round in a row that they've lost that snake early and lose that utility with it.
Yeah, that's so critical. Your lack of information now for the execute's going to be really tough. And sure, you've got some space, but it took you half the round to get this space, and you end up with 0 kills in this position as well. So it gets really awkward from this point forward. Player will get droned out, and he should just leave. They probably get the shield with that Flores drone as well. It doesn't look like they did. So a little bit of missed utility play coming out there. Had to pop it a little bit early to try to force player back. He re-swings the hallway and does end up going down. So that's equal man count. 4v4, winnable for Alula, but still tough.
Yeah, MPG just getting them back into the fight there. And the Denari the big problem is you don't really remove too much utility there. The trip connectors are already out. They need to be dealt with separately. Something like a smoke off the board would really help Alula here, just to give them that little bit of extra space. And Gear does manage to take down Lunchbox. That's going to be the mirror gone. A little bit more utility along with them in the pocket as well. So 4 versus 3 now, as Alula can start to push forward and claim a little bit more ground.
Only, what, 1 Toxic Babe still left from Jake, so he's got to use this wisely. Crazy is in the bomb site, ready to go for a plant. Here comes that Toxic Babe, starts to get a little bit of space and push Crazy back, but he needs to be careful. There's a lot of defenders trying to aim him down, and he ADS's, goes down to Neptune.
Yeah, certainly not ideal there for Alula, because it's also put the diffuser down in no man's land, and we're effectively now in a 1v2. This is very winnable for Relays, though. Takes 1 fight. He's concerned about somebody on the opposite side who isn't there. Emma Gear manages to find the kill, and that's going to be Alula managing to finish off the round. It's 1-1, and I'll tell you what, I don't know if you can hear that, but the volume is getting up already. I can hear it.
Yeah,
the volume is getting up already.
That's some energy coming over the Alula side, and that's exactly what you want to see after a big round win like that. It wasn't an easy round, Tim. It wasn't one that came simply for them. They had to fight for that, but what they did a really good job of is just holding their angles and waiting for those opportunities. Unlike in the first round, Chiefs, they were willing to go for a couple of swings, even in the man count advantage. You saw it when the Denari tried to get a little bit over-aggressive, then Lunchbox ends up with a bit of a swing. They're really willing to get in and take these scrappy gunfights, and in the end, it really was Mahagar who ended up being a massive part of that push. A 4K coming in just the second round, a massive one to put him on the board for Alula.
Yeah, it was... for Chiefs, I mean, they had a lot of utility to play behind there. They had the Denari, they had the smoke, they had the Warden, they had the mirror, and that's something that Alula have dealt with really, really well inside of that round. They've not been bogged down by it. They've got that shield working, and they've managed to find the gaps for the kills as well. This time, round 3, they're going to be attacking downstairs, but we can already see the intentions here. We don't get too many rounds or too many teams that will come in here and take this site completely vertically.
Yeah.
Get a little bit occasionally, but it tends to be much more horizontal. But looking at this lineup, we've got the RAM, we've got the fuse. Straight away, it screams that they're going to be looking for the top floor. Use that fuse to open the. Oh, I was going to say open the hatch, but he's brought the smokes instead. So it's going to be down to the Sens to open the hatch. I think probably use those light screens to create a little bit of space along with the smokes. Maybe go for a hatch drop. That's kind of what I'm expecting.
Yeah, it's funny. Chiefs ran this exact strategy with the fuse and the RAM in their last game when they played up against Tyloo. So they should be very familiar with how to counter this strategy, because it's something that they themselves do like to run with the vert play. So I'm excited to see how they want to run with this. It's only one roamer on the top floor. That's going to be Relays, and he's quite far from the bomb site at the moment, all the way on the north side in New Tower. So he's got quite a ways before he can try to come through and have some impact on the flank. Once they realize this on the side of Alula, they can really start to work the verticality. There is not much stopping them from just getting the vert in.
Going to see a little bit of damage done, and that's actually... That's a little bit worse than it looks. Often with, you've lost the entry kill, not the end of the world. But that's really out of that entire lineup I'm looking. That's the critical utility. You can live without the fuse, you can live without the RAM. It can kind of do bits of the jobs themselves. But losing that sense would have been absolutely catastrophic. As it is, MK manages to just crawl himself into safety. Does get collected, so light screen's still on the board, and could be a close call for Alula.
Yeah, you got to be careful still, right? There is going to be that flank potential from Relays and even a Nitro Cell from Player, which could come through and take out that low HP player with the defuse kit. So you've got opportunities here to make a move, but you still have to actually work yourself into that man advantage. Here's Relays coming in for the flank.
It's really good in a 5v5 to be going for this flank, because who's watching the drones? Nobody can watch the drones. So we'll see whether he has any success. Opens up the wall. The man's just hidden behind the chair. He doesn't quite see him. Just going to peek around the corner now. Doesn't need to see much of it. Manages to find the headshot. Valentino onto Lunchbox. Fight continues out on the flank. 45 seconds left, and it's very dangerous here for Alula to be losing their attention like this and having to deal with a roamer that hasn't been picked up earlier in the round. You can forgive being the vigil, but it means the focus is taken completely away from the site.
Yeah, and they really took a little bit too much time hunting for him and didn't get that pick back, so they always have to watch their back. The timing on this is going to be really tight for the side of Alula. They have to just ignore him at this point. You've got to be able to set for that flank drone up, be able to watch for him, but you can't get too distracted.
Beautiful shot from player as he manages to dip down into Bazooka, finds the headshot, Relays is staying above. He knows the power of the verticality here, and Alola have no choice but to just try and Hail Mary this, throw it in and see what sticks. Relays manages to find Valentino, player with a double, and Chiefs take round 3.
What a defense coming out from them, and Relays all the impact in the world with that roam game. Not only flanking and getting that pick, but then using those ram drones against the attackers. He had such amazing verticality because of all the utility that was used by Alula earlier in the round. I think lesser roamers would have maybe started above the bomb site, trying to waste some time before flooding back, but he said, no, I understand how this strat works because I played this strat just a few hours ago. I'm going to let you take the top floor control. I'm going to let you make all that verticality, and then I'm going to steal it to use it against you. That was really well played by Relays. He timed it really nicely with the rest of his team as well. It wasn't a solo flank. Of course, he had that pressure coming up from the main stairs as well, so I believe that was from Lunchbox. So you had a couple different angles to that flank. Relays was the only one who really found success, but still, it's that team play coming together for Chiefs. It's that util game that's going their way, and it definitely feels like they know what they're doing on this map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it just shows exactly the kind of scale of what they're going to be up against with that kind of coordination. As you say, Relays and Lunchbox just timing that to perfection. So we go through into the second quarter, if we want to call it that. It's going to be the second half of Chiefs defense. I know you're more than familiar with your North American sports, Jesse, your quarters, your periods. You're going to be happy with all of that. Chiefs are going to take a ban onto Snake. No surprise, we've seen Snake being brought along because they actually killed him in 3 rounds as the entry.
They did.
So they've not had to deal too much with it, but they don't want it. They've maybe thought, you know what, that was nice not having to play against him, so we're just going to ban him and guarantee it. And then we've got the Azami taken on the other side.
Yeah, that Azami being played by Neptune a couple of those rounds. He really does like to run that operator on the top floor bomb sites in particular, so you'll take that tool away from him. He's going to flex over to this Warden instead. Still plenty of opportunities to shut things down, but it's a whole new strategy from Chiefs. It's not just the Warden that's new, it's the Kaid, it's the Clash, it's all of this util that's being brought out by Chiefs. So giving Alula another look, giving them a bit of a different approach, and the fact that you've got this Clash going up against the Monty is going to make things really difficult, because oftentimes if that Clash is zapping away your shield, you're forced to put it on your back, or you're forced to just make a play elsewhere on the map. It can be really difficult to recover.
Neptune onto Valentino, so that is that's the 4th in a row, by the way. Entry kill that goes in favour of Chiefs, really dominating these early rounds against Alola, and it's a shame for the MENA team, because we don't want to see them playing 4v5. We want to see them going in there and getting control of a couple of rounds. Maybe a bit more competitive at the beginning of the rounds would be a big play for them. Right now, as it is though, we're going to have Joza just trying to peek around with that Dokkaebi, create a little bit of space, but it's going to be the Monty that is the focus, as always. Crazy looking to move in, get aggressive and force this Clash back, but there's no reason right now for Relays to move. There's no Sophia, there's nothing that can really take that shield away from him. The Thatcher can prevent the electricity, but that's about it.
And I think with 90 seconds off the board, they will concede briefing. They said, all right, fine, we can't zap you anymore with that Thatcher EMP, so we'll let you take this space. There's more layering, though. There's still going to be walls that they have to get through, and this Kaid play has been really devastating.
And we've just seen a Selma charge dumped onto an electrified wall. Just a little bit of poor time in there from Alola, and they will be punished with that loss of utility. Whether they're able to still get the access that they wanted, time will tell. They are going to manage to get briefing wall opened up. I think there's a hole. No, there's not. They've got the outside of it open, but just the soft surface on the top of it, so that's a big loss for Alola.
They have to completely rotate off of that push, and now they're all trying to come in through Horse. They've got really little dimension to this push, so they're all stacked up. You see him here, and this is just heaven for Jake. He'll smoke them out. The Clash has moved over to this position as well. Perfect response from Chiefs. I don't know how Alula break this.
Just out there with the shotgun. Misses one, I'll take another. Jakena manages to find the Thatcher. Takes him down, sends out the Toxic Babe canister as well. No more left in pocket, so there's going to be an opportunity for Alola to try and move forward and take a bit of space, but Chiefs have got every angle locked down here. They're aware of Eagle. Relays manages to find one onto Horse door. Neptune with the final. That's crazy taken down. And again, Alola unable to really get themselves established in those key positions beyond Dorms, beyond Horse. As soon as they get to that next phase, that next step to go forward, they just start to stall out.
Yeah, I mean, there's two things that I've been really enjoying from Chiefs so far in this game, Ace. The first is, of course, the utility. We saw it moving those Kaid claws around, making it really difficult for that breach to come through from Alula. It started with a hold inside a briefing, and then they layer back. They give up that ground so that they can then eventually get a trick out onto the Ace charge on the other briefing wall straight towards site. Once that angle was closed, they perfectly read the movements. Everybody on the defense left the briefing side and moved over towards Horse. They perfectly expected that that was what Alulu were going to try to push. We eventually saw Joza try to push up the white stairs, and I like that, but it had to be 20-30 seconds earlier so that he can coordinate with that Horse push coming in from his team. Unfortunately, it was a little bit off-timed, and it's going to be Chiefs that close that one down. 3-1 now, defending on Fortress.
I like the way that Alula are playing, in that they're playing with kind of these like micro teams. You've got 2 or 3 taking games and dorms. You've got 2 taking Horse. I feel like the problem is the connection between the two of them. It's like they're not working completely as solos. They're working in 2s and 3s, but then, like you say, they're not really connected and they're not really in sync with what the other one is trying to do and maybe when the best times to push are. But at the minute, they will continue on the attack for 2 more rounds. Chiefs looking pretty comfortable at the minute. They're going to be over onto the dorm side for round 5.
And it's another Kaid strat to come through. It's interesting we didn't see this at all through the first 3 rounds, but now we're seeing it twice in rounds 4 and 5. A lot of teams will ban Kaid on this map because it's so powerful to keep those walls closed. He's probably the most banned defender in all of Rainbow Six. Certainly not a mandatory ban on Fortress like it is on maps like Clubhouse and Nighthaven, but even still, we're seeing really good value out of this operator from Chiefs, and I think they're purposely waiting until that final ban comes through so that they can play it for these final 3 rounds, play it in overtime if they need to as well. Alula, it'll be up to them to be able to find a way past these Kaid claws. They've got good tools for it, right? They've got the Twitch drones, even the Flores drones, depending on where it's placed. You can get that value, but it's another step, it's another layer of utility, and Alula have struggled with clearing it so far.
Yeah, topside clearance being set up by Alula at the minute, looking at Courtyard, looking at Eagle, trying to get themselves in and then sweep down towards the south, but right now they're struggling to get inside of the map realistically. Jesse, we look and we've only got Joza who is in there, and even then he's just on tower stairs. It's not like a big entrance that he's got there. Player manages to take down the Flores, who was the other player getting inside of the map. So right now again, Alula just a little bit of a concern there that they're just stalling out. They're not really finding an easy entry here, and Chiefs just seem to grow in confidence as this one goes on. Neptune steps out, slams Valentino with a headshot. Player onto Bazooka as well. 5 versus 2. It's another round that looks like it could be going over to Chiefs, but Joseph manages to fight back.
Player in Neptune, a great roam to start things off. It's put Alula in a really difficult position. It's great they finally get the trade back onto Player, but I mean, is it too little too late? It certainly feels that way. 70 seconds left on the clock, and they're going to have to make this push come quickly with it. They're not really going to be able to get pressure inside a briefing. Again, this wall is completely electrified. They've got one of them unreinforced, but if you try to vault through that, you're certainly going to die. So this makes it really awkward for them to try to force this 2v4.
I think the problem for Alula is they're losing the utility that they need too early in the round. The Twitch, the Docker with the secondary EMPs, so now you're at Kaid's mercy. There's nothing that you can do about it, and they've got to make sure that they are recognising who are the critical operators here and protecting them better into the round. Crazy does manage to take down Kaid. He's going to be able to open up that long angle as well. Needs to be careful. Trick connectors. Shoots one, misses the other. There was one right across his feet there, so will take a little bit of damage and the slowing effect as well. Loses the fight as Relays pops around the corner. That's going to be Chiefs cruising to 4-1. Could be a 5-1 half.
Yeah, I mean, I never like attack timeout after round 5, but I almost feel like it's necessary in this position because it's not just that the things aren't going right for Alula, but it's really the mental that seems to be getting away from them. They popped off after winning in round number 2, and they've been kind of all over the place since then. We'll see it being called here. Alula do use their tackle timeout from their head coach. So we're going to hopefully see things change around for them, but I really just think it comes down to, like, understanding what the defense are trying to do and then coordinate to clear it out, because a lot of the fights that we're seeing in that last round, they're individual 1v1s against aggressive players who don't have a lot of utility to support them. You know, they're swinging on doorways, they're playing confidently, they're taking these 1v1 gunfights with excellent weaponry, and if there's just somebody a little bit closer to trade, if there's a little bit more utility to give yourself the advantage in that opening duel, I think it could make all the difference for Alula. In that last round, the only kills they got were really kills that were given to them by the defenders, by someone overstepping playing overconfident because they knew they were going to win the round anyways, or just getting traded on the roam game after a 2-piece. So I want to see them battling back for these opening picks. I want to see them getting a little bit more active and engaged with how they take these early fights, because right now it's Chiefs who are dominating and dictating that early phase.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, realistically, with Owl is going to be, I think, out of any of the teams here in the playing phase, certainly one of the biggest learning curves that we will see for any of them. But they need to find themselves this round. And I think I agree with you. I like the timing of that tactical time. I'd normally say the same as you. Coming into 6, it's a little bit late. But I think for this one, if they can come away with a 2-4 half on the attack, it's actually not the end of the world. I know it seems like they've been beaten up here, but it's a bit of a steal. If they can grab the 2-4 and then they go on to the defense, there's a real opportunity to start locking it down a little bit and build a bit of momentum. They win round 7, all of a sudden it's 3-4. And what has Chiefs dominance got them? One round. So it's not the end of the world, but they do need 6.
Yeah, and keep in mind, too, for Chiefs, it was their attacks that really struggled on this map earlier today versus Tai Lu. They really were not putting together the executes that they needed to win that game. So that's where the weak point is for Alula. They'll know that coming into this map, that the first half is going to be the hardest of the 2 halves. So it's really just about getting past this. The 4-2 split is oh so critical. And already Bazooka in quite deep here for this bottom floor push.
Not really looking like we're going to have a top floor presence here. There's no verticality there. We've got the gridlock, which screams to me close off the staircases, so they can't flank us from above. They can't come down there. So just try and control things horizontally. If they want to play top floor, that gives us one less to deal with on site. But as you say, they really need to come in here and get their first entry kill. If they're able to get that first kill, and that's really not great from their perspective.
And this is another similar defense Chiefs were running earlier today, where they've actually got quite a lot of top floor presence. They're just leaving player alone in the basement, or on the main floor, I should say, and then all other of those defenders are roaming up above. Specifically, the one you got to watch out for is Jake. He's playing on that Solus. He's going to be able to watch the defuse kit as it goes down, and depending on where they plant, if they try to go from the medical side, it's going to be really easy for Jake Kenna to be able to deny that plant. So that's why you're seeing a lot of this early pressure kind of come from the west side, kind of come from Hammam, and maybe try to plant on that side of the map, which is a lot less susceptible to verticality.
Which is, of course, one of the reasons that we don't see too much verticality from the attackers a lot of the times, because the defenders will just drop back into that area. You can't really get the angles onto them, and they can get the angle onto the Solus, so they know it's there. You've got to win that fight. You can't let him get away here. Back upstairs, and that critical gadget that could be a huge win condition come the end of this round has just run away from you.
Yeah, that's really devastating that you do lose that. And now we're actually seeing the attackers move over towards the medical side of things. So Lunchbox will have a lot on his plate. He's got to be able to stop this push from coming in. But even if they get site control, they might get denied from the verts.
Couple of kills come in play with the shotgun on the close angle. Lunchbot one as well. MG manages to find one back in response. That's the Warden taken down, so at least a little bit of important utility taken off the board, but it's effectively now a 1 versus 3. I said Crazy was the man coming in, but not even he can step up and get those 3 kills against Chiefs, who take a 5-1 half, and you gotta say, it's well deserved. I understand why they took them to Fortress, but right now, I might be wishing that they hadn't.
Listen, I haven't been this impressed by a Lunchbox spread since probably 5th grade, so it's good to see Lunchbox having some big moves here.
What was your go-to, Jesse? What was the go-to?
Oh, pack of goldfish, and I'm already set. Maybe some Oreos, and then peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Ideal.
Not something that we do in the UK.
Really?
Yeah, the PB&J. Not something that we really do.
I was arguing with Laxing backstage over whether peanut butter was a great condiment, which it is, or whether it's disgusting, which Laxing, for some reason, thinks so, which, I don't know, man. I'm trusting him less and less every day.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, is peanut butter savoury? I was going to say it's like the sweet savoury kind of, but it's not.
It's salty.
It's salty.
Yeah.
It's down that road. I think
sure.
It's in that family. I'm not sure if it's like, I'm sure somebody's going to be correct. Yeah, well, actually it's. But yeah, what you'd call jelly, we call jam. But yeah, it's not really something that we do. It's not a common thing.
We call it jam too. I only ever say jelly in the reference of PB and jelly.
Of that sandwich.
Yeah, that's the only time I've ever said that word.
I mean, it sounds like a cracking lunchbox. Just like Lunchbox has been inside of the server so far. A beautiful link that you found for us there, Jesse. Currently 5-3, but we can't overlook relays. We can't, to be honest, we can't overlook most of the Chiefs side. I'm going to say Jikenna's been a little bit quiet, but don't come for me. He's been quiet because everybody else is getting all the kills. Yeah. There's not really many to go around. We've got Neptune 6-1. We've got relays 8-2. We've got player 6-4. He's fighting for scraps at this point. point.
Exactly. I mean, on the one hand, Jake Kenna only has 2 kills, which doesn't sound very good. But on the other hand, he's got a 2.0 KD ratio. I mean, that's ideal. That's the best in the lobby. So he's taken 3 gunfights. He's come on top on the majority of them. I think that's all you can really ask for him in a domination match like this. And you're right. It's been a different person stepping up from round to round. In that final round, it was Lunchbox inside of Medical, but it kind of comes as a whole team effort, right? From start to finish in most of these rounds, the overall strategy from Chiefs has been sound, and there's never really been a break in it. In a lot of those defenses, Alula weren't really able to disrupt the game plan to find a gap to try to make Chiefs move and do something that they weren't expecting to on the defensive side. It felt like they were always able to play their game, and now needing just 2 attacks here on Fortress. That's how many they got against Tai Lu. If they can do it again, that's enough.
Just need that third choice side. If you can get that 5 on your defensive half, it's such a power move inside of Siege. You know, with the way the scoring system works, you can almost, you're not going to give them up, but you can almost give up those first, the 2 first choice sites, and then you just pick up the downstairs in this case, which is what it'll be. And that's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for Alula to hold on to that site. And Chiefs, I think, seriously in the driving seat.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not even about like giving up some of those sites, but like if you're Chiefs, you can play some crazy strats. You can go for a rush. You can try something to catch your opponent off guard. And listen, I may not be the Chiefs expert, but if I know anything about OCE, I know they love a little bit of a cheeky rush. They can go for something crazy in it. So I'm really excited to see what Chiefs try to do with this lead. Do they get kind of messy with it? Do they go for a bit of an aggressive play just to start things off in these first couple rounds? Or did they just say, let's play our best strategy, let's close this game out 7-1, take our opponent's map pick, and take firm control of the series?
I get the feeling with the way Chiefs have played that it'll be the latter. I feel like they are meaning business so far today. Like, they are not playing around here. They've really come in. They've locked in. They're laser focused, and as you said, just been able to find that one player popping off each time. And Alula just, I don't feel like they've been able to take anything more than what they've been given. Round to round, it's been the case. They've maybe taken games and domes, but only after we've seen Chiefs drop away from it, maybe after getting a kill. They've maybe taken a little bit of horse control, but it's only after it's been given up. So right now, disruption is the key, absolutely, and they're going to try and do that behind the Blackbeard shield. In front of the Blackbeard shield. They're going to have to deal with that. They've no clash on the side, so could be a tough one.
And so what I really want to see from Alula here is I want them to force Chiefs to execute. Don't give them a bunch of early round gunfights, because that's what Tai Lu were doing, was they were forcing executes out of Chiefs, and they weren't finding success. If Alula can do the same thing, waste down that clock, play behind utility, make it a 5v5 or even a 4v4, that could be the key. Unfortunate lack of utility there. They're going to lose the mirror window that looks straight into Horse. That would have been a massive advantage for Alula to have, but crazy, a little bit of sleep at the wheel there on the cams. It'll happen. They still need to be able to play behind their utility. They have to stack it up inside the site. Valentino and Mahagar are the 2 roamers off-site, but I expect them to come back relatively quickly. Only really player around here looking to maybe cut them off.
Yeah, no push coming whatsoever from Old Tower at the minute. It's all looking to be kind of eagle-sided and trying to get this breach into the top side of site rather than going from the bottom as we would often see. I'm going to have the push coming up Eagle stairs. Now it's going to be the Blackbeard going up into the face of Crazy, should he still be there, but he's not. He's dropped his way back to office. So again, Chiefs doing what Alula did. They're going in and taking the ground that they've been offered very quickly.
Yeah, and I think that's the big difference, right? They gave up this ground really early. It was like a minute 50 when Alula were reinforcing that books wall. So now it gets opened up by the Ace. They'll have that space to work with on the side of Chiefs. They've got plenty of time on the clock to try to build up their execute. It's going to come down to the coordination, but with an opening pick onto Bazooka, that's exactly how you want to start it.
Yeah, Relays finds the Warden. That's going to be a loss of utility when you've got flashes and smokes left on the board. Just one smoke, in fact, so not necessarily the end of the world, but that second kill could be. It's going to be the Bandit taken off as well. 5 versus 3 now. Still got the capability to hard breach, so we're going to see this site get opened up like Swiss cheese, I would imagine, as they try to push on in. Joe's manages to find Relays, takes down the Ace, but the plant is just about to go down as soon as that Blackbeard finds space.
Yeah, they've got to find some way to retake into this office bomb site. They've got lots of players in Master, lots of players in Bathroom, but nobody can actually stop this plant from their position. Crazy goes for a swing, but he's gunned down, and so is everybody else on the side of Alula. It's a perfect plant-focused execute, and we are 1 round away from Chiefs taking their opponent's pick.
think that answers the question that we were asking about. What are we going to see from Chiefs? Are we going to see something crazy, or are we just going to see them locked in, laser focused and professional? And it is definitely the latter. What a great push from them that was. Not only was it about taking the space, but it was recognising it. You know what? You've got 2 roamers in games and dorms. That's fine. You sit out there, because we're not going to challenge you. Instead, we're going to come from Eagle side. There's one guy on stairs. We can bully him with the shield. We can take that ground, and we can just walk on into sight. And it was just really well recognised from Chiefs, and they took full advantage of it. Really impressed with that.
One thing I've noticed in this game, Tim, from the attacking side to the defending side through almost all 7 rounds, is it really feel like Chiefs are dictating when and where those opening gunfights happen. When they were on the defense, it was because they were going for roams, they were extending, they were getting some swings when they had to, but also layering really nicely to not take gunfights before they wanted to. And on the attack, it's like they don't engage with the roamers. They take the spaces given to them for free, and I'm not seeing Alula do anything crazy, do anything unexpected, do anything to disrupt that push as it's coming in. It feels like Chiefs just have a really good read on how the early game is meant to be played out by Alula, and down 6-1 at this point, I mean, they have to dig deep to find some answer for it. This is their map pick. This is the one that we said they had to win if they wanted to take home the series. It feels so far away from them now.
Yeah, it really does. You know, a little bit, you got to look back to that Shopify Rebellion game and think, you know, maybe we said they were the best, but maybe Chiefs are going to beat them quicker. So does that mean Chiefs are better? I don't know. Well, I don't know how that works. I'm sure we'll find out in the next day or two.
Of course.
Courtyard door will be opened up straight away. It's going to be the Dockerbit of lunch. But I mean, they're just piling the pressure on now, aren't they? The 6-1 up, you've got Dockerbit, you've got Deimos, you've got Blackbeard. I don't want to play against that lineup. You've also got an opener. By the way, Alula have not yet picked up an opening kill. It has not been easy for them, but that is going to put them on the back foot once again. Going to lose the mirror.
Yeah, really rough spot to be in 4v5. Bazooka also yet to get on the board with the frag, so if he's not able to find any kills in this game, that's a 3v5 effectively for Chiefs. They've got to find some way to get all 5 of their players active on the side of Alula. I want to just see them get aggressive, just try something, make some kind of a play. That's what Valentino's trying to do here on the main stairs. He almost found the angle right on the relays, but instead he gets a little flustered, he gets flashed out, and he's hard punished by player.
You feel like flustered is the word. He maybe just needs that little bit more confidence there to back himself in the gunfight. I imagine Shaiko in that position, he's not moving. He's not backing down the stairs. He's going to take it. He's going to win it. 5 versus 1 as Jakenna and Lunchbox manage to get another one apiece. And the Deimos track is, they are just absolutely no mercy at this point. The Deimos track, is it going to be a Dockerby goal next? Who knows? It's a tough one here for Bazooka as he tries to do something for his team. It's going to have to be 1v5. Cut down by Lunchbox. Instead of the Dockerby call, it's the Dockerby kill. And that is going to be Chiefs taking map 1 in quick fashion.
Just pure dominations coming out from the team down under. They do get the victory over our amateur team here, and what a victory it was on their opponent's map pick. Just playing together way better than their opponents. It didn't feel like we saw Alula ever on the same page with one another. Chiefs from top to bottom dominating this game and take a decisive lead in the series.
Absolutely do. Yeah, great stuff coming out here from Chiefs. I don't want to be the one that said like, oh, you know, I was saying this when the map veto came on, but it does seem like Chiefs have learned from their matchup earlier today. With that loss in overtime, things are way cleaner here on the side as well. I feel like a big point that you're making as well is that Alula never seemed to be on the same side with each other. It felt like Valentino was very vocal to them the entire time, talk about things that were going wrong. Players, of course, not having a great time, but from Chiefs, what a start in the matchup here to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be the energy that they wanted to bring, right? They must have been so disappointed after losing to Tai Lu. That's a game they probably came in expecting to win. Now another game you're expecting to win, and you crush your opponents.
It feels a little bit like Tai Lu have kind of hit a hornet's nest with a stick and then said, no, we're going to let Alula deal with that. We're just going to move off over here. And Alula, unfortunately, have been left hold of the hornet's nest, and Chiefs have stung them big time.
Yeah, it's rough when players like Bazooka can't get into the game. Joe's as well, not having the greatest time either. Right. We talk about Crazy as well as one of the most of like the only positive rated player really in that first matchup of today. But again, it seems like they can't really get anything going here for themselves. And I think from this point on, moving on to Chiefs' map pick, it's only going to get worse for them.
Yeah, if I'm remembering the map veto correctly as well, Alula, they get side choice, of course, on this opponent's map pick, and they chose attack. So they just won a single attack out of 6 attempts. Now they've got to go right back to that side and try to make the offensive work once more. The only weaknesses we've seen from Chief today have been on their offensive side, and I got to think maybe it's a bit of a mistake in the map veto to not force them to start on the attack in all 3 of these maps.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to get any easier for them because on top of everything else we've discussed, they're now facing elimination as well.
Yeah.
One more map, and it's, the first time that they're going to face elimination. I'm sure that they've been in tournaments before where there's been an elimination and a possibility of it for them, but not on an international stage like this. Not at the Esports World Cup, here in Paris, huge event, huge occasion, and now you're facing that key being crushed, second one of the day.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big ask for them to come back into it.
Especially as our only MENA representation, you do want to see them making it further into the tournament, but right now it seems like things are incredibly rough. I mean, we have the experience on the side of Valentino, who's played those international tournaments before.
Sure.
We already talked about him getting vocal towards his team, but is that really going to be the only thing you can rely on going into map 2?
I think they need to find some way to reset the mental, get that immediately out of your brain, like that game didn't even happen.
Yeah.
And you've got to be playing together in the early game. They were just getting picked apart. They had so many man disadvantages. I believe they lost every single entry duel.
Yep.
I mean, that can't be happening at this level. It doesn't matter who you're up against. It doesn't matter if this is the biggest game you've ever played as a team. Like, you have to be able to step up and win some advantages throughout the game. The fact that they couldn't do that, even trading back kills, I think is something that they'll be looking at between these two maps and hopefully can be addressed.
Trading is, particularly important. It's such a fundamental of Siege. They need to be. The thing is, I'm not even being critical of them not playing together, because they were. We often saw them go into the map in 2s and 3s, but they just weren't getting the trade. They weren't always creating that situation. So that's something that they can do to improve. But, looking at the positives, it's got to be Chiefs. The takeaway there is they looked absolutely electric. Like I say, you can only play what's in front of you, and they've done that brilliantly.
And there's more positive things, right? We're talking about relays, we're talking about player. There's improvement. They've won a map. That's a difference than what we see from the last time of them attending EWC last year. The question is, can they win 2 to keep themselves alive in the competition? We're going to find out after the break. Welcome back to the B stream for our final matchup of the day. It is just one map potentially that stands between Alula and their elimination from the tournament on the very first day. And the odds keep stacking up against them. They're going to have to go up on their opponent's map pick. They picked attack as well. And even if we look at the match history for Chiefs on this map in particular, it's looking even more off.
Yeah, there's a reason Chiefs picked this map. They are 3-0 undefeated here on the second map of Lair. It's going to be really tough, I think, for them to lose it for the first time against Alula. There's some footage for sure. There's a couple of VODs that they can go back and watch, but I mean, this is a map that they really do run in the OCE League. They'll be very comfortable playing on Lair, and they should be feeling quite confident in this series.
I think it's a difficult map to go to as a newer team on the circuit as well, because it's one of those strat-heavy maps. It's a big map. There's a lot of space to play in, a lot of corners to check, a lot of places for roamers to hide. We saw it relays, we saw it lunge. You know, we're going to get more of that, I think. And look, I think, you know, sometimes I'll say this, when you've got maybe a little bit of a mismatch in terms of experience, it can be easier to go to a border or somewhere like that where it's dead simple, gunfights, there's not too much map to fight over. So yeah, I think it is stacked up. Is it unlikely? Yes. Is it impossible? Absolutely not.
Quickly chatted about what we want to see from Alula going into this map. It is a mental reset. They had about 5 minutes in total to do that before they have to start on the attacking side here on Lair. This map, they lose it. They're out of the competition. Their key gets crushed if they win it. We're going to the decider, but let's see how this map plays out.
Thank you, Anne. We have the volume up from Al-Ula again. I can confirm as we load into the map, the energy is high. They believe that they can do this. They believe that they can come back in. You can see that from the attitude of the players. The bans will start coming through. Kaid, Monte, Clash, Blackbeard will be the four. No major surprises there.
Yeah, really focusing on those shields coming through for Alula. They don't want to see any of that shenanigans coming forward into this game. We saw Crazy playing a bit of shields back on that first map. Of course, he loves the shields. It will instantly lock the blitz for our first round. Could change off of it, but it's clear that's the game plan that Chiefs want to avoid, and it's the game plan that Alula will be bringing, at least at the start of this series before the blitz gets banned out. The Kaid Clash ban makes a lot of sense as well. Just very standard bans here on Lair. Not operators that we typically see Chiefs bring. These ops often get banned against them, so it's not a huge surprise to see them taken off the board, but keeping it simple for Alula. Not 100% sure their history on this map, how comfortable they are on it, because they do play all 9 maps down in the Middle Eastern region, but it's not always against the top-tier opponents, you know?
Let's see, we're about to find out. That much is for sure. Round one's going to take us up to the top floor. No major surprises there. Looking at the lineup for Chiefs. Oof, that's an awful lot of utility that Al are going to have to try and work their way through. You've got the Razor Blooms of Thorn. You've got the Keybers of Azami. You've got the Gashmots of Ella. You've got the Black Mirrors. You've got the smoke canisters. It's going to be an absolute nightmare here. Twitch, Joza, you got your work cut out.
Jose's really going to have to do it all here, up against the Mira windows, up against the Yellow Mines, the Thorn gadgets. There's so much to be able to find, and of course this defense from Chiefs, it's going to be relatively standard. We did start with a little bit of aggression coming out. I know Neptune was down to that bottom floor. Relays playing towards the bottom of Missile Stairs as well. Kind of an interesting Mira setup here as well going on just in towards Ops. So they've got a couple different looks that they're pushing towards Alula. And on the other side of things, we're starting to see Alula look around towards what might be the easiest push. They've got a couple of players here towards the Skybridge side of things, so they can maybe go for more of a north-focused push. And Player, you'll just notice on your HUD, is putting down his second Mira window quite late. That might be in a reaction to where they're seeing some of those early drones come in from Alula.
I see the aggressive push onto the breach there. The Selma Charger's first detonation will allow the angle for it to be taken off on the second detonation. The Azami's going to be playing in behind this mirror window. Needs to be careful though, because it is soft underneath. Nitro comes out, not really going to connect there. Crazy takes no damage. I'm going to have the Azami targeted out by the Deimos as well. Will need to dip back because they were stood on top of that soft surface in Ops corridor. So just playing a little bit deeper now.
A little surprised while we're seeing Mahagar on the Maverick. I mean, it's not really an operator that is countering a whole lot on this defensive side of things. Mira being brought, no Bandit, but regardless, it's an opening pick for Alula. Their first of the series, as they didn't find even one back on Fortress, so already off to a better start here on their opponent's pick. They've still got a lot of map control to work for, but they've got ops control, and they're starting to pressure on the rocket stairs too.
Not only have they picked up the entry, they haven't suffered a trade on the back of it, so they now can cement that man advantage that they've got and start working forward. The Deimos trying to find a little bit of something from underneath. The tracks come out, but not able to do any damage. Crazy needs to be careful as well. Half health at this point and looking to push towards an Azami that doesn't have impact, so not too much of a worry for him in that sense. Neptune bringing along the barbed wire instead. Relays does manage to find Josa. That's going to be the Twitch taken down. 4 versus 4 time starting to tick away for Alula.
I mean, surely they can just get a plant down here. There's really no denial as that Toxic Babes have all been used over towards the main stairs. There is one Thorn Trap still in the pocket of Lunchbox. He's going to be trying to use that to deny this plant, but with the zombie going down as well, this should be an objective-focused round for Alula.
Working in underneath, finding the shotgun, just forcing them back. 4 versus 3 is crazy. Now manages to find Neptune. Valentino still got Diffuser in hand and only 15 seconds to decide where and when it is going to go down. He's going to give it another try. Are they able to deny from beneath again? I don't think they will. Relays manages to find the Maverick, but the trade is there. Valentino wants a Jekena, and all of a sudden Alula look far more competitive here on Lair than they did on Fortress, and they take round 1, and they let us know about it.
With the way that they are exploding after these round wins, Tim, you'd think they're about to win the tournament, but every step is important. They're yelling across this stage at their opponents. A massive 1-0 lead coming through here now on their opponent's pick of Lair. And, you know, it's not a crazy push. They take ops control, they plant mask. After a little bit of disruption from down below, they change things up and plant a bit deeper in towards the site. But you know what? They dealt with the problems that were facing them. They got past that mirror window really nicely. I love the vert play from down below to try to apply pressure onto the Azami, apply pressure onto the Mira. Really good attempt from Relays. Not only does he get that early pick over on the bathroom side, comes back for another pick, stops that plant from going on down below. It just didn't feel like any of the other guys, Lunchbox, Jekena, were able to have much of an impact. They spent a lot of that round over on the R6 side of the map. Nobody ever pushed them over there, and by the time they tried to come in and stop the plant, it was too little, too late.
Okay then, let's get into round 2 and see if Chiefs can stand up a little bit taller than they were able to in round 1. They're going to take us down to the basement this time around. Just having a look at the vertical possibilities coming in from Alula and actually seeing them switched away. Crazy. He's going to move off the Ram and onto the Nomad. There is no real verticality here. Just having a look when we load in. Are there any soft breach charges? No, there are not. Snake is going to be your only option to gather up a couple of those soft breaches, but I just really don't think that's going to be the play. It looks like this one's going to be mostly horizontal.
Yeah, I don't mind that on this bomb site, right? You take that garage control, you definitely can try to work a plant without having the full vert. There's just so many different plant spots you can do. If you can overwhelm that basement site, can be huge for you, but immediately the opening pick comes out, and it's the F2 coming through to take down Lunchbox. That's a nice early pick from the Snake, from Joza, to be able to get that first frag. This is a very standard defense from Chiefs. They really like running Jake on this Echo, having the smoke from Neptune. This is basically the only strat they have on this bomb site, so being read well by Alula, and it gets them that opening pick.
2 in a row. It's unheard of so far in this game for them, but this is where they need to start them putting rounds on the board, just totting things up. Player does manage to take down Lula for Valentino. That levels things up. A lot of utility loss with the striker going as well, of course, having the double secondary utility, so that's going to be a little bit of a blow for Alula.
Yeah, it's also the only player that was really pressuring that west side of the map who was coming in through Supply Closet. Everybody else is trying to push this east side in through Garage, so it makes the push a lot more one-dimensional now that one player is gone. Joza might try to rotate himself into a better position now that their one player is gone, try to add that second dimension back into the push, but that's a really good pick if they were going to get anybody.
Player manages to use that DMR, found another. It's going to be crazy taken down. I expect the air jabs to already be out there. Twitch Drone will get some work done, but will be taken out as well. A little bit of a peek around the corner. And right now, Relays doesn't want to overcommit to this, doesn't want to leave any space for them to push on in.
Already the pressure starting to come through. A great smoke grenade's going to start to block off some lines of sight. The Toxic Babes go down too, but Relays is able to find that frag onto Mahagar. There goes another one from Jekena and leaves it all up to Bazooka. He didn't find any kills in the first map. He'll need a 4K to be able to close out this second round on the second map.
Bazooka just takes a little peek around the corner, hits Relays with a beauty. He was already low health, so just needed the one shot from the DMR. Will surely, no, I think he takes a little bit of damage from that Toxic Babe, but he's down to about 60 health now and needs to be careful about any engagements he's getting into. I'm looking particularly at Player here with the DMR. It's going to be 2 shots clean. One will do it as he manages to pick up that final kill. Chiefs 1-1.
Brilliant little triple kill coming out from Player. I thought he held down the Toxin side of the map really nicely. Player's a guy who has been dominating throughout Stage 1 of the OCE League. He had a +6-7 KD. That's a real stat back in the regional league.
Giving me a little smirk there, Jesse, at the .67.
We're too old for this, I know, Tim, but we can still.
I think it's done now. I don't think it's even a thing anymore. I think the fact that we're even mentioning it like it is shows our age, Jesse.
It's a bit bit of a problem. But listen, that's his positive KD differential coming through from the stage. He comes into this game as their highest rated player, and he's really just been the difference maker, I think, from Chiefs all season long. Made his international debut last year at the Esports World Cup. He's been to a couple of lands since then, of course, on that Enterprise roster, now on Chiefs as well, finding huge value for his team. So it's good to see players step up like that.
Yeah, it really is. That's what we want in here on a stage as big as the Esports World Cup, is to see those players delivering their absolute best. And I'm sure that they will continue to do so. He's a player with a triple in the round, going to be looking for a few more. He's going to be defending the mid-floor this time around, just having a look at how many are being committed up to the top floor. At the minute, it's 3 out of 5. Quite often we will see 4. We do have Neptune up there. We saw Chibisu in our earlier game with a massive clutch 1v2 on the Solis from above, showing the power of that operator up there. So, and had actually started inside. So I'm really glad to see Neptune up there on the top floor.
I'm really interested to see how Alula want to take this push, because a lot of the time on this site you'll see disruption operators on the top floor like Capitao, like Ying, and then you'll see usually maybe a Capitao and also of course the Sens doing their best to try and break things open. Was going for the can opener. He gets it now after throwing the nade at the wall, but that's a huge mistake from Crazy. Player just pops the mirror window and gets his 4th kill in 2 rounds. Does a really good job of finding that opening pick. That utility play just not up to snuff coming through from Alula. That's not what Crazy wanted to do with it. And I mean, it's really risky making that gamble. You don't even punch the mirror window. I guess was hoping that there would just be nobody on the other side of it because there are so many roamers on the top floor, but you got to think a bit sloppy from Alula.
Going to take out the fire extinguisher. You always got to be careful with those on the shields, because a lot of people forget if you're struggling with a shield running at you, and you can pop one of those extinguishers, it will actually give the shield break. So always got to be careful when you're pushing forward on the shields as well, or when you're manoeuvring as a clash, because it can be your downfall. Has been mine many times. Toxic Babe Canister will go out onto that door just to try and slow things down. Chiefs are doing a good job of holding on here, but by the contrast, Alula are actually putting them under a lot of pressure here. There's a lot of utility being burned early in the round. Quite often you like to use those smokes for the plant denial on this side, you know, in conjunction with the Solis, but just not possible here.
Yeah, I actually like the lunchboxes using these early, because the win con for Alula is to get top floor control, and if you can delay that top control, if you can stop that blitz from taking the space, it's absolutely worth it. He will find Neptune, so that's in 4v4 coming through now, as he has been downed with it. Big swing from the smoke, but Lunchbox doesn't get punished as they miss a couple of fights on the side of Joza, and it all goes sideways. Jake with the shotgun comes in for 2, and a massive disadvantage now faces Alula.
Yeah, Jake just slithers on his belly into a position to cause a problem. Relays joins him down there on the ground, picks up that final kill. It's Chiefs 2-1, and I'll be honest, after that first round and a half, I was looking at Alula thinking, okay, I see why you picked attack. I see what's going on here. But Chiefs have dug deep. They've really put their foot against the wall. They've pushed back, and they've got themselves, back into this in a big way now, 2-1.
I think a big part of it is just Chiefs understanding where their opponents are trying to get in and what the win cons are for a lot of these bomb sites. I mean, that mid-floor site that we just witnessed in particular, such a nice defense from Chiefs, where they do everything to counter the blitz. They stall him out on the display side of things. They force him to rotate over to the hallway in the north, and they've just got a brilliant crossfire set up for him and waiting for that blitz to make a misplay. They did exactly what they had to. Again, there are maybe some mistakes on the side of Alula with the breach that was happening down on that mirror window side of things. That can be cleaned up quite nicely for the second quarter, but for me, it's going to be all about how they can, again, find those opening picks and now start to convert them, because they've gotten past their first issue on the first map. They're finding entries. They're just not really able to convert some of them.
They need to continue with that early pressure here. You feel they've got to basically find every advantage that they can against this Chiefs side, because with their backs against the wall and knowing that they could be eliminated should they take a loss here, Chiefs are certainly stepping up and answering their critics, any that they had after that first map against Tyloo. It also kind of gives a little bit of an insight, really, as to maybe the quality that we've seen come out of Tyloo. I've spoken up the CNL a couple of times so far today, and I will continue to do so. I am continually impressed by how quickly we are seeing these Chinese teams get up to speed, particularly. You got to remember, a lot of these players are 9-10 years behind when it comes to playing, especially at this sort of level, and we are seeing them turn up at Salt Lake City, we're seeing them turn up here and be competitive against those international teams, and the way that Chiefs are playing here really pays a little bit of tribute to that Tyloo were able to get that win.
Totally. No, I mean, the CNL teams have really shown up. Even King Zero, who didn't find a victory and went home today, I thought they played really well. They did win a map in their best of 3. You know, they had some big moments for sure. So I really was impressed by everything that we've seen coming out from the CNL teams. Even in such a short period of time, they've made a lot of progress. But for now, we'll keep all eyes focused on Chiefs versus Alula. There's a gunfight happening down below the bomb site as Bazooka is trying to find some of these roamers.
Jekena does not want to be giving his life up there with the Soulless. Again, going to be particularly important utility. A little bit of a wink on for the defenders would be having him active underneath for that denial. He's got an impact left in hand. Should the plant start going down, he's able to then have an impact on it. We're going to see Ops Wall getting opened up. The entry has gone against him though. That's the Maverick taken down. I don't know whether the intention of the Maverick was maybe to do a little bit of work on Mask Wall on the external side. If that's the case, it's going to mean Valentino rotating. Takes time, takes organisation to get him in position to open that external wall. I think the Maverick had actually done some work already because I'm seeing a Kiba barricade on that external mask wall. So I think, yes, there we go. We've already got it opened up. So not a problem. We don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, the hard breach has been done. That's not going to be the issue coming through from Alula. This man disadvantage is still tough. They spent a lot of that early game chasing demons down on the bottom floors, and all they found was a death with it. It was a really nice play from Joza actually to get the down to the lunchbox, and then he threw out the twitch drone. I was kind of wondering, is he going to try to finish that off with the zap, but lunchbox is up a little bit too quickly. So with this utility in hand, you're looking at Alula to go for the call and try to make this plant happen inside a mask.
Just takes a little spray on the long angle, not really going to do any noticeable damage to Neptune on the Azami. Pressure coming towards bathroom, not something that we see too often lately, to be honest. The display and bathroom side, as once upon a time, was particularly popular, but just seems to be not ignored, but overlooked a little bit sometimes. Crazy manages to find Lunchbot, relays with one of his own onto Joza. 3 versus 2, 2 versus 2. We're in an absolute whirlwind of kills at the minute as it's one after another, trade after trade. Bazooka is down inside a site though, finished off by relays. We're going to have the Razor Bloom going off. That, if nothing else, is going to give away the position of this last attacker. 19 seconds left to go, but Jekena and relays both super low health. This is very winnable for Valentino here. If only he can find the final 2 players. They gave him the opportunity, but they also gave themselves the line of sight. The Soulless picking up that final kill. Chiefs 3-1.
That's such a well-played defense coming out from Chiefs. I was really impressed with the way that they adapted. They lost this site earlier when Alula were able to get that plant down mask wall. So what do they do differently this time? Well, they bring the Tachanka from player to slow that down and force Alula to go deeper in towards the site. They also had the Soulless that was playing down below and similarly threatened to deny that plant when it came through. They had a couple of picks. They had the man advantage in this instance, but again, they weren't able to convert it just because they weren't able to find some of those gunfights. We saw some early picks coming out again from relays on the bathroom side, who's been rock solid even if we haven't caught all of his kills. I feel like he's been such a good smoke player on that top floor defense for Chiefs, and it just makes all the difference in the world. Valentino, he's the off-site player. He's supposed to be pinching. He's supposed to play by himself. That is his role, but when his whole team dies, it certainly looks bad for him. Last alive in the 1v2, miles away from his teammates.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough. Like you say, Relay is doing some real quiet but important work here. We saw him just taking the peek into sight and finishing off Bazooka, who was downed as well. And, you know, you may be forgiven for looking at that and thinking, no, do you need to take the risk? You need to go around and, he's chasing the kill, but he's not. Yeah. He's absolutely not. This is something you've got to remember. If, you're at home, you're playing in your ranked game and you're down, you are still a camera. You've got to be active. You've got to be giving that intel. You can still give game-winning calls. Don't be alt-tabbing and checking Google or whatever it is. Don't be surfing on the mobile. You've got to be doing some work inside a site, even when you're down but not out. And so it was a good play from Relays to make sure that wasn't possible and that the locations, couldn't be given away too accurately.
Well, once again, Tim, it doesn't look like we're seeing much verticality come through from Alula on this bottom floor attack. They again just want to hit horizontal. They've gotten really fast control of this garage side, recognizing that Chiefs aren't choosing to hold on to it. So I like that play. I also really like the IQ. Again, Jekena runs Echo on this bomb site every single time they play it. This season, he hasn't played a single round on the site without it. So they're going to be able to cause some of those players to panic a little bit and even get that opening frag. Bazooka, 6 kills now as he takes down Relays.
Yep, definitely more competitive here on Lair. Alula getting themselves involved in those entries continually, and that is going to be a bit of a loss there with the mute going by the wayside. That's going to be that Nitro going with him, which is always a nice tool to have when you're being face down with a blitz, with that shield getting up in your face. It's just a good option to back back them up sometimes, but Bazooka manages to get a second. The IQ doing work, takes down player. That's going to be the Fenrir, so the FNATs will be locked in place. Whether they're activated or not, they will not be changing at this point. Is there an opportunity to start creating a bit of space for the plant to go down? The Thermite has it in hand, but will be down. 4v2 though, as Crazy gets aggressive, but Lunchbox elsewhere doing work. Joza manages to find the trade, 3 versus 1.
This is going to be really tight for Jake. He's got so much to do at this point inside the site, but they know where he's at, Tim. Valentino will shut him down, and it's a really well-coordinated push on that bottom floor where they're able to spot out some of those players and make that execute happen. Felt like the first time that we really got to see the Shield have a huge impact, Tim. You know, we saw the Monty ban immediately. We saw the Blackbeard ban immediately, and I thought, okay, now it's time for the Blitz to shine. Crazy, I feel like, has not been that good with the Shield so far today, but that round was the difference maker. Found so much space for his IQ player, Bazooka, to get that opening 2-piece, then his own frag right onto the smoke as well. It was really impactful to come through from Crazy, and this is what I'm talking about. He's just able to close that gap so perfectly with the Shield.
Yeah, I feel like that's something we've seen as a little bit of a trend today. When the Blitz has been brought along, not really aggressive enough on the Blitz. You know, you've got to close that gap down. That is when Blitz is really terrifying, at his most powerful. He's right up in the face of that defender and can get aggressive on the back of it, make sure that they're within flashing distance. And we've seen today quite a little bit, I think, of tentative Blitz plays, just leaving a little bit too much distance. That's your Blackbeard. That's what your Blackbeard should be doing. You know, maybe leaving a little bit of distance, looking to take the fight, get the little peek around the corner. For your Blitz, you want to get in there and get, you know, get your hands dirty, get involved in the fight, and see if you can get those flashes up close and personal. But we go into round 6. Chiefs' final defense here, and they're going to be scrapping to get themselves a 4-2 half that I've no doubt they will have wanted when they came into the beginning of this.
Yes, no doubt this is going to be a strong start from Chiefs one way or another. The fact that, again, Alula chose to start on the offense, and now their best case is a 3-3, you have to imagine they were also hoping to go up a little bit higher here on this first half, so it's high stakes for both of these squads. No matter what happens, I think 4-2 defense, like, Alula could definitely come back even if they lose this round, but you'd want to be able to put yourself in the best foot forward, and Crazy has done just that. He takes down Lunchbox, a critical first pick on the top floor.
Yeah, to say that they came from a position, you picked up on it at the beginning of the game, Jesse, in the last map, not a single entry for Alula on Fortress. This time, 4 out of the first 6 rounds have gone in their favour, and you can see on the scoreboard how much of a difference it is making. They are now in a position where they might just be able to grab that 3-3 half to move forward. But given that they chose the attack to begin with, I look at it, I think, what's their defence going to be like here on Lair? Is maybe that's something that they struggle with? I don't know. Time will tell. But right now, Chiefs going to be looking to hold on to Bunks and Briefing one last time. Straight away though, the ace goes in, looking for those top floor breaches so they can start cutting down and thinning out this defense on the top floor.
Yeah, this has gone perfect so far for Alula. They've gotten 2 picks now. All 3 of these defenders still exist on the top floor. They've got great information with the Snake as well, just to try pinch on these players in the Blitz. Here comes that space that he's making, just forcing these players back. Finally, Neptune goes for a drop, but this is going to be still a tough spot for him to be able to help his teammates. They back off through the green stairs. They will concede the full top floor over to Alula. This might be a mistake. A lot of teams will live or die based on this top floor roam.
And it looks at the minute like Chiefs may well die because they've had to drop away. Not often that we see complete top floor control in the hands of the attackers. The question is, can Alula use it now sufficiently? I don't think they've got the external breach into sight.
I think they had some can openers on it.
Did they? I was going to say, I'm not sure. I think it's maybe if it's just a little one, my eyes deceived me.
There we go.
But here we go, as you say. Nade comes in, just forces them a little bit deeper. 45 seconds left to go. They're shaping up to get ready to execute.
45 seconds. They've done a good job wasting this time so far. Here comes the plant from Bazooka, but immediately gets smoked off, so he's got to fall off, and he's taking a ton of damage. Was at full HP when he started that. Now just a sliver left. Neptune trying to do his best now, 2v5. They will be able to slow this push down, but Tim, it feels like it's too little too late. With 27 seconds, they've just got to find the Solus. They're running the Blitz at him. It's a nice impact. Hold on, he's doing his best with the SMG, but finally gets shut down by the ace, and that will be a 3-3 half to start us off.
A little too big of an ask of Neptune there, but I've got to wonder what was going on with the Blitz. We're just kind of sat inside of the smoke. We're just ticking down, unless they were covered on another angle and were just concerned about maybe moving a little bit too quickly and giving themselves away. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Alula with a nice attack there. The top floor clearance was actually brilliant from them. Really, really solid. Getting those players forced out of position. We spoke about disruption on the last map. There was great disruption there. Nobody from Chiefs allowed to play comfortably anywhere up on the top floor. Really like that from the MENA team.
Well, it doesn't get more even this from a first half. Both teams won every bomb site exactly once, so it's nice to see some of that adaptation coming through from the first quarter to the second. We will now, of course, get the halftime tack timeout where these two coaches will get the chance to talk with their players and get ready for the second half. And for me, this is the first actual test of Chiefs throughout the whole series. It was their offense where they struggled earlier against Tai Lu. They got the defense start on Fortress and frankly ran away with that game after a 5-1 half. Now a 3-3 defense start. That's not exactly what they were looking to achieve in that first half. They're going to have to prove that they can put together some good pushes, they can put together some great executes. You looked at a couple of these important players like Relays, like Player, who have been some of these big guys, big names on the side of Chiefs in the past. I want to see them getting more active. I want to see them working together as a unit to coordinate some of these clears, because that's been the biggest thing for me that we haven't seen so far from them in any of their matches today.
Well, I mean, this is it. We were so complimentary in that last map about, the way a couple of players stepped up, particularly, Relays was involved and Lunchbox and Player had his moments. And so, they just need that little bit of, that little bit of impetus, I think, to get them going here. But, looking at the last few times that they've played on Lair, it doesn't get any easier for Alula. They've done fantastically well in that first half, but out of the last 16 attacking rounds that we have seen from this Chiefs side on Lair, they've won 12 of them. They've got a 75% attacking win rate. So the danger has not passed. It's not a case of, right, we're onto the defense now. We can kind of, just push this one over the finish line. This is still going to be extremely difficult.
That's a very true stat, Tim, and you're absolutely correct. But they also had a 75% win rate on their defense side on this map, and it resulted in a 3-3 split.
Defense is gone, Jesse.
It's gone.
Bye.
We'll look ahead. Alula, they can't worry about the numbers at this point, right? No. They've got to just look ahead and try to figure out some way to close out these defenses, get this victory over Chiefs, force us into a third map, and extend the night. That's the goal here in Paris, and it'll be a standard electricity ban. Kaid and Bandit both being taken off the board, as we often do see 60% of the time here on Lair, and then, of course, that Deimos and Monty being removed from the board as well.
So it's Bazooka that's particularly loud. I was just looking, because obviously, I mean, a lot of the teams, if we've seen them before, we know who the players are. But I don't know each of the Alula players until we've seen them playing today. So I was just like quickly, because I knew who it was, so I was quickly racing through the player cams to see who it was, and it's Bazooka. I was hoping that it was somebody. None of them are, but it would have been hilarious if it was somebody like 0 and 6. I love a bit of that 0 and 6 and straight in the old chat. Yeah, GG's, love it. But no, it's not. It's Bazooka. He's doing pretty well.
Okay, well, we'll get to see Bazooka getting more active again. He was the one player that didn't find a single kill back in map number 1, so it's huge to see him getting active, leading his team as the top frag, tied with Valentino here with 7 apiece. They've been big, important pieces for this attacking side here on Lair, and now they're going to have to bounce back and do it on the defensive side once again. I'm looking at this clash, Tim, and there's always going to be an operator that draws our eye when it shows up on the board. Hogger's going to be running this one and was hiding it throughout most of the prep phase, I think hoping to bait out a shield. He's done just that. Lunchbox, the primary shield player coming in from Chiefs, is not going to like that when he finds out there's a clash on the board.
Yeah, I love a clash pick for the top floor of Lair here. I think there's a couple of really valuable locations, particularly you can get out towards our 6 room, try and shut down that corridor and the push that can come from that side. Alternatively, you can be positioned in ops, a little bit of a transition through display sometimes, so plenty of use that you can find out of that shield. Basically, wherever you hear the chunk, chunk, chunk of that blitz approaching, you just scream for the Clash's support.
They're going to have that rotation available no matter where they choose to push from. And it does look like early this is going to be some work done on the outer mask wall. They've got a lot of players pushing in through Skybridge, though. That might be a bit of a fake, Tim, because as this push has been really addressed over on this north side, that opening breach might just end up being a bit of a fake. It's being read by Alula now, though. We can see this rotation coming in from the Clash, moving over towards this R6 room hall. That's going to be really good to slow things down. And of course, they've got Bazooka in that position with the smoke. One of the most powerful spots on this top floor is just slowing things down down with the Toxic Babes inside the hallway. So they've got good tools to stall this push from Chiefs. They want to be able to work a pick now too.
I really like the way they've just dealt with that clash. They might not have anything to kind of deal with it directly, but they have gone underneath, opened up the floor, and just prevented them holding that power position. But Bazooka continues to get those kills for his team, manages to pick up another, puts himself on 8 and 5. Another entry as well, by the way. 5 out of 7 now going in favour of Alola, and they really do feel like they are starting to accelerate through this map here. Chiefs back to the drawing board. A minute 15 left on the clock. The book has done some serious work below, but still, they are not finding much space.
I want to see Player get some kills. He's the backstab at this point. He's not the brunt of the push, so he's not really going to be focused upon. A lot of these defenders will be looking at Lunchbox on the shield. They'll be looking at relays to back him up. This might be an opportunity for Players to work himself into a cheeky pick.
I think they know about his position, given that he's just shot out that default cam. Lunchbox does manage to, even as the focus, find a kill. Relays onto Bazooka. 45 seconds left to go. Crazy picks up Player. 3v3. How about that for a Nitro? Valentino finds his target, takes down the shield. That could be the round-winning moment for Alola as we find ourselves now 3 versus 2. To the drawing board again for Chiefs. 30 seconds left on the clock, and they've got to think about exactly how they get in here. And as time goes, that shield of the clash might not be alive, but the shield becomes more and more powerful, with Jaws are able to hide behind it before popping out and getting that kill using the utility available brilliantly well. Valentino on the kill, and it's going to be Alola taking another round. 4-3, and they find themselves in the lead.
A nice little defense to come through from Alula. Again, it's the execute from Chiefs where they really do find those struggles. It's an unfortunate early death going down to the smoke in the R6 room hall coming out from Jkenna. That's really an angle where you're just hoping to waste out those Toxic Babes and then push together as a team. It's those extra dimensions that we always talk about that were needed to find value coming in through from Chiefs. They had the buck down below, right? Didn't feel like Neptune was getting a whole lot of value in that round. You had the ace of Player pushing in from Ops. Didn't feel like he was able to get much value either. Maybe a bit of a distraction so that their main push could come in through the R6 hall and find a couple of picks that way, but it just wasn't quite enough on the side of Chiefs. So that push, not going to work out for them this time around. It is your first attack. You expect that to go the way of the defenders, but they've got to be careful. They cannot let this game spiral out of control.
And they are, it feels like, on the edge of that happening at the minute, to be honest with you. Alola starting to, like I said, I saw them play against Shopify Rebellion earlier, and I really like what I saw out of Crazy and a couple of the other players. And then, I've seen them here. It was a tough map for them on Fortress, but it doesn't feel like they're playing terribly. It's, they're winning the gunfights at times. They're hitting some nice shots, and it felt like maybe they just needed that little bit of confidence, that little bit of a foundation to start building themselves into it, as we often see from new teams, and that's exactly what they're getting now. And they're really showing Chiefs that they are able to deliver more than they've shown us so far in this matchup. So 4-3, it stands on the scoreboard in favour of Alola right now, and we could find ourselves going to a decider if this continues.
We see the big change up in attacking philosophy between these two teams, right? Where we saw Alula fully focus on that horizontal, try to get in through the garage and make something happen with a couple different dimensions. This time from Chiefs, we're seeing a full top floor clear, and there isn't really a heavy roam game to try to contest them. We do have Crazy and Bazooka playing on this mid floor over towards Armory and Blue, but for now it doesn't feel like they're super interested in contesting where these roam clears are coming from, right? Chiefs can start to work this vert play. They can start to use their boogie drones on the ram to start opening up the floorboards and make some space for their teammates. At the same time, Jkenna, the other shield player coming in for Chiefs, is going to be able to start working his way in through the garage. He's got the defuse kit. He has to stay alive, low HP, but he'll be a menace in the late round if he can do so.
It's about managing his health at this point. Bazooka going to take a ton of damage from those verticals that's been opened up, forces him to relocate. So important work being done by Chiefs here. It might not seem like much, it might seem like chip damage here and there, but what they're doing is creating space. They're creating an area that Alola as defenders are not able to play inside of, and that's where you just hold on to those doorways then and you give them something to think about. You start putting the diffuser down, they have to force their way back in, and you look for kills as they do, but we're still just a little bit of time away from that happening at the minute.
A little surprised not seeing Amity go for a flank. Crazy is in a position where he could do so up those blue stairs, but it's really up to him when he wants to make that play happen. With the Nomad on the board, it might not be advisable, but they've got to find some way to slow this push coming through from Chiefs. They've already got themselves full control of lockers, full control of garage. They are inches away from the bomb site. And if they start to get the plant down under the cover of the shield with full vert control, it's going to be really tough to deny that, even with the echo that's being played by Mahagar. So I want to see them try to get a little bit more aggressive on the side of Alula. They have the tools to stop this push.
Going to have player holding on to drum door as Jekena just tries to move around onto missile door, but with no throwables left to send through that barricade, there is nothing that the Blackbeard can do. So low health, it's not going to be possible for them to go through the laser gate without somebody else burning it for them, which is what will happen. Can start progressing now. 25 seconds left to go, and this is where it's all going to happen. Too much damage done to the Blackbeard. Valentino able to find the shot under the shield. Relays manages to get to though. The Ram doing serious work from Toxin. Lunchbot manages to get another. It's 10 seconds left to go though. It's 1 versus 4, but it's the one that you'd want. It's the Echo. Can the drone be decisive as we've seen so many times? No. We're going to have to go to the gun instead. Neptune able to find the kill, and Chiefs level things up 4-4.
What a round from Chiefs. That was not an easy one to win coming in from the garage side. It was a really nice crossfire being held between Valentino and Joza. Valentino gets that opening pick onto the shield. You mentioned it. Just too low HP coming in from Jake. But then after he dies, Relays recognizes, hey, I need to step in, get this trade, and make this happen for my team. Otherwise, we are screwed in the round. So Jake Hanna does exactly that. Relays, does exactly that. Steps in with the Ram, finds that opening from the team. And then even with low time in this round, with less than 10 seconds to go, they've got their head on their shoulders. They say, let's find this yokai cam before we commit to the plans. We cannot let that exist on the board if we want to win this by the objective. Really good recognizing the situation they were in on the side of Chiefs, and a really good job bailing themselves out after their Blackbeard took so much early damage.
Whilst the score might not be definitive after this, one team is only going to lead by 1 round. It's not a huge margin, but for me, this is actually a really important round. It's one of those swing rounds.
For sure.
If it's 4-4, I wouldn't normally call round 9 that, but the reason that I say that is Chiefs have just won an attack down in basement, and they've now got an attack opportunity on the tertiary side. There's a real chance for them here to grab those 2 attacks that they need and then rinse and repeat. So Alula, if you're going to step up, this really is the time that you need to do it. For me, this is probably the biggest round that they could win. If they get this, they go on to 5, and then all they've got to do is lock down top floor and basement. At least they've got their 2 primary choice sites to go to get this one done and over the line. They could well get it 7-4, but it is all going to start or maybe end here in Bunks and Briefing.
No, I agree 100%. If Chiefs win this round, it gets really scary for the underdogs. Alula will have to do something incredible in that 4th quarter to be able to pull things back. They'll have to go flawless through 3 straight rounds or win in overtime. Otherwise, that's going to be them going home last place here at the Esports World Cup. So plenty to play for here on Bunks and Briefing. And just as usual, we've got a very heavy roam here up on the top floor. It's a bit more of a focus towards green stairs. Sometimes you'll see this. Bazooka's kind of on that side of the map rather than playing directly up above the bomb site with the rest of his teammates. And because of that, Alula Chiefs, I should say, are maybe looking at a bit of a different option for this push. They haven't really brought much to try to pressure that top floor, and instead, they've got the Blitz, they've got the Sens, they've got so many smokes to play around with. They could just try to sneak a plant under the defender's nose without ever pressuring that top floor control.
Look at the utility pouring in here, and somehow Bazooka manages to wriggle his way clear. 2 nades and a shield chasing him down, and he's going to manage to escape. Brilliant stuff from the Azami just to burn a little bit more time. They keep eating their way inch by inch across this top floor of the Chiefs, but right now, Alula Club, they are holding fast.
But you're okay with this if you're Chiefs, right? Like, you've taken green stairs control. That was the goal. It would have been great to get a pick back, but it's still 5v5, and you've got the map control that you need to go for the plant. Again, my question is, with the Sens walls and with the Blitz, can you actually put the diffuser on the ground when there's still Toxic Babes above you and there's still that Solus up there too?
It's a combination that we've spoken about at length today, and will no doubt continue to after this round is done. What have they done? This is a massive misplay coming in from Alula. You cannot allow that plant to go down unchallenged with the Toxic Babes, with the Solus. They had no idea. 4 versus 3 as Chiefs now hold on to the post plant, but the fight back is on. Valentino, he's got to get it done here after that misplay with the scanner.
I can't believe they just went in and got that plant down. Now it's very difficult to retake. Great shot from Neptune, takes down the smoke. This defuse kit not even being watched by the defenders. They're not close enough to it. The pistol is beautiful. Neptune will get it, and one more. Why not? Beautifully played by the Sens there to close things out, and Chiefs in a dominating position.
Really good from Chiefs. What you didn't see on your screen there was as well, they had the presence of mind. Somebody had gone straight upstairs to retake from our 6 room. They had the vertical down onto that diffuser. There was no way that Alula were going to be able to successfully retake there, and that is a big mistake coming in from the Solis. Valentino just switching off. He was in the scanner but just didn't have the angle, didn't have the intel. There was a lot of clutter on his screen. There was a lot of other electronics that were showing up from the Sens particularly, and I think it just, you can see it, it's just, it just masked on his screen. We've brought it up here. You've got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 8 electronics on his screen showing up in the scanner. We've got to forgive him for it, but it is the misplay that's allowed it to go down.
Well, there's a couple of big problems in that round, right? Number one is just how early Chiefs went for the execute. They started planting at 60 seconds. That's really early, probably earlier than Alula were expecting. Then it was the clutter with the Sens play up above. I mean, they just didn't know that plant was going down, and it was until it was too little too late. And then Mahogger as well, he tossed a Toxic Bay, but it got caught on the beams. It got caught on the floorboards. If it goes down, it might be positioned correctly to stop that plant, and maybe it's a whole different round. But unfortunately, it's a couple of unfortunate situations, a couple of small mistakes that spiral into a big one.
I really like, I don't know if it was a purposeful technique.
Yeah.
I really like that as a technique from now on. Just literally dump all the light screens within a circle, get as many of those sensors down in one place as you can, and then plant in the middle of it. And it is so difficult to see on the Solis scanner because you've just got so much clutter on the screen to be confident of which one, to ping the correct one, everything else that needs to happen. Really tough. So maybe it's something that we're going to see more people trying to use against that Solis play up on the top floor. But right now, as we said, coming into round 10, that gives Chiefs a really nice advantage here. They have got a 2-1 quarter on the attack there. So Alula, you got to do something different here. You got to make a move.
The bright side for Alula, they get to go back to the bomb site they won. They were successful here on the top floor back in round number 7. They can run this back and try to play a similar strat, or play a completely different strat, get aggressive with the mirror window, and get a free pick onto player because of it. They had no idea what that setup was looking like.
There's just no intel there whatsoever. They've not bothered to look. That's just go and open the main wall.
Because who does that?
Yeah,
Who puts an open mirror window
I'm
there,
just
right?
going to open the main wall. I'll just go on the repair, and it's that they've not even looked at that main wall to know that.
And then he reinforces off. So now you don't even have the free soft wall to go blow it open. They've still got the value to fully reinforcing that wall. That's a brilliant play from Alula.
I said they needed to make a move, and make a move they have. Get themselves a nice entry. Their dominance on entry continues, by the way. This is 7-3 they are now on the entry. Nitro comes out, Crazy onto relays, Bazooka onto Lunchbox, 5 versus 2, and it is crumbling for Chiefs right now. Jake Enna manages to find something with that thermal scope. Picks up about the only hotspot Chiefs have seen in this round so far. 5-4 they lead on the scoreboard, but it looks like that will be leveled up by Alula.
Really tough spot to be able to get things back. The defuse gets dropped inside of storage, nowhere near where these attackers are at, so they're really just going to have to play for kills. No util really to speak of either. They've got one smoke grenade on Jake, but they have to know that there's a Glaz at this point. They've already gotten into a gunfight with him, so this is going to be awkward. If they play smart, Alula shouldn't lose this.
Nicely popped around the corner there from Jose. I don't know whether he's aware that there was another one coming in from there or not, but he manages to get the one, and that's all he really needed to do, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Jake Enna's just going to have a little look, but Bazooka, who else? He gets a little bit noisy after that kill as well, running out of the door and finding his mum.
Good to see the players getting active after a round like that. If we head to overtime, Tim, and I'm not saying we necessarily will, but if we do and we see Alula defend that top floor side again, I want to see Chiefs go for something different. Go for a different strategy on that push. Both times they try to force that blitz in through the storage hall, try to get in towards the site, and it just really feels like they're getting stalled out over and over again. That bomb site maybe needs to be rethought a little bit from Chiefs, but the good news is they don't have to play it again at least until overtime. The regulation, it will be locked for the rest of the game. So as they call their attack timeout, as Chiefs decide to talk with their coach, take a moment to breathe, take a moment to reset, they could just be 2 rounds away from winning this game, sending Alula out of the tournament, moving on to tomorrow. At the same time, they're 2 rounds away from map 3.
The thing is, for Chiefs here, I think it's a good time for the tactical timeout because they are recognising the weight and the importance of this round 11. Because this is, for me, the hinge. This is the one that defines where this is going to go. Because I would expect Chiefs to be winning that third choice side as it stands based on what we saw last time. So this is the one. If you want to win this here and now, 2-0, you've got to be taking basement again. They did well last time around, but, you know, I asked for a move. Alula delivered a move. And, you know, are they going to have something different to show us here on basement? I think they probably do.
Yeah, and I hope to see that as well, because although Chiefs won the last time they attacked in this site, it was looking kind of sketch for them, right? I mean, their Blackbeard push from Jake in through Garage just really fell flat. It was up to Relays to step up and get a massive 2K, exploding into the bomb site and finding those kills before it really started looking good for Chiefs. So they can't just rely on one individual stepping up and getting a multi-kill. They have to be able to put together a good push. And I guess for Chiefs in this round, putting together a good push means the double shield, as both Lunchbox and Jkenna will jump on the Blitz and the Blackbeard.
Whatever gets it done, Jesse. Whatever gets it done and over the line. I am not against cheesing around. I am not against it. We're going to see then how much impact that has from these two. Straight away, we're going to have that external wall being opened up in towards Warehouse. And again, straight away, window barricades taken down. I would hope for a little bit more droning maybe than we had last time around. And no surprise early deaths to unsuspected utility. However, instead it's a run out. Crazy manages to pick up Relays. And that's, well, I actually give real credit to Alula over the last few rounds as well. It takes nerve to do that when you're in this situation. You're facing your key being crushed here at Esports World Cup, only the second team to be eliminated on day one, and you're throwing yourself out of a door and you're getting the kill, or you're playing the half soft wall next to a mirror. They've been willing to take chances, and I like that. They should be rewarded for that.
Yeah, and it's especially valuable here after the TAC timeout, because you have to imagine the coach of Chiefs, Nate, just put together a really important strategy, something really great that requires all 10 players, and now you've just taken one off the board. How does that change the strat from Chiefs? How will they have to adapt past their coach's advice? That's the task that now stands in front of them. Just about that halfway point here through the round, there's already been a lot of action, and it looks like it might be a fast execute. Lunchbox already threatening the site.
Yeah, there's no verticality possible for them. I think they feel like they've spotted a bit of a gap here, and maybe they have 3 versus 3, but no, the Azami above manages to find Neptune. They've not got control of the hatch, and that's going to be a big problem. Impact Nade will open up yet another angle. 2 versus 3. Lunchbox and Player have got it all to do. 1:15, and Lunchbox is way ahead of his teammate here, Jesse.
Yeah, this might be a disaster. They're so spread out. Players honestly being flanked from behind. He's nowhere near his teammate, and because of it, they're both going to end up falling. It is map point for Alula.
A critical round win for them there. It was, again, a really good defense from them. I think a little bit of a mistake from Chiefs there. They felt like they'd spotted a gap. They took advantage of that, they thought, and they rushed on in, tried to take that space, but they lost too many bodies. As they did, they hadn't dealt with the player above who was playing on the hatch. That was a free kill for the Azami, and that was the downfall, because at that point you're left with an Ace and a Blitz who are about 5 nautical miles apart from each other, trying to have some sort of an impact on each other's deaths, and they couldn't.
And I don't want to put too much flame onto Player, the ace there, because he was quite separated from his teammates, but he was trying to recover the defuse kit, which was dropped miles outside the building. We didn't catch it on the cam, but I was watching the top-down feed. It was being held by Jkenna, and he was outside of Garage, got swung on by Valentino, dropped it outside the building, and forced that late rotation to come out from Chiefs. So it was just a real big issue in coordination when it came down to that execute.
It was all on the back of that attempt to get aggressive and rush on in, because the Blitz is already in the middle of site. So what else can Lunchbox do? You've got an Ace who's outside trying to recover a diffuser, and you've got Lunchbox like, I'm inside. You know, all you can really do is try to fight the fight at that point. But yeah, it fell apart for them in that one. So we move on. It's going to be round 12. The best that Chiefs can hope for here is overtime. Alula will be looking to take their first map here at the EWC and send us to Consulate. One more round will do it, but it's that third choice site. It was a tough one for them last time out. Chiefs won it confidently.
It's already getting warmer as Consulate draws nearer and nearer in this series. Chiefs desperate to avoid it. They're going to have to put together a good attack here on the mid floor. They did a great job with it last time when they brought many of the same tools. They've still got JKenna on the Blitz. They've still got Neptune on the Sens. They've still got Lunchbox on the Gridlock. If they want to, they can go for the exact same push where they enter in through the Sky Bridge, they take control of Green Stairs, and they go for their execute even in a 5v5 situation. But you have to imagine if it's the exact same game plan, Alula will be ready for it. They'll be expecting it, and they will be able to respond. So what's the extra dimension? What's the surprise factor coming in from Chiefs? That's my biggest question, Tim, because if there isn't one, I really fear for them in this round.
I'll have to see how they shape up because, like you, I look across the operators they've got on the board and I don't see anything that is going to provide that surprise factor for them. They've got that Green Stairs control again. Look, maybe they just thought that, you know, it played out so well, it worked so beautifully last time, they're not going to have a chance of stopping it this time. Utility going to be taken out by the Blitz. And it's time to get that wall open, start thinking about getting the light screens in to maybe create that confusion that they're hoping for. But the only confusion here is on the part of Neptune as Crazy manages to find the kill. Relays is there with the trade, 4 versus 4, a minute 15. But Alula still in strong and confident control of the top floor.
Yeah, that's devastating. Without Neptune on the Sens, how do you ever go for this execute? That's the whole game plan that just fell out of potential for Chiefs. I mean, they don't really have the ability to go for a plant without the Sens wall up, so their only real hope is to clear top floor, but they don't feel like they have time for that, so instead they're going to try to force some kind of a plant. They've got a couple of smokes to plant under, but there's Toxic Babes up above, Valentino on the Solus, a Nitrocell from the Two-Brow as well. This feels so difficult.
Yeah, they know exactly where the plant is going down this time. There will be no clutter, there will be no surprises, but there will be a shield. It's not enough. Jake is going to be downed. It's Valentino on 2 relays. Manages to find the kill, confirm onto the Blitz. 3 versus 2. It's Alula fighting back. They want a map 3. They want a little bit more. 1 versus 2 though. Will they get it? Jesse, it's become a 1 versus 1 as player manages to grab a double. Bazooka is up above. The plant is going to start to go down. Can he find the angle onto him? Player looks to move around. He's trying to take the fight. 12 seconds left to go. This is absolutely anybody's in this situation. Bazooka's in the wrong place. Player is able to stick it. And now the fortune switches. And this might just be Chiefs round.
Oh my god, he might have just done it. That's the play that he needed to make. Player in the post plant now can play this passive. He calls for the drop, and Player gets it done.
We're going to overtime, Jesse!
We sure are, Tim. Chris Lau, a massive 1v3 to come through. The kid from Sydney, Australia, gets the job done. We're going to overtime, Tim, and Chiefs, they've just taken all of the momentum out of this game.
And the big question now, who starts on which side? Who is going to have the advantage? And I can tell you that it's Alula starting on the attack.
Yes. And listen, we've had 2-3-3 splits. Obviously, the earlier map in this series was quite defender-sided, but you have to imagine this could go either way. I don't think, no matter the side, I'd want to be Alula with how they just tossed that round. I mean, that should have been everything. The second Neptune died, after 1 kill in this round, that should have been GG over. Chiefs don't have a choice, but somehow Player gets himself in the building. He plays that absolutely perfectly. He could not make any mistakes if he wanted to win that round, and he didn't.
He was the Trojan horse. He was just stood inside a site, just waiting for his moment, and then he exploded forth and took the round. So we're going to get 3 more. And right now, I'd watch another 10. I'd watch another 30 of this because it's been an absolutely brilliant game on Lair. Both teams not leaving a single thing out there. They are just giving absolutely everything to this game at the minute. And we love to see Siege like this. Chiefs, they are going down to the bottom floor to start things off on the defense.
Valentino 16-6, by the way. We haven't even really talked about him too much, Tim, but it feels like he has been just taking over this game. It felt like that was going to be a career performance coming out from him to end things against the Chiefs 7-5, force us on to Consulate. But no, we're going to have to reset and see what he can do in overtime. From the top-down POV, you can see it. This push from Alula is going to be focused horizontal. It's going to be focused on the garage. It's the same push that we've seen from them twice before where they don't take that vertical control. You have to imagine Chiefs will be ready for the same push again.
Warehouse wall gets opened up and straight away Bazooka moves in on the IQ. Just seeing that the path is clear, is able to take that ground. Needs to make sure he doesn't get ahead of himself. I think he's just been joined by his teammate Crazy on the blitz as well. Also, we've got the Thermite in there, going to be opening up missile wall. So player knows that he's going to be coming under pressure pretty soon. And I tell you what, Alola are not messing about here. They are looking for a little bit of retribution after that last round, and they're getting aggressive towards Sat here. Chiefs, they need to step up and find themselves an opening kill.
This is going to be a messy round, Tim, because there's obviously this push coming in horizontally, but there are a couple of players aggressing themselves up on the top floor as well. Crazy was up there trying to hold the flank. You've got players like Relays and Neptune who could go for a flank, but as I say this, a lot of those Garage players will actually concede that space. They've taken it, but they've completely given it up and are now focusing on clearing these top floor roamers.
Yep, obviously recognising the severity of the problem. How about that? Relays manages to spray down Josa and will just drop away on the back of that fight, and I like that. He's not overcommitting to it. He's not giving his life up. He's burning more and more time.
Uses that pipe again to just delay more of the time, waste the time for the attackers, make sure that Alula don't work themselves into an advantage. That's the name of the game right now. Stay alive, burn this clock, because they've got a lot to play with on the side of Alula. And if they just went for an execute there, I mean, there's a world where they walk away with the win. It'll be tough facing up against the smoke and the echo, but they've made their play. They now retake in towards lockers. They can start to breach this main wall to get in towards the site and work themselves in for an execute. Crazy at the same time, pressuring in from missile. This is going to be a two-pronged attack coming in from the south.
We see the deployable shield just dealt with by the grenade. I think a Gujamot mine might have been put out here just to prevent Crazy moving in. I'm not sure if Lunchbox had one in pocket. I just saw a glimpse of what I thought was Ella throwing out a little bit of utility at the end there. Spray comes around, 30 seconds left to go. We don't even have an entry kill yet. 2 minutes 30 into the round. It will come, and it will come in the shape of a double, a triple for Alola as they find themselves 5 versus 2. Coming onto this overtime, you thought that maybe the defenders would have the advantage, but not so far. The Blitz manages to find another Bazookas, putting the diffuser down. Relays makes his way back, but he will not be the hero this time. Chiefs take the loss. Alola managed to get themselves one more round. It's 7-6.
And I gotta say it, Tim, that's the best execute we've seen from Alula all day. What a push from them. They're inside of sight with full control in a 5v5, but unlike most teams, they don't start holding F. They don't rush the plant. They wait for the swings to come out. They keep all of their guns alive, and even Mahager, I mean, he's got the defuse kit, but he's gun up and he gets a kill in the midst of that chaos. He starts things off with the opening pick straight onto Lunchbox. So as we see Chiefs collapse in on that push, they're thinking the plant's going down, but they don't use their utility. They aren't able to use that Echo Drone to stop it. Instead, they take those gunfights and it all goes the way of Alula. They played so well together, balling up inside the site and making things really awkward for Chiefs. I don't think they were able to read that push the way that they needed to, and because of it, they now have everything on the line with 2 straight rounds needed for a victory.
Last time around when they defended this site, we saw them, of course, picking up that nice, cheap early kill. They're not going to try it again this time, but I don't think they will be getting away with it again this time. So they do have the mirror brought along. Crazy is going to be playing that, but like I said, I think they will just play that a little bit less aggressively this time. We can see all of Mask both reinforced off fully, so there won't be any cheap kills onto Chiefs, so they certainly won't from that angle. I can't promise there won't be one from another angle. Chiefs, well, they need to learn their lesson from that. They need to make sure that they are switched on from second one coming in here.
Well, I said it earlier, Tim, if we see this site again, and here we are once more with Alula defending the top floor, I do not want to see Chiefs just stand behind a blitz and try to take storage control running in through those hallways. It's just been too much of a problem with Bazooka playing there on the smoke. And what are we seeing? We're seeing changes coming out from Chiefs. They are not bringing the blitz. Instead, it's going to be Lunchbox on this Ying. It's going to be Neptune on the Zofia from down below. They've got different ways to force players out of position that doesn't require a shield. So up against the Suzami inside of Ops, it's a tough task to try to clear this guy out. He's got a mirror window to fall back to too, but if you can use your utility, get a free pick onto this guy, maybe work yourself into some kind of an advantage, there is a win con here for Chiefs.
10-3 on the entry. It stands at the minute in the favour of Alula Club. They have been able to just retain complete domination of that element of the game, and It's just such an advantage for them regularly, taking some utility off the board and having that man advantage inside of almost every round. Neptune is underneath, not in the right place at the minute, but with a little bit of intel, maybe he can find his man. I think he's just trying to determine at the minute exactly where the location is. We know that the triple explosive canister out of the Zofia will gain a kill pretty quickly and pretty free, but he's got to get the location right.
Yeah, I'd like to see him focus the Azami. Mahagar playing just back behind the desk. There's nobody going for a bandit trick or anything like that, so the free kills won't go his way. Instead, the free kill goes the way of Lunchbox as he finds Valentino in the hallway and starts to work up the stairs.
Just looking around the corner, just manages to create that little bit of smoke from the ingredient. Lunchbox manages to take out the Azami as well. 5 versus 3. This is looking good for Chiefs right now. It's just one of those games where you get into overtime and nobody can hold anything. Zofia still lurking around underneath. Not going to be in the right position if they're looking to get a kill, though. Nobody is really near them in a position to be taken out, but Lunchbox manages to find Bazooka, finds a triple in the round now, starts working on that Kiba barricade. Downed by a Nitro from Crazy.
That might just be the key that changes this game, but he's going to have to ace. Tim, this is going to be tough in the 1v3. The downed player can't do much, so he swings on the open breach. It's the perfect timing. He just gets completely slammed on the angle, and player will win it out. What a round to come through and force us deep into 15.
What a map we are witnessing here. The last game of the day here on B Street, and they are treating us to the business, Jesse. They are giving us absolutely everything.
Tim, can I say it? That was a peanut butter jelly round. That was a massive one from Lunchbox to come through and get those picks to be able to work his team into that huge advantage. And here we'll see the replays. I mean, Lunchbox, these are not easy picks to get. He gets 3 kills. That third one into Bazooka, probably the most important because the smoke around the corner, that's what will deny your plant. That's what makes that push really difficult and scary to come through from Chiefs. But after losing that bomb site over and over and over again, they finally find the answer in the Ying. They finally find their answer in Lunchbox. And now, one defense rounds separates them from moving on the tournament.
As we said, when Chiefs were on the defense, it was just perfectly evenly split. It was perfectly balanced. There was absolutely, quite literally, even in terms of the sites. So both teams won 3 sites once each. So there's absolutely nothing to be gleaned from those earlier rounds. This time, rather than the basement, Chiefs are going to try and take things up to the top floor. Relays brings along the Bandits, so they're going to try and hold on to Mask Wall for a little bit. But the Maverick is on the side of Alula. Last time we saw them taken out, we didn't really see Hagar be able to really use that utility too much. So let's see whether it has a little bit more impact inside of this round. Zofia is on board. Didn't see the impact of it last time, but maybe this time could be the one.
Yeah, and I really like the Zofia coming in response to relays on the Bandit. He was not playing this operator the last 2 times they showed up on the site. Instead, he was on the smoke. Now it's going to be Jkenna who jumps on that operator instead. So we're changing things around on the side of Chiefs, and there's no doubt about it. In 2026, Zofia is the worst nightmare for Bandits. Maverick, not a great operator to go up against either. So this is going to put relays in a really tough spot. It's going to be tricky for him to get value out of that gadget. But the question still becomes for Alula, where do you want to bring this push? They've got Crazy on the blitz, and they could go for a very similar push that we were seeing from Chiefs, where they just run through that Skybridge hallway, try to get a plant down from the storage side of things. That was not working very well for the Australians. So if that is the game plan, I'm a little bit worried that we might see it stall out at the behest of Jkenna.
Use of the Maverick is going to be good. Manages to get Mask Wall open nice and easily inside of that first minute, pretty much. We'll allow you a second or 2. We'll let you off for that. But good timing, good pacing so far from our Chiefs are going to have a lot of pressure to absorb here, and it's not going to be for 30 seconds. It's going to be more like a minute and a half. Bazooka does manage to get that play from underneath. It was something Chiefs wanted to achieve but couldn't. And Alola say, you know what? We'll show you how it's done. They managed to get themselves a freebie, and look who they've taken out. It's the Tachanka. Player is gone. Neptune down on the Azami. You couldn't have asked for 2 better operators to take out.
No, this is devastating for Chiefs. They've got to find some way back in this game, but now you've completely lost ops control. You've got to get desperate on the side of Lunchbox. You can see him fishing for these picks, but he finds it. He takes down the Mavericks. Got to leave the building for it, but he does it just early enough that this other mask wall isn't going to be opened up. He doesn't have the best utility to stall this out. He's got to continue to play aggressive to win this round, but he's at least given his team a chance chance with 60 seconds to go.
Yeah, the shield is going to make it particularly difficult. Valentino able to just peek over the top of the blitz there to find the kill. Relay is taken down. It looks like it could be over here. Alula have a 4 versus 1 opportunity to get in and put the diffuser down if they need to, but it looks like it's not going to be the case. They've committed to the kill here. They've forced Jekena out of the site. Josa does get taken down, but Crazy with the final kill. The cheers come in from Alula, and they will take us all the way to Consulate.
And what a power-up we've seen throughout this series from Alula. They start by getting rocked on their own map pick of Fortress. They come into this map and honestly start a little slow as well, Tim, but the way that they played in overtime in particular, that execute in round 13, that push here to be able to close things out in round 15 as well, it was so well coordinated. They used the Zofia perfectly from down below to get themselves that advantage. They're holding the cutoffs to extend that lead to a 5v3, and they really do all they needed to win that round. Super impressive stuff from Alula.
Yeah, they've grown into the game brilliantly, and the tournament as well. They might well just keep themselves alive at the Esports World Cup yet.
Yeah, Alula get loud, not just with their voices, but inside this map as well, to push us all the way to a decider. Concert will determine who gets to stay inside this competition. I had goosebumps when we were going into overtime. Not sure if that was because it's so cold in here or because the incredible seats that we're seeing in front of us. I agree with what you're saying, A-Tag. Give me 30 more rounds of this. The chaos. We're seeing mistakes from either side, but the other team is able to capitalize off of it so well. We're talking about that round with Chiefs where they, get the plant out with all the sensor stuff going on. We're talking about the situations from Alula where they managed to get a wall open in round 15 despite having like a bandit and stuff against them. It comes down to such tiny details inside this game, and that shows why it's went all the way to round 15 as well.
Yeah, I really was impressed with how they built from it again. Like, early on, they were making so many of those kind of critical errors. It would be one little thing and another little thing and another thing. But I truly think in the overtime, Alula came alive and were putting together some really impressive pushes up against a Chiefs team who were not putting up bad defenses either. I mean, they were playing standard siege inside the site behind their utility. And, like, this is a good example of the mistakes. Like, sometimes earlier in the round, we would see Alula go for some really questionable plays. But I thought as this game evolved, they became a way better team. And they evolved with the match.
That's definitely the story of it for me. You look at the beginning of the game, it was maybe a couple of rounds being lost here and there by teams, but by the time we got to the end, it was all about them winning the rounds. It wasn't about the mistakes anymore. It wasn't about the gaps. It was about teams going in and having special moments, like we just saw the 1v3 from Player there, taking full advantage of that situation. A mistake's only a mistake if it gets punished. Otherwise, you never see it. It goes under the radar. And so for me, those last 5 rounds at least were just on the back of teams coming out and just having big moments, either with flawless executes or with superstar moments like Player, all sorts of stuff going on to enjoying that one.
Yeah, and again, some cool strategies like that play on the mirror window, like so smart, so creative to be able to catch that. And like, it's a mistake from Chiefs, I guess, but who does that? Like those are mistakes that anybody would make. Here's the incredible 1v3 clutch from Player. I mean, I truly have no idea how he pulled this off.
That was incredible. I mean, just look at it again. It is peak siege. You think it's done there. You think we're going to about 3 there at that point, but then we get 3 more rounds of this action here as well. And one player that we need to talk about, we need to give him his flowers, Valentino. Absolutely popping off. You saw the confidence, I think, as well, in not just his eyes, but the way he was moving in those final few rounds as well. He was like, okay, either we get sent home here, but I'm going to force us all the way into a 3rd map.
For sure. I think Valentino plays a really difficult role on this team, especially in the attack, where he's usually not surrounded by teammates. He's often off on his own, pushing a side angle, trying to get that pinch pressure in towards the execute. And it's a tough spot to play, because if he goes down, that really hurts the push, and they become a lot more one-dimensional. So his ability to play safe with his body, but also find value and get those kills was really cool to see.
Yeah, very nearly a 20-kill game as well, by the way. 19 he finished on there on Lair. So I don't know what he is overall for the series. We'll have a check before we go into map 3, make sure we're not in record territory. I don't think we're quite there for Valentino, but look, who knows, with a big last map, it could go anywhere.
I think obviously that has to come down to the 7-1 that she set on map 1 as well, which will make it difficult for him to come into like record territory. That also means there are going to be some implications in regards of starting sites on our decider. We'll talk all about that and talk about the final map after the break. What an incredible series this has been so far. We need one more map to determine whose key gets crushed here as a second key at EWC 2026. Our decider is going to be Consulate. Now, if any map where it is really important to get the starting side pick, it might be Consulate with how defender favorite we've seen this map be sometimes. Chiefs have the round differential advantage going into this one due to the 7-1 on map 1. And shock, horror, surprise, they pick defense.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's Consulate, most defender side of map that we have in the pool. What else would they pick, especially with how good they've been on the defense today?
Well, yes, I would agree. But looking at that last matchup, you know, we thought that it was going to be a bit more defender-sided than it was. It was 3-3 in the halves, and then they lost it on the defense in overtime. So, honestly, all bets are off. Who knows? Could go anywhere.
Who do we expect to win this match here? I feel like we were talking about Chiefs, you know, if we get to survive the first map, maybe 2-0 situation, but are we convinced by this Alula that we're seeing on map 2 that they might be able to pull off with the momentum here?
I really liked Alula towards the end of that game. And you know, you can't ignore the mistakes that were made both on map 1 and early in map 2, but if they come out and play the way they did in the final 4 or 5 rounds of what we just saw on Lair, I don't think Chiefs can win it, to be honest.
I'd agree. They're going to be very difficult to stop. I enjoyed what I saw. They were the more dynamic of the two teams, particularly towards the end. And it's a funny old thing when you've got that momentum we often talk about in the best of 3, whoever wins map 2 often carries an advantage forward because they can just keep things rolling. I genuinely think I still favour Chiefs because of the experience, but I just look at Alula and I think they could win this easily.
Yep.
It would be crazy to see our only MENA representation make it through in the tournament over. Once again, we'll have to mention our Aussie boys. They'll be so upset to see one of their teams be knocked out from the tournament here. And to stop that from happening, what is it that Chiefs need to do? How do they need to overcome like this mental hurdle after losing this map here?
I feel like they've got to be able to find some way to strike back and strike first on the defense. You know, a couple of those rounds, there were really strong executes to come out from Alula. What you have to do to counter that is you have to disrupt the execute before it comes out. Don't let them push into you 5v5 or 4v4. Get scrappy in the early round. Force this team to adapt with a lower man count that they were expecting. If Chiefs can do that, it'll maybe force those pushes from Alula to be a little bit scrappier than they would have liked, and it might give the edge back over to Chiefs.
I think entry is going to be wildly important. I didn't catch the last 2 rounds, but it was certainly 10-3 in favour of Alula after 13. I got a little bit too excited after that, and I'll have to check once we get into the map to see how 14 and 15 went. But Alula absolutely dominated them on the entry, and I feel like, yes, with a less experienced team, if you can get on top of them in those rounds early, force them to play the 4v5s, we haven't really seen, I'll have a look back again and check the numbers, we haven't seen them convert too many rounds where they've lost the entry kills. So I think that is definitely the avenue for Chiefs here.
Well, it all comes down to this map. Who gets to stay in the competition? Who will see their key get crushed here? Consulate will give us all the answers.
Thank you very much, and there will be a crushing one way or another. It could be Alula, it could be Chiefs. Whoever wins this takes it all. We have seen 2 elimination games today, both of them heading into that 3rd map. Chiefs take the choice of side because they had the better round differential. Of course, that's 7-1 on Fortress, setting them up for success, maybe, here on Consulate, giving them the defensive start.
It sets them up for success in that they have the easier side start, but it also sets them up with the highest risk to begin here, right, Tim? Because, yeah, Chiefs are on the defense. We expect them to walk away with a decisive first half here, maybe a 4-2. But if this ends up being a 3-3, or this even goes the favor of Alula, if they can get more good attacks like what we just saw in Lair, that blessing that they got choosing to start this first side might end up being a bit of a curse, because you could really screw yourself early in this game. If you're not on point immediately in these first 3 or 4 rounds, this game can spiral out of control much faster for Chiefs than it can for Alula.
Yeah, it certainly does increase the pressure because you've put that expectation on yourself. You know, you think sometimes maybe if I come in and take the offside, I can look at it and think, well, a couple of first rounds haven't really gone my way, but as long as I get 2, I'm fine.
Yeah.
And then you go from there. You know, if you do come out with a 3 or 4, then you're fantastic. And that's the position Alula find themselves in. I feel like they can come in here and play really freely. They've just had a really good 4 or 5 rounds on Lair at the end of things. The whole map was decent, but the last 4 or 5 rounds was fantastic. there's no expectation on them. Like I said, they're the mystery team coming into the tournament. We don't know a lot about them, and so if they get eliminated, nobody's really going to bat an eye at it. It's going to be like, okay, no problem. They've come in and played well, but yeah, I think there's a real opportunity for them. But that's not an ideal start to the opportunity. We're going to see the Zofia being taken down of all operators down, but not out. Will very probably be collected, I think, to safety. But yeah, they're going to have to learn a couple of those angles.
Yeah, you could maybe commit a toxic babe to try to get the secure. It's not going to be possible at this point. Already so deep bazooka. He just walks up the Visa stairs, I imagine, to get into that gunfight. He finds a bit of a gap, but he gets hard punished for it. Lunchbox is ready for that play, so a little chaotic on that opening gunfight. Zofia does get picked up in the midst of this, but a chaotic first round, and it's really just gone all the way for Chiefs so far, Tim.
Yeah, I just think maybe Alola getting a little bit ahead of themselves. There's confidence, and then there's like, let's not go chasing up Visa stairs on your own and just running into an entry death. Entry was, as I said, coming into this, an area that Alola absolutely thrived on layer. Coming in there and giving that away is not what you want to do. You want to make life as difficult as you can for Chiefs.
All eyes are on Neptune, hiding behind his vending machine. He did lose his shield that was destroyed by that Flores drone earlier, so he's got these Kiva barriers as a backup, but if they can force him out of this position, it could be really powerful. So far, just delaying time with those Goyo canisters. The magnets catching good utility as well. If you don't have the proper tools to force him out of this position, it could be devastating, but finally the Flores drone comes out. He's forced to retreat, and that's a good piece of map control gained by Alula.
I've been able to look at the numbers, and so far today, when Alula have lost that entry death, they've only won one round, and that was the one on Fortress that they won. Granted, there wasn't a lot of rounds where they lost the entry in that last map, but still, there's only one where they've had that conversion. So Lunchbox, Neptune, they just pile on the pressure now, get themselves a double 5v1 as Lunchbox. He's been playing fantastically well for the last hour or two, by the way. He should never get up from this computer. Just keep playing forever because it's working for him. Right now, Choza manages to get 2, takes down Lunchbox, takes down Neptune, but 1v5 becomes a 1v3, still very unlikely. Sees his man and gets him, though. I tell you what, 1v2, we've seen those one before.
No way. I mean, he's using the flashbangs well, but doesn't know the player position. That's going to be a nice shot coming out from the SMG-11 to finish off what Lunchbox started. Crisis averted if you're Chiefs, and you get your first defense win on the board. I like the wording you were using there, Tim. Lunchbox, he can't get out of his seat because of how well he's playing. Back in the OCE League, he is known for getting out of his seat after every single round, getting up and taking a bit of a lap. Can't do that on LAN, unfortunately. Has been stuck in that chair for a little while now, but still, you're seeing that movement, you're seeing that momentum come through from this team, and Lunchbox, a great first round to start on Consulate.
I was talking to Iconic earlier, and during one of the breaks, one of the halftime breaks that we had, I asked him about, the kind of as a player, do you get that little bit of fog sometimes when the stress sets in, and maybe you do things that you think afterwards, what on earth was my thought process there, like why have I done that? And it's just because you're not thinking in a normal basis. And he actually gave such a good insight as to the mentality of being a player in that kind of situation. And he said one way that he learned to avoid it over time was by keeping things the same, by making sure nothing changed, by making his environment as similar as he could to when he was always playing. So yeah, I think Lunchbox, don't move. Don't move. If your feet are crossed, don't uncross it. Whatever's going on right now, just keep it identical.
Well, it's maybe a bit scrappier than they would have liked. It got a little chaotic, but all in all, that's a round win for Chiefs, and a decisive one at that, barring the close comeback that we almost saw from Joza. Now we're going to see them try to hold down this second bomb site down inside the basement. It's another kill coming through from Lunchbox. It's not quite 4 straight, but another opening pick. He will not complain about that.
You've got to wonder at what point do Alula start to feel the pressure. I said coming on in, they're on the attack on console. You kind of hope for 2 rounds, maybe 3. Not the end of the world, but at what point do you start thinking, hang on a minute, this could be 5-1, this could be 6-0, and that pressure then starts to creep back in again because you start feeling like things are getting a little bit close to the edge. They've managed now to find themselves on the wrong end of the entry once again. As I said, only 1 round so far tonight has been converted by them when they've taken that first death, so they're going to have to double that number if they want to come out here with anything other than a 2-0. Chiefs, it's too easy. They're wandering on in, they've no idea. Player gets a double, yes, they get the trade, but the damage is already done. Neptune takes crazy in a trade there. That's the Monty off the board. We're not even halfway through the round, and it's 1v3.
Player, the best player on Chiefs, has been so important for them this stage and will continue to be important in this series up against Alula. Just excellent sight play coming out from him. It stops that aggressive move to come out from Alula, where it really felt like they had maybe caught Chiefs with their pants down a little bit. Didn't really recognize what was going on in that push, but Player was ready for it. He was watching for those guys to walk straight into his sights, knew that that was an option, and now Valentino in the 1v3. Very difficult to pull this one off. They know exactly where he's at.
That's the problem for him. Chiefs aren't going to overpeak this. There's absolutely no need to. The Solus gets out of the way of that, and it just dips a little bit deeper to take that cover further back into kitchen area there, but is going to then peek around. Neptune manages to get that final kill with the SMG. Valentino taken down 2-0 Chiefs, and I feel like Alula just need to go back to what was working for them on the lair, and that was actually really clean executes. That was by disrupting exactly what Chiefs wanted to do on the defense and taking ground from them and using it against them. Whereas now we've kind of gone back to this, let's just, there might be a gap, let's run into sight. And I feel like, take it back to that fundamental siege. You were playing it so well.
It's gotten almost a little cheesy, you know, where it's like, it's not cheese operators necessarily, but they're finding these gaps and they're thinking, hey, maybe I can make a play and single-handedly win the round for my team, rather than working as a unit, rather than droning things out, using their utility, forcing man advantage fights. That's what was really finding success for them back on that second map. So I agree with you 100%, Tim. It feels like Alula are getting a little bit loose with this. What absolutely cannot happen is we cannot see a return to lair, where it was every opening duel favoring Chiefs. It was an early lead coming out from them on their stronger side, and then we just saw Alula fall apart. We saw them crumble. Their mental disappeared on that first map, and even after attack timeout from their coach, they weren't able to pull things together. So we can't see that happening again. They have to recognize that this is not a side where they're favored, even though they're down 0-2. If they let this mental slip away from them, they're going to be kicking themselves on the whole flight home.
Yeah, they absolutely are, because I think it is one of those that you would look back and think that was winnable. That was, you know, after the, or at least we could have been more competitive if it continues in this vein. Player again comes out. You said he's such an important player for this team, and he continues to deliver. 4-1 so far. 2-0 Chiefs on the scoreboard. 5-4 in terms of the man count. They've got that entry again. That's now 3 in a row, and I will keep coming back to that start. Alula not good at converting the 4v5 rounds.
Player's just been so critical. He's willing to play late round, but he's also so good on the aggressive moves as well. Like, no matter where you put him, he is going to find big value. Now, the push coming in from Alula, they might be pressuring in towards top spiral. Valentino gets his way in, but just hops on drone, trying to get a bit of information. The bomb site, don't forget, is Piano. So with that, Crazy's actually going to rotate over to the yellow stairs. They think they have another gap, Tim.
Bazooka does manage to find something at least. Headshot onto player. You couldn't ask to take anybody better out of the round at the minute. Lunchbox does have similar stats though, so he's got to be the next target. Really Crazy going to start to bully forward with the Monty. Do they know that there's one behind? Jkenna just needs to be careful here that he doesn't expose himself to the peak from behind the shield. Neptune taking a ton of damage along the way. Alula feel like they've just settled down a little bit. They've stopped the cheesiness. They're just now using the utility, they're using that shield, they're creating the space, and they're taking advantage of it as Valentino manages to pick up the castle. That's going to be the last of the HP removed from him. 1 minute 15 left to go, and Alula looking much more comfortable than they have so far.
Another one for Valentino. He's one of the best solo players that we have here in the tournament. Does a really good job working these picks all by himself. Finally traded, but the damage is done, and there's the counter trade from Crazy on the pistol. Takes him down and can start working this plant. Jacob above. 2 toxic babes. 60 seconds on the clock. This should deny the plant, but there's going to be a lot more time to stall out. Never mind.
Joser up above manages to get the kill. As soon as, I think that's absolutely the right play coming in from Alula there. As soon as they're in a 3v1 and they know that one's above, you send somebody upstairs. You know that you can do it. You send 2 upstairs, to be honest with you. You keep somebody planting. Send 2 up there just to guarantee the trade and win the fight. So really good from Alula. They've just doubled their ability to convert those 4v5 rounds when they've lost the entry. So that's really good. It gives them a benchmark. It gives them something to work from. I think if Chiefs get that round and go 3-0, I'm not going to say catastrophic, but it's a huge blow for Alula at that point. So I think that was, you know, really important. It's always important that you get one of those first 3 rounds on the board, and then you're only 1 behind. You're still in touching distance.
Well, after losing to the Monty push, Chiefs will immediately choose to take it off the board. I think that's the right call. We saw the value is getting over towards yellow stairs. It made it really difficult to try to stop that push from coming in, and the plant went down very successfully under the watchful eyes of the Monty as well. So I like the ban coming through from Chiefs. The Bandit also being taken out by Alula. Again, we kind of go back to some of this play style that we're seeing from Alula, and once they slow things down and start to play their game, they seem like a much more put-together team. Valentino, in particular, I think has to be the one to crack this game wide open on the attacking side for me. He's always playing by himself. He's not really pushing with the rest of his squad, so whether he wins or loses that gunfight can make a world of difference on how the push goes as a whole, because he is that entire second dimension on a lot of these executes. In that round, he gets a big double kill, and even when he dies, his death gets traded out immediately. So these are the kind of plays that we're watching out for on the side of Alula. If Chiefs can shut him down, they might have a good chance of winning this game, even with Alula slowing things down and not playing as gap heavy.
Valentino currently 24 and 17 across all 3 maps, so we don't need, I was getting carried away, we don't need to worry about record territory, but still an excellent performance, as you say. You know, some really great rounds from him that have, you know, got it over the line for his team and are exactly why they are still in the position they are. Out of interest player, 24 and 16. He's just one death better. He's always got to keep himself ahead. And we're going to get on into round 4. Extra bans come out, as you've said, Bandit and Monty. And we will have a Nitro going out. Beautiful stuff.
Oh, that's exactly what you want to see out of Neptune. A gift from the sea straight through the window, and you couldn't have cleaned up a better operator, right? Crazy on the Blackbeard. He was supposed to be that spearhead opening things up, but with him off the board now, it's going to be difficult for them to try to take that space. Neptune, I believe, does walk through a bit of a Goyo canister to get back to safety, back with his teammates, but that's okay. You'll take a half damage for a full damage any day of the week. You're still up with those 5 guns, so that's going to be what's important. And you really read this push from Alula as well. All of these players are trying to come in from the admin side. Relays below is reading all of this pressure as well, so the information is flowing on the side of Chiefs.
Yeah, it really is. We know how valuable the pulse can be on Consulate. Just going to take a little peek around the corner. Nobody there to challenge him for the time being. And a little bit of a relocation for Joza coming in here. So he decides to get himself around to main door instead. Open that one up. And just try and get something where I don't know too much what he's going to do from underneath. He's attacking up onto top floor. He's on the ace, so the verticality is going to be a little bit limited. I think it's more about chasing this pulse down for the time being. But I love how Relays is playing this. He's just leaving him chasing shadows at the minute.
Absolutely. They've committed a lot of bodies to try to hunt down this pulse and force him out of position. They know going for an admin take with him down there is disaster, so instead they hunt him. They get the frag, but Tim, that took almost 2 full minutes, and they still really aren't in the top floor.
And all it's done is level things up. It's not even got them the advantage yet. It brings it back to 4 versus 4, but like you say, there's so much utility for them yet to play through. There's Goyo canisters. If none of those have been detonated, that's the rest of the round that can be burnt out, depending where they're located. You've got Kiba barricades, you've got smoke canisters. There's so much to work their way through.
That's the big problem. These Toxic Babes are now just being used by player, which is going to make it really awkward to get through this vending hallway. This is the goal, right, to be able to get in towards the site, but you're playing close with the shotgun. Instead, it's going to have to be this push in from the north side, and it starts off well with that first frag on a Neptune.
That's really good from the Sen. Steps around and just creates a little bit of space, but they don't know about player on the shotgun. The trade is there, though, as the Sen steps in. Big round from him. Haggard just so far to really keep his team in this, but he will be taken down now by Jay Kenner. 15 seconds left to go. He's in a bad spot. He manages to rescue it with a pistol, and Lunchbox finishes off the round. Who would have thought it? Chiefs grabbing that one from the jaws of defeat almost.
I cannot believe how that one turns out. Until the very last second, I couldn't have told you who wins that round. Usually you can tell it's a big advantage for this team, a big advantage for that team. Certainly it was a big advantage for Chiefs, but I love the way they used the Sens on Alula to get deep in towards the site. They weren't just trying to cheese a plant in through the doorway inside of meeting to get that one down. There was a shotgun close from players, so they couldn't have gone for that play anyways. Instead, they split apart their players. They had one pushing the balcony, one pushing in from spiral, one getting deep with the Sens wall, and then one playing close on that meeting wall. They took 4 different dimensions to that push, and even after it started off so poorly for them, they put themselves in a really good position. In the end, I think Jake made some really good moves. I cannot believe he won that second gunfight. He should have been traded out, but it just came down to a couple of really tight fights that could have gone either direction. Alula so close to tying the game, but instead it's Chiefs 3-1.
Yeah, I think you've called it there. The pistol kill from Jacana, just that's the one that wins the round effectively.
Yes.
And it is these marginal differences that will get you over the line. 3-1 then for Chiefs. They are going to be going back down to the basement. We saw it in round 2. We saw them get the win. How will Alula go about taking this without the Monty this time? Obviously, that's been the focal point for the first few rounds, particularly the second. They didn't get the win. They tried to get that space. If you remember, they walked in. There was a double kill from player on the mirror. They just tried to kind of opportunity spot. I'd like to see them take it. I'm not going to say more seriously because it's everything they're doing is serious, but I'd like to see that kind of, you know, more of a strategic round of siege. You know, come in and do your basics, do your fundamentals, tick your checklist, and make sure that you're making life difficult for Chiefs. I want to see what their, you know, proper attack is here on basement.
Well, again, it's tough to put together a proper attack when you instantly lose your Blackbeard like they did in the last round. I think for the cards they were dealt, that was probably the best they could have managed. But again, it's an opening duel coming favoring Chiefs. Instantly traded back. They get Neptune down for the 4v4, but still, you've lost such an important operator in that Deimos falling from Bazooka.
Nitro's going to go out of the window. Oh, I thought it might find its mark. It does not. Got a little bit of damage on Jaws on the ace. I'm not sure if that was done by Neptune on the Solus before dying or whether it was indeed the Nitro that caused that. But 1 minute 10 into the round, and this has been action-packed so far. Been absolutely trading blows backwards and forwards. Right now, nobody really has a strong advantage. I like this, just a nice little bit of patience there, knowing that there's a shield in front of the face of the Fuse. Crazy manages to get the kill. I think Jay's going to learn a little lesson there.
Yeah, maybe played that punch roll a little too long. The shield is staring at him, the drone's staring at him. Crazy on this Fuse shield, by the way. Hasn't used the cluster charges. Could be on the Blackbeard instead, I suppose, but feels like there might be some value to be had with this Fuse instead, so already picking up a good pick for himself. This push has been really focused on the backside. There's been a lot of pressure server. There have been a lot of players who've been trying to push in through Visa. They do have a bit of a breach in the main wall. Valentino is alone in that position, as he so often is, but this push from Alula, it's going to mostly be coming in from the back, so I want to see Chiefs react to this. I want to see them get aggressive.
I'm not sure that the breach on the main wall is vaultable at this point, so there's an opportunity there for Chiefs to possibly ignore that. They can't ignore Valentino getting a kill through it, to be fair, but player does manage to trade it out, so that's going to be the second best thing. I love the use of the shotgun there. Needs to be careful. Does manage to find his man just above the shield. Player with the final. Chiefs lock out the basement. Again, it looked like it was a lot closer than that. And then in the last 20 seconds, it kind of just went on a downhill if you're in the Alula camp, and ultimately Chiefs able to get the win there. So they go 4-1, and they're looking in comfortable control of Consulate at the minute.
Yeah, a strong spot from Chiefs, no doubt. Relay's a big round coming through there. I said I wanted to see them get aggressive. Just as I say it, he pushes up those spiral stairs and gets himself a pick. So that's the initiative that needs to be taken from Chiefs in a position like that, where you know the attackers have a bit of an advantage. They're pushing in from the back. They read it really perfectly. Valentino goes 1 for 1. That's fine, really, but I just don't know if they got a whole lot of value out of the Fuse shield other than that free pick they got onto Jake. And even that one, you probably could have got on any operator. So not getting so much out of the shield in that round is going to be a 4-1 lead for Chiefs. Again, 4-1 lead, defense Consulate, that's not that bad. You can absolutely still come back and win this game if you're Alula, but a 5-1 split's going to make it a whole lot harder.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think round 6 just became particularly important. It's another one of them where I'd forgiven the end of round 5, beginning of round 6 tactical timeout had they chosen to take it. You know, it is that important around. I would agree with you. I think if Chiefs win this, you are looking at a serious problem if you're on the side of Alula. And just to remind everybody of the stakes here that we're playing for, you can see up at the top of your screen 2 of those little EWC keys, I guess they are almost up there at the top. You can see they're coloured in, one on each side, because we've got one map apiece here in a best of 3. So whoever loses this one will see their key being quite literally crushed in the key crusher after this game. They will be eliminated.
Oh, it's so fun, Tim. One of my favorite parts of the tournament. Do stick around after the game because we'll get to see all the crushing action here on the stream. So keep your eyes open. But for now, of course, we've got to figure out which of those keys will survive. And to do so, Chiefs, for their final defense, will move back over towards the piano bomb site. This was a site where they were able to find some success on the side of Alula. You'll recall that they had that really good push towards yellow back behind the Monty. It's been banned out now by Chiefs, though, so a different strategy has to come to play. Crazy again, running this Fuse. I believe he's still on the shield as well. I don't know how much I love this when the Blackbeard is up on the board. If they get top floor control and they can use those cluster charges, great, but they weren't able to do so last time they went for this push, and I can't imagine it's going to be simple to take that control this time either.
I love the effort from player there. 7 and 3 on the Solis, spots the man outside on the drone and doing everything he could to try and get an angle onto it, but will not be successful. Right now, top floor still very much in the possession of Chiefs, though. I will need to get up there and start clearing it out. They've got Joza over on yellow. Stairs not really supported by anybody at the minute. Valentino's trying to get his way up there. Does get caught by a Razor Bloom, so he's also going to have limited movement for a little time, as well as the damage that comes along with it. Are Chiefs ready for this push, though? They better be if they want to remain in control of this top floor.
You can see Chiefs making a ton of vert. They're not expecting it cleared out on this top floor. They expect it to be a similar direct take from Alula, where they don't really go for the top floor clear and instead just try to sneak that plant down. That probably is still the game plan. Of course, there will be pressure on both floors of the map when they go for that execute, so they've got to be really careful on the side of Chiefs. They can both stop this plant from going down and win the fights on the top floor.
Relays has just taken a ton of damage inside of Piano. Going to need to be especially careful for the remainder of this. The pressure starts mounting on that top floor. Flash comes in. The Warden will be able to at least use the glasses, but others will not. Goyo sprayed down by Joza. He's been waiting the longest time at the top of yellow stairs there and gets his reward. Neptune manages to get up on the top of that desk, though. Finds the kill onto Valentino. Crazy finishes off Relays. He's been low health for the longest time. 20 seconds left to go and the diffuser's going down, but they've gone below. They've got the angle. They've got the kill. That puts the diffuser down cold. 3 versus 3 now. It's up to Chiefs to try and hold on. Bazooka has been able to grab that diffuser. He takes it to a new location, tries to put it down. The Solis is not in position to do anything about it, but they come off for some reason and then go back on. They've given them the opportunity to go in. They should have stuck it the first time around, but no! Full advantage taken by the Solis. Chiefs hold on, 5-1.
Those are the shakes. Those are the mistakes. That's how you lose games at the highest level of Rainbow Six. He had the plant. He just had to hold F, but unfortunately, he doesn't commit to it. He gets a little bit scared, Tim, and rightfully so. I mean, player down below, that's a massive threat, but little did Bazooka know that player wasn't in position. He was going for a flank yellow stairs. By the time he realized it was another plant, it was too little too late, but bailed out by just pulling off that defuse kit. Player, an incredible round, boosts him to double digits, now 10 and 3 in this game. He has been a massive difference maker for the Chiefs, but you got to imagine if it's not that small mistake from Bazooka, he doesn't get those last 2 kills, and we're at a 4-2 half.
Yeah, exactly that. Player has really grabbed this one by the scruff of the neck for his team, and he's looking to drag it over the line and make sure they get there. Don't get me wrong, there's a couple of, supporting characters in that lineup that are certainly putting the work in as well, but you can see he's itching for it. Like I commented on the way he was looking out that window, just trying to get any sliver of an angle that he could do. Any opportunity that is there in front of it, he's looking to take it. Alula, they are going to use this half-time tactical timeout to try and turn things around here. It's 5-1 at the minute. They've got to at least return a 5-1.
Yeah.
When they're on the defense, 6-0. If they want to win this outright, you got to say it's a big hill to climb now.
We've seen this before, Tim. Back on map number 1, it was Chiefs starting on the stronger side. It was their opponent's map pick, but they went up at 5-1 at the half. And frankly, Alula crumbled, okay? Even at the latter half of that first half, the latter quarter, I should say, they were struggling to get picks. They weren't really close to converting rounds, and they really didn't show up to the second half of that first map. We need to see something different out of Alula here on Consulate. They are moving onto a much more powerful side. They can bring things back with the momentum. We saw how they powered up on Lair. We have to see the Alula from map number 2 if there is any hope of pulling this map back. If they crumble once again, they're just going to be kicking themselves. They don't want to go out without a fight. They know they're better than the Siege they've played on map 1 and so far through map 3.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think, we're looking, it's back to that entry discussion again. We came into this saying this could be won or lost on the entry, where Alula had great entry on Lair. They were able to get the round wins. They were able to overturn it. And then we look at it here, it's 5-1. It's 5-1. It doesn't perfectly line up. They have overturned a round where they did lose the entry kill, but on the whole, yeah, the massive advantage is there for Chiefs. They're playing a lot of these rounds 5v4, and they're taking full advantage of the space that gains them. They move on to the attack now. This is going to change things up a little bit. Round 7, I'd say round 7 and 8 are essential wins for Alola here. They need to get it back to 5-3 minimum. 5-4 would be ideal, but it's the next two that are going to be critical.
We had a conversation after halftime in map number 1, Tim, where we asked about how Chiefs are going to approach this second half. Are they going to play with their lead? Are they going to try to get something cheeky off? Are they going to go fast, try to sneak something under the nose of Alola? Or are they going to play their standard siege, try to lock things down with a dominant 7-1? In the end, that's what they went for on Fortress. They slowed things down, they went for a standard play, and it worked for them. They crushed that match 7-1. This time, I was wondering if we might have seen something crazy. You know I was staring at that Finka from Jkenna, but of course they will pull off it. They've still got the Sens, they've got the Grim, the Zofia. Like, there is potential to go for something fast and cheeky here just behind those Sens walls, but it's going to be a lot more difficult, I think, without that Finka to lean back on.
I think given what we've seen, you know, Chiefs are the better team on the attack, so I think they just need to lean into that. They don't need to do anything special here. Their priority is going to be staying in the Esports World Cup. It's a huge tournament. There's a lot of money on the line. They just want to get this done. They're not bothered about how they look doing it. It doesn't matter that, you know, this style on them and get a little rush or this. They don't care. You know, they're just going to grind this out and get it done, and I think that's the mentality that they need to have. Just lock in. That's not really a lock-in. It's a great entry kill, to be fair, for the Pulse. Beautiful use of the scanner there, just catching Relays on the drone and takes him down.
Well, that's a bit of a taste of his own medicine, too. It was Relays that was on the Pulse back in round 4, playing in this exact same position in the exact same bomb sites. And while he didn't get a Nitro Cell kill, he wasted a lot of good time and was a big factor in his team winning that round. So now he'll know the sting of that Pulse playing down below inside of Visa. He's going to have to find some other way to support his teammates on the cams. This push from Chiefs definitely looks like it's focused on the admin side clear. This is where most pro teams want to take their push these days. It's certainly where Alola were looking to push on both of their attacks, and certainly it's a bit of a step-by-step process, but it's a good start coming through, taking this admin space, even after losing Relays. Plenty of bodies still to work through towards the site, though.
You could be forgiven for thinking that the drone there was taken out with the trip connectors, but it wasn't. It was shot out just before it got to them, I think. So that actually kept them in position. They refreshed pretty quickly anyway, to be honest. So it wouldn't have been the end of the world for the defenders, but they did manage to keep them alive throughout. Prox Alarm is just going to give away the presence of Lunchbox here, but given his play so far, I wouldn't be wanting to peek into him at the minute if I was one of these defenders. 2 playing on long desk at the minute, which Chiefs are now aware of as the drone goes in and sees them. Need to get aggressive on the back of this flash, you feel. I always look at utility and I think, what have you sold it for? If you're sending it in there, you're selling it. Have you got anything for it? And the answer is no. They've given that utility away for free.
Player down. That's going to be a really big loss. Now it's just Lunchbox and Jkenna. Just Lunchbox in a 1v4. This round has quickly devolved into chaos. He had good information on Bazooka's position when he hit that air jab earlier in the round, but after he escaped from it, it just felt like everything was falling apart for the Chiefs. Now desperate to swing into sight and get a pick. There's the swing late from Bazooka to be able to shut that one down. An excellent round being played on the defense for Alola. Exactly what they needed.
Yeah, it is. It's the platform that starts them going. Like I said, round 7 and 8 are absolutely essential. 9 would be brilliant if they can get themselves 3 in a row, bring it back to within 1 round, then maybe Chiefs have a little bit of a wobble mentally. It starts getting in there. Are we going to lose this? Are we going to be eliminated? Is this going to be another shock defeat? At the minute, though, I would still back Chiefs at this point. There's still a lot of work for Alola to do. I feel like they opened that up well. I'm not taking away from that kill, but you cannot rely on getting a Pulse Nitro Cell kill as an entry. An absolute freebie like that, round after round after round. They're going to have to start winning gunfights at the beginning of the round.
Tim, I think everything you're saying is smart and correct, but there's a part of me that just feels like Alola, they might have exactly what it takes. They're a team that power up as the map goes longer. They're on the stronger side. Chiefs, frankly, choked away that second map. They were in such a good position and couldn't win when the going got really tough. It came down to the final moments. I think Chiefs have played a great game of Siege here today, and I'd love to be proven wrong, but this is still a very difficult task for them. 2 rounds attacking on Consulate is still a difficult task to achieve.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
On we go, and it's going to be the split side.
Yeah.
Interestingly, coming in from Alola here. It's I think it's a tough site to defend at the best of times. You've got, you've really got to figure out early on what you're going to be facing from the attackers. It's not like a number of sites where your setup is your setup and they have to play into it. This way you can set everything up and you can think, right, we're going to try and cover off as much of the vertical as we can, and all of a sudden they're pushing horizontally from garage or vice versa. Very, very difficult site to defend at times. So I think it's a bold move from Alula. It's one of those, if they come away with a win, they're going to be geniuses.
Of course.
If not, you're going to question the site choice.
Yeah, I will say it's not one that they see much play down in OCE. Chiefs have yet to attack this site this stage, so it's obviously a map that a strat that they will be ready to have practiced, that they'll have played a couple of times in scrims, but it might not be something they have as many game day reps on, so that can make a difference at this level if you're not so prepared to push on some of these bomb sites. So far, the task is just get into the building, and that's been plenty difficult for Chiefs, as this admin hold has been really tough to break through. A lot of punch holes being played, lots of drones being shot so far, but Relays has a gap here onside the balcony. We've got pressure in towards admin as Jkenna swings in too, so the map control is starting to be gained by Chiefs.
Blackbeard is just going to work across, as you say, try and play in behind. They can't suffer it again.
No
They can't suffer
way.
it again. They do. And it's going to be the Blackbeard. It might be an opportunity to pick him up to safety here, but they need to be really careful in doing so. Crazy underneath does not realise the opportunity that might just have been in front of him to get the double. But Jkenna back on his feet, but a lot of damage done to the Blackbeard. We've seen earlier on Lair how much that can be influential when you're trying to work your way in with those shields.
I love the Dokkaebi call from player, just forcing that pulse to go back so we can't do something crazy while that pickup is in action. That's good coordination coming through from Chiefs and stopping a bad situation from turning so much worse. But Valentino, he has been a menace in this game. He was a star player back in map number 2, and roaming on this top floor, you can tell he wants to get active.
At the minute, you're just concerned if you're a Chiefs fan because it doesn't feel like they're having too much impact in this round. I look at Alula and I say, have they been bothered inside a site? Have they been disrupted? Had they had to move around? And the answer at the minute is no. They do lose Bazooka, and we've spoken about those entry kills and how difficult it has been for Alula to fight their way back into those rounds, but they do exactly that. Kaid managing to pick up Relays on the ace. Any hard breaching that hasn't been done won't be done. Joza manages to find the Dokkaebi as well. Another big pickup, 4 versus 3 right now, but Lunchbox is there with one onto the Kaid. But the big problem here facing Chiefs is the time. 10 seconds left to go. They need to get explosive. They need to find an opportunity to put the diffuser down. They're going to go for it now. It's going to start getting put on the floor. They're just spraying through, hoping beyond hope here. There's the kill from above. Valentino has probably just won the round. Lunchbox grabs the diffuser, has to go for it, but Valentino takes it down from above.
He really is the heart and soul of this team, is he not? Valentino, the veteran who's been to these international events in the past, back here now with a very young squad, has found all the momentum in the world. He was such an important player in map number 2, and his persistence up on that top floor here in round 8 was the difference maker. Tim, I thought he was going to play aggressive. I called it that, hey, he's looking to take some fights. There's some pressure from Chiefs up here, but instead, he just fell back to admin. He was really passive. He played over towards the CEO side, then came over towards admin, was always up above, and because Chiefs never managed to take that full control of the top floor, I think they thought he had maybe fallen back to site, so they all gave it up and went back down towards the executes. It just gets really messy in the end there. There's nothing they can do except press F and pray because they didn't have time to re-clear Valentino up above. It is perfect positioning coming out from the veteran on Alula, and because of it, they've done what you said they had to. 7 and 8 are in the books.
Yeah, I think it's just such a smart play from Valentino. He's recognised at about the minute mark, I'd say there, he's recognised Chiefs have got nowhere near enough done so far in this round. So what does that mean? It means they're going to have to rush. And as soon as they have to rush, there's going to be an opportunity for me to move across on the top floor because they are not going to come and clear me out. So he's happy to sit up there because he knows if they do come and clear him out, they lose the round because they'll run out of time. If they don't, he's going to go across and have the impact that he thinks that he should have. Looking to get aggressive on the windows here. This is the Alula that we love to see. You said they might power up just like they did back on Lair, and power up they have. 2 rounds in a row, 7 and 8. I said 9 would be ideal. This would bring them back within touching distance confidence, and it also really sends. I think if they lose this, we see Chiefs go for a tactical timeout.
I 100% agree, Tim. It feels like things get out of control if they can't win this attack, but already we're seeing Alula get up to their old tricks. Crazy playing up to his name with that spawn peek here on the pulse. It doesn't really go his way, but he's not hard punished for it, so he will escape with the majority of his HP still intact and can go play down below the bomb site as well. That was what was really impressive from Player when they defended this site, Tim, was they had that vert down below that really foiled the plans of Alula going for the plant just inside of X position, but this time around, it will be known. You saw the pulse really early, so Chiefs should be aware that that might be a threat later on in the round. For now, they're more focused on pressuring these top 4 players. They've got Jkenna just outside of that spiral stairs. They've got Neptune hunting in from down below on Zulu. Plenty of opportunities to try to work yourself in for a pick.
Chiefs are just going to be praying a little bit. I think that they managed to get themselves the round here. The entry, of course, would be a great start. Just moving up with that scanner knows that they are close, but it's going to be Joza who manages to pick up the first, and what a loss of utility there with the Capitao going. That's going to be smoke bolts, asphyxiation arrows, all gone with him, but the plant could be on here. The Blitzer's got shield on the back and putting it down, but going to have to come off as players around him continue dying. 2 versus 3.
I feel like Jkenna maybe could have stuck that, Tim. I mean, there weren't players directly pressuring him. He could have maybe gotten that plant, forced to a post plant, but feels like he has to help his teammates, and I can respect that for sure. He's got Player next to him, trying to work their way in towards the site, but full top 4 control still by Alula is going to make this plant really difficult to still pull off.
Yeah, it's they're short of time again here at Chiefs. Again, Alula recognise that and is just confident that they can hold this from above. It's going to be about getting into a spot where they can't see you. Jkenna thinks that he's managed to find something. The cover needs to be there from Player. He actually takes the attention that's going to allow the plant to go down, gets a kill on the other side, but it's now all up to him. It's going to have to be a triple at the end. He manages to get one. Could be an ace to win this one. 30 seconds left for the last man to do something about it, and I love this rotation from Chiefs. Player getting up above. Has Bazooka moved quickly enough? He got hit by the air jab. He's going to go for the defuse. I'm not sure they're aware of this. Player's not moving quickly enough. Bazooka! Surely he should have stuck it. That's the second time we've seen him come off in that kind of a situation, and he gives Player the opportunity to fight his way back in. Can he find the ace? Yes, he can! Player takes Chiefs onto map point!
This kid is inevitable from the most impossible situations. Player is finding success. How does he do it again and again and again in these positions where it should be so favorable for Alula? It should be so favorable for Bazooka to just stick on the disable, stick on the plant, and he can't seem to do it. Player is having these insane mind games, 21 years old, playing like a veteran here at the Esports World Cup. A massive statement to get Chiefs onto series point.
I know how difficult it is from Bazooka's position there.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going on. There's not a clear readout for you. You're hearing noise. You're hearing those footsteps. I just feel like if you're down to a second and a half, that kind of time range, you just got to live by the sword, die by the sword. You just got to see it through at that point. You've already invested 5.5 seconds in there. Just get it done.
I mean, both on that round and the piano round where he was planting, there's no correct call, right?
No,
because you have to read your opponent and figure out, are they rushing me or are they playing time? And ultimately that's a 50-50. You know, that's a vibe check. Do you know what your opponent's going to do? And it's just so unfortunate that Bazooka has been off the wrong end of it twice now, and Player has gotten some ridiculous round wins because of both of those. If those rounds go the other way, if Player's not able to clutch up those couple of rounds, all of a sudden, this is what, 5-4 favoring for Alula defending on Consulate? We would be talking about Chiefs as if they were doomed and had no hope from this point of view, point of the game. But now, because of the heroics of one man, Chiefs have put themselves into a dominating position with just 3 minutes separating themselves from moving on today.
An ace and a 1v3, absolutely beautiful stuff from him. What a tough day.
Oh boy.
We thought Alula were getting loud. Player gets in on the action there. Chiefs looking like they could be doing this. One more round. We'll see them continue here at the Esports World Cup. Whilst for Alula, one more round loss. We'll see that key crushed, their right to continue removed, and it will be the end of things for them. Look, they've whichever way this goes, they've fought valiantly. We've seen some great performances. Joza, Crazy, Valentino have particularly stood out across this series.
Agreed.
You know, and they did put up a little bit of resistance against Shopify Rebellion, maybe not as much as they might have liked, but they got themselves a couple of rounds and they've done a lot that they can be proud of, but there is more that they can find yet to be proud of, I'm sure. 3 rounds in a row is needed. That's the target.
Alula have impressed me a lot this series. You know, there have been a lot of moments where in my head, I kind of counted them out. I didn't think they'd be able to pull things back. They've every time surprised me and be able to pull things back and kept themselves competitive in this game. If they do it again, if they come back from the 6-3 deficit after the round that they just lost, that will be the most impressive moment of all. This is where the tension gets the most dangerous. This is where the stakes are the highest. You've got to be perfect. There's no more second chances for Alula. 3 straight and then winning overtime is a very tall task, even when you're on the favorite side of the map. But 1 round at a time, Tim. They can't be thinking about the pressure. They can't be thinking about the odds. They just have to find a way to stop this push coming in admin side.
And that way looks like it might be the clash that is going to be the point of this defense that they hope to sit behind and cause a problem. The Snake tries to work the way up Visa stairs, but now they can manage to find the trip connector, so that gives them a little bit of freedom there. They now maybe pressure and move up, but particularly for the Blackbeard to push forward and look to challenge. But they need to be careful because it's the Clash that is in that position and can force that shield break.
Already quite deep. I mean, just hitting the 60 to 90-second mark now in the round, and we saw a lunchbox kind of petering towards the site. Not quite going to be in just yet, of course. They're still trying to get past this vending hallway. They just destroyed the Clash shield, if I saw that correctly from the top-down POV, so that's a massive piece of utility that just got taken down. Mahager is now just going to have to play with this SMG. He's got no more utility to speak of.
Just waiting on this skinny angle, waiting for somebody to give him absolutely anything. At the minute we see the light screens going out, the damage is coming into the Blackbeard, but how about that player peeks around the corner? Who else takes down the Clash? It's going to be Jay Kenner managing to get one. A flurry of kills in both directions leave us now in a 3 versus 3.
Jose's done so much to keep his team alive in this round, but the defuse kit's still held by Jay Kenna. There's 2 from Bazooka. Hold on. The player who had been doing so much in terms of these late rounds, not able to clutch things up. Now it's a 1v3 from player. He's been in some difficult spots, but this could be the one. A 1v3 turned 1v2. There's no way, right?
Right. 30 seconds left to go. You know when player's alive, there is always a way. 17 and 5, but low health at the minute. But neither Jose or Crazy are on full health at the minute. This is possible. He needs to stop thinking about the diffuser. I think at this point it's going to have to be kills or nothing. He's going to circle back round to the meeting door. A little bit of indecision creeping in. They know that they're playing this safe. Alula, they've got themselves 1 in closet, 1 inside a CEO. Peek around the corner, and that's going to be the round. Alula keep fighting. 6-4.
All right, they closed down that disaster. Could you imagine if player clutches up from the position that he was in? But it was really smartly played by Alula. They gave him no opportunities to get into sight. And
I think there was a very strong comm at some point, I would guess, saying, do not fight him.
Yeah, and honestly, there's a good chance that was Valentino as well. After we saw Bazooka step up and get those 2 massive kills, putting player in the 1v3, I think that calm absolutely came through. You see this chaos. I think Joza did so much work flanking up these Visa stairs. The fact that he gets the second on a Neptune is unreal. I can't believe he finds those frags the way they did. The Visa stairs were so important for Alula to win that round. They played around them perfectly. Bazooka redeems himself. He doubles his kill count in this map from 2 up to 4. And right, he might be the bottom frag for his team, but those kills were hugely impactful. And if he can have a couple more of those, Alula still very much in this game.
Yeah, overall on the day, you know, Bazooka's playing pretty well. Not, you know, amazing, but he's middle of the pack for his team. And like you say, it's more about those pivotal moments. And we saw quite a few of them on there for him as well, where he just really turned around on its head, and he continued to do so. 6-4 then it stands for Chiefs. We head into round 11. It's going to be another series point opportunity here for the OCE team. This time they're going to be attacking onto basement. They will get at least 2 more chances, this one and the next round, but if it goes into overtime, who knows what's going to happen.
Starting to get scary here for both teams, starting to get real, but again, 1 round at a time has to be the mentality for both of these squads. Something that Iconic was talking about earlier on the cast is like, while it might be pressure for Alula with their backs against the walls, it's also pressure for Chiefs to finish this game and stop things from spiraling out of control, because it can be just as difficult sometimes to make this play happen when you're in the lead up 6-3. That final round can often be the most difficult one. And when you lose your best player to a brilliant Nitro Cell from Bazooka, finally some revenge coming back from the player who has been dominated by player all throughout this matchup. That could be a tilt factor for sure.
And it was a brilliant Nitro, because a lot of the time that Nitro gets thrown when players are approaching the wall. You hear those footsteps and out it goes, and everybody expects that. By allowing them up to the breach, allowing them to get the breach, you just create that little bit of a sense of security there, and then bang, he hits him with it on the way back. Absolutely beautiful stuff from the Tubarão, and that gives them the entry that they so desperately need in these rounds. We've seen them struggle when they are 4 versus 5, but 5 versus 4, they're actually very, very solid, Alula. And this time, it's also going to be a lot of utility that goes with that opening kill, with the striker being taken out.
This is a really tough push. You know, they don't have control of that top floor. It's still being locked down by Alula, so they're just trying to send this in through server, trying to make plays happen with relays on the blitz. It's all they really have to play for at the moment, but it's not going their way. Kenna will fall to the Kai inside of the sights. Lunchbox some early damage as well. He gets down by the Ella, and it all falls apart. This is going to be a flawless round win, but no one back from Neptune. Tim, that feels too little too late. 6-5 seems to be the scoreline unless a miracle can come through from Neptune.
I love the use of those auto canisters to slow down the blitz there as well. It was really beautiful stuff out of the Tubarão. We've said Bazooka has had some pivotal moments and he continues to do so. Talking of pivotal though, Neptune goes from a 1v5 to a 1v3, managing to get 2 kills, but surely he cannot get any more. He does though. 1v2, it would have to be an ace clutch. He's got the Soliton radar to give him a little bit of intel, and he will take it gladly.
We've had some ridiculous clutches in this series, Tim. If Neptune wins the 1v5, it's not just clutch of the series, it'd be clutch of the tournament.
Almost certainly. He's looking to push forward in towards security. He doesn't know that Valentino's up on the desk. He had an idea that he was there, but it was just the elevation that caught him off guard. And Alula, they managed to put the brakes on. They close that one out, and we get 12 rounds, which I think a lot of people at home will not have expected us to see.
And you saw Valentino there in the player cam. One more. That's what he said to his teammates. One more to get it into overtime. He had a brilliant angle up on the desk to be able to stop that potential clutch from Neptune. You could see things getting away from them, right? Look to Alula, a younger team, somewhat inexperienced. They have been tossing some of their bodies in these advantage states. They have been playing maybe a little bit more loose than they should be, but Valentino, the veteran, is the one to slow things down, to stop it for his team. It will be a tactical timeout called by Chiefs. One more round separates us from overtime, and it'll be the Aussies that call their attack.
It certainly feels like they're taking a little bit of a chance here. We've always got to remember that a tactical timeout is not just for your team. Alula are benefiting from this as well. The reward for Chiefs does not come without risk, and that is that they are giving the opportunity to Alula to lay themselves out a blueprint for exactly how they're going to play round 12. Yes, Chiefs are backing their coach. They're backing themselves to be able to get more value out of that tactical timeout and get themselves over the line here and now. Honestly, if this goes to overtime, I have got absolutely no idea which way it is going to fall. Right now, Chiefs have lost a lot of their attacks so far. They've only been successful once. It's got to be improved. It's got to be a second.
It's about 7:30 a.m. on the east coast of Australia. To any of the Chiefs fans who are just waking up and deciding, oh, I'll check out the Esports World Cup, let me tell you, you have missed an incredible game between these two teams, the Chiefs and Alula. Definitely go back and watch it if you haven't, but player has been phenomenal. Lunchbox has had some huge moments. Neptune almost just made history with the most ridiculous clutch we've ever seen, but it's got to be on everybody. There's not one player that can step up and win a game for a team. It's got to be a full team effort. Alula Club, they've been playing a lot better than people gave them credit for. I think some of their attacks back on map 2 were so well put together. Now on these defenses, they're not losing their cool even when down by a massive round count. They have pulled this game back into the realm of possibility, and now they may even look likely. This rush play could be fast from Chiefs.
It should have been slower. Valentino takes down Relays. Bazooka onto Neptune. It's falling apart quickly. Valentino with the second in the round. 5 versus 2. The work is cut out. Lunchbox starts doing it though. Manages to take down the smoke. He's got the shield in front of his face. Just trying to create a little bit of safety. Impact nade comes out. That's going to be half damage done. They're looking to get aggressive onto him here. Absolutely no breathing space. Alula Club, they take us into overtime.
Two different vibes on the stage right now, Tim. On one side, you've got screams louder than you can imagine, and I just turned to look at the Chiefs players right when that round ended. Every single arm went up above the heads. They are stressed after they risk everything on a Finca blitz rush, and it gets slammed shut. That attack there on the top floor of Consulate, it just does not go their way, and now what was supposed to be an advantage, choosing the start side here on Consulate, has turned against them as Alula Club will have the decision on where they wanted to start in overtime, and no prizes for whoever can predict this. They have chosen to start on the defense. This is a bad spot for Chiefs.
Yeah, it really is. This could be, a serious upset on the day. Like we said, that's not to write Alula Club off whatsoever. They have shown us very, very capably that they can play Siege. They were just the mystery team coming in that we didn't know too much about. We've not seen them at this international level, but what a story they are building at the minute. Like I said, coming in here, they follow in, some big footsteps ahead of them with teams like Twisted Minds coming out of their region, some big old names in there as well that have made their impact on World Siege. And these guys are really showing that they're in the position to do maybe just the same in the future, because this has been brilliant so far. The resolve that they have shown repeatedly to fight their way back in. They've gone 5-1 on the defense in response to Chiefs opening things up like that. That is unbelievable for a new team at this level.
It's incredible. I mean, they weren't even supposed to be here, Tim. This is not a Tier 1 team that plays in the official circuit. They came in through the meta qualifier, and basically everyone wrote them off. Now here they are, about to upset Chiefs. They still got to win in this overtime, but again, Consulate, we've seen 2 5-1 defense favored halves. Chiefs will have to attack twice here in OT. They'll have their first attempt now on the top floor. This bomb site has been a real menace for the attackers to try to break through so far in this game. Alula have had some really strong defenses. They've played around the Clash. They've played around the Denari, which is being brought here on this round as well. Chiefs will be slow. They'll start things off just as they have consistently on the admin side. There's no threats down below, no pulse roaming like there was previously, so I like seeing Alula not relying on the same tricks to win rounds, but instead they're going to have to find some other way to slow down this push on the admin side.
Chiefs need to be careful that they don't start playing scared though. They've, lost a lot of rounds there. They continue on the attack. If they play a little bit scared, they cut their time down. It takes them longer to do things, and we might just see them having to rush towards the end of the rounds. For the time being, the Soliton radar is doing its work to clear out and make sure that they've got that space underneath.
This is going to be a slow burn from Chiefs. I don't see anybody going for crazy plays. They don't have anybody down below trying to pressure these attackers inside the site. They have relays on the Snake, but he's really just looking to walk up these spiral stairs and prevent any defenders who might want to flank down below. So far, that's not the game plan from Alula either. They're biding their time. They're using these toxic babes. They've still got some nitros to deny these plants as well. They've got some really good opportunities to just slow down this game and make things happen. Crazy is now going for the flank in through Piano, and he might have timed this perfectly if he can find relays.
Valentino just takes a little bit of damage from below. Bazooka takes more though as Lunchbox manages to find that kill. 50 seconds left on the clock. Snake is going to make his way up Visa stairs to join the rest of his team on this attack. Spiral is in the control of Chiefs now. They are starting to overwhelm Alula a little bit. They're being forced deeper into sight. The plant is going down. I'm not sure there's anything that Alula can do to stop this, but there is a flank coming from Crazy. Kills come in on the side of Chiefs though. 4 versus 1. They couldn't attack in regulation, but they certainly can in overtime.
Relays, he finds the kills that he needs to. I said it'd be a slow burn and maybe a bit too slow on the side of Alula. We saw the flank creeping up from the bandit on spiral stairs. It felt like Crazy was going to be the one that cracks that round wide open, but instead it's a simple push into sight after they kill Bazooka on the smoke. That opens the door for a plant. Simple default defuse kit down on the meeting door. The most common execute that we see on the top floor of Consulate. And Alula, they just don't respond to it. If they'd kept their bandit down below, that's an easy nitro to deny the plant. If instead they flanked a little bit faster, that might cause some more disruption to get the execute going. But instead, this push from Crazy Crazy was too little, too late, and Relays had already blown open the defense.
I think the problem, aside from the defensive superiority so far in this game, the problem that Alula face now, you commented coming into it, Jesse, the guys on Chiefs looked stressed when this went to overtime. All the hands were on their heads, everything else. I looked a couple of the faces there as that round win went in, and it was like a weight was lifted. You could see the cheeks were puffed out like, right, we've got away with it. We've got the attack that we needed. Now we can just get this finished off. And so that one round has just completely flipped the pressure in this game on its head.
Chiefs did the impossible. They won an attack on Consulate here, just the third of the game, so Alula must respond with the same result. Otherwise, this is going to be their tournament coming to a close on day one, dead last at the Esports World Cup. With how they've played, they don't deserve dead last. Neither of these teams do, but somebody's got to lose at the end of the day. Alula fighting for their lives here on the offensive side. And I'm curious if this might be a CEO take, Tim, because while there is admin pressure, we see the ace over here. Josie's starting to open up some of these walls. There are a lot of players kind of on the other side of the map as well, poking around for Alula, and we didn't see that the last two times they went for an admin push.
Nitro goes out, and it's a brilliant start from Chiefs. Absolutely fantastic throw. Just gets the timing perfect as well to take Joza down. That's going to be the ace gone. There will be no more hard breaching. We've got Bazooka with the hard breach secondaries, but that's as good as it's going to get.
That's the second time Neptune has gotten a Nitrocell kill on that very window outside an admin. Previously, it was the Blackbeard that he got the pick on. This time, it's the ace. Two critical operators to remove from the game. Crazy retrieves that diffuser, but it's taken so much time, and despite the cutoff attempt, they're not able to punish Lunchbox as he attempts to go back towards the site and play closer to his teammates. So now the task gets more difficult for Alula. They've got control of admin. They've got a bit of map control under their belt, but this is only because they've conceded on the side of Chiefs. They're happy to play the hallway. They're happy to play behind all this utility.
Yeah, and a lot of utility there is. You can see the Goyo canister ahead of the deployable shield on top of the laser gate with 3 Wamile magnets surrounding it. It's going to take an awful lot for Alula to move their way through. Their time and utility spend is going to be high. Bazooka just waiting underneath. We've seen them already be able to get these vertical kills with the triple detonation. They get it done again. Chiefs, they were punished on Lair. They're punished exactly the same on Consulate.
The push is starting to come together from Alula. They've managed to push that player outside of meeting. They got past the vending player with a really nice Flores drone from Crazy. Now a plant goes into position, but players still got those toxic babes. Look at the time though. Almost a full minute on the clock and only one more toxic babe in the pocket of player. They're not going to be able to win this on time. Chiefs will have to step up and take a gunfight if they don't want to see round 15.
Valentino just moving his way through long desk. Everything now going in the favor of Alula, it feels. Chiefs just being pushed deeper and deeper. Like you say, they need that hero moment. They need somebody to step up. The plant is going to be started here. Crazy taken down. Player tries to be that man for his team again. He does get the planter, but there's an immediate trade there. Bazooka grabs the diffuser, will confirm it this time around, and the Sens holding the angle, manages to find the kill. Relays taken down. 2 versus 3. Chiefs, they're going to have to fight back from behind if they want to do this here. And now there is the opportunity, but you feel it's missed. There's only about 25 seconds left for them to take action here. There's going to be surely no opportunity. Jekena manages to find one. Nade comes in, forces him out into the Claymore that was put down by Crazy. We're going all the way to 15 on map 3 to decide this in just 1 round.
You could not have written a better script for this game, Tim. At all costs, it feels like the improbable has come up and has happened for the underdogs. This time it's Alula who put together a brilliant attack, and you know what? I gotta say it, those nerves came back at the worst time for Chiefs. Because in the 4v4, when they're going for the plant, one player steps up and swings the planter and gets a pick. It's player. He makes that thing happen. He makes that man count go back towards an even, and he stalls that push. Then Chiefs, they kind of just stall. I mean, Alula get right back into a plant position. It's a 3v3, and everyone on Chiefs is just sitting, waiting as the plant goes down. They finally push up and start to pressure it, but it's being held on the angle. It's really calm, cool, collected push coming out from Alula where they're ready for those swings to come forward. And man, that might be a heartbreaker for Chiefs, no matter who loses at this point. It's a brutal one, but Tim, it's anybody's game.
I love absolutely adore that play at the end with the nade to push the player out into the Claymore. Just beautiful stuff. You know, we saw the nades changed so long ago to prevent the like up nading or whatever you want to call it, and now they work on a basis where they have a 4-second fuse after they hit a surface, so they are much more effective at just moving somebody out of a position, and the function was just used to perfection there. Love to see it. It's always nice when it comes together. So we go into round 15. It's going to be Chiefs on the attack this time. They've only been able to win 2 so far out of 7 attempts. So you would have to say that the momentum has swung once more, and it sits with Al at the minute. This all comes down to one round. Elimination from the Esports World Cup. The key being crushed or making it through to compete more tomorrow. All rides on the outcome of this one round.
Moments like these where heroes start to reveal themselves. I mean, Player has been so incredible in this matchup, winning some impossible rounds, but he's the first person to die. If Chiefs are going to be able to close this one out, it will have to be somebody else that carries the flag. Valentino's been big for Alula. We've seen so many good players pop off from this Middle Eastern team, but now with the man advantage, they don't need to get any more aggressive. They've seen Joza be able to get aggressive and find that first frag onto Player. They can concede the admin control and sit inside their bomb site. They're feeling comfy.
Not only is it the 20-kill player who's been taken out, it's also the Sense, who's always going to be a critical part of any execution. If you're bringing that utility along, it's because you need it to put that diffuser down. So now Chiefs are scrambling. They're going to have to find an alternative. We look across, and there are just big numbers everywhere. 20 for Player, 11 for Neptune, 15 for Joza, 12 for Valentino. So many players making a name for themselves and stepping up.
You see 3 players on the admin side. The one that's missing is, of course, Relays on the Thermite, who's moved over towards the roof. He's thinking about going Spiral side. It definitely feels like they need a second dimension. If they all funnel in through admin, just as they have through so many of these previous rounds, it's going to be read by Alula. Somebody else has to be able to step up and provide some other dimension.
In comes the utility. We can see the fire burning out as the Nitro went over and detonated. The Goyo canister as well. 2 kills come in from Joza. 1 more from the Azami onto Lunchbox. It's 5 versus 1. Surely it's over, and yes, it is. Cheers erupt from Alula as they manage to continue here at Esports World Cup, representing their region. The Solo Mena team will continue. Chiefs, their key will be crushed.
A devastating result, but you cannot count out Alula. They got 7-1 on their own map pick to start this series. It looked like this was going to be over in an hour and a half. It felt like this would be the fastest series of the day, and yet somehow it became the most competitive. From the lowest of lows to the highest of highs, Alula have proven so many people wrong today.
Yeah, this is it. You know, I called them the mystery team coming in. We didn't know what to expect, but I tell you what, boy, am I excited to watch them tomorrow.
Oh.
Well, what a crazy game we have seen. The only meta representation lives to see yet another day. It took us all the way around 15. A very defensive first half for both these teams, and all of a sudden they both know how to attack in overtime. I don't know what I was watching during this game. Incredible stuff though from the side of Alula. That's the most important thing, right? It's consistency from these players that we're seeing. That kind of unknown factor as well from being the only meta representative, and how deserving is this to pull through with the mental resilience as well throughout these all 3 maps after losing the first one. 7-1, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible. Like, they genuinely looked like they were shook. Like, they had no hope of coming back after that first map. I don't know who it was, if it was the coach or if it was Valentino, the veteran on this roster, who got them back in the game mentally, but it really felt like that was the difference maker. Once we started to see those players get back into things, even the first half of map 2, they didn't look very competitive, and yet somehow they pull the game back and end up with a 2-1 series win.
Yeah, I look at this team and I really feel like, you know, they just needed that confidence. They just needed that time to settle in. I think, you know, they are better than they showed us against Shopify Rebellion. You know, whether they make it out of play-ins or not, who knows? But I genuinely think they are going to be competitive tomorrow as well. And like I said, I genuinely cannot wait to watch more of that.
Yeah, such a close game as well, though, because you have to feel bad for the side of Chiefs, right? They got so close.
Yeah.
Player, 20 kills in total. He got that ace as well to get them on that point as well. And you think about it, hindsight, you know, what did that get them in the end? It was great performance. It was incredible stuff with the ace and the 20 kills. But in the end, it's not going to get
Nobody
you anything.
will remember it.
Your key is the second one to be crushed of all teams here at EWC.
I mean, it's just got to be devastating for them.
Yeah.
Like, there's no other way to put it. Chiefs are they're going to be thinking about this for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
This
They played a great game.
They did.
It's commiserations to Chiefs.
Yeah.
They played their part in what has been a phenomenal matchup. We've just had 30 rounds across 2 maps. You know, we'll forget about map 1. That was a little bit one-sided. But other than that, I think that's been the best game of the day by a long way. It will probably end up the best game of the play-ins. It's going to take something special to beat it.
I'll tell you what, OCE is on the rise. We saw Enterprise have some really big moments of Salt Lake City. They'll be still playing later on in the Esports World Cup. Now to see Chiefs come out and show everybody, even the second team in OCE, can really put up and have some great performances. I'm excited to watch this region going forward. They clearly have a lot to prove.
And we get to hear from a player who is very likely the MVP of this matchup as Lexi gets standing by Valentino for a chat.
Welcome to the stage. I'm here with Valentino from Aula. What a series from you and the team. I mean, how are you feeling right now?
I'm actually breathless. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. Like, it was hell of a game. Chiefs put out like a massive game, a massive performance. But like, we could come back the last map and pull the win. So GG's to them.
I mean, you guys absolutely were stellar throughout this. I mean, Joza, especially in that last round. I mean, a big 3K coming out of him. But, I mean, you guys being the only MENA representation, I mean, what does it mean for you to be in this moment, to still continue your campaign, still continue to show that your region deserves to be here and can be a top contending team?
I mean, at the end of the day, we represent our own region, the whole MENA region. I hope, like, we go into, like, somewhere that it makes the region proud, because like we are playing for ourselves and the whole region behind us. So we hope we make you proud, guys.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, 47 rounds today. I mean, there is no better way to write the story for you guys this early on. I mean, 47 rounds, 3 games total so far. I mean, you guys are doing something incredible already, and to stay alive the way that you did, I mean, this is the series, what you want to end to bring into tomorrow.
I mean, like, the first map we played against Shopify, we played really bad. Like, we weren't in the mood, we weren't playing together, we know our mistakes. Like, we weren't playing as a team. And then it happened again on Fortress. And then like on Lair, we were like, okay, we need to fucking wake up. Sorry for the effort. But, I mean, thankfully, we could close Fortress and Consulate. And hopefully tomorrow we come with the same way we played on both maps, Consulate and Lair.
Yeah, and I want to look forward to tomorrow, and it'll be the last question before I can send you, get some rest up for tomorrow. What are your thoughts going into your match tomorrow against Tyloo?
I mean, I hope the better team wins, which is us. No, I'm going to say it again.
Okay. All right. We missed it right there. That's it from Valentino and the boys from Aula. I mean, big commiserations to the Chiefs over there. I mean, hell of a performance from both these teams, but that ends it here for the night. I'll send you one last time to the desk to wrap things up, and then we got more action heading into tomorrow.
Sure, you're making the region very proud here as well. You think back about Twisted Minds at the most recent international event, making it to the semifinals for the very first time. Add into that the sprinkle of our newest region with the CNL being competitive as well. It is a great time to be a Siege enjoyer right now.
Yeah, it really is. It feels like all corners of the world, teams are finding success. We talked about how OCE looks like the best they've ever been. MENA for sure is turning a ton of heads and has some really strong competitors representing their region, including Alula here. The CNL has really shown up as well to represent themselves. It just feels like all over the globe, Siege is growing as an esport, and teams are just getting so much better.
Yeah, I think this definitely proves that MENA is a region on the move, and that move is upwards at the minute. It's for the longest time. I think we've respected Twisted Minds. We've seen the players that they've had through the different teams that they've been with, but ultimately, it's nice to have somebody else coming through and showing us that they can be on that level as well, and they can find that bit of depth in the region. It's brilliant stuff. We love to see it. The more competitive World Siege is, the better it is for everybody. So fantastic stuff.
Well, as we see the result of this match, I mean, we talked about Alula getting loud. We're seeing it right here as well on our screens. Incredible stuff. You see how much it means to them on their faces and in their player reactions as well. They live to see another day as the only MENA representative, and they have to be so proud of themselves. The most exciting thing, though, is that we get to watch a live Key Crush happening right now. We get to witness Chiefs Kree being crushed. Let's have a look at the stage. And as we see the key being placed down here, I mean, you want to think about what's going to the player's mind in this situation, right? You get to crush your opponent's key. If that is not making a statement after you just beat them in such a close series, I don't know what is.
I mean, it almost feels disrespectful. Like, you heard the respect being shown in the post-game interview. They know how close that game was and how well Chiefs played, but in the end, only one team can come out on top. Today, that was Alula, and they get the pleasure of crushing that key.
It's the first one that I've seen live, and I absolutely love this. It's just such a physical representation, isn't it, of beating somebody and removing them from the tournament, just having, that very, very, visual representation of it. Absolutely love it. We see the key cracked into pieces there. Brilliant stuff.
I was gonna say, it's not just crushed, that's broken into many different pieces. Did you guys hear the physical as well near the end? That's just the sound of like Chiefs' hopes and dreams of making it into this tournament. Deleting. Gone. Absolutely with that. I love, like you mentioned as well, it's such a unique thing about EWC, right? It's their token of participation. Once it gets crushed, you're out of it.
Coolest thing about this tournament in my mind, like all the theatrics that we have are in the trophy system and the keys. Like no other tournament has done anything like this ever, and it's really revolutionizing the game.
It is, yeah. As we look at our record, though, because it is just one day in our play-in so far, we've kind of completed half of it. We already saw Shopify Rebellion move their way into the play-ins playoffs tomorrow for that one spot, or 2 spots rather, going into group stage. And we, of course, saw Chiefs being eliminated just here now on this stream. And then for Group B as well, I think maybe a bit of an upset because Fnatic have actually managed to move their way into those play-ins playoffs as well. I was talking about it earlier today. I got a hold down Fnatic as the sole EML representative on the desk earlier today. But it's good to see that with a 2-0 over MIBR Los as well.
Yeah, this was a dominating game coming through from Fnatic. I thought they played really well in a game where a lot of people saw them as the underdogs because MIBR Los have a little bit more of that international experience. They will live to fight another day, of course, but Fnatic, they've got to be feeling really confident with how they played today.
I said it to you earlier off camera, Jesse. Genuinely, Fnatic, if they can play at their best, that's the big question for Fnatic. When they play at their best, I genuinely would put them at least in the top half of teams here at the tournament. So it doesn't surprise me to see them going through like that, but they've got to keep that consistency there. That's the important thing for them now.
Well, you saw it in the bottom left of your screens just there when we had the bracket up. We had another team eliminated today, and I saw how excited you guys were getting about the key crush. We're getting another one as we get to see how King Zero's key got crushed earlier today. Let's have a look at it then as we move that key into the crusher. I already got a bit of a, spoiler alert for this one because I watched it happening over on the A stream. I mean, look at that Didi and the reactions after this as well. This one's also going to be boom, multiple parts.
Yeah.
Looking at his face there, he's so happy to be doing this.
Well, CIG Veryl, they've had a rough couple of years on an international stage. They don't often get to send a team home, but this event, they've managed to do just that, taking out King Zero. It's got to feel so good for them to find that victory and send their opponents home.
Yeah, what a turnaround it's been for CAG. It's been a rough year internationally for them, realistically. So to come through and get that win today, I think will mean a lot. But I think it also makes them a little bit dangerous as well, because having that win, it might just really settle them down a little bit and they can start building on that. So I'm really excited to see them as well tomorrow. And, we're going to have some big games coming up through the rest of the play-ins. And that's before we even touch the main big chunk of the tournament. This is brilliant.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun because we get teams like Falcons, a Wildcard, FaZe walking like, I'm so excited to start EWC. These teams have been through the gauntlet already. They've blood, sweat, tears, everything before they even get to group stage.
Just imagine being the one that gets to crush FaZe's key.
Oh my God.
I mean, that's pretty tasty, that, isn't it? That's pretty tasty.
And historically, the team that crushes the FaZe Clan key, they go on to win the whole event. So, there's always that rivalry. Can I destroy that team that's always going to be the favorites? Make myself the favorites instead.
All right. Well, we did have a long day here today for our very first day of EWC. We're only just halfway there with our play-ins. The action will continue tomorrow as we get to qualify 2 teams to the group stage. We thank you so very much for watching, and we hope to see you again tomorrow here on the B Stream.